Chapter 1 The Opening of Heavenly Collapse, Modified. Fire Nation. Konoha Village Hotel. What? Chunin Exam Qualification Certificate. Yoda fell to his knees in annoyance, the white note dangling from his hand. What a sin. Advertisement. The friends he met here were all bad friends. Yesterday, Snow Country came back from the mission. In order to celebrate, the 3 members of the team went to eat barbecue and drink wine, and ended up getting high. He insisted on dragging the 2 of them to register for the Chunin exam. Yoda himself has little chakra and is barely strong enough to be an elite genin. His only advantage is his good brain and grandmaster sealing technique. I originally made an appointment with 2 other good friends to take the Chunin exam together. Now not only did they release 2 pigeons, but they also brought 2 oil bottles. You must know that once you form a team, you cannot cancel it. You must wait until the next Chunin exam to form a team again. The group is disbanded and the sky is collapsing. Sporadic groups are different from fixed classes like Naruto. They are scattered for many reasons. Some team leaders, Jonin and Chunin, died or retired, or there was no team leader, so everyone formed teams based on connections. There is no limit to the number of people, but generally a team of 3 or 4 people is recommended, otherwise the commission will not be enough. Snapped. Yang Tai gave himself a big blow with his backhand, and tears of regret flowed from the corners of his eyes. Even if I were a transmigrator, I wouldn't have given myself such a big surprise. God! What's the use of foresight now? It would have been just a normal Chunin exam, but the problem is that this time it was CO organized by Konoha village and Tsunagakuer, and other nearby Konobo villages also came to join in the fun. A bunch of elite genin from other countries. And Yoda is fully prepared for this competition. The reason is very simple. As a civilian ninja, there are very few channels for advancement, and it's nothing more than joining a certain faction. Hokage faction, family faction. The result is clear. Yoda can only choose the Hokage faction. The Hokage faction is not that simple. It can be roughly divided into 3 branches. The Hokage line, the Jonin class line, and the root line. First of all, the Yang Tai excludes the roots, where dogs will not go. Secondly, excluding the Jonin class lineage, it's not that Yoda doesn't want to join, but he really wants to join. However, the Jonin class lineage is similar to the master-disciple inheritance method. Teacher Chunin of Yoda has already received a box lunch. So he had no way to get in. For this reason, he told his guardian Maruhoshi Kasuke about this. However, the old man had a bit of a stubborn temper. Not only did he reject Yang Tai's idea, but he also fed him several bowls of poisonous chicken soup. What can Yang Tai do about this? He can only find another way out. There is no end to the road. This year is the time when the Konoha collapse plan begins in the original work. The old man of 3rd generation is cool, and the 5th Hokage Tsunade is in charge. As the saying goes, 1 emperor and 1 courtier, Tsunadeheim will definitely cultivate her own power no matter what angle she is in. This is inevitable. So the opportunity for Yang Tai to rise came, and it was to take this Chunin exam. And achieve better results, so maybe you can get some resources from 5th Hokage Tsunade. It would be even better if he is favored and focused on training. Some people say that this is not a soft meal? Advertisement. There's nothing you can do, it's better than being hungry. But now comes the biggest problem. Yang Tai's plan before was to rely on his own transmigrator's foresight. With 2 good teammates, passing the first written test and the second test in the Forest of Death is not a big problem. As for the 3rd test, it all depends on luck, you might just pass it. It's better now. Whether we can pass through the Forest of Death is still a matter of debate. Looking at the Chunin exam qualification certificate on the ground, Yoda thumped his chest again, but carefully put it away. There is nothing we can do. The soldiers will block us, and the water will cover us. It's almost noon, so let's go take a look at the 2 oil bottles first. Although he was very drunk yesterday, he vaguely remembered that someone was going to treat him to a barbecue at noon today. Of course, Yang Tai definitely didn't go there for the barbecue. Well, definitely not for the barbecue. Yang Tai nodded affirmatively, straightened his blonde hair in front of the mirror, put on a forehead protector, put on a blue casual suit, and went to the barbecue restaurant. Thousand Suns Barbecue Restaurant. Do you think that guy Yoda will come? Canada Yiming pulled a fat face and absent-mindedly stuck a bamboo skewer on the barbecue in front of him. In the past, this piece of meat was already a dead soul under his mouth. Hidehara looked helplessly at the little fat man in front of him. It would be better to abstain from joining the team with this guy. For such an important thing, he will definitely come. After saying that, he picked up the beer in front of him and was about to drink it when he caught a glimpse of Yoda with blonde hair coming in. He immediately stood up and greeted, Yoda. Sure enough, they were all there. Yoda smiled and waved, then sat down next to Hara Hidea, hooking his hand on his shoulder. Are you ready for your wallet's whale? Hara Hidea struggled for a while, but seeing that he could not escape Yoda's clutches, he slapped his wallet on the table as if he was resigned to his fate. A manly man, spit and nail, and eat whatever you want. Haha, you have courage, man. Yang Tai smiled and patted Dai on the shoulder. He turned around and saw the little fat man looking at him with a resentful look on his face. What's wrong, fat man, have you lost your appetite today? You are still sick? Asking knowingly. The two of them gave Yang Tai a roll of his eyes at the same time. Don't they have some sense in mind when it comes to what they do? Ahem. What are your plans? Tell me. Yang Tai coughed a few times to relieve the embarrassment, and then asked seriously. Hokage touched his head, pondered for a while, and replied. I plan to give up. My ability is to rely on the spirit communication beast for reconnaissance, and the battle is basically a drag. Yang Tai's expression did not change, his heart really sank, and he looked at Canada Yiming. I'm just a sentient ninja. I'm good at setting traps, but the fighting is just average. I'm ready to give up. The little fat man shouted and spread his hands with a wry smile. Sure enough, the worst thing happened. It was really the hemp rope that only picks out the thinnest places, and the bad luck that picks up the misfortune. It wouldn't matter if it were a regular Chunin exam, but this time it was different. The joint examination of the two major ninja villages is like the Olympic gold medal and the national gold medal in my previous life. Can the gold content be the same? The most important thing is that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for civilians. With the change of power, they have to ride Tsunade's coattails. This is also the reason why Yang Tai insists on taking this exam. Become a member of the Hokage lineage and gain resources, and you and the old man can survive the fourth ninja war more safely. Aren't you going to think about it again? Yang Tai asked, holding on to the last bit of luck. What are you thinking about? Two detectives, you are still a SEAL assistant, how can we fight? The little fat man drank a glass of beer, shook the cup and asked. Gudu. Yeah, you can't win at all. You should understand, right? Hokage also drank a large glass of beer, shook his head and said dejectedly. Snapped. Can't win at all? I don't understand. Yang Tai grabbed the wine glass and drank 3 large glasses in a row. When the two of them heard Yang Tai's words, they all looked at Yang Tai, who slowly put down his wine glass, but they still didn't give up. Advertisement. I'm already 16, actually 17, 18, and in a blink of an eye I'm 20. Yang Tai pointed at himself excitedly, looked at the two of them and continued. Still genin. Fatty Yiming comforted him, it's okay, it's fine. We'll wait for another 2 years. Even if you don't take the exam in 2 years, the two of us will force you to take the exam. Snapped. Yang Tai stood up with a slap on the table, pointed at Fatty Yiming's nose and said angrily. When the earliest times invited us to take the Chunin exam, you said we would wait for 2 years. The result? 2 years later and 2 years later. Originally, I was looking for Xiao Tian and the others, but this happened to you. You want me to wait another 2 years? Do you know how I have lived these past 6 years? Hokage quickly called Yoda his nickname to comfort him, Young Dame, cold. Young Dame is dead, did you choose the idol? Yang Tai blushed at first when he was called the nickname, and immediately waved his hands and made up his mind. I'm determined to take the exam, and the Hokage can't stop me, I said so. Speaking of this, the two of them felt a little ashamed. They were classmates and had a good relationship with Genin. The first time I took the Chunin exam, the fat boy Yiming refused, and the second time Hidehara refused. Originally, the two of them had not planned to take the exam, but what happened was what happened. Do you want to refuse again? After saying this, Yang Tai felt comfortable and glanced at the two people who were silent. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as he said mockingly. You two are about the same age as me. Think about Xiao Li, who only became a genin last year, they all participated, and even Naruto, who is a third-year junior, also participated. Are you too inferior to Xiao Li, who only knows taijutsu, and Naruto, who can't even do the doppelganger technique? Boom. The little fat man banged the table, blushed, and shouted, who said that? Stop insulting me, a useless person who only knows physical skills, how dare you compare with me? It worked. The corners of Yang Tai's lips curled up slightly. He was already in his 30s, but he still couldn't handle two rebellious young people. Haha, but just because you call me a piece of trash and dare to take the Chunin exam, you two outstanding ninjas have become nothing more than turtles. The little fat man Yiming suddenly became speechless and speechless. He was so angry that his neck turned red. He grabbed the barbecue in front of him and bit into it. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Yang Tai's mocking face. Yoda, don't go too far. Hokage couldn't stand Yoda's cynicism. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yoda apologized hurriedly, showing an innocent look, and continued to increase his strength towards the two of them, I didn't expect that the glass hearts of two outstanding ninjas are so fragile, and they were so fragile before I even touched them. Shattered. Seeing the angry looks of the two of them, Yang Tai decided to add fuel to the fire, deliberately lengthening his voice and speaking word by word. But are you planning to become Chunin after the age of 20? Or after the age of 30? Do you want to be a genin for the rest of your life? These three questions seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. The little fat man screamed and pointed at Yang Tai with a fierce expression. Isn't it just a Chunin exam? I took part, so whoever doesn't take part today is the son. You two bastards. Hidehara pointed at the two of them angrily and yelled, then drank a glass of beer and looked a little crazy. Okay. You two are crazy together, and I am crazy too. Whoever doesn't will have a grandson. Okay, let the three of us go crazy. Yoda stood up and stretched out his hand. Hara Hidea and Yiming looked at each other and put their hands on it. Let's pass the Chunin exam together. Yang Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got rid of these two guys, and then he had to plan the exam carefully. Hey, who can be so arrogant? It turns out he is the descendant of the Will of Fire. Chapter 2 Plan. Mrs. Yang was familiar with this harsh and strange sound. She turned around and saw three people standing at the next table. The young man with tied hair who spoke just now pulled the forehead protector tied around his neck and looked at Yoda with a mocking look on his face. Rock. Yang Tai put his hand on his forehead. He really had a headache. What a troublesome guy. Yamamoto Iwa is Yoda's classmate, which was originally a good thing, but I don't know what stimulation this guy received since he was a child, and he insists on going against him. Advertisement. As for the nickname, I carried a Will of Fire book with me every day when I was a child. I was nicknamed the successor of the Will of Fire. Although it was shameful, it was necessary. This was all for my future qualifications. Yamamoto looked like he had eaten shit, and pointed at Yoda and said, Hey, what do you mean? I hate your expression the most. You've always been the same stinker since you were a child. Black fans. Understand, let him raise the issue. Yoda picked his ears, sat down and ate the barbecue slowly, acting as if he didn't hear anything. Yamamoto saw that Yoda didn't care about him at all, so how could he repair it? He punched the table hard in anger, and then he caught a glimpse of Hidehara who was snickering, and he couldn't help but feel angry. You are a loser who only knows how to play with cats, but you still want to pass the Chunin exam. Go ahead and dream of your dreams. Waste. Yan, don't go too far, keep your mouth clean. What happened to me playing with the cat? I ended up eating your rice. Hara Hidea stood up suddenly and replied that he hated people saying that he was playing with cats. Aren't you useless? Who called for help last time when we were teaming up with me? Was it you? Taro. Yamamoto asked the teammate next to him deliberately and eccentrically. Ha ha ha, Yan, you are so forgetful. Isn't that person right in front of you? Ha ha ha. Nakamotoru deliberately pursed his lips and laughed crazily. Hara Hidea clenched his fists, with some tears in his angry eyes. Look, you are so old that you are crying. Hurry up and go home to find your mother. Ha ha ha. Yan, you've gone too far. No matter what, we are all classmates. The little fat man stood up and pointed angrily at Yamamoto Yan. Ha ha ha, isn't this a 9-year-old fat guy who wets his pants? Yamamoto looked at Yiming carefully, spit out the toothpick in his mouth towards the little fat man, burst into laughter and revealed the little fat man's embarrassment. Yang Tai continued to eat barbecue. Of course he understood that this was irritating him. He looked at his two teammates and saw that their mental quality was too poor. He shook his head secretly. How can we fix it? The little fat man waved away the toothpick, rushed over quickly, and punched Yamamoto Iwa in the face. This incident was the most unbearable for him. Originally, he was splashed with water by his classmates as a prank. Later, he didn't know who spread the rumor that he peed his pants. The problem was that all his classmates believed it. Yamamoto raised the corners of his mouth too slowly, and turned his head to avoid the little fat man's punch. The wind from the punch passed through his ears, making a harsh sound. Advertisement. Oh, he was quite powerful. He raised his leg and kicked, hitting the little fat man in the chest. He turned a few somersaults and stopped next to Yang Tai. He clutched his chest and gasped, "A hole, you, this crazy dog. Damn fat man, I see you have a tough mouth all over your body. Let me loosen your bones." Yamamoto Yan's eyes became fierce and he dared to curse. Today, he must give this damn fat man a good repair. As he spoke, Yamamoto rocked a body flicker technique in front of the little fat man, raised his foot and stepped on it hard. Snapped. Yoda leaned over and grabbed Yamamoto Iwa's ankle with one hand, and said in a cold tone, "Enough is enough. How can it be repaired? You always make trouble with this expression. Take the move." Yamamoto looked slightly ferocious, turned over and kicked towards Yang Tai's face. This time he will definitely crush your stinky face. Yoda raised his eyebrows, and a kunai appeared in his hand, aiming straight at the kicking foot. As long as the opponent dared to kick it down, at least the foot would be disabled. Yamamoto was shocked, turned around quickly, broke away from the hand holding his ankle, and retreated quickly. It's now. Yoda slapped his inner thigh with a backhand. Yamamoto immediately lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Yamamoto stood up immediately, pointed at Yoda angrily and said, "That doesn't count. If we can, let's go to the training ground and fight again." "You lost." Yoda shook his head and pointed at Yamamoto Iwa's thigh and said calmly. Everyone looked in the direction of Yoda's finger, and there was a napkin stuck to the inner thigh of Yamamoto Iwa. Paper napkin. Everyone was shocked. They originally thought that Yang Tai had a slight upper hand, but now it seemed that the other party was completely holding back. If the napkin had been used as a detonating charm, Yamamoto Rock would be dead. Yamamoto was also shocked at the bottom of his heart. He slowly clenched the napkin tightly and looked at Yoda cautiously. "I originally thought that my practice over the years had surpassed that of Yang Tai, but it seemed that I was too conceited. Yoda understands that he and Yamamoto Iwa are about the same strength, and that the other party lost because he was too careless and was blinded by anger. Let's go." Yoda helped the little fat man up and asked Hidehara to walk out. Seeing Yoda about to leave, Yamamoto Iwa couldn't help shouting, "Yoda, you coward! Are you scared? Don't you dare to fight me again!" Yang Tai stopped and everyone turned their attention to him. Because of the previous movement, many diners looked here. "What's wrong, do you want to accept the challenge?" Yamamoto continued to challenge. "Yan, you disappoint me so much." Shaking his head and putting the fat man's arm on his shoulders, Yang Tai suddenly had a small plan. "I used to regard you as my rival in school. We had wins and losses. At that time, I was very happy to have a rival like you. But when I met you today, I found that you are no longer worthy of being my opponent." Advertisement. Although you used to be arrogant and had a bad mouth, you would still stand up for the classmates in the class. You will never bully the weak, and everyone likes to play with you. Look at you now. You are arrogant and bullying your peers. Are you still the same person? This Chunin exam, all the elite genin from the surrounding countries are here to take part. You should know how dangerous it is. Although Fatty and Dai are weak, they dare to risk their lives to participate and bring glory to the village. You are such an excellent ninja, but instead of taking the exam and dealing with ninjas from other villages, you bully your own comrades. You are not worthy of being a ninja of Konoha." Those powerful words moved everyone present. Yes, even though Fatty and Dai are so weak, they dare to risk their lives to win glory for the village. However, he and others did nothing. Suddenly, the eyes of many people looking at Fatty Kazuyo changed, becoming respectful and admirable. Seeing this, the two couldn't help but raise their heads. From the moment they became genin, "I have never been recognized by many people, and a feeling of pride suddenly arises. They are also willing to risk their lives to win glory for the village, and this time Chunin must win the honor." Yang Tai smiled slightly and killed 3 birds with 1 stone. His goal was achieved, and he immediately helped the fat man to a nearby medical center. Using this method of moral kidnapping not only enhanced the confidence and determination of the two, but also if this incident spread in the barbecue restaurant. It would be better if more Konoha shinobi take the Chunin exam. Nice little plan. How can I practice it after being looked at by this commoner? Taro, are you interested in taking the Chunin exam? Yamamoto threw the paper in his hand into the trash can, turned around and asked the two of them, his eyes shining with eagerness. Haha, even those two useless idiots dare to participate, what can we not dare to do? In the medical clinic, the little fat man was sent to a nearby medical center and it was determined that the injury was only minor, but the angle was a bit tricky and made him feel powerless for a while. Yang Tai told the two of them some things they needed for the exam, and then the 3 of them separated to prepare. Passing by the ninja shop, Yoda asked when the custom-made items would be made, and it was confirmed that it would be tomorrow afternoon. Buying some groceries and going home, really, but going home hungry after someone else's treat is really new. Pushing open the courtyard door, Yang Tai saw the old man watering the flowers and said happily, "Old man, I'm back." Chapter 3 Inheritance, Modified. As soon as Maruhoshi Kasuke heard the voice, he raised his head and looked at Yoda with a smile. "It'll be good when you're back, that's good. I know my grandson has grown up, but when I go out to do tasks, I feel unwell. I became a little anxious, but now that I'm back safely, I feel relieved. This man is the ruthless man who has been with the 2nd Hokage, the 3rd Hokage, and the 4th Hokage, and is willing to be genin for the rest of his life, Kasuke Maruhoshi." Kasuke Maruhoshi lives very close to Yoda's orphanage. Advertisement. Yoda was 5 years old when he discovered Mariboshi Kasuke and slowly approached him. After being a ninja all his life, Kasuke Mariboshi is certainly not that easy to approach, Not even a 5-year-old. As for why he was so tolerant of Yang Tai coming to his yard later, Yoda is sure that Maruhoshi Kasuke has checked his information and concluded, Gensheng Miaohong. Later, I fell in love for a long time, and I just adopted her for a simple reason, to provide for myself in old age. Moreover, Kasuke Maribashi is very good to Yang Tai, and he teaches everything he has to offer. Kunao, shuriken throwing, swordsmanship, illusion, and water style are taught one by one. It's a pity that Yoda Chakra is too small. It's difficult to learn the illusion, and it's just like that when used. As for ninjutsu like water style, it is too powerful without a large amount of chakra. It is only powerful in specific situations, such as by the river. However, in the past 5 years of Yoda's genin career, he has become quite proficient in kunao, shuriken throwing, swordsmanship, and shadow clone technique, and he is a grandmaster in the family sealing technique. Old man, let's go, let me tell you about the delicacies in the land of snow, ice jade fish. Yang Tai took Fuzuk's rough hand with a smile on his face and walked towards the house. If you are an elderly person, you need to talk to him more to make him happy. Night. Old man, this fish is delicious today. Yang Tai held the dishes on the table and said vaguely. Maybe it's because I've been out for more than a month, and my taste has become a lot lighter. Today, the old man's cooking tastes particularly delicious. Haha, it's no worse than that ice jade fish. Guji said while drinking the mushroom soup. Old man, how about I take part in this chunin exam? Yoda asked as he changed the topic while eating his rice. Yang Tai knew that this was a rare multinational chunin exam, and wanted to ask about the secret. This year is different from the past. Our Konoha village and Tsunagaku in the Land of Wind, 2 hidden villages, jointly organize this chunin exam. In addition, there are more than a dozen small ninja villages around, large and small, participating. It is extremely difficult to successfully be selected as a chunin. I guess you know this, why do you come to ask me, old man? Guji stirred the mushroom soup in the bowl and asked with some confusion. Hey, let me ask you, old man, tell me the details here. He picked up the rice with his chopsticks and looked directly at Kasuke with his eyes. If you're talking about skills? That is, if you become a chunin candidate this year, those who achieve 80% success will be officially designated as Jainin. The worst is also a special Jainin. Mr. Guji pondered. Really? No wonder the 12 Xiaoqiang have been reused to a certain extent in the future. Old man, do you have any powerful ninjutsu? Yang Tai asked in a sudden change. Forehead. The old man had a dark face, but he had the nerve to ask, have you learned the swordsmanship Lu? Have you mastered the water dragon bullet? Haha. Advertisement. Old man, it's not like you don't know that my chakra is low to begin with. What will happen if I practice ninjutsu like water dragon bullet? It's not like spitting out a small splash. As for swordsman Lu, my talent is there, and when I use it, it's not very powerful. What I want is the kind of ninjutsu that requires little chakra but is powerful. Yang Tai laughed awkwardly and spread his hands. Can he blame himself? I also want that kind of ninjutsu. The old man's face twitched. Look what people say, old man, I want it too. Daydreaming. How many times have I told you, unless there is a chasm-like gap between ninjas, the power of ninjutsu depends on the person. Just because you have less chakra, doesn't mean you can't become a chunin. Becoming a chunin factor is not about having powerful ninjutsu. It is about collecting intelligence, making the most correct judgment based on current abilities, and completing the task and delivering the intelligence. This chunin exam is very dangerous, but the danger is directly proportional to the attention you receive. You little clever guy, be careful, show some talent and protect your companions. Understood. To put it bluntly, it is similar to a fashion show. Just go out and walk around, have a look, and pose for a while, so that some people will remember it. Then those people will take you into the hotel, well, no, into the organization. I know, I'll be careful. At night. Mr. Guji stopped the pen in his hand, read the letter in his hand carefully, and put it away with satisfaction. Morning. Hokage building. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the pipe and looked at the letter in his hand carefully. Kai Tai's grandson? I didn't expect it to be so big. What the old boy Kasuke means is that this child will take the chunin exam this year and wants to inherit the legacy. Isn't it too early? Sarutobi Hiruzen started to smoke. According to the system, what Kasuke asked for, the child could not inherit until at least chunin. He picked up Yang Tai's information and mission report and read them. Name, Aichi Yoda. Age, 15. Ninja level, Genin. S level mission, 0. A level tasks, 0. B level tasks, 0. C level tasks, 373. D level mission, 512. Analyze. Excellent intelligence gathering ability. Excellent judgment skills. Excellent commanding ability. Advertisement. Grandmaster of Sealing Arts. The people in the Genin circle are extremely high, and they are known as task masters. Among the team leaders, Genin have extremely high valuations. Overall strength is average. Less amount of chakra. Father, Lan Shihotu, who served as the deputy squad leader of the SEAL class and died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Mother, Aiko Yanagibayashi, used to work in the sealing class and died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Note, he is friendly and approachable to others. He often reads Will of Fire and writes down his thoughts after reading it. He has an excellent reputation among Genin and is known as the Mission Master. Mission Master. It's a good seedling. Grandpa is a subordinate of Nidame. My father is from his own lineage. Summary, it is a Hokage faction with strong roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote a big accurate word with a wave of his red pen. The sky is sunny. Yoda stretched himself, it felt so comfortable. Sure enough, sleeping at home is the most peaceful way, as you don't have to be constantly vigilant and guard your surroundings. I took a comfortable bath for a while and played with my golden hair in front of the mirror. Isn't this appearance a bit handsome? After a very coquettish posture, she went out satisfied. Detonating charms, shurikens, wires. There are not many ninja tools added this time. I wonder if the customized ninja tools have arrived. Alas, times are tough. It is too difficult to live a stable life for a few days. Konoha village is okay, there are too many fights outside the village. Just thinking about Yoda gives me a headache, and soon, Orochimaru will implement the Konoha collapse plan. Yang Tai's current idea is to survive the crisis safely. When the 5th Hokage is in power, they hold on tightly and try their best to get the resources of the Hokage faction to increase their strength and ensure the safety of the old man and themselves. As for informing the 3rd Hokage about Orochimaru, Yoda didn't even think about it. This Chunin exam is Konoha village showing off its muscles and how well prepared it is. It's like a country entering a state of first-level war preparation. Genin to Genin, Hokage Anbu, roots, major families, hehe, are you kidding me? Besides, what's the use of the 3rd Hokage knowing it? At most, he can only have one backup, and can't do anything else. Instead, he can't escape to the interrogation room afterwards. Why bother? Yoda. A green figure appeared in front of Yang Tai, with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows. He was holding a big bag and jumping in place with his legs raised. Rock Lee. Xiao Li. Is this training? Yang Tai and Rock Lee have known each other for 2 years and have done several sea-level missions together. Generally, people in a fixed class can break up the group when the leading teacher or other teammates have something to do. I'm doing a mission and practicing by the way. Do you want to train together, Yoda? Burn your youth. Rock Lee's eyes were shining and he looked directly at Yang Tai. Chapter 4 Family Inheritance, Modified. Yang Tai. What a sin. Last time, Yang Tai trained for a day in order to get closer to Rock Lee. Then he lay in the hospital bed for 3 days, which frightened the old man. Advertisement. Thinking about it now still gives me lingering fear. Xiao Li, I have something else to do. I will train with you when I have time. Well, sometimes, something bad happened. If it's not delivered in 7 minutes, jump rope 1,000 times. Yang Tai looked at the green shadow in front of him and ran towards the end of the street. He truly is a physical genius. Who else would be so energetic? Can't compare. Shaking his head, Yoda walked towards the ninja shop. See the goods and pay. A total of 5.52 million taels. Suddenly, I returned to before liberation overnight. This is Yang Tai's nearly 6 years of savings and the reward for spending hundreds of missions. Yoda kept stroking the still-breathing wallet. As early as 2 months ago, Yang Tai customized 3 pieces of ninja tools. A straight long sword made of Chakra metal, 5 million taels. This is Yang Tai's 5 years of savings. A multifunctional deep red 4th generation windbreaker with 7 places on the bottom to seal the ninja tool, priced at 530,000 taels. 6 steel wires made of special materials are actually cheaper than 20,000 taels. I put a few things into my windbreaker, bought some vegetables, and walked home for a walk. There were only a few people on the trail, and Yoda greeted them politely. I was thinking whether to eat pickled fish or braised pork today. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed before his eyes, and a grey figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as he was happily thinking about lunch, Noon Yoda was startled. Body flicker technique. Pulling away, he subconsciously touched the ninja tool bag on his waist and looked at the person with vigilance. Monkey mask. Anbu? How could it be Anbu? Anbu is a special unit that only obeys orders from the Hokage. Does the Hokage want me to perform a special mission? No, I know best how much I weigh. As for being invited to join Anbu, it is even more impossible. My strength is far from enough. Nz Yuta. Monkey Mask Enbu asked coldly. Yang Tai nodded slightly, as long as the other party didn't take action. After calming down, Yoda also figured it out. At most, he was handed over by third Hokage to ask some questions. Slowly disarm. When the Enbu ninja saw Yoda put down his guard, he took out a 30-centimeter purple scroll, threw it to Yoda, and disappeared in front of Yoda. On the order of Lord Hokage, I deliver the inheritance scroll of the Blue Pond clan to the current leader of the Blue Pond clan, Aoshi Yoda. As soon as Yang Tai raised his hand, the miniature sleeve arrow in his arm shot out, with a special steel wire connected to the end. It looks a bit like Spider-Man shooting webs. With a pull, the wire wrapped around the scroll several times and stopped in front of Yang Tai. A family legacy. Can I be considered a family by myself? Without time to think too much, Yoda carefully checked the scroll to see if there were any secrets left behind, especially poison. During a mission to Tsunagakuer, Yoda was poisoned, so he was very wary of things given by strangers. After confirming that there was no problem, Yang Tai put the scroll away and quickly returned home. Old man. Advertisement. Old man. Hey, here it comes. The old man Guji hurriedly came out of the kitchen with a frying spoon and saw his grandson shaking the scroll in his hand. What good thing. It makes you so happy. It's a family inheritance. Master Hokage sent Anbu to deliver it personally. Old man, take a look. Yotehu said excitedly, and handed the scroll to Kasuke without any worries. Mr. Guji didn't refuse. Mr. Sun and Mr. Sun still care about this? After looking at it carefully, he handed the frying spoon to Yang Tai, opened the scroll and browsed it carefully. The scroll was densely covered with tadpole characters, and Yang Tai knew that these were sealing runes. There is a big word Chuan in the middle of the rune. There's quite a lot of stuff. Mr. Guji said to himself and moved 3 steps to the left. That's almost it. Make a way seal with one hand. Open. Bang. After a burst of white mist, 3 boxes appeared in front of me, 2 large blue scrolls 1 meter long, and a scroll about 50 centimeters long. Yang Tai was crying with tears at that time. Could this be the legendary 9 Yang magic? Hurry and open a big scroll. First row. Yang Tai's face became serious. Then give it a cursory sweep. His face became serious. Then pull some apart and take a look. Mother Ganlin. What the hell is he? Sealing technique. Why do I need these ghost drawing symbols? It means that I haven't learned enough over the years. Spirit communication scroll. What the hell is that blank space in the middle of the ghost symbol? A vegetable grower? Yang Tai didn't believe in evil, so he took the second scroll and opened it. Blue Pond Grey Earth? Blue Pool Kai Tai? Lan Shihuatu knows who he is. Isn't this his father? Who is this Lan Shi Kai Tai? No, I seem to have forgotten something. Mother Ganlin. It's not a ninjutsu scroll. What do I need this iron rod for? Oh. Wrong. What do I need this scroll for? When I looked at the trumpet scroll again, it was still a ghost drawing talisman. Yang Tai's heart was half cold, and he looked at the 3 boxes. This was his last hope. I have studied sealing techniques for 5 years, but I am really not interested in sealing techniques. The 3-port box is about 60 centimeters high. It's about 40 centimeters wide, so it looks like it can hold a lot of stuff. Yang Tai opened the first box. What came into view was a yellowed book. When I opened it, I flipped through a few more pages. This is a diary, and the diary's name is Aiko Yanagi. It turns out this is my mother's diary. There wasn't much in the diary, so Yang Tai probably glanced at it a few times. The diary records are very short from before the age of 16, and the following is the love history with my father. Then I visited tourist attractions, landforms, and customs in various countries. There was only half a word written on the last page of the diary. Yang Tai looked at it for a long time, it looked like a handwriting. Then I flipped through the things below. Most of them were manuscripts for arranging and repairing wards. I flipped through a few more books, including 6 restraints, evil seals, and detailed explanations of sealing techniques. Advertisement. This, hey. It's better than nothing. Continue scrolling down. Wind style, gale palm. Wind style vacuum sword. Happiness came so suddenly, Yoda didn't know whether to laugh or not. This feeling of opening a blind box really did not disappoint me. Don't rush, just enjoy this feeling of reading the secret book until the end. Keep browsing, there are still some good things waiting for you. The rest is similar to some experience and experience of practice. Yang Tai opened the second box, and there was still a diary on it. This may be the so-called inheritance. Yang Tai opened it and started browsing. After a while, and the diary. Yang Tai bowed 3 times. Kasuke Maru Hoshi, Omega. Are you concerned? Yang Tai nodded affirmatively, the person who wrote the diary was a tough guy. It's his grandfather. The entire process of the diary was written very rigorously, without the bells and whistles of my mother. It recorded the story of a person who killed people when he was a child, then when he grew up to kill people, and finally died on the battlefield. Yoda, Sigma. He is a cruel person. According to records, he fought with the first Hokage and the second Hokage, and died in the second ninja war. He is a distinguished elite Jainin. Elite Jainin. The laughter from the corner of Yang Tai's mouth was flowing out. Is this you, the 9 Yang divine art? Hurry up and dig things out. 34 books had no names. Yang Tai took a cursory look and found that they were about spirit communication technique. To be precise, it is the record of making the spirit communication beast scroll. Yang Tai couldn't figure it out. Could it be that his family had these messy things passed down from his ancestors? Keep scrolling down. Water style water chaos. Water style water prison. Water style water dragon bullet. Water style water barrier. Water style instant water. Ancestor water style? Yoda flipped through it, and there really was no other ninjutsu with other attributes. No, not necessarily. Dad must have gone through Grandpa's box. The last one. Opening is still the same process. It tells the story of a second-generation ninja and his training process. There is no water in the innate attribute, so I can only fix other attributes for the time being, so my father chose Earth. It was only when I was 23 years old that I refined the water attribute Chakra. I was lucky enough to inherit my grandfather's ninjutsu. To be honest, Yoda doesn't want to read the books in the middle. He is in the same sealing class as his mother. Tell me, what is the thing in the middle? Fire sealing seal, 5 elements seal, 12 books of sealing techniques whose names I don't know. Finally it's time for the big show. Earth-style Tahiche. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Earth Formation Wall. Earth-style Tulan Gun. Earth-style Promising Change. Fire-style Great Fireball. Fire-style Fire Waves. Fire-style Multiple Rounds. The remaining 9 books are all Grandpa's experience. Sure enough, it's here with Dad. Sure enough, my father has the largest collection. Worthy of being the head of the family. Chapter 5 Combination Ninjutsu, Revised. But here comes the problem. Although Yang Tai has 5 attributes, he lacks blue. Brewed with nectar. Yoda angrily threw the book in his hand into the wooden box. The only thing that has some use for these things is my wind-style ninjutsu, which is pretty good as a support, but I can only use 1 or 2 wind-style ninjutsu based on my chakra. Stop eating when you're done. Advertisement. As for fire style, Yoda didn't even look at it. He gave up after learning the great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a watermelon, tell me what's the use and a waste of chakra. You don't know your stuff. Guji finished cooking the food, wiped his hands and came over to educate him. You see, the ability to make spirit communication scrolls was passed down from Naidame at that time. General spirit communication scrolls can only sign contracts with living creatures, but this one is different. Dead things can also sign contracts. Gasuk wiped his hands and pointed to the 1-meter-long scroll and said. Dead thing. Yoda scratched his head in confusion. Yes, it is said that after Naidame signed a contract with the sea, water-style ninjutsu advanced by leaps and bounds. This is still an empty scroll. Don't be ignorant. Mr. Guji said while looking through other books. Yang Tai was stunned. When watching anime before, someone seemed to have said something in the comment section. Second Hokage seems to have made a contract with the sea. However, Yoda still has reservations. If Senju Tobirama really signs a contract with Tahai, then it's not a problem for him to hammer Madara after he's dirty. So this answer is not very accurate. It is possible to sign a spirit communication contract with a certain sea area. Because Yang Tai remembered that Tian Tian seemed to be able to spirit communication out of the water. But this is a way to make a fortune. I don't have much use for chakra myself, so I can definitely sell it. Suddenly Yang Tai's whole face smiled like a chrysanthemum. The old man glanced at his idiot-looking grandson and understood what he was thinking, and struck, don't think too much, this business has long been owned by a few big families. What? Like a bolt from the blue, the sun is fading again. I originally wanted to get rich overnight, but now I can only think about it. It's true Naidame, why do you want to pass it on to just one person? Why do you want to pass it on to so many people? Yoda complained as he kicked the pebbles under his feet. There is nothing we can do about it. There were so many ninjas who performed great deeds at that time, so some ninjutsu must be given to them. Take this. The old man said, taking out 7 or 8 books and throwing them over. Yoda flipped over, water-style Shun Shui. Papa. The old man clapped his hands and said, this is the A-level body flicker technique created by Naidame back then. The scroll is gone, but these cultivation experiences are clearly recorded, and they are almost the same. Water-style instant water has two characteristics: 1. Sliding at high speed on the water. 2. If the volume of water exceeds the size of the user, instantaneous movement can be achieved. Advertisement. In human terms, it can only be used in deep water. Yang Tai, this is grass, what do you want it for? Naturally, the old man saw Yang Tai's expression, and he shuddered. Just tell me that you don't know what you are doing. This is the A-level body flicker technique. Even if you can't use it under normal circumstances, the teleportation technique inside is real. You have to figure it out thoroughly. It's no better than your fantasy all day long. Yang Tai's expression changed, and he suddenly felt like he was enlightened. You don't have to learn ninjutsu. Learning the practical skills is better than anything else. In an instant, the door of thinking was opened, and something came to mind. For example, if you carry a water bottle like Gara and use water style, wouldn't you be able to save a lot of chakra? If we use a ceiling scroll and hold 7 or 8 buckets of water, wouldn't it be perfect? Combine the ninjutsu according to the old man's instructions. Old man, can ninjutsu combined with ordinary items be considered a combination of ninjutsu? I asked if I didn't understand. Of course, shadow clone combined with shuriken, wind style combined with explosive talisman all count. Why, you kid, what did you think of? Guji flipped through the book and looked at his eldest grandson with doubtful eyes. Yoda nodded vigorously. Old man, what do you think about me filling a few buckets of water with the seal scroll? The old man had a nonchalant expression on his face. This method was tried as early as World War II. The scroll is 30 kilometers long and you have to open it to release the water. The enemy has already killed you. Then just detonate the sealing scroll. Wouldn't the water come out quickly? If you remove most of the stability runes from the sealing scroll and just fill it with water, can you shorten the number of sealing runes and make it as big as the detonating runes? Yoda's mind was spinning rapidly now. After all, his thinking was different from the people in Hokage. Have divergent thinking. Old man Guji stopped talking and lowered his head to think about the feasibility. His eldest grandson always had some wild ideas. It's like when I was a kid, I had to be a Spider-Man, learn to spin silk like a spider and move around, but you can't even tell me that it's very useful. You can give it a try. If it succeeds, water-style ninjas will be like ordinary ninjas. After all, ordinary water-style ninjas are highly polarized. Where there is water, they are grandfathers. On the contrary, where there is no water, they are grandsons. You can try it later. If it succeeds, your situation will be much better. But now we have to sort this out. The old man agreed with Yang Tai's method, and then pointed to the 3 boxes and said, Okay. Yoda agreed, his mind filled with images of various combinations of ninjutsu. Why didn't you notice it before? It's true. Night. Yang Tai was alone in the room, tinkering with messy scrolls. Call. Finally successful. A piece of A4 paper was filled with dense runes, and Yang Tai smiled with some relief. Advertisement. He walked to the wooden bucket filled with water, placed the paper on the water, and quickly made a seal. Puff 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 puff. In less than a minute, the sealing paper contained all the water. Yang Tai happily picked it up from the bottom of the barrel and took a look at it. Because the sealing paper was special paper, it generally would not get wet. The effect is pretty good, but it seems to be leaking a little. Is there something wrong with the rune link? Yang Tai was still very satisfied. After all, it took less than 2 hours to complete, and some flaws were completely acceptable. You still have to try things. Let's go to the nearby training ground number 17. There happens to be a river nearby. After carefully drawing a piece of sealing paper, Yoda sneaked out. In the next room, the old man turned over and muttered, You are still young and energetic. Training ground number 17. After looking around to make sure there was no one around, Yang Tai showed up and stood in the field ready. Usually not many people come to practice at night. Yang Tai has been practicing here since he was a child, and sometimes he meets a lot of people. Attaching the small detonating talisman to the sealing paper, Yoda controlled the distance and threw it into the air. There are small and large detonating charms, with the smaller ones being used for melee combat, just like in 3rd generation. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. Yang Tai quickly formed 2 seals, water-style water barrier. Water scattered in the air, all gathered in front of Yang Tai and turned into a wall of water. Sure enough it can. Chakra only consumes about 10%. In the past, a maximum of 2 ninjutsu could be used, but now at least 6 can be used. Yoda smiled and quickly formed 4 seals, water-style water dragon bullet. The wall of water in front of him squirmed and turned into a ferocious water dragon attacking in the distance. Boom! Yang Tai quickly ran over and looked at the small pit on the ground, unable to help showing a look of joy. With this power, if it hits an ordinary genin, the opponent will immediately lose its combat effectiveness and can only be slaughtered. I succeeded, so that instant water can be used on the ground, Ha 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 ha. Tell the old man to go tomorrow. Why? Thinking of the old man, Yang Tai was speechless. It would be great if he had the ability of the old man. It's simple. The first time Yoda used Water Dragon Bullet in front of the old man taught him a lesson. With the help of the Water Dragon Bullet, he activated the illusion when it spread into water droplets all over the sky. With just one look, Yoda was defeated. However, the sealing paper is still a bit too big now. I will continue to improve it when I go back. I will ask the old man to control it tomorrow. Chapter 6 Water Style Instant Water, Modified. Morning. At the dining table, Yang Tai smiled and pushed a half-palm-sized piece of sealing paper in front of the old man. Please take a look. Children just like to show off. Guji took it and looked at it carefully and praised. It's really good, but I don't know how it will be in actual combat. As he said that, the old man walked to the small courtyard by himself, put the detonating charm on it and threw it away. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. Advertisement. It's really good. You can make a few more pictures for the old man later. But can I add more water? Fusuk patted Yoda on the shoulder to express encouragement, and then asked the core question. The amount of water is no problem at all. This one is just a test product, so it contains less. But old man, I'm in trouble. Saying that, Yang Tai was still confused, so he took out a piece of sealing paper and handed it to the old man. Guji looked at it strangely. Isn't this good? What's the trouble? Can't Shunsui, a ninjutsu, allow you to glide at high speeds on water? I just want to stick it on the solace of my shoes so that I can glide on the ground, right? But I tried it all night, and I could only slide in place a few times. It was this problem that kept Yang Tai from figuring out what the key was all night. Kosuk listened carefully, thought for a while, and suddenly laughed. So that's it. Although I haven't studied Shunsui, I am old, and I know everything about some things. You put this on your toes and let the water flow forward, just like skiing, try it. Yang Tai was happy at first, and then became speechless. Why couldn't he understand such a simple truth? Chirp. Suddenly, a small bird with yellow feathers flapped its wings and landed on Guji's shoulder, pecking its wings gently. Old man, you are about to go on a mission. Yang Tai smiled and poked the bird with his finger. This guy really didn't recognize life. I'll go out first, and you can study it yourself first. The old man gave a few instructions, took care of his things, waved his hand and went out. After returning to the room, Yang Tai studied for a while, but the result was that his work was almost in vain. Yang Tai lay weakly on the bed, a little frustrated. According to this concept, it is actually the same as roller skates and has an average effect. Turning to look at the books on the bedside, Yang Tai was still a little unwilling, so he picked up another one and started to read. Use the spirit communication contract to teleport through water. Damn, damn, damn. What did the Bird King discover? Yang Tai hurriedly stood up and read carefully. It turns out this teleportation is real. I thought it was a high-speed movement like the body flicker technique. The ninjutsu created by second Hokage can be explained completely in this way. It is simply a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. No wonder the forum couldn't tell you what kind of ninjutsu Flying Thunder God is. Advertisement. Some say they use magical speech such as spatial coordinates. The important thing is that they and most people believe it. Now it seems like nonsense. Flying Thunder God is actually a magically modified version of the spirit communication technique, which is moved through a method similar to the reverse spirit communication technique. In his previous life, Senju Tobirama was jokingly called the master of forbidden technique by major netizens, but now it seems that it is more appropriate to call him the master of spirit communication. Impure world reincarnation, using blood as the medium to summon the dead, is not like spirit communication. Tandem paper bombs, are there any hints of spirit communication? As for Flying Thunder God, it's more like that. Yang Tai was very excited and put down the book in his hand. He quickly picked up the brush and modified the seal paper. First, it should be shaped into a water column shape. Secondly, the height should be about 2 meters, the width should be 1.5 meters, and the length should be 6 meters. Okay, let's try it. Yoda couldn't wait to go to the number 17 training ground and fill up the water from the nearby stream. The next step is to use a method to conclude a contract and use your own chakra to fuse the water in the seal paper. There are roughly 3 requirements for learning Shunsui ninjutsu. First of all, you will learn the body flicker technique, the sealing technique, which requires a temporary contract with water and super powerful chakra control. These 3 requirements are nothing to Yoda. The body flicker technique and the sealing technique are both grandmasters. As for chakra control, Chakra has had little training since childhood and is comparable to a medical ninja. After about 3 minutes, Yoda stopped and wiped his sweat. It was really not a job for human beings. He was half of the chakra. But looking at the sealing paper in his hand, he still smiled stupidly. Attach the sealing paper to the handle of the kunao just right, so it will have more of a flying thunder god flavor. Controlling the distance, he raised his hand and threw it away. 3 meters away, Yang Tai looked solemn and had one hand ready at all times. Burst. Bang. A 6-meter cylindrical water column suddenly appeared, and Yang Tai rushed towards it. Whoosh, the whole person disappeared on the spot and appeared 3 meters away in an instant. I have a mother. The water flowed in all directions, Yang Tai became a drowned rat, and his whole body was wet. It's obvious that Yoda succeeded. It doesn't take much to activate Shunsui Chakra. I'm not familiar with Shunsui now, so I guess I can use it a dozen times, and I'll definitely do it more times in the future. But there is another problem. The distance of 6 meters is blocked at 3 meters. Obviously, the sealing paper needs to continue to be improved. Just now, the detonating talisman exploded in the middle, exploding the water column, resulting in only half of the teleportation operation. This still needs to be pondered slowly, but Yang Tai has a stupid method, making it wider and thicker. The distance may be shortened, but it can ensure safe teleportation. Also, straight lines alone are definitely not enough, and curves need to be designed. Thinking about it, Yang Tai continued to experiment. After several experiments, he finally settled on a 4-meter template. Looking at the kunao in his hand, Yoda couldn't help but sigh. He used to read Will of Fire and imitate 4th Hokage. Advertisement. It's just to do better in the Hokage series in the future, but now it's good that even the simple version of Flying Thunder God has been created. Come to think of it, it's really fate. Since you want to do it, then make a full set and customize the 3-pronged kunao today. The Chunin exam will definitely surprise the old man. 7 days. The 53-pronged kunao customized by Yang Tai is finally ready. After walking out of the knife shop, Yoda happily played with a 3-pronged kunao. I have been studying it for the past few days and it is gratifying that there has been a big breakthrough in the sealing paper. But we can't make a long-distance stable version before the exam. However, now the 4-meter formwork has a turning version, which is shaped like AC and can instantly appear at any position on the water column. Whoa, help. Naruto, Konohamaru trio. As soon as Yoda turned his head, he saw 4 people running madly in his direction, followed closely by a red figure. It was little Sakura. Yoda, help me. Naruto saw Yoda coming towards him and quickly shouted for help. Yoda, go away. They are dead today. Little Sakura's furious voice came, and Yoda lowered his hand that was about to say hello. He quickly looked at the template wall next to him and said to himself, oh, the wooden wall is really beautiful today. Boss, your friends are too unloyal. They are not as loyal as we are. Konohamaru boasted to Naruto. Naruto shed tears after hearing this and continued to run away. Who made little Sakura angry? It hurts. Yoda turned around instantly and saw Konohamaru falling to the ground. Bad. He rushed over hastily. Sand Shinobi. Kankuro. Temari. Unexpectedly, this thing still happened. Is it a historical trajectory? So sad. Konohamaru was immediately lifted up by Kankuro with one hand. Kid, this hurts a lot, you know. I'm sorry, it's our fault. Little Sakura rushed over to apologize. She didn't expect such a thing to happen, but these 2 people were dressed strangely. Where did they come from? Next to him, Temari curled his lips and reminded, forget it, Kankuro, don't cause trouble, this time, you know. Damn fat guy, let him go. Seeing Konohamaru groan, Naruto immediately pointed at Kankuro and shouted. Chapter 7 Battle against the Sand Shinobi Trio, Modified. Kankuro raised his eyebrows. Humph, it's just a Konoha genin who dares to speak to him like this. I'm going to have some fun before Gara comes over. He turned to Temari and said with a smile, not bothering Naruto at all. Bagayu Road. Upon seeing this, Naruto angrily rushed towards Kankuro, just to show off to him. Is this Konoha's genin? Advertisement. Is it so direct? The corner of Kankuro's mouth curved, and he gently pulled the chakra thread on his hand. Naruto stumbled and fell to the ground as he rushed over. Clang. A 3-pronged kunao attached to the chakra cut off the chakra thread and inserted it between Kankuro and Naruto. Yoda's body flicker technique appeared on Naruto and helped him up. What's going on? Naruto looked around and asked in confusion. As soon as Yang Tai heard this, 3 black threads appeared in the back of his mind. Wouldn't this guy say thank you first? This is the chakra thread of the Sand Shinobi puppet master. It can only be cut with a weapon attached to the chakra. Chakra line. Naruto shook his head, not understanding. Idiot, they are ninjas from Tsunagakuer, the land of wind. They are foreigners. Little Sakura hit Naruto on the head with a bang. Kankuro glanced at the 3-pronged kunao on the ground, then at Yoda and said, your Konoha genin is really weak and bad, and you don't even understand common sense. Naruto exclaimed, weak. After uttering one word, his eyes widened in an instant, and he pointed at Kankuro and said harshly, "If you say one more thing, I will crush you." Yang Tai looked ugly. Although he knew that this guy didn't dare to do anything serious, no one else would be able to calm down when a foreigner pointed at his nose and said no. In the previous life, a foreigner said harsh words in front of Yang Tai. He was so angry that he took the bench and gave him a slap in the face. Just as Yoda was about to step forward, he was caught by little Sakura. Konohamaru is still in the opponent's hands, think of a way first. It's so uncomfortable. Hearing Konohamaru's groan, Naruto pointed at Kankuro and said, "Big black pig, let Konohamaru go quickly, otherwise I will not be able to spare you." Shock. Little Sakura was immediately shocked and immediately strangled Naruto's neck. "You idiot, you are provoking him. I hate dwarfs the most," Kankuro said jokingly as he looked at Naruto and the others. Advertisement. How dare he kill people openly in Konoha village? He is just teasing these people, but this dwarf must suffer some hardships. Kill this short winter melon first. Yang Tai's face turned even uglier, like a foreigner running into his own home to show off his power. Who can bear it? Take a step forward, explode. A C-shaped water column appeared in the field, and everyone was shocked. Ah! Before Naruto could react, Konohamaru somersaulted in the air and crashed into Naruto's arms. "It hurts." "Konohamaru, you're okay, it's amazing." When little Sakura also covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. The two little guys with runny noses next to her opened their eyes even more. So fast. At this time, a voice came from the tree. When little Sakura heard it, she said happily, "Sasuke." Sasuke didn't pay any attention to little Sakura, but looked at Yoda coldly. "When did this guy become stronger?" "Gudong." Kankuro swallowed and glanced at the three-pronged kunai on his neck. The cold blade was pressed against his neck, the cold air rushed to the top of his head, and drops of cold sweat broke out. "Who is this person? I can't react at all. At least he has Janin's speed. Remember, Konoha is not something outsiders like you can provoke," Yoda said in a cold tone. Whoosh whoosh. As the sun swept away, his pupils shrank sharply, and he caught a glimpse of a child carrying a big gourd on his back. Gara. Gara raised his hand, and dozens of sand shurikens attacked him, not caring about the way he did it. Damn it! Body flicker technique closed his hands and distanced himself, and appeared in front of Sakura and the others in a blink of an eye, forming a seal with his hands. Unify water-style water barrier. The water flow scattered everywhere flew at extremely high speed, forming a rotating water column around everyone, blocking all the sand shurikens. What a powerful ninjutsu! Naruto stood in front of Konohamaru and looked at the rapidly rotating water column in surprise. Is Yoda so strong? How can I cultivate when I can't do anything? Little Sakura also protected the two little guys, and looked at Yoda who was using the ninjutsu in surprise. Isn't Yoda a civilian? How can he be so strong? Sharingan. Megatama was spinning at a high speed, and Sasuke stared at the two people in the field. He didn't expect Yoda to be able to activate such a powerful ninjutsu, but he was still a little inferior to himself. Advertisement. Then he looked at the person carrying the gourd. Chakra was so scary, and he actually felt like he was shaking. Kankuro, are you okay? Temari took off the fan and asked concernedly. Kankuro shook his head, indicating that he was fine. This man's speed is really scary. It should have something to do with that weird kunai. As long as you are careful, dealing with him shouldn't be a problem. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Yoda formed 4 seals quickly, in less than a second. The rotating water column instantly formed a ferocious water dragon, which swung its tail left and right and rushed towards Gaara. Shukaku shield. Gaara's eyes were cold and showed no fear at all. He clasped his hands together and the sand in the gourd poured out like a fountain, forming a huge sand shield to block the three of them. Bang! Crash! The huge force hit the sand shield and made a big crater. The water dragons scattered in all directions, knocking down the wooden wall next to them, and many of them turned into water droplets and splashed all over the sky, as if it was raining lightly all around. Naruto wiped the water from his face and asked Sakura-chan uncertainly, "Water dragon bullet technique Chan. Sakura-chan, how many seals did Kakashi-sensei make?" "More than 40. A cold voice came. Sasuke stood next to Yoda. "You have become stronger, Yoda." Sasuke didn't expect that a Janin's ninjutsu, which requires more than 40 seals, would be used by Yoda's 4 seals. Then how can I see that Yoda has only made 4 seals? Naruto looked in disbelief and continued to ask while gesticulating. "Naruto, now is not the time to discuss this issue. Let's solve the problem at hand first." Yoda's face was full of black lines. This guy's brain circuit was not ordinary. "I'll show you brats how powerful my crow is." Seeing Gaara take back the sand, Kankuro immediately took off the bandaged puppet from his back and prepared to take action. Temari also took off her fan and looked at a few people. You two are embarrassing yourself here. Gaara's cold and emotionless voice came, and both Kankuro and Kankuro trembled in an instant. Temari immediately put away the fan and wanted to explain, well, we just... Okay, there must be no problem with our purpose of coming this time. After saying that, he glanced at the sand on the ground and found it was wet. He turned his eyes to Yoda without any worries, and then looked at Sasuke's iconic Sharingan for a few moments, and said coldly, what's your name? Sasuke said coolly, Uchiha Sasuke. What about you? Gaara. He and Sasuke looked at each other for a few more times, then turned and left. Kankuro looked at a few people and then left. Chapter 8 Scroll of Spirit Communication, Modified. Hey, these people are finally gone. By the way, what are the ninjas from Tsunagaku doing in our Konoha? Little Sakura patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Gaara's pressure just now was too strong. You don't know yet. Seeing the two of them shaking their heads, Yoda was relieved and explained to Sasuke and the others. You are here to take the joint Chunin exam. You have just been promoted to Genin, so you probably don't know yet. Advertisement. The so-called joint Chunin exam is when the allied powers invite ninja villages from other surrounding countries to hold the Chunin exam together. Are you participating? Sasuke asked, staring directly at Yoda. I'm participating, why do you want Urja to participate too? Yang Tai put his hand on Urja's shoulder very casually and said. Sasuke slapped Yoda's pig claws and threatened, do you still want to be beaten? Say it again. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Okay, you're still as stinky as before. Yoda waved his hands and blushed. When he was a child, he felt that Sasuke was easy to bully when he was 5 or 6 years old, but he was beaten up. Call. Naruto asked confused, why do we have to take the exam together? On the surface it is to increase feelings, but in fact it is to ease tensions between countries. Yoda explained. Naruto said excitedly, then can we participate? This. Generally speaking, only those who have been Genin for 3 years can participate, but if your Genin teacher recommends it, you should be able to participate. After Yoda explained, he saw Naruto pulling the two of them to sign up with Kakashi. What a terrible love triangle. Watching the people walk away, Yoda sighed. In fact, he was not interested in hugging the protagonist's thigh. It's just that the identity of the other party is there. Let's be realistic and build a good relationship. Then the corner of Yoda's mouth raised, who else is Konohamaru? He didn't believe that during this time, the third-generation old man didn't send Anbu to protect him. Thinking about taking back the kunao still stuck in the ground. He glanced at the messy ground around him, sighed, and found some tools to start tidying up. Mainly for show, there must be someone Anbu guarding around. And maybe that old stick from third generation is still peeping. It is the details that determine success or failure. His character as Konoha's number 3 good young man cannot be ruined. Achoo! Third generation rubbed its nose. Someone was calling me an old man behind my back. I thought about it and continued to look at the crystal ball. Advertisement. Not bad, it's a good seedling. Then the picture on the crystal ball turned, smoke filled the air, and the old man from third generation showed a lewd smile, great, awesome. In the room. Yang Tai was looking at the purple scroll in front of him. According to his father's records, this was a spirit communication scroll that could produce chakra through spirit communication. You read that right, it's spirit communication chakra. Once you put one chakra in, you can get 3 copies out of spirit communication. Generally, after 2 times, there won't be any more chakra out of spirit communication. It needs to cool down for 2 or 3 days before you can continue to use it. The origin of this spirit communication scroll is that during World War II, my grandfather went to the Kingdom of Water to participate in the war and signed a contract with a small fish who could absorb chakra. However, Yoda said that he had watched so many episodes of Hokage and had never heard of any small fish that could absorb chakra, so he opened the scroll with some disbelief. There are 2 names on it, Lanchi Kaitai and Lanchi Hotu, and below is the bloody handprint. Anzi Yoda, you're done. Yoda treated the wound and was still a little excited to form the seals. Since he was still a little unfamiliar with the spirit communication technique, he was a little slow to form the seals. Hai Su Yu Shenwei Spirit Communication Technique. Bang! With half of his own input, the spirit communication array spread, the smoke exploded, and a fist-sized blue chakra appeared in front of Yang Tai, like a blue light bulb. Substantial chakra. Generally speaking, chakra is invisible to the naked eye. Unless it is a tailed beast chakra or a condensed ninjutsu like Rei's Nan and Reikari, it can be materialized. That is chakra's nature transformation. Yang Tai was a little worried, and his hand slowly approached the ball of chakra. He felt nothing, as if a ball of water was flowing through his palm. Chakra entered the body very smoothly, and Yang Tai began to mobilize chakra. Even though it's just a small one, it's quite a lot. Unexpectedly, it was really twice as much chakra, without any rejection or discomfort, and was actually more condensed than my own chakra. This means that after your chakra has been upgraded to several levels, the chakra you use in ninjutsu from now on will not only become less frequent, but also relatively more powerful. Now he can perform at least 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Ha 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 ha. Yoda laughed, this time very happily, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Transmigrate till now, I have been secretly scheming to the east and scheming to the west. In the end, only one teacher, Chnin, was assigned to the genin exam, and after a few tasks, teacher Chnin was in trouble. For the next 5 years, I was devoured by this chakra. All the ninjutsu taught by the old man became a decoration and I did not dare to use them at all. I could only play the role of a counselor in the team. Now that the shackles have finally been broken, from now on I will no longer be poking at the rat hiding behind my back. For several days, Yoda was very happy researching and improving the seal paper and practicing shun shui. He didn't have to worry about chakra at all. It was really cool. Advertisement. The effect is also gratifying. I have basically mastered shui shui. The next step is to slowly polish it over time. However, as the Chunin exams were about to begin, my previous plans were basically scrapped. He is just a small genin, how can such a big reputation influence so many people? It seems that this plan needs to be changed. The core remains the same. It is still to gather the Konoha shinobi and pass through the forest of death together. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to pass the second test with 2 drag bottles. If you want to gather these people, you must have the interests of everyone else. Otherwise, why would others join you? Do you have a big face? Common interests. Thinking of this, Yang Tai immediately thought of the first written test. If these people could pass the first test smoothly, wouldn't there be a chance to join forces together? I know the general content of the first test, but if I want these people to believe my words, I still need to think about it carefully. Otherwise, if you tell everyone that you can pass if you hand in a blank paper, and you don't get beaten, it will be considered that you have good character. The most important thing is that Yang Tai must be prepared to be a nanny this time. Why? Little brother, you have to understand what it means to be human and worldly. Ninja school. Looking at the big word forbearance on the door, Yang Tai asked Dai and the little fat man to go in together. Yuta, there are a lot of people, must that be the Rain Shinobi village ninja? Hidehara looked at the ninja in front of him and poked Yuta. Well, when you encounter this Rain Shinobi, be careful of their ruthlessness, they are particularly easy to fight with others. Yoda nodded and said cautiously. I met Rain Shinobi during a mission, and Yoda almost told me that he was there. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little scared. As soon as the 3 of them arrived at the door of 201, Yang Tai saw Changwei calling Fu, et. No, the goalkeeper is hitting Xiao Li. Xiao Li, Tian, the acting you two are doing is too fake. Yoda said, walking up to the 2 of them, reaching out to pull them up, even if you want to hide, there is no need, right? Neji. Xiao Li scratched his head in embarrassment, while Tian stuck out his cute tongue playfully, not looking as grey as before. They too insist on playing, what can I do? Neji shook his head slightly, saying that he couldn't stop it. Most of the people present have noticed it, why are you still acting? What kind of intelligence can be collected like this? It's meaningless. Yoda said to Sasuke. Sasuke walked out confidently, okay, let's undo the illusion. Chapter 9 Alliance. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to see it, but it's still not enough. With that said, the left goalkeeper quickly attacked Sasuke with a punch. Sasuke didn't show any signs of weakness and kicked the intruder hard. Snapped. A green figure appeared in front of the 2 of them, and then they attacked. Advertisement. The 2 of them were also very surprised, especially Sasuke. He had just seen the watermelon head being pressed to the ground and being rubbed, and now he could block the 2 attacks so easily. This is too much to hide. How can it be? Amazing. That blonde is so fast. How come? At that moment, Sasuke was startled. In the field, 2 Yoda each held a 3-pronged kunao, which was placed between the necks of the 2 guards. Okay, you 2, make way. Yang Tai smiled and dismissed the shadow clone. This is his first step in planning today, to let everyone present know that he is a tough guy, with a look on his face saying don't mess with me. Oh, okay, you passed. The 2 opened the door and signaled that everyone could go in. Everyone, let's go. Yang Tai greeted Xiao Li and others. Sasuke looked at Yoda with solemn eyes. This guy was becoming more and more difficult to see through. Hard work can indeed surpass genius. Xiao Li knows Yang Tai very well, and the 2 of them train and compete with each other whenever they have free time. Then he looked at Sasuke who was entering, just in time to spar with the genius. The first examination room. As soon as Yoda came in, he greeted the 2 procrastinators and asked them to gather all the familiar Konoha shinobi people. As soon as Naruto and the others came in, they were pulled over by Yota. At this time, most people in the entire examination room looked at him. What the hell is this blonde brat up to? Yota, why are you calling us here in such a hurry? Naruto broke away from Yota and asked with a puzzled look on his face. I was startled when I first came in, and then I was pulled over without saying a word by this guy Yota, who was a little unhappy. All 21 people looked at Yota. Like Naruto, they wanted to know what kind of medicine this guy Gord was selling. If it weren't for this guy's popularity, he and the others would have left long ago. Advertisement. It'll be ready soon. Yang Tai smiled slightly, covered his face, took out a scroll, opened it, and quickly made a seal, open. Quickly, a scroll was formed as the center, forming a transparent shield to surround everyone. This is a barrier to isolate sounds, but just in case, everyone will still cover their mouths when they talk for a while. Time is of the essence. To make a long story short, I would like to invite you all to form an alliance. Alliance? I have taken the Chunin exam 7 times, but I have never heard that everyone can form an alliance. Don't forget that even though I am a Konoha shinobi, we are all enemies when we enter the exam room. Yakushi Kabuto covered his mouth and pushed his eyes. Interesting. Yes. Yota, are you mistaken? We are all enemies, how can we be allies? Inyazuka Kaiba said impatiently, but fortunately Shino's bug blocked his mouth. Yota smiled and said, Kabuto-senpai has never formed an alliance, but that doesn't mean that we can't form an alliance. That's not realistic. Even if we are allies, we have to know what to take. Even if we know what to take, who will be the command captain, and there are interests, otherwise. Yakushi Kabuto did not continue, but everyone understood the meaning. Yota, you don't want to be the captain and then command us. If that's the case, forget it. Ye curled his lips and said with an unhappy look on his face. Everyone was also whispering impatiently. Yota shook his head, and it was time to zoom in. That's not what I meant. First of all, the issue of being the captain is not the focus. It can be easily solved. Just draw lots. Seeing everyone nodding, Yota continued, the important thing is that our alliance is definitely not now, but the second test. Second test, Yang Tai, you have inside information. Tian Tian said in surprise. Seeing Yang Tai's smile, he felt uneasy. This guy couldn't really have inside information. Of course not. TCH. Everyone sneered in unison. But according to my intelligence analysis, the first test is a written test. You will understand when you look around. Maybe some people have already known it. Yota pointed to his head and looked at Shikamaru in the crowd. This guy should have known this for a long time. Everyone looked at Shikamaru. There was a guy in the group who was smart. Troublesome guy. Shikamaru yawned and nodded. As soon as he came in, he was confused. As for the second test, 80% are team tasks and 20% are individual battles. And the alliance should be on top of the team's mission. Yang Tai analyzed. This is not realistic. If it is a team mission, there is a high chance that we will be enemies, and the biggest problem is trust. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and spoke of the core issue, trust. Everyone also nodded. If a teammate in a group of people makes a sneak attack, it will be in big trouble. The corners of his mouth rose up under Yang Tai's mask. Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all old classmates. We should have this bit of trust. The 4 classes looked at each other and nodded. Even Sakura and Ino snorted at each other and nodded. From childhood to adulthood, I still have this point. Yota smiled happily, looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said, Kabuto-senpai, we have done more than 30 missions, so we should have this kind of trust. Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly and said nothing, but everyone understood his meaning. Advertisement. Since everyone. A whole. What about me? Yamamoto shouted angrily. This guy must have ignored me on purpose. Yota picked his ears and said, okay, why are you yelling? Do you still need to explain? Everyone knows it. Ha ha ha, IWA, you and Yota haven't changed yet. Everyone also laughed. When they were in the 1st and 2nd grade, Yota was already in the 4th grade, so they were all classmates. Seeing everyone laughing non-stop, Yang Tai clapped his hands, this is also the reason why I dare to join forces with you. Of course, what Kabuto-senpai said makes sense. The main reason is that we may encounter interest issues, but I believe there will be a decisive solution to this problem, and there is no need to rush to answer it. Before that, I will give you an important piece of information. With this information, you will be able to pass the written exam almost perfectly. I passed the written test almost perfectly, is it possible? Naruto looked like I didn't believe it, pointed at his nose and asked, Yota, can I pass? Everyone knows how poor his theoretical knowledge is. If he can pass it, everyone else will have no problem. For a while, everyone was waiting for Yota's words, among them Naruto and several poor students were the most anxious. Plan 2 was successfully completed, Yoda explained. First of all, in this written test, 100% of the questions are beyond the scope. We are afraid that little Sakura will get them all right, and even I will have to make 1 or 2 mistakes. No way. Little Sakura said shyly when everyone looked at her, but when she saw Ino's disdainful expression, she immediately glared. Yang Tai slapped his forehead. The 2 enemies said, and among us candidates, 1 or 2 candidates who know the answers must sneak in, so what we have to do is find a way to plagiarize. At this time, Naruto raised his hand and said, what if I can't copy it? Everyone thought, indeed, what if the distance is too far to copy? Let me put it another way, this exam is like an intelligence gathering mission. Discover targets, collect intelligence, deliver intelligence, and keep the intelligence confidential. With these 4 points as the core, take Naruto and the others as an example. As long as little Sakura finishes writing the test papers, then erases them all and replaces them with similar answers, Naruto and Sasuke can hand in blank papers. No way. You can hand in a blank paper. Don't talk nonsense. Naruto looked like I haven't read enough books, so don't lie to me. Shikamaru, what do you think? Ino asked anxiously. Her theoretical knowledge was average, and the topic was too high, she must be. When Ino asked, everyone turned their attention to him again. This time, Shikamaru thought carefully and said, you should be able to hand in a blank paper, but only if you can keep your composure. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. Yoda raised his thumb to Shikamaru and explained, if my analysis is good, the invigilator will take the score as soon as he comes up and scare us into taking the exam and make us quit. This is a kind of psychological warfare. Just think of it as fart. Of course there are some details. Outside the barrier, a group of candidates pointed at the people inside and whispered. What are these people talking about? Who knows, they all look like clowns to me. Chapter 10 Ambush and Sneak Attack, revised. The first test is over. Marino Yaki silently collected the test papers, and there was an invigilator making a report next to him. Yoda Ike, a very good ninja, carefully archives all the records of outstanding candidates. This is their promotion to Jainin capital. After handing over the task, Marino Yaki walked to the window and looked deeply into the direction of the distant forest of death. There are more than 100 people, half of whom are Konoha shinobi. It seems that this year's Chunin exam is getting more and more interesting. Advertisement. In the barrier. It seems that everyone is very satisfied with this written test. Yang Tai gathered a group of people again and smiled while looking at everyone's happy faces. It's all thanks to your information, Yoda. Ino said happily. Everyone nodded slightly and had to say that Yang Tai's intelligence analysis ability was really accurate. Haha, thank you all for your recognition. Back to the topic, this is a 5-day survival exercise, but I think it is a mission to obtain intelligence and deliver intelligence. First we enter at each entrance and obtain the scrolls we need. Then we will meet in the northeast of our meeting point. As for other issues, we will discuss them after we gather. Time is running out. Let me tell you something. I have a perfect plan to pass the second test. After Yoda said that, he withdrew the barrier. Everyone, let's take action. The 7 teams each nodded and entered the forest of death separately. Yoda, what are we going to do now? Little Fatty Canada asked as he shuttled through the tall forest. Yang Tai commanded the 2 people who were looking over, first of all, we have to deal with food. I will spirit communication out of Liangxiang to capture some prey for you. Fat man, try your best to sense your surroundings and report the situation immediately. There are a lot of Sand Shinobi in the location we entered, so be careful. Okay. Spirit communication technique. Bang. Meow. What can I do for you, meow? A cute 3-color kitten appeared in front of the 3 of them. Ryogo, could you please go and catch some prey nearby? Hara Hydia said gently, stroking the little guy. Okay, meow. He said, meowed, and a few figures flashed by before disappearing into the forest. Liangxiang's speed is still so fast. Little Fatty Yiming said with some envy, wondering when he would get a spirit communication beast. Okay, it's already afternoon now, so it's not advisable to move forward. Let's set up some early warning devices first. Yang Tai said, taking out the wire and detonating charms and starting to set them up. There is no other way. It is too dangerous to carry 2 oil bottles, so we can only be conservative. After a while, the little guy came back with 2 fat rabbits. Advertisement. After the 2 cleaned up, they saw Yang Tai preparing various condiments early. Why did you prepare so many condiments? Yang Tai glanced at the 2 of them. Nonsense, of course it is to feed the 5 Zhang temple, otherwise you are going to. Meow, Liangxiang found someone else, meow. The little cat's voice interrupted Yoda's words. But Yang Tai didn't care at all and immediately asked, where is it? 3 miles to the south, moving towards the central tower, meow. Liang Xiang replied, tilting his head and wagging his beautiful tail. Yang Tai's mind raced, and he immediately took out a small notebook and drew a simple map. These 3 people can completely ambush a wave, and the battle can be resolved in 3 minutes of planning. Dai, you and Liang Xiang go to harass these 3 people from left to right. My shadow clone will follow you and drive them in this direction. If you have to, you can use the detonating charm to create the illusion that someone is nearby. Fat man, you and I go in front of them, make as many traps as possible, and prepare to ambush them. Do you understand? Understood. The 2 nodded in unison, and Yang Tai smiled happily. Fortunately, these 2 people were quite obedient, otherwise they would have been in trouble. Eat first before taking action. Near the ambush circle, Yang Tai opened his eyes fiercely. Sand Shinobi? Fat man, according to the news from Shadow Clone, there are 3 Sand Shinobi. Prepare your gas mask. Okay. Little Fatty Yiming put on his mask very cooperatively, always ready to take action. Coming. Little Fatty Yiming reminded. In the distance, 3 people wrapped in turbans were running towards them, as if someone was chasing them. Yang Tai pressed his hands to silence the fat man, and watched the 3 people approaching very quickly, setting up an ambush. Boom boom. Retreat quickly, there is an ambush. The leader Sand Shinobi shouted, quickly formed a seal, took a deep breath, and blew forward fiercely, wind-style great breakthrough. A huge passage was penetrated through the smoke and dust in the sky, and the 3 Sand Shinobi quickly escaped. It's too late. Explode. Yang Tai shouted softly, and 5 large splashes of water exploded around the 3 of them. What, the clearing can actually use such a large water style? The leader of the sand was horrified in his heart. Jainin must be like this. Sand Shinobi, a girl wearing eyeshadow next to her, reminded, no, this is not a ninjutsu, it's just ordinary water, run away. So that's it, no wonder it doesn't cause any harm, it turns out it's just something to bluff people. Who says ordinary water can't hurt people? Do it. Yang Tai gave the order, and 2 Daoist figures immediately sprang out from the grass. Doppelganger technique. The female teammate asked in confusion as the 3 Sand Shinobi approached. It should be Konoha's shadow clone technique. Be careful. These are entities. Don't be careless. The leader Sand Shinobi said solemnly. It seems that this is a tough battle. Yoda quickly formed the seal with 2 shadow clone, facing the Sand Shinobi with 3 sides sandwiched together. Advertisement. Water style big water prison technique. Yoda and the 2 shadow clones patted the ground at the same time. The previously dispersed water flow quickly enveloped the 3 of them, so fast that the 3 Sand Shinobi did not react at all. How can I repair it? My body is so heavy, breathing is so difficult, and I can't move at all. Female Sand Shinobi tried hard to move her body, but unfortunately she couldn't move at all. Wait a minute, I'm willing to hand over the scroll. Sand Shinobi, the leader, worked hard and reached into the knife bag to take out the scroll. It's late. Come on. Yang Tai replied coldly. He brought 2 oil bottles with him. He couldn't let anything happen, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. The 3 Sand Shinobi felt cold in their hearts, and their horrified expressions revealed that they still wanted to live. We admit defeat, we surrender. Hara Hidea and the little fat boy Ichinai rushed out quickly after hearing Doyota's order. Throwing out the shuriken wrapped with steel wire, he pulled it hard, the colors scattered, and the 3 heads fell heavily to the ground. Good job. Yoda relaxed and unlocked the ninjutsu. He had seen a lot of the scene. I didn't feel anything at all. After all, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Speaking of which, the 3 of them used water prison technique together, which was really useless for Chakra, consuming almost half of it. I didn't expect that Yang Tai would actually hide such a skill. Did he just pretend to be submissive in the past? Hidehara walked next to him, took off his gas mask, and looked Yoda up and down with a suspicious look on his face. This guy is so dishonest, always hiding it. That's right. Just 3 walnuts and 2 jujubes are still hidden. Today I must confess them all. I will be lenient if I confess, and strict if I resist. The little fat man Yiming took off his mask, came over with a scroll and said with a smile. Yang Tai's face is full of black lines. I think he will be given leniency if he confesses, and he will be jailed for it. If he resists, he will be severely punished. Let's go home to celebrate the new year. What do I have to say? What's wrong with you? He was talking and laughing just now, but suddenly he fell to the ground weakly. Yang Tai stepped forward and held him. It's poisonous, I feel weak all over, and I can't exert any strength. Yang Tai's heart sank, and he took all precautions, but luckily he didn't take off his gas mask. No. Fat man doesn't want a gas mask. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the little fat man fell to the ground with a sigh, and Yang Tai immediately put on the gas masks for the 2 of them. He immediately locked his eyes on the scroll and put the poisonous scroll into a special plastic bag. Jija, it seems that you have been drugged by Mayuan and the others. Chapter 11 Exposing Strength, Modified. The sudden strange laughter caused huge waves in Yang Tai's heart. There was actually someone who had been sitting on the mountain watching the fight between tigers and tigers, but he and others were not aware of it at all. As worthy of being an elite genin from all over the world, he was still too careless, but now was not the time to think wildly. Spirit Communication Technique. Yang Tai quickly formed seals with his back to the three of them, and the Spirit Communication Talisman array spread quickly. Bang! A cloud of white mist dispersed, and a blue chakra ball appeared in front of him. Advertisement. Reaching out and inhaling it into his body, Yang Taiji quickly threw out 6 three-pronged kunao to surround the three of them, and then turned back to look at the person coming. This series of things may seem complicated, but it actually takes less than 10 seconds. Sand Shinobi. The 3 Sand Shinobi naturally saw Yoda's actions, but now that it was 1v3, they were naturally not afraid. Hand over the scroll now, and we might let you go. The tall masked Sand Shinobi in the middle said with a ferocious smile, not looking down on Yoda at all. If I hand over the scroll, can you really let me go? Yang Tai naturally doesn't believe the other party's lies. The reason why the so-called hand over the scroll without killing is because the other party still has the ability to threaten you. It's not worth killing them all. If it were someone like Gara, there would be no point in calling him dad. Of course, you have no choice. If you pay, you will live, if you don't, you will die. Half-masked Sand Shinobi is not taking action yet. It was because the ninjutsu Yoda used before was a bit strong, and he was afraid that he might have some powerful trump cards. Seeing that Yang Tai was silent and motionless, with a gesture, the 2 people next to him. He distanced himself, took out his shuriken and other weapons, and took a stance. It's obvious that he won't agree, so we're going to take action. Yang, Yoda, promise him. At this time, Haruhidia reluctantly moved his head, and a weak voice came, interrupting Yoda's thinking. Hey, forget it, let's wait until the large army gathers before joining forces. I am so lucky to have you. Then, Yang Tai reluctantly threw the 2 heavenly scrolls to the other party, hoping that the other party would keep his promise. Great, boss, the 2 heavenly scrolls are exactly what we need. The painting next to it looks like a ghost. Sand Shinobi said happily. The half-masked Sand Shinobi was also happy when he heard this. Not long after he came in. There are only 3 scrolls. In this way, you and others can advance to attack and retreat to defend, which is a perfect start. 3 of you, we can go. Yang Tai said with a gloomy face, this time I stole the chicken but failed to lose the rice. I was really frustrated. Of course, no. The half-masked Sand Shinobi teased in a deliberately long voice. GGGGG, we are just preventing you from jumping over the wall and destroying the scroll. Now is the time for you Konoha Shinobi to die. I will take it as revenge for Mihara and the others. Advertisement. Baga, Yalu. How can we repair it? You don't keep your trust. Yang Tai's expression began to turn cold, and he reluctantly left the 2 salted fish on the ground, making promises and joking with the 2 hostile foreigners. What's the point of talking about credibility with you Konoha pigs? The big deal is, after you die, I will apologize to you. Sand Shinobi, whose face was full of ghostly drawings, curled his lips in disdain and mocked. Do it. Fight quickly. The 2 men on the left and right quickly threw dozens of shurikens, kunao and Sand Shinobi in the direction of Yoda, and even sprinkled a purple poisonous mist. When the half-masked Sand Shinobi saw this, he flipped his hands to form seals and pushed his palms forward, wind-style fire wind palm. Suddenly, 2 powerful whirlwinds swept through the shuriken kunao, and the poisonous mist seemed to form 2 purple lion majesty rushing towards Yang Tai and the others. It's over, Fatty, now we are dead. Haruhidia said desperately. He could see it very clearly from his perspective, and he didn't expect that he would die so quickly. We of you, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Although the little fat man couldn't see it, he couldn't see it. But the roaring wind told him that the other party was using a very powerful wind-style ninjutsu, and he didn't want to die. Yoda raised his eyebrows and combined ninjutsu. Burst. Bang bang bang. 6 paths a large water group appeared around Yang Tai and the others. Water-style water barrier. Yang Tai's face was solemn, and he made 2 seals. He placed his hands on his chest, a bit like a chest expansion exercise. In an instant, the surrounding water swirled around the 3 of them at a very fast speed. What? Haruhidia couldn't believe it and tried to raise his head. What a powerful water-style ninjutsu. Is Yoda so strong? Did he pretend it before? The little fat man Yiming was also shocked. Was this powerful water style used by Yang Tai? Is this still the guy from before who was hiding behind all kinds of schemes? How could it be possible to cultivate it? It was hidden so deeply that it even deceived its brothers. Boom! Crash! Water splashed everywhere, and Yoda's water barrier successfully blocked the opponent's ninjutsu. How is this possible? Less than a second. A fake fight, right? Falling off the tightrope, right? The three Sand Shinobi were shocked on the spot. The speed of performing ninjutsu could not be matched by Jainin. Good chance. Yang Tai was so happy that he dared to be distracted from the battle, and quickly formed 3 seals, Chenjo Mao, and spit out a large stream of water from his mouth. Water-style water waves. A quarter of the chakra disappears in an instant, and the spitted water with chakra. It carried the surrounding current and instantly formed a small wave, which rose to a height of 3 meters and hit the 3 of them heavily. Jump up quickly. Advertisement. The half-masked Sand Shinobi screamed in alarm. Chakra erupted from the solace of his feet and jumped into the air. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yoda used his ninjutsu too quickly, and one of the Sand Shinobi screamed in agony and was directly hit by a huge wave. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Gudong. Cold sweat broke out from their foreheads. They looked at Yoda below in disbelief. This guy was too scary. What I'm waiting for is for you to jump into the air, so you can't use your strength to dodge. Yoda smiled coldly, threw out a few shurikens, and quickly formed seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Remember, never provoke Konoha genin in the next life. Yoda's emotionless words came out. Before the two of them understood what they meant, they saw several shurikens thrown by Yoda. That's it. Laozi has taken off his pants, so you just look at me. It's a bit contemptuous. Before the masked Sand Shinobi could sneer, his face began to turn pale, his mouth trembled, and the word despair was written all over his eyes. Search that, Buckkin. At this time, the shurikens in the air were divided into 2, and the 2 were divided into 4. In an instant, the entire air was densely packed with shurikens. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were cut into a hornet's nest by shurikens in the air. Bang bang! 2 loud bangs. Yang Tai came over to take a look. Tisk, 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 it's all turned into mud. I won't recognize them even if they come here. The 2 of them could not die anymore. Putting on gas-proof gloves, Yoda found 3 scrolls on the masked Sand Shinobi. 2 scrolls of heaven and 1 scroll of earth. In this way, we can advance, attack, retreat or defend. This is the time to carry out the next step of the clearing plan. For this second exam, Yang Tai made 2 plans. 1. Assemble the Konoha team. 2nd, clear out most of the other single powerful ninjas. Taking back the scroll and looking at the 2 salted fish that could now move their arms, Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like he was just under the influence of something similar to a drug. Yoda, UBD, you deceived us so miserably. Seeing Yoda's shadow clone help him up, Haruhidia looked at Yoda with resentment on his face, like a little noble lady who had been deceived. Ahem, I'm just a shadow clone. You can take this matter to me. I won't take the blame. Clone number 1 spoke righteously and sternly. Why should he act cool and blame his own clone for taking the blame? How can he cultivate it? Don't look at me like that, I'm a clone too. Facing the pitiful appearance of the little fat man, the second clone curled his lips and said, I don't want to take the blame. Hurry back to the camp. Yang Tai felt the gazes of the 4 people, pretended not to see them, said hello, and ran away quickly. Yoda, give us an explanation. Chapter 12 Sand Hat and Madman, revised. The next day. In the dark forest, Yang Tai and the other 3 were moving rapidly toward the northeast. Yoda, I always feel that you are not telling the truth. Haruhidia turned over a tree trunk and looked at Yoda next to him with some suspicion. The little fat man Yiming nodded and said, yes, a little bit of family inheritance can be so powerful. I don't believe it. It's too far-fetched. Yang Tai was speechless. In this world, people's hearts are old. No one believes even half of the truth. This is the truth you want. Do you think I look like a liar? Advertisement. Haruhidia, yeah, like. Yiming, I can't say they are similar, but that's it. Yoda. Okay, whatever you like, it's almost noon, let's find a place to eat. Yang Tai waved his hands helplessly, forcing the subject to change. Really, if I had to reveal everything about him, he wouldn't even reveal this bit of information if he hadn't been a classmate for many years. Meow. Liang Xiang noticed that there was a fight ahead. A colorful figure jumped out from the shade of the tree, licking its little paws and saying cutely. Several people. Have you seen which ninja country it is? Yang Tai asked. It seemed that he had just come in and met a lot of people. Liang Xiang shook his head. After looking at these 2 salted fish, Yang Tai decided to wait for 1 more day, until the situation stabilized and most people had obtained the scrolls or hid before setting off. However, this does not mean that he cannot cause trouble. Shadow Clone. You two find a place to hide with Shadow Clone first, and I'll go take a look. The two looked at each other, and the little fat man said, how about we go together, it will be safer. Yang Tai shook his head. He was just there to cause trouble. It would be inappropriate if there were too many people. Don't worry, I'll go over and take a look. You two can find a secluded place and we can be lazy for the day. I go first. Yoda waved his hand, and a body flicker technique disappeared. What are you looking at? Let's go. Clone number 1 shouted carelessly and took the lead in walking in the other direction. I don't know why, but I really want to slap him. Hara Hydia looked at the carefree clone number 1 and said angrily to the little fat man. I feel the same way, so do I. By the way, Dai, I have a good idea, please come over and let's do this. The little fat man groaned and rolled his eyes, and then the two of them bit each other's ears. Hiss. Clone number 1 turned around and saw these two salty fishes quarreling with each other, pushing and shoving each other, trying to resist but then welcoming them, as if Ah Zhen had fallen in love with Ah Chiang. Suddenly, I took a deep breath and got goosebumps all over my body. I never thought these two people would have such a hobby. No, you must tell the main body as soon as possible, otherwise if you are drugged, your virginity will be at risk. Thinking about it, clone number 1 quickly distanced himself from the two old glasses. When the two of them saw Yang Tai's clone pulling away from each other, they didn't care to continue discussing the plan. Meow, it's right in front, meow. Advertisement. At this time Liang Xiang stopped, raised his ears and pointed in one direction. Yoda listened carefully and couldn't hear anything at all. He used the perception ninjutsu to start exploring. The distance of 300 meters is still too short. I can only vaguely feel someone. A fat man should be able to sense it clearly. As I said, there are specialties in the art. Liang Xiang, you go back first. Yoda rubbed Liango's cute little head. When did he want to be such a cute spirit communication beast? Liang Xiang rubbed Yoda's trousers comfortably, turned around and disappeared into the woods. No wonder, Dai, this guy likes playing with cats so much, it's really fun. Yang Tai smiled and muttered a few words to himself, then lurked in the direction of the fight. You Rain Shinobi, don't go too far. The scroll is also given to you, so why bother killing them all? Sand Hat is very angry, these people are so hateful. We all handed over the scroll and killed our own captain, how can we repair it? GGGGG, who stipulates that you will not be killed if you hand over the scroll, are you? The one-eyed man in a white cloak carrying 6 umbrellas said with an arrogant smile. You, can't fix it. Shamao was so angry that he could not speak. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was not strong enough and did not even have the right to surrender. GGG, you two little brats who haven't been weaned yet, I've had enough fun, it's time to send you on your way. The big man Rain Shinobi smiled ferociously and signaled the two people behind him to start taking action. The two sidekicks behind them smiled cruelly and threw the 6 umbrellas behind them into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 umbrellas opened in unison, and the big man Rain Shinobi made a seal and shouted. Ninja technique, like rain and dew. Madman, be careful. This is the move that kills the captain. Shamao anxiously reminded the female teammate wearing makeup next to him. Wivuwu, we can't run away, Wivuwu. The madman collapsed on the ground, covered her face and cried bitterly. This was not an exam. She was obviously here to die. She wanted to go home. Clang clang. Who? The big man Rain Shinobi was startled when he saw all 6 umbrellas in the air being knocked down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, Shamao looked at the figure in blue with blonde hair in a daze. It turned out to be him. How could it be him? How could it be Konoha, Wivu? Sand Hat has ever thought of saving himself as Sand Shinobi or his friend. But he never expected that the visitor turned out to be Konoha Shinobi, whom he had always been somewhat hostile to. Thinking of this, the 15-year-old man couldn't help crying anymore. How can you repair it? I'll kill these Sand Shinobi, why are you, a Konoha Shinobi, joining in the fun? Advertisement. The big man Rain Shinobi said angrily, I really don't understand, shouldn't the fisherman benefit from this situation? Picking the peaches last? Didn't this Konoha Shinobi have his brain kicked by a donkey? Yoda appeared in front of the 2 Sand Shinobi, looking at the 3-pronged kunao falling from the air. 4 fell in front of him, 1 fell among several people, and the last one fell among the 3 opponents. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth raised, and he said solemnly, don't you know that Tsunagakuer and Konoha village are allies? When our companions are in trouble, we naturally need to help them. Is there any problem with this? The Sand Hats and lunatics were all moved together. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The sun flickered slightly, and I was secretly happy that my goal had been achieved. He suddenly came up with an idea, commonly known as pig-raising flow. If he can win over a large number of ninjas with weak individual abilities and eliminate those with strong individual abilities, take them through the exams so that in the third and fourth individual battles, when he encounters such a weakling, wouldn't he be able to pinch him with both hands? The big man Rain Shinobi sighed in disdain, who would believe such nonsense? Leaving aside his followers, the three of them can control 9 large umbrellas at the same time. Just because you are a little brat with 2 oil bottles, it is simply a dream to beat yourself. In this game, he will lead you away. No matter what you are here for, you will die. Go together. Swish, swish, swish. 9 large wooden umbrellas flew into the sky together, and the three of them formed seals at the same time, and shouted in unison. Ninjutsu, like rain and dew thousands of times. Be careful. Sand Hat and Madman exclaimed at the same time, reminding them. Done. Is this glimmer of hope for survival going to be dashed? Wivu, the madman couldn't help but burst into tears and turned into a whimper. Shamao's eyes began to turn gloomy, and it seemed that there was no hope. Lie down quietly. If you are tired, just die. The 9 large umbrellas in the sky rotated at a high speed, as if they turned into 9 tornadoes, setting off bursts of air currents, causing Yang Tai to narrow his eyes slightly. Boo-hoo-hoo. In an instant, countless thousands of chopstick-sized books were shot at Yang Tai and the others as if they were free of money. Well done. Bang bang bang. Water-style water barrier. Yoda controlled the explosion of Kunao in front of him and quickly began to form seals. Second Hokage's modified water barrier ninjutsu is really tried and tested, it's really easy to use, and it's really worry-free. The water flow in the seal paper, under the control of Yang Tai Chakra, turned into a huge water dragon whirlwind and rose. Chapter 13 The pot comes from the sky. The water dragon whirlwind spun at an extremely fast speed, and the threads disappeared into the swirling water like water dripping into the sea. After several battles, Yoda found that the water barrier ninjutsu was perfect against some hidden weapons. This was simply a simplified version of Revolving Heaven. By the way, this jutsu isn't second Hokage, a modified version of Revolving Heaven. Thinking about it this way, it's really possible with second Hokage's character. Search that, Buck-kin. Advertisement. Quickly retreat. Rain Shinobi, the big man's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was so proud of his ninjutsu, but he didn't even make waves in front of the ninja in front of him. This was definitely a member of a big family, and he immediately told the 2 followers behind him to run away. I want to run, but it's too late. With a thought in Yang Tai's mind, he took a step forward without making any seals with one hand. In an instant, there were 2 soft bang-bang sounds, and a 7 or 8 meter long water column with an S-shaped tail end appeared in the field. Rain Shinobi and the other 3 looked at the water column appearing beside them in shock. What was going on? Could it be that strange Kunao? The next moment, a vague figure appeared in the water column. Rain Shinobi's pupil shrank, his face looked frightened, and he quickly wanted to retreat. Just as he was about to loudly remind his 2 followers. After images flashed before his eyes, bright red blood splashed everywhere, and the words he wanted to shout were stuck in his throat, and he could no longer say them. The big man Rain Shinobi fell to his knees, covering his bleeding neck with both hands, and made a strange sound of a. In his eyes, he saw his 2 followers also falling to the ground, holding their necks. This seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and he lost his temper and fell to the ground. Yoda shook off the water stains on his body and used the simple combination Flying Thunder God for the first time in a real sense. The effect was perfect and amazing. The only drawback is that the distance is too short, but just now the 2 Kunao were used together, giving Yang Tai another idea. It's very simple. The first way is to stack 2 sealing papers and use them together. The second improved version idea is to draw 2 sets of runes on a piece of seal paper, or even more. In theory, there is no upper limit to the increase, but Yang Tai takes into account the terrain and human factors, and 12 meters, 30 meters, and 50 meters are the best. Thinking about it, Yang Tai became a little excited. The problem that he had been having a headache was finally solved. Once completely successful, one's own strength can reach the special Jainin level, or even higher, achieving leapfrog growth. This is amazing. Shamao pretended to be dead and said with trembling lips, he was not dazzled, was he? In less than 10 seconds, Rain Shinobi, the powerful Moringa opposite, received the lunchbox. It's a fake fight, right? It's a tightrope drop, right? This is too exaggerated. What are you doing? Ouch. Advertisement. The madman pinched Shamao's thigh hard. Seeing the pain on his companion's face, he confirmed that he was not dreaming or suffering from an illusion. Then with an infatuated look on his face, he ran to Yang Tai, looked at the handsome guy who saved him a little shyly, and said softly, "Thank you, senior, for saving us. My name is Xylan Crazy." Shamao rubbed his purple thighs that had been pinched, and looked at the gentle and considerate madman with an incredulous look on his face. "Rub your eyes and look up, Down, left and right, you're right. It was her, but her appearance changed when she faced the handsome guy. Shaimao didn't care about that. He hurried over and bowed to express his gratitude. I'll call Tian Shaimao and thank you for your assistance. Madman and I are very grateful to you. It's okay, Sand Shinobi and Konoha are allies, it should be like this. Madman? Sand Hat. How come there is such a strange name? Yang Tai smiled silently. Just after he said the unintended words, some memories flooded into his mind, interrupting what he was going to say next. Surrounded on three sides? Fatty, did they carry it like this? Discovered by 3 teams at the same time. However, the 2 of them are very brave and dare to attack me. Touch your cheek, this kind of beating is not pleasant. Another place. Yoda, there are 3 teams slowly approaching us, and they seem to have similar reconnaissance methods. Fatty Yiming opened his eyes and said solemnly. However, the other party seems to be still testing, and will not approach easily for a while. Be more confident and remove the similarities. I'll inform the main body first. Do you have anything to say? Clone number 1 rolled over on the lawn and said weakly. Suddenly, the little fat man and Hidehara looked at each other, smiled evilly, and slowly walked towards the clone number 1. Hey? Why are you so quiet? Clone number 1 frowned slightly, and when he turned around, he saw these 2 old glasses rushing towards him. Immediately stopped, clone number 1 immediately screamed in fear. Please bean sack. Please bean sack. Remember to keep your strength and don't explode. I asked you to lie to your brother. I didn't, I'm not. Yet. Die, look at this guy talking so hard. Ah. Li Menzangdi is from Joshuren, what does it have to do with El Yusuan, far away? Ouch. Your mouth is swollen and you are still talking nonsense. Fatty, I respect you as a man. Advertisement. It seems to me that the whole body is soft, but this mouth is hard. Look at the beating. Yazudi. Crack, crackle. A cigarette afterwards is better than a living god. Fatty Yiming flexed his hands and feet and sighed. Hara Hidea nodded and uttered 2 words, comfortable. In the corner, clone number 1 was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and face, like a ravaged little girl, with a tear of regret flowing from the corner of his eyes. It's all the body's fault, why should I take the blame? However, the main body must also taste the feeling of being beaten. With a bang, he disappeared in place. It seemed that the pig flow plan he had just started was going to come to nothing. He sighed. I have something to do first. Take this kunao, maybe you can use it. Let's go first. Bye. Yang Tai put away a scroll from the other party and disappeared. He's leaving now, really. The madman kicked the stone at his feet angrily. When he met such a handsome, good, and powerful handsome guy, he left before even saying a few words. So angry. Then he looked at the sand hat waving at the side with an unkind look, it's you. Shaimao was stunned and suddenly felt murderous. Turning his head, he met the madman's unkind gaze, and his throat twitched, that. What are you looking at? They left because of you. No, you can blame me for all this. How can a woman who is a nymphomaniac be so unreasonable? Madman, listen to me, there must be something urgent when I leave. If you hadn't spoken, would they have left? If you hadn't bowed, people would have left. If you hadn't breathed, they would have left. The lunatic put his hands on his hips, spittle flew everywhere, and scolded his hat. After finishing his words, he folded his arms and crossed his chest, tilting his head as if he was angry. It's wrong for a woman to breathe when she's angry. When people sit at home, disaster comes from heaven. Shaimao now had a deeper understanding of the sentence, lowered his head and said. Sorry, I was wrong. Where is wrong? Everything is wrong. Chapter 14 The Unlucky Class 8. Temporary Camp. Do you think Yang Tai will take revenge? Fatty Yiming sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. Hara Hidea held a piece of grass in his mouth and said casually, be more confident and see if you can remove it. Besides, Ruyi was the one who did it, and you are the mastermind. You are all brothers. As the old saying goes. We share blessings and hardships, so you can't betray me. Advertisement. The little fat man's face turned green at that time, and he said angrily, what kind of fate do I have to meet such a person who sells out his teammates? Hara Hidea scratched his head deliberately and pretended to think hard. Is there this old saying? Why do I remember that we share blessings together, but we don't cope with hardships? Fat man, it seems that your memory is not very good. Please see a doctor after you get out. You are despicable and shameless. The little fat man pointed at Hara Hidea tremblingly, and it took him a long time to spit out 2 words. Thank you for the compliment. Hidehara bowed his hands very politely to express his praise. Done. This guy is determined to sell him out. Oh my god! Search Deis Ne. Just when the little fat man was about to play the emotional card, he heard a very familiar voice coming. The fat on his fat face trembled, and he turned around with a chrysanthemum-like smile to say hello, Yang Tai, you're back, come here, sit down. Seeing the fat man diligently wiping the grass with his sleeves, Yang Tai looked at the two of them with a sneer. Ahem, Yoda, you came back just in time and we are almost surrounded on three sides. Let's see what we do now. Under Yoda's gaze, Hidehara coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment and forcefully changed the subject. The little fat man Yiming immediately picked up the conversation, nodded crazily and said, yes, we are being attacked from three sides. Shadow clone technique. The figure of 6 paths quickly held the two of them tightly. Snapped. With a grin on his face, Yang Tai took out his waistband, pulled it up and down hard, and made a crisp sound. The two of them shivered at the same time, and the crisp sound penetrated directly into their souls. Gudong, Fatty Yiming swallowed his saliva, and immediately struggled and said, Yang Tai, calm down, now Sanmian. Snapped. Threefold sandwich, right. Ah, Yoda Todai's plan has nothing to do with me. Seeing Yoda coming over, Hidehara shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead and gave an ugly smile. Advertisement. Yoda, we are brothers, my friend, don't believe the fat man's lies. Brother, right? My friend. Right. Yang Tai said with a very kind smile, the BD plotted against me. If these two guys weren't his classmates, he would have sold them for a lot of money. Pop. Ah. Please bean sack. New camp. In a small cave, there is a big hole in the sky. The sun shines directly down, and the cave is very bright. At this time, the rapidly rotating brush in Yang Tai's hand stopped, and a palm-sized seal paper in front of him was covered with dense runes. The long distance, 20 meters, is finally completed. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Yang Tai picked up the sealing paper with a joyful expression. It's the first time to draw so many runes on such a small paper, and it's still a bit unfamiliar. However, as I become more proficient in the future, 30 meters and 50 meters should not be a problem. The next step is to transform everything. Yang Tai smiled to himself. Then he looked at his 53-pronged kunao and couldn't help laughing. This is a big project. But the benefits are real, becoming a Janin-like existence. In the third test, as long as you don't encounter Xiaoli, Neji, and Gara, you can do it alone. In the blink of an eye, a day passed while Yang Tai was working non-stop. Yoda, which direction are you going now? Hidehara asked as he moved his hands and feet. Lay down and move toward the northeast. It's time to assemble a large force and clear out the remaining powerful individual ninjas. Thinking about it, Yoda couldn't wait. If Gara was eliminated, his life would not be in danger at all in the subsequent games. A place in the forest of death. How's Hinata, are you following? Inyazuka Kaiba comforted Akamaru and looked nervously at Hinata, who had her Byakugan open. The 3 sand ninjas carrying the gourd are chasing after them again. Hinata exited the clairvoyant state and sat on the ground a little tired. Let's leave quickly. How can it be repaired? Isn't that BD tired? Inyazuka Kaiba punched the ground in frustration. Advertisement. After 2 days in the forest of death, one moment I thought I had a good tone and got an earth scroll, and the next moment I was chased by this BD for 2. If Shino hadn't used parasitic bugs to contain the guy for a period of time, the 3 of them would have revealed their whereabouts. But the question is, where are we running now? It's only a matter of time before that guy catches up with us. Seeing that the 2 of them were a little frustrated, Zhina weighed the pros and cons and said. Run northeast. If we encounter Neji and the others, we might be able to defeat this guy by joining forces. If you don't meet me, hand over a scroll that the other party needs. Okay, let's set off in the northeast direction. Inyazuka Kaiba clenched his fist hard, put Akamaru on his shoulders, and set off directly. Hinata nodded obediently and followed Inyazuka Kaiba. Shino looked around at the seal and saw dense black insects crawling under it, then turned and left. The 3 of them ran for a whole day. In a wide place, 3 people sat on the ground tiredly, drinking water and eating. Shino frowned, the connection with the parasitic bug disappeared so quickly. He drank some water to moisten his throat first. The other party is coming soon, we'd better hand over the scroll. I can't run away anymore, please hand it over. Inyazuka Kaiba lay helplessly on the ground, while Akamaru licked his master's cheek with his little tongue. Hey! Hinata also let out a long sigh of relief, finally no longer having to run. Shino looked into the distance. Although it was his suggestion to hand over the scroll, he was a little uneasy. Normal people would leave after receiving the scroll. But what should you do if you encounter something abnormal? Thinking of this, he immediately formed a seal to move the insects underground, and then used the family's secret method to speed up the reproduction of the parasites. 10 minutes later. 3 figures appeared in front of Shino and the others. Looking at Gaara's cold, expressionless face, Shino cautiously took out a scroll and said, "We admit defeat, take the scroll." Just as Temari was about to step forward, Kankuro pulled him back and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What are you doing?" "Gaara, after chasing for 2 days, do you think he will let these 3 people go easily?" Kankuro reminded. Temari was startled, "Yes." She turned around and saw Gaara, raising a hand and slowly clenching it. "Sand binding. Watch your step." Before Shino finished speaking, a few strands of sand wrapped around the lower bodies of the 3 of them. "How can it be repaired? It can't be moved. The scrolls are all yours, and you still do it. It's despicable." Inyazuka yelled angrily with his teeth gritted. "Despicable? Haha, you Konoha shinobi are too naive, but I still want to say goodbye to you." Kankuro smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, telling him not to be a ninja in the next life. Beer. Chapter 15 Take Action, Modified. As Gaara said the last word, his fist clenched. Temari smiled and waved. Gaara also started to relax and look at the blood rain. Bang bang bang. The sand that restrained the 3 of them splashed down, and when Hinata and Kaiba were still a little confused, Shino's voice came, "Quickly retreat." Advertisement. The 2 quickly retreated. "Roll your eyes." Veins popped up next to Hinata's eyes, and she instantly saw clearly that it was Shino's parasite. "How is that possible?" Kankuro and Temari exclaimed at the same time. Did Gaara make a mistake? Unlikely. Gaara was also stunned. In the past, as long as the sand bound the enemy, they would basically die, or at best be severely disabled. Today, for the first time, my ninjutsu failed. I squinted my eyes and felt carefully that there were a lot of things mixed in my sand. Random's eyes were cold, as if looking at a dead person, and he looked at the 3 of them and said, "You have successfully angered me." Gaara waved his hand, and the sand in the gourd spurted out, turning into a long whip and whipping at the 3 of them. Gentle fist acupuncture. Hinata rolled her eyes and found the weak point where the sand whip chakra flowed, imagining that it was like hitting a ball with red dots, and slapped it with a palm covered with chakra. Boom. Dust is flying and grains of sand are scattered. This palm seemed to hit Lion Majesty's 7 inches, and the entire sand whip spread out and turned into a field of sand. Shino and Inyazuka Kaiba were a little shocked at the same time. Isn't this a fake Hinata in front of them? 4. Hinata, when did you become so powerful? You looked disbelieving and looked Hinata up and down. Is this still the good girl? Being looked at by the 2 of them, Hinata immediately blushed with embarrassment and hesitated. This is all, thanks to Yoda, it was him, he drew up an exercise plan for me and said it was very helpful for me to practice gentle fist. Yoda, this guy also knows gentle fist, and doesn't he often hang out with Neji and the others? Inyazuka Kaiba scratched his head and took another look. Hinata smashed the sand with his palm and asked that guy to get me a plan. Are you done? Gaara's cold voice came, and he clapped his hands, and 7 or 8 tentacles of sand attacked the 3 of them. Hinata, block these attacks, Kaiba, harass them from the side. Shino clapped his hands, and countless parasitic bugs flew up, covered in darkness, and rushed towards Gaara. Orc clone, Yotongye. Akamaru and Kaiba instantly transformed into 2 tornadoes and attacked Gaara. Gentle fist. Hinata's expression was solemn, with 1 palm and 1 tentacle, the sand could not come close to her at all. Are we really not going to do anything? Temari asked with some uncertainty. Kankuro shook his head and pursed his lips. Look, isn't Gaara having fun? You might really get killed if you disturb him now. Temari nodded and watched the battle quietly. Advertisement. In the field. Gaara stood there with his arms crossed, not caring about Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru drilling in the sky above him. Who? What should Shino do now? Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru asked as they came back to the 2 of them panting. There's nothing I can do. My parasitic bugs were crushed as soon as they entered the sand. And according to Hinata, this guy has so many chakras that we are no match for him, Shino analyzed. Turning his palm and smashing another tentacle, Hinata said with some difficulty, Shino, I can't hold on any longer. How can it be repaired? In the woods to the side. 3 eyes were looking at the battle in the distance. Are the 3 of us going together? Fatty Yiming asked. Yoda shook his head, and then said with firm eyes, you 2 are here to deliver food. You go to this position to meet Hinata. Vegetable? Hara Hideo was speechless. Okay, we admit this, it's wrong, and then he immediately realized that something was wrong. You have to go alone. Go alone? Fatty Yiming was a little anxious and said incoherently, look, that guy is just playing for fun when he hits Shino and the others. If you go, you are not delivering food. I don't agree. I don't agree either. Yang Tai smiled happily, feeling is something that gets deeper every time, don't worry, I'm more afraid of death than you are, think about it. Shino and the others are my companions. I must rescue them. You go here to help them. Okay, go quickly. Okay, be careful. The two of them hesitated and disappeared into the jungle. Yoda immediately shook his head. They were still too young, and he was not a good person on the street. Why should you help the three of them? It's not just because of the other person's identity and background. There is no love without reason in this world. The next step is a tough battle. Yang Tai looked into the distance and took out a small scroll with a solemn expression. Untie. The white mist flashed, and a dark red 4th generation windbreaker appeared in front of me. That's right, it's that multifunctional windbreaker. All of Yoda's 3-pronged kunai are in this windbreaker. Yang Tai was a little excited to put it on. This was the first time he wore this windbreaker to fight. It was all planned out originally, but he wore it out during the 4th exam and blinded the eyes of the people around him. I didn't expect that people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. Then he looked at the 3 people with yayo jade pendants in the distance and quickly formed seals. Spirit communication technique. Spirit communication technique. Gara looked at the 3 people who were powerless and shook his head secretly. If you only have this strength, then you can die. Gara raised his hands, and all the sand gathered in the sky, gradually forming a huge palm. Advertisement. Who? Seeing Gara withdrawing into the sand, the 3 of them felt relaxed. The next moment, the 3 of them looked at the giant hand in the air with some despair. There was no way to avoid it. Gudong. Inyazuka Teja's throat twitched and he asked in a low voice, "Are you going to die now? Shino, do you think it will be painful?" Shino said nothing. Maybe this is the destiny of ninjas. Hinata looked at the giant palm that was about to fall and prayed to heaven in her heart, "Naruto, you must live a happy life." Then he stood up resolutely and took on the gentle fist stance. "Shino, Kaiba, you run away, I'll stop this guy." Inyazuka Kaiba was the first to jump up and waved Kaiba Toga away. "Are you kidding me? You have stolen the limelight from me. I want to be the man of Hokage. Then come together." Shino struck the ground with his seal, and large groups of parasitoid wasps emerged from their pupae and flew in mid-air. Konoha control room. Hnin monitor asked Scar Jainin next to him, "Sir, do you think these 3 people can survive?" Scar Jainin, who looked serious next to him, shook his head and said, "I can't survive. First of all, if you look at the Inyazuka family's attack, it is almost useless. Secondly, the Abarame family's parasites have no use at all. Finally, only the Hyuga family's little girl can barely defend. Failure is just a matter of time. Then do we need to carry out rescue?" Monitor Hnin asked, and after thinking for a while, he added. "After all, those 3 little guys have extraordinary identities." Scar Jainin shook his head. "It's not easy for us to make a decision on this matter. And this exam is in charge of Anko Jainin. No one can enter without her and Hokage-sama's orders." Speaking of this, Scar Jainin separated a shadow clone and quickly left the control room. Whoosh! The giant palm fell, and a harsh blast of airflow was heard. The strong wind pressure made the clothes of the 3 people rustle, which made some of them really uncomfortable. Clang! Sudden! 4 3-pronged kunai appeared in front of the 3 people. Before Shino and others could react, a large water column suddenly appeared in front of them. Hinata blocked her eyes and suddenly saw a red figure appear in front of her between her fingers. "Blonde? This is Yoda." "Yoda!" Hinata exclaimed, and Shino and Kaiba looked at the person. "Now is not the time to chat," burst. As soon as Yang Tai finished speaking, 3 water slaps appeared in front of him. Water barrier might not be able to block this slap, so let's go head on and quickly form seals. Water style water dragon bullet. The huge water dragon circled around the fast sun, looked up to the sky and let out a roar. A divine dragon swung its tail, opened its teeth and claws, and rushed towards the giant hand in the air. All this seems complicated, but in fact it only takes about 10 seconds. Chapter 16 Favor obtained, modified. Search that, Buck-kin. Kankuro, who was watching the show, looked shocked. How is it possible for such a large water style to be used in such an open space? The person coming here must be Jainin. Temari had a solemn look on his face and turned his hand to take off the fan, but when he saw the person clearly, he was surprised and said, "It's him. Is this guy so strong?" Advertisement. Kankuro said with lingering fear, thinking that it was Yoda who really let go, otherwise he would have been completely cold. The 3 people behind Yang Tai opened their mouths wide, and their minds immediately shut down. Hinata's open Sakura peach mouth can fit an egg into it. Even Shino, who always had a straight face and claimed to have never lost a match, looked shocked. Did he still know Yang Tai, who he and others knew, and held the will of fire every day? Inyazuka kept smacking his teeth, and finally said one of Yoda's classic sayings, "FK." Boom! In the air. 1 dragon and 1 palm collided violently. The water flow and the sand quickly merged and spread out in all directions. In an instant, large swaths of water-soaked sand hit several people underground. This piece weighs hundreds of kilograms, and it will definitely not feel good if it is hit by it. Water-style water barrier. Wind-style empty sand wall defense. Bang bang bang. After the loud noise, Yoda stopped his hand and looked at Gara with an expressionless face, holding up the oversized mushroom-shaped sand. Konoha control room. Who is this person? Monitor Chnin asked in surprise. Water style is so powerful, I can't even endure it. Scarjanin looked at the screen for a while, took out 2 cards to output Chakra, looked at it, and said with great confidence. Genin, AI Yoda, a very good elite genin. Elite ninjas are also called senior ninjas in the ninja circle. It is a way for ninjas to distinguish newcomers from old people when the number of tasks they complete reaches a certain level. Not an official name. Well, he is an elite genin at such a young age, so can he beat the kid with a gourd on his back? Monitoring Chnin was surprised and said in confusion. Scars shook his head and said solemnly, it's probably difficult. That kid Sand Shinobi has completed a B-level mission by himself. B-level mission? How could this be genin? Monitor Chnin couldn't believe it. You must know that B-level missions require Jainin to lead the team, and at the end of the day, Jainin must lead the team. Isn't this Lanchi Yangtai dead? In the field. This guy seems to be stronger than last time. Did he not try his best last time? This is interesting, Gara said secretly, and then smiled. He hadn't met a strong person in a long time. Advertisement. I haven't felt this excited for a long time. Gara laughed. Temari seemed to be thinking of something, and left, pulling Kankuro and retreating. Damn it, this guy is going crazy. If he doesn't go far, he will really die. Hey, their companions ran away. Maybe we can beat them now. Inyazuka Kaiba said with joy on his face. Hinata looked confused, but, why did they run? Gudong. You'll know just by looking at it with your Byakugan. Yoda swallowed hard and said without looking back. I'm under a lot of pressure, that's what I mean on the surface. Is this the pressure of the tailed beast Chakra? Ah. How could? Hinata rolled her eyes and took a few steps back. Shino quickly asked, what's wrong with Hinata? Inyazuka Kaiba also cast a questioning look. The whole body is covered with substantial chakra, very violent, like a beast. Hinata explained with some fear. You guys run behind, Dai and Yiming will meet you there, and then gather towards the destination. Yang Tai used Shadow Clone and said to behind him. No, let's go together. Inyazuka Kaiba shouted. Yoda, you believe us, we will not give up on our companions. Hinata looked firmly at Yang Tai and smiled. Shino went even further and directly sacrificed a large number of parasites. Suddenly, Yang Tai's face is covered with black lines. What is this and what? What are you doing? Ouch. What I mean is that you retreat first. If I pester this guy for a while, he will run away. What are you thinking? It's so tragic. You must treat me to barbecue later. Bang. The 3 of them fell to the ground. You didn't tell me earlier. Inyazuka Kaiba pulled the 2 of them together and cursed. But he turned around and said, you have to be careful. He immediately started running towards the woods, knowing that he would only be a burden to Yoda if he stayed. Yoda must come back safely. Hinata said with red eyes and followed Inyazuka Kaiba. Be careful. Shino, who always spoke few words, uttered 2 words and left. To be honest, after living with these guys for more than 10 years, how can I not have any feelings at all? If there are no feelings, why would Yang Tai jump out? Yoda was a little moved. He didn't look back or speak. He waved his hand and looked at Gara who was ready to go with a solemn expression. Sand-bound coffin. Then Gara gently grabbed Yoda. The next moment, dozens of sand streams quickly wrapped around Yang Tai. A sand-bound coffin? Yang Tai naturally knew how powerful this move was, and he could easily turn into a pulp if he wasn't careful, so he quickly dodged it. Whoosh. Blah blah blah. In the sky, water exploded all over the sky. Advertisement. The water flow instantly wetted the surrounding sand, and Yang Tai easily avoided the entanglement of the sand-bound coffin. Your sand is all wet, are you still hitting me? Yoda dodged to avoid the attacks and asked Gara. Yang Tai always knew how much he weighed. In a one-on-one challenge with Gara, he is not an iron-headed boy. He is full of food. His purpose is just to pester Gara for a while, and of course it would be best not to fight. Anyway, the favor has been obtained. Gara looked very cold and told Yang Tai his answer through actions. Sand shuriken. Boo-hoo-hoo. That's it. You kind of look down on me. Water barrier. Water-style water dragon bullet. The water barrier blocked these sand shurikens, and with the Yang Tai seal, it turned into a water dragon again and attacked Gara. This time Yota ninjutsu was so fast that it didn't even last 5 seconds. Gaara's pupil shrank, so fast that there was no time to release the ninjutsu. Boom! When the water splash dispersed, Yang Tai's face darkened, and he cursed secretly, let's just say, Lao Zi hates these wall hangings the most. Mazonangu. Sand shield. Gaara glanced at his sand shield and uttered 3 words without emotion, you are strong. Damn it. Good luck. If the Hay 8 version of Gaara says something like this, the opponent will often suffer misfortune. Yoda hurriedly waved his hands and explained, I'm not strong at all. That second pillar. Uchiha Sasuke is very strong, and Hokage Neji is also very strong. I can't beat them. Successfully dumped the blame? Yoda looked at Gaara, who lowered his head and murmured. There was something different. This guy would not go directly to those 2 things. There's drama. Then he increased his intensity, both of them are from Konoha's wealthy families, and one of them can beat me up casually. Uchiha Sasuke, Hokage Neji, I remember them. Gaara nodded and wrote down their names very seriously. He would kill them both later. Yang Tai showed a sad smile and observed 3 seconds of silence for the 2 of them. I'll do that first. Suna Shiger. Young man, you don't have martial ethics. Yang Tai yelled in an instant, and now his whole body was controlled by sand, which was completely gone. You are worth killing me. Gaara's voice suddenly appeared behind Yang Tai. Sand instant body. Yang Tai said in shock. Oh. It seems that you have collected a lot of information about me. Gaara slowly raised his hand, but this farce must be over, sand-bound coffin. The next second, streams of sand quickly wrapped around Yang Tai, turning him into a large mummy in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17 The Realm of Instant Water, Modified. Monitoring room. No, he got caught in the sand. Monitor Chnin exclaimed. I originally thought that Genin, named Yota, could handle the situation with his powerful water style. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he would be easily controlled by his opponent. Scarjanin naturally saw it too, but the surveillance in front of him was still a bit blurry. Advertisement. However, you can vaguely see Yang Tai wrapped into a rice dumpling. His expression is not fearful, but rather resentful. This. Sure enough, the next moment the Monitor Chnin mentioned a plant. Grass. Confirming some of his guesses. At this moment, the frightened Yang Tai instantly looked helpless. Why, I am the one who gets beaten and takes the blame every time. Ha! What a plane! Gaara was a little confused. She knew these words, so why couldn't she understand them when they were connected together? Forget it, get on your way with peace of mind. Bang! A cloud of white mist flashed out, and clone number 1 immediately took the initiative to remove the shadow clone. Gaara was confused again, and then realized that something was wrong. The red clothes flashed before his eyes, and a big fist hit his eye socket. When? Could it be that he uses water style? Snapped. A young man in his teens came up with a left jab. Snapped. A right whip leg, and a left kick at the same time. Gaara, I was covering my eyes. I was careless and didn't dodge. Yang Tai smiled and took my ultimate move. Catch. Change. Hair. Okay, now it's even, I won't fight, I'm leaving. Yoda waved his hand, this sand armor is really hard. He turned around and ran away, hiding himself underground just for this moment. Just leave after you're done, there's no such thing as responsibility. How can it be repaired? A great shame and humiliation. Although it is not very harmful, it is extremely insulting. Gaara roared angrily, quickly completed the seal, clasped his hands together. Quicksand burst. Huge waves of sand rose from the ground, like a flood opening, sweeping around. All the nearby woods were knocked down, no one was spared, which shows how powerful the impact was. Damn it! Is it a big deal with such a wide range of ninjutsu? The biggest problem is that once Gaara launches an attack and seizes the upper hand. With so much sand, I would definitely be the one being completely abused. Advertisement. Monitoring room. Master Enko, you are here. Sit down. Monitor Chnin stood up immediately and gave up his seat in a very rude manner. Enko waved his hand, swayed his chest, and said directly. What's going on now? Are those 3 little brats okay? Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Although she is usually carefree, as a Jainin, would she really be a silly person? The answer is definitely not. If these 3 little guys are in trouble, the 3 families will not say it openly. Secretly, I don't know what kind of destructive things I'm going to do. Enko, I can't afford to offend you. It's my own exam room anyway, there's no such thing as cheating. I was just doing a routine check. Yes, yes. Routine inspection. Monitoring Chnin immediately replied. Reporting to Master Enko, the 3 of them have been rescued by Konoha Genin Yoda and have been evacuated. There is only one genin currently entangled with Sand Shinobi, but the situation seems a bit bad. Listening to the monitoring report from Chunin, Anko was already sitting in front of the monitoring screen, watching the live broadcast. In the field. It seems like we have to give it a try. Yang Tai showed a look of reluctance on his face, and used Shunsui to reach the air. He threw more than 30 kunao with heartache. Laozi can't stand it. Explode. Gara, who had just controlled the sand to attack Yota, suddenly saw a blur in front of his eyes. The sky was full of water pouring down on my head, and I instantly became a drowned rat. What kind of water-style ninjutsu is this? It doesn't hurt at all. Water-style, water. The red figures of 6 paths formed seals at the same time, and the surrounding water flow instantly gathered, forming a large water ball with a diameter of 200 meters. Seen from the sky, it looks like a bommy pudding. Yoda smiled proudly. This technique was modified by him thinking of Hoshigaki Kisame's method and combining it with the water prison technique. To put it bluntly, it is water prison technique, except that the range of water style has become larger, and it does not have the effect of controlling the enemy. For others, it is a very useless ninjutsu. But for Yoda, that is the realm of Flying Thunder God. Be judged. Yang Tai smiled evilly and plunged into the water like a small white stripe in the waves. Clang, clang, clang. The fire was shining in all directions, and he was scraping like crazy. Yang Tai stopped. This was really scraping. Silently looking at the curling 3-pronged kunao in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitched. Such a thick skin. There were sparks in the water, and not a single hair on the other side was lost. You can't break my sand armor. Gara smiled coldly, seeming to be disdainful. Yang Tai became angry instantly. Oh, I'll shame you. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Gara looked at the figures flashing around him very fast. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't hit him. If he simply stood there and let him hit him, he wouldn't believe that the other party was also a Jinkraki. Yang Tai had a dark face, stopped his hand, and looked at Gara's provocative gaze. Advertisement. It seems to be saying, Master Minato, why don't you stop shaving? Keep shaving. How can it be repaired? My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't either. It was you who forced me. Yoda carefully controlled the chakra and blew a breath of wind attribute chakra into the kunao. Wind style, vacuum sword. Gara groaned, and when he turned his head, he saw Yoda's somewhat annoying face appearing in front of him. A trace of bright red appeared in front of the two of them, and Yang Tai still sighed a little. I'm not proficient in this move yet. I can only hurt you, but I can't kill you. What a pity. Yoda now understands why Namikaze Minato insists on inventing the Raised Nan in the 4th Hokage. Damn. When you encounter these thick-skinned hedgehogs hanging on the wall, you have no idea what to do. Ah, roar. GGG. Half cat ears? Damn it. Tailed beast transformation. Yang Tai didn't even look back, and disappeared from the same place in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the same place. I want to run away, sandbound coffin. A rough and weird voice came, and Gara, who was half-tailed beast, raised his hand to grab it. Not good. Yoda suddenly tightened his arms, and as soon as he took a look, all the dead souls appeared. He immediately used Shui Shui to stay away. Ah! Yoda stumbled and came out of the water wet, screaming and holding his bloody left hand. The skin on the entire arm burst, a bit like a crispy sausage. Wow GGG! It was not a good place to stay for a long time, so he immediately threw out his kunao and disappeared into the water. As soon as Yoda left, the figure of Gara, a half-tailed beast, rumbled over, looked around, and let out a long roar. The sand dispersed and turned into Gara's original appearance. You're the first one to hurt me and still managed to run away. Monitoring room. The three of them looked a little dumbfounded. Is this still a battle between genin? My dear, Janin can't do this himself. Are today's genin all that strong? Anko crossed his chest and asked in astonishment. Scar Janin shook his head and said uncertainly, maybe it's because we are old. Two people, _ Even if you are young, you can't do this. Scar Janin said awkwardly, ahem, I don't want these details. The most important thing now is to inform Mr. Third Generation that something is wrong with Sand Shinobi. Anko nodded with a serious expression, something was indeed wrong, and then ordered. Make a copy of the video and submit it to Lord Hokage. Chapter 18 Do I Look Like an Onion? Modified. In the jungle. A red-haired little girl carefully poked her head out and quietly approached the unconscious figure not far away. It's been almost half an hour. This person must have really passed out. The little girl murmured to herself and walked to the unconscious person's side. After checking, it was confirmed that he was still alive, but his arm had severe trauma. After thinking for a while, the little girl dragged herself back to her temporary camp. Advertisement. Night. The night is like ink, and the moon is like a hook. Hizzy. There were waves of unknown insects chirping all around, making Yang Tai inexplicably irritable. He opened his eyes suddenly and stood up hurriedly. His arm suddenly felt severe pain, and Yoda gritted his teeth and groaned. Damn it, BD, Lao Zi will get back this debt sooner or later. Damn it, I lost a lot this time. I originally wanted to stop Gara. Let Hinata and the others owe her a favor. It's better now. Gara was so stubborn that she went directly to her grandma's house and almost lost her life. The most important thing is that most of your plans will be ruined. Hateful. Hi, it hurts. Yang Tai held his arm in pain, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he saw that the bandage on his left hand was slowly seeping red blood. Your hand is seriously injured. Try not to move now. The little girl had already woken up when Yang Tai made such a big movement, and spoke with some anxiety. Yang Tai quickly looked over, squinting his eyes and looking at the person who spoke in the weak moonlight. He had red hair and a childish face, and looked about 10 years old. Kusanagi Village Forward Protector. Grass Ninja. Having been thrown to death at such a young age, the bunch of losers in the Grass Ninja Village are really cruel. Looking at the bandage on his arm again, he knew that this little girl had saved him, so he forced out a gentle smile. Thank you for saving me. My name is Yota. Xiang Lu was still a little embarrassed when facing strangers. He didn't know how to speak, so he said, My name is Xiang Lu. It's okay, don't be nervous. Xiang Phosphorus. Yang Tai smiled and nodded, suddenly reacted and confirmed a little loudly. Seeing Xionglin's little head nod, Yoda came back to his senses. Xionglin's Uzumaki clan. She has a super restorative physique, and her chakra has very strong healing capabilities. She is one of Orochimaru's favorite test subjects. Look at this girl again. Her red hair and name all fit the characteristics of Xiang Phosphorus. By the way, why did Xiang Lian come to take the Chunin exam? Yoda vaguely remembers that it seemed that Sasuke saved her during the Chunin exam. Advertisement. Don't be nervous. I just injured my arm and lost my voice a little. Xiang Phosphorus has a nice name. Yang Tai smiled slightly and put the matter in order, but how long he had been unconscious? Xiang Phosphorus, can I ask, how long have I been unconscious? About 5, grunt, 5 hours. Just in the middle of Xiang Ling's words, his stomach growled and his biological clock rang. His face turned red and he immediately covered his stomach. Seeing this scene, Yang Tai smiled casually, with one hand unsealed, he opened the seal at the corner of the windbreaker. Untie. Pang. A package appeared in front of him. Yang Tai waved to Xiang Lian and said, there are bread, dried meat and water in it. You can eat some. Gudong Xiang Lv swallowed, wanting to eat it very much, but still a little afraid to come close. Yang Tai smiled and continued to wave. Finally, the little girl Xiang Ling touched her growling belly, walked over, grabbed a piece of bread and ate it. Since the death of 2 people in the team, I have eaten some wild vegetables at most, and I don't know what happened. Recently, some small animals have disappeared. She didn't catch any fish. The best time was when she caught 2 fish. Thinking about it, Xiang Ling's eyes were a little moist. Why had she had such a difficult life since she was a child? Yang Tai looked at the little girl Xiang Phosphorus, crying like a tabby cat, feeling uncomfortable in her heart. This is the real ninja world. Think about Xiang Lian's experience, and then look at his current treatment. Although he is not born into a big family, at least he can live a stable life. They have always said that Naruto was miserable, and Yoda didn't deny this, but compared to him, Naruto at least had a not-so-good childhood. What about fragrant phosphorus? There is no childhood, just nightmares day after day. Yang Tai gently rubbed Xiang Ling's little head. The little girl didn't stop crying. Instead, she stopped chewing and cried vaguely louder. Yang Tai took off Xiang Phosphorus's glasses and held them up to her to wipe them. The glasses in my hand only had one lens, and it was still cracked. Shaking his head, he took out a seal scroll from the knife bag. It was all used for mission disguise, and there were several pairs of glasses in it. This one has about the same degree, but it's a little big. It should be usable if you fold it. Yang Tai muttered. The little girl has finished crying now, but she is still sobbing and touching her head. The little girl Xiang Ling sobbed and raised her head, squinting her red and swollen eyes, trying hard to see Yang Tai clearly. Yoda couldn't help but smile, it was quite cute. Put on his glasses. My eyes light up. Things quickly become clear, the pupils are in focus, and the vision is no longer blurry. The eldest brother in front of me has golden hair and a very gentle smile, just like his mother's smile. In an instant, Xiang Ling pursed her lips, tears welling up in her eyes, and she hugged Yang Tai and cried loudly. Yoda. Advertisement. Do you look like an onion? Otherwise, this girl would have been crying since she saw me. A while of comfort and chatting. Yota also knows a lot about Xiang Lian. 2 of her teammates are part-time team captains and have already fallen into the mouth of the big snake. Yota is probably an Ori now. Fortunately, the girl ran fast and escaped with her life, but the past 2 days have been uncomfortable. Hiss. Yang Tai frowned and slowly moved his arm. For a while, it looked like he couldn't move his arm. It's a mixed bag, hey. Good, fortunately, no bones were injured, only flesh and skin injuries, so there is no need to treat him as a disabled person. Bad, the flesh injury is very serious and it will take at least a month to recover. The question is, what to do with the third test? Forming seals with one hand is not impossible. With Yang Tai controlling the level of Chakra, coupled with studying the water-style ninjutsu of second Hokage, it will be no problem to use it, but will it take time? A shadow clone takes just over a minute. This is very embarrassing. I am afraid that when I use my ninjutsu, I will be cool. The only thing that works now is to use the hand to form the seal. I injured my arm before, but I practiced with shadow clone. However, now it hurts even if I move any more, and whether I can cross this forest of death is questionable. Do you want to exit? Yang Tai couldn't help but think a little frustrated. Does it hurt? Xiangling noticed something strange about Yang Tai. In fact, he had been hesitating from just now on whether to tell his elder brother his secret. So, okay. Yang Tai gave a fake smile and rubbed his little head. He naturally knew that if he took a bite of fragrant phosphorus, his injuries would be healed immediately. But Yang Tai felt that he still had to have some bottom lines as a human being. Before the little girl didn't take the initiative to say it out. I will never take action or deliberately guide. This is not Madonna Yang Tai. If she were a life or death enemy or a bigger enemy, Yang Tai would take action without hesitation. It's a pity that the girl opposite is just a girl about 9 years old. If she were a 4th or 5th grade student in her previous life, her hair would not even grow. Therefore, a real man has something to do and something not to do. Reader, _ Say it again, touching your conscience. Yoda. All right. I admit. The above words are all nonsense. In fact, I am still greedy for other people's bodies. I'm mean. Chapter 19 30% Strength, Modified. Seeing this, the little girl Xiang Phosphorus finally made up her mind and stretched out her fair arms. Brother Yang Tai, I have a special constitution. If you take one bite, your injuries will recover immediately. Yang Tai waved his hands with a serious look on his face. Xiangli, please don't tell anyone about this secret in the future, otherwise you will be in danger. I have already begun to plan in my mind how to kidnap and traffic children. Go back and think of a way to get this girl out of the grass ninja village. Advertisement. The little girl Xiangling was immediately moved. As expected, Brother Yoda was different from the grass ninja who bullied her. She immediately put her forearm to Yoda's mouth. I know Brother Yang Tai is doing it for my own good, but now I can't protect my brother with just Xiang Phosphorus, and he may become a burden. So, Brother Yang Tai, please protect Xiang Glan. Damn it. Yang Tai looked at Xiangling strangely. Is this little girl thinking so clearly? I have been thinking blindly and thinking about the great issue of abduction, without considering the fundamental issue at all. What can't be abducted? Now the most important thing to consider is how to survive in the forest of death. Yoda pursed his lips, but finally stopped setting up the memorial arch, cut his arm with a kunao, and started sucking on it himself. The girl suddenly felt dizzy, as if she was drunk. Yoda closed his eyes and felt a special chakra, like a warm spring, sweeping through his body instantly, and the cool air in his chest spread out. Yang Tai couldn't help but increase the intensity of his sucking. Slowly, the chakra filled his body. White smoke rose up from the bandaged arm, and the whole arm felt extremely itchy. Xiangling's eyelids became more and more serious, and as his consciousness became blurred, he fell straight into Yang Tai's arms. Yoda instantly understood that it was a bad idea. The phosphorus was so small that it was not as powerful as Shippuden. He caught the little girl and... Yoda moved his arms in confusion, and the pain was gone, but the palms were scarred and he couldn't move easily at all. I tried it, but it was very difficult to form the seal. It would be nice if I could just suck it for a while longer. Yang Tai slapped his forehead. What was he thinking? This would be great. But the amount of chakra this girl has is amazing, even more than when Gara fought. But why does the chakra in his body fail to repair his arm? Yang Tai thought hard for a while but couldn't figure it out, and there was only one answer that wasn't an answer. That is the healing power brought by the chakra of fragrant phosphorus to the physical energy. Thinking of this, Yang Tai smiled, took off his windbreaker and covered Xiang Phosphorus in his arms. For Yang Tai's height of 1.7 meters, the little girl is no different from a child in his arms. He decided that he must abduct Xiao Xiang Phosphorus. This is an important resource. If you do it well, it will definitely be your right-hand man. Close your eyes and feel the difference of fragrant phosphorus chakra in your body. Advertisement. The next day. Outside the cliff cave. The sunlight could barely filter in through the tall trees, and sparse chirping of birds sounded from between the trees. Yang Tai looked at the two three-pronged kunao in front of him with a bitter look on his face, wanting to cry but without tears. A bloody battle with Gara, plus escape. There are only 2 kunao left, and the most important thing is that there is no sealing paper and special ink. In addition to the spirit communication technique, it needs to be on standby for at least 2 or 3 days. This strength has been reduced by 70%. The hemp rope only picks and breaks at the thinnest point, and bad luck only picks out the misfortune. I'll get at least a few hundred of them in the future, otherwise I won't feel safe going out. Are you sure you're not afraid of death? The little girl's yang phosphorus stretched her body and looked for her glasses in a daze. The world became clear. He looked at the red and white windbreaker in his hand and looked at Yang Tai waving outside the cave. The little girl's Yang Lu instantly showed a licking smile, picked up her windbreaker and ran out. Brother Yang Tai, are your injuries healed? Yang Tai smiled and took the windbreaker and put it away, waved his hand and said, Look, look, it's almost done. The little girl's eyes were very cunning. She immediately saw the scar on her palm, grabbed her arm and said, Brother Yang Tai, take a bite. Don't worry, don't think too much, don't look at my hand, I want to pass this exam easily. Yang Tai rubbed the little girl's head and looked like I was awesome. Quick, here's the bread and meat I heated. Eat first. The little girl took the food from Yang Tai, and immediately started eating with big mouthfuls of food with tears in her big eyes. Except for my mother, this is the first time that someone has been so kind to me. Seeing how happy the little girl was eating, Yang Tai didn't bother her. Thinking about just these 2 kunao, how should you plan? Rub. The little girl's Yang Lu suddenly stood up, looked in a direction, and said anxiously, Brother Yang Tai, 2 people are approaching. Approximately how far is it? Yang Tai raised his eyebrows, put away his kunao, and asked. About 700 meters. Xiao Xiang Phosphorus Seal sensed the movement of the incoming person. 700 meters. At such a distance, the little fat man was more than 600 meters away, and he was more than 300 meters away. While this girl was eating, she sensed movement 700 meters away. Is this a humanoid radar? Advertisement. Awesome. But here comes the problem, my position is a bit hidden. The terrain is similar to a valley. It is unrealistic to escape from the cliff now, and it is extremely easy to become a living target. Conservative and tough. As long as the little girl entangles one of them, it won't be a problem to kill him alone with instant water. Xiang Phosphorus, can you trap one? The little girl Xiang Ling nodded. Although she was not very strong, with her body that could be healed, it was not difficult to trap one. Anyway, she used to be a bait. Yoda nodded and looked into the distance, holding 3-pronged kunao tightly in his hand. 300 meters. 100 meters. Appearing soon. Tap tap tap. The sound of sparse footsteps came, the leaves were peeled off, and a man and a woman walked out. It's you. It's you. 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. Yoda never expected that when he met these 2 people, he would casually save Sand Shinobi who was about to raise pigs. I didn't expect to meet these 2 people here. Shamao heard this and said happily, I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet here. Senior, what's your name? We didn't even know you were in such a hurry last time. The madman ran to Yang Tai in small steps and asked shyly, the huge fruit on his chest kept dangling. Yang Tai was fascinated by the mountain peaks in front of him. He coughed twice and said with an awkward smile, My name is Lanchi Yangta. The fragrant phosphorus next to me is close to my chest, destitute. It turns out that brother Yang Tai likes the big ones, but he reacted instantly and glared at the madman with his small fangs showing, Brother Yang Tai, I haven't eaten enough yet. Snort. Woman, let me show you my position in brother Yang Tai's heart. I'm not full. Well, I still have some food here. Let's sit down and eat together. Yang Tai was a little confused, but it was always not good for others to look at him when he was eating alone, especially at this point. We just ate. Shamao smiled politely, and just when he was about to refuse, he received a cold look. Like a sharp arrow, he immediately changed his words and said, We just wanted to eat, so thank you for the hospitality. After Shamao finished speaking without conscience, his murderous aura disappeared. Yes, thank you for your hospitality, senior. Is this child your sister? The madman shook the fruit on his chest again, and saw the little girl next to him glaring at him angrily, asking in confusion. Chapter 20 Team Formation, Modified. That's right. Yang Tai took out the bread and said. The madman yelled, but still looked at Xiang Phosphorus with a strange look. Nothing more than a grass ninja following Konoha shinobi who seems a bit strange, and the relationship is not bad. The most important thing was that she clearly felt that this little girl was hostile to her. Hey? Senior, your hand is injured. Xiahou was still very sensible and kept observing Yang Tai. Advertisement. Seeing that Yang Tai's left hand was not working well, he immediately discovered it. What? I'm injured. The madman's reaction was relatively loud, and he grabbed Yang Tai and looked at it very generously. So big. Yang Tai's eyes were dazzled by the huge breasts. He didn't even have the intention to resist. Ahem, it's okay. It's just a minor injury. The little girl Xiang Liao looked at the madman angrily and took a bite of the bread. What's wrong? Can Admiral do whatever he wants? Madman, yeah, being big means you can do whatever you want. Senior, you are so powerful, who hurt you? Shamao began to ask. If you can injure a senior, the opponent must be very strong, so you must do a good job of collecting seniors. Yang Tai looked at the questioning looks from the three of them and didn't want to hide it. Maybe you know the person who hurt me. Do we know each other? The two looked at each other, and then Sand Hat thought thoughtfully, Senior, it's Sand Shinobi you met. Yota nodded. Sand Hat frowned. According to his senior's 1v3 skills, there were few opponents in the Sand Shinobi that Jnin started. The only one who can compete with the seniors is that team, Gara. That's the guy with the gourd on his back, he's very strong. Yota rubbed his palms and nodded. At the same time, he also spoke highly of Sher Hat. He could think of Gara in such a short time. What, that monster? The madman exclaimed, Gara Tsunagakuer, who doesn't know, is the incarnation of the monster. In an instant, the way Shamao looked at Yang Tai was different. It used to be worshipful, but now it's a little awe-inspiring. I didn't expect that senior could escape when he encountered that monster. That guy was so ruthless that he even killed his teammates. Are you lying? How could someone kill his own companion? Xiangling said in confusion. Without him, her teammates in the grass ninja village bullied her, but they never killed their own teammates. Maybe she still has a role to play. Advertisement. That's the fact. The whole village hates that guy very much. The madman sighed and said, and there are many people like him. You must keep your eyes open when looking for teammates, otherwise you will die miserably. Brother Yang Tai, is this true? The little girl Xiangling turned her head and looked directly at Yang Tai. Yoda smiled and rubbed his little head. This girl has a precocious mind, but she has too little experience. Yes, Kirigakure used to take the genin exam, and the content of the exam was to kill his companions. It is said that at that time, there was a man named Demon Zabuza who killed more than 100 students in his class. What? Killed more than 100 students of the same class? The three of them were in disbelief. How could there be such an exam? Although Sand Hat and Madman had heard or seen some similar things, it was hard to imagine that if they were born in Kirigakure, it would make them shudder to think about it. Haha, okay, where did we get into this? By the way, do you know Gara? When Yang Tailo was a little crooked, he immediately changed the subject and straightened himself up. I know him, but he doesn't know me. That guy is too scared. There were people who teamed up with him before, but now everyone hates him. Forget it, don't mention him. The madman muttered something and waved his hands as if he didn't want to mention Gara. It would be best if that guy died. Yoda also somewhat understood Gara's current situation in Tsunagakuer, so he didn't ask any questions. Let's just get straight to the point. After chatting for so long, it's time to express our feelings. By the way, there are two of you now. Do you want to form a team with us? It will be safer this way. Xiahou was a little hesitant. Starting from talking about his companions, he almost understood what Yang Tai meant. I agree, but the benefits have to be negotiated well, otherwise it won't be nice to be stabbed in the back by a friend. No problem, but senior, how do you divide the scrolls? Yoda didn't say anything, but took out the scroll from the Rain Shinobi man and threw it away. This way you can get all the scrolls together. Shamao happily took the scroll, and there was a perfect pair. Okay, let's form a team with the seniors. Senior, don't you need a scroll? The lunatic who had been silent before asked, because she was self-aware that she didn't speak before. Yang Tai smiled, my team has been assembled, all we have to do is join them. I see, then we agree. The corners of Yang Tai's lips curled up slightly, and he finally captured these two tools. After that, the three of them laughed and chatted for a while and started to set off. Along the way, Shamao and Madman were shocked by Xiao Xian Glan. I originally thought it was a bronze, but I never thought it was a king. Along the way, he managed to avoid all enemies up to 1 kilometer away. How old are you now? This is a heaven-defying rhythm. Brother Yoda, there are people fighting in front, and there are several teams nearby, and I also feel a very strange chakra. Advertisement. It's very weird, and it makes people feel a little disgusted. Xiao Xianglan frowned and pointed in this direction. Yoda immediately used Shadow Clone to go there to find out the information. Along the way, Yoda used similar methods to find Hinata and the others. A place in the forest. Little Sakura was out of breath. She looked at the three people in front of her and wiped the blood from her cheeks. Our scroll has been snatched away. Why are you still chasing after us? Toss lowered his head and kicked the grass under his feet, disdainfully analyzing, the trap is too crude. Is this the ability of you Konoha shinobi? I'm a little disappointed. Click. Be careful. It's a wooden stake. Jin behind him reminded loudly. Toss rolled his eyes from side to side. It turned out that the trap at the bottom was just a bait, and was the one above it the killing move? But seeing the corners of Sakura's mouth raised, it's not good. Sark. Zhang Kongbo. Hiss. Two air waves quickly hit the wooden pile, click. Several white detonating symbols floated down. Detonating talisman. Get out. Zhang Kongbo. Rumble, rumble. The smoke filled the air, and three figures escaped in confusion. Ahem, I didn't expect Konoha shinobi to be so cunning and deliberately act like a rookie. Jin looked at the figure not far away with anger on his face. Toss patted his clothes and said calmly, we were careless. Fortunately, Sark blew away many detonating symbols at the critical moment, otherwise we would be in trouble. She's alone now, let's go together. Sak said, rushing towards little Sakura. Toss and Jin nodded, flanking them from left to right. What to do? All the detonating charms were used up just now, and Naruto Sasuke is still in a coma. What to do? Little Sakura looked solemn and thought to herself while holding the kunai. Leaf hurricane. The three of Toss flew out together. A green figure appeared in front of everyone in the field. Chapter 21 According to my analysis. Xiao Li. Little Sakura looked at Xiao Li in great surprise. She didn't expect that Xiao Li was so powerful and could defeat three people with one move. Who are you? Toss was secretly surprised by how fast this guy was. Xiao Li put on a very classic pose and replied, Konoha's blue beast. Rock Lee. Advertisement. No way, you go deal with Sasuke and leave the thick eyebrows to me. Toss said and walked towards Xiao Li. The old Taijutsu ninja is simply ridiculous. Xiao Li, be careful. Their methods are a little weird. Little Sakura reminded her with a tired look on her face. Xiao Li nodded and disappeared in a flash. How could things happen faster than before? Toss suddenly became alert to his surroundings. In his eyes, he could only see a green afterimage. Boom. Xiao Li kicked Toss upwards from below, and kicked him into the air. He jumped behind Toss, shook his arms, and tied the bandages on his hands into a zongzi as if they were spiritual. Biao Lianhua. Oops. Zack was shocked by Xiao Li's strength and quickly formed seals, shocking wave. Bang. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Toss shook his head. The thick eyebrow kicked him into a concussion just now, and he was still a little confused now. You go deal with Sasuke, this thick eyebrow belongs to me. After saying that, he punched Xiao Li who was a little tired. Ahem. What's going on? He has obviously escaped. Xiao Li's ears were bleeding, and he looked at Toss in disbelief, his eyes slowly becoming uncoordinated. GGG, use the sound to hit your ears. The semicircular canals will be vibrated and your body will lose balance. To put it bluntly, it's just a bigger loudspeaker. It can't deal with your old-fashioned physical skills. Toss sneered and walked over step by step and explained. It's over. Sudden. A column of water appeared out of thin air in front of Toss, and he was shocked. Retreat quickly. Who? Kuka can use such a powerful water-style ninjutsu. You deserve to die. Two voices sounded at the same time, and Yoda quickly formed a seal with Shadow Clone's hand. Water-style water dragon bullet. Yoda. Little Sakura and Little Lee said happily at the same time, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Off the field, in the woods. Advertisement. Fat man, Yoda. Hara Heidi pointed to the field with a look of joy, and Shino and the other three also saw Yoda appear. Just fine Yoda. Hinata rolled her eyes and smiled. Shino's expression changed and he said, he is injured. Several people were stunned and looked at the field at the same time, seeing Yang Tai using his hand to form a seal. I can still move, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? The little fat man asked with some uncertainty. Inyazuka Kaiba looked at the worried expressions of several people and said speechlessly, can't we find out if we ask later? The water dragon bared its teeth and claws, leaned over and rushed towards the three of them. The three of Toss were shocked and quickly started to form seals. As for running, they couldn't escape at all. Wind style, cyclone. Zhang Kongbo. Sonic wave. Boom boom boom. The sky is filled with water splashing. The three of them were panting, this guy had such a powerful ninjutsu. He's injured. Jin quickly discovered Yang Tai's abnormality and reminded the two. When the two people heard this, they quickly looked at Yang Tai. Search Dei Snei. Just now I felt something was wrong with this guy's seal. It turned out that his left hand was injured. It seems that the opponent only has the power of this one blow, and he is trying to scare us away. Toss analyzed. Gee, it turns out that you are injured, and you are trying to show off your power and show off your power. Sak smiled sarcastically at Yang Tai. Off the field, somewhere else. No, Yoda, who was so powerful at Moringa just now, can't do it now. He can't really be injured, right? Ino asked in disbelief. If you look at the way he forms the seals, you will understand that no normal person would do this. Shikamaru explained. You guys saw it, and I thought you were going to run away. Yang Tai shook his arms and said nonchalantly. This guy is confident, let's go together. Toss said calmly and analytically. You still analyze, forget it, you get beaten every time after analysis, doesn't it hurt? Toss didn't pay attention to the strange looks from his two companions, and said to Yoda, don't think we are despicable, who called you a Konoha shinobi. So, you three are going to bully me? Yang Tai said with a smile. Toss nodded, yes, it is normal behavior for ninjas to bully the minority. Yang Tai took out a scroll of heaven, I know you need this scroll, here it is. How about letting us go? Toss slowly showed a ferocious look and said with a strange smile, GGG, if I kill you, the scroll will also be ours. Really, we can't discuss it. Prepare to die, don't worry I won't make you feel pain. Advertisement. Hey, the opportunity has been given to you, so you don't blame me. Yang Tai shook his head, what a kind person he is, he insists on forcing others to do something. Toss, is he frightened? Sak, my hen. Jin, I have some mental problems. You forced me. Yang Tai's expression and eyes revealed a sense of oppression. Gudong. Do you think it's possible for him to use the ninjutsu like that just now? Sak asked nervously. Toss and Jin's throats trembled, and they stared at Yang Tai so hard that their palms became sweaty. In the field, a depressing feeling lingered in the hearts of several people. Even the people outside the venue stared at Yoda without blinking. Ino. Shikamaru. Chji. A shout echoed through the woods. Ino, who was peeking, stumbled and fell to the ground. Half of his body was already exposed in the grass. Hello there. Ino greeted awkwardly. Quiet. Snapped. Little Sakura covered her face with several others who were peeping. How about playing? Just call people, why are you so chilling? The corners of Toss and the other three people's eyes twitched. This guy couldn't be seriously ill. Just the three of them want to stop us. Sak said with disdain. Hey. What do you mean? As soon as Ino opened her mouth, Shikamaru and Chji came out and covered her mouth. When little Sakura saw these three people, she immediately lay down and said, it's hopeless. Let's destroy them. No, Yoda shook his index finger, you said you wanted 1 against 3. Neji. Shino, do you have to ask me to come out? Okay, just a few bugs, just practice. Neji jumped down from the tree with an arrogant look on his face, looking at the three of them with contempt. Tenten follows closely behind him and greets Yoda. Sak, don't analyze whether the boss can do it in the future. Toss, why? Jin, we are afraid of being beaten. Toss, according to my analysis of them, there are only 2 more people. If you can't beat them, you can run away. How did you find us? Inyazuka Kaiba came out with a few people and smiled. Yang Tai waved his hand and looked at Toss and the other 3 jokingly, first solve the problem of 1 versus 3. Inyazuka Yaka clenched his fists and said with an evil smile, I have never heard such a request in my life. Chapter 22 I want to be a domineering man. Toss, Sigma. Sak, ____. Gold. Really 1 against 3. Don't feel mean, you are sound ninjas. Advertisement. Several people approached slowly with grins, and Toss and the other 3 swallowed hard. Suddenly, Yoda, Neji, Hinata, and Xiao Li looked at me at the same time. The remaining people also looked at the figure. Shock. Sasuke. When will Sasuke get a tattoo? No, this tattoo is still extending, spreading to half of the body. Neji, this Chakra is so strong and evil. He is worthy of being the most powerful family in Konoha, Uchiha. Yang Tai looked at the runes all over Sasuke's body. Is this a curse seal? This force is very strong, to be precise, Chakra is very strong. A simplified version of magic. However, Yang Tai was not envious at all. Although it is possible to create a curse seal, a simple version of Chakra, it is too taxing on the body. To be precise, it requires too much physical energy, and when absorbing natural energy, it will become strangely shaped. Thinking about it, Yang Tai gave up the idea of getting it. The scale of this thing is a bit large, and I can't control it. Are you going to kill me? Sasuke stood up slowly and clenched his fist with great strength. I'm so strong. This feels so good. Seeing Sasuke's crazy look, little Sakura immediately asked worriedly, Sasuke, are you okay? Are you wearing these runes? GGG, I'm fine. It turns out he gave me strength. Sasuke finally figured it out. Working hard to level up is not as fun as being a Kryptonian. Although Konoha is the #1 guild in the ninja world, it has a large number of people and its resources are almost divided by the big guys above. How can I have my own status? Is Uchiha a wealthy family? No dogs are going now. He wants to go to the guild formed by Orochimaru, and he wants to be a Kryptonian. Yang Tai walked over and touched Ye's forehead. She didn't have a fever. Why do you change your style in broad daylight? Pulling open his collar, he saw the dense tadpole text in his eyes, tattoo. Advertisement. Hisawi. Just thinking about how he would punch Orochimaru and kick Itachi, the second pillar of the ninja world who would dominate the ninja world from now on, his face turned dark and he said, go away. Then he looked at Toss and the three of them and said in a cold tone, are you the one who wants to kill us? Toss, according to my share. Jin Hesak, Sigma, great birthday. Jin and Sark covered Toss' mouth at the same time, boss, how about we surrender and let's go? Toss, _. Can you please let me finish what I'm saying? According to my analysis, the other side's idea is so thorny that the wind is so tight. Kim and Sak, done. Toss ignored the petrified two people and took out the earth scroll and placed it on the ground. It was a complete misunderstanding before. I will hand over the scroll and you will decide who belongs to it. I won't fight, I'll leave first. Hey, I still don't believe that the benefits of the scroll are in front of you, so you don't start a fight. If they could get out of their wits, wouldn't the three of them be able to fish in troubled waters? Not only can you kill Sasuke to complete Lord Orochimaru's mission, but you can also get the scroll. Quack, quack, kill two birds with one stone. I'll put it away first, there's no point in it. Just when Toss was secretly poking fun, he saw that Yang Tai picked up the scroll very calmly and asked several people politely. Everyone shook their heads, no objection, Yang Tai's character is still very reliable. Phew. It was as if a knife was inserted into Toss' chest. He couldn't believe it. Are all the ninjas in Konoha so generous? It's not that Konoha's top brass are all petty, but how come the juniors they trained are so harmonious? Well, he admits defeat. Toss waved his hand, and the three of them stepped back. Did I let you leave? She bullied her into this and wants to leave. Rise Sasuke looked at the bullied little Sakura, his face full of murderous intent. It was his first step to sell the domination server. Dage, it's all a misunderstanding. Toss waved his hand and explained. Snapped. Sasuke slapped his backhand, is that a misunderstanding? Toss covered his face and glanced at several people. The escape route was blocked and he did not dare to fight back. Don't be a python. As the saying goes, those who understand current affairs are heroes. Why don't you just use a dripper? There will be times when he lies in bed crying. Dage, when is the time to repay grievances? Why don't we turn our hostility into friendship? Bang bang bang. It's time to retaliate, isn't it? Let's turn the hostility into friendship, right? Sasuke used all his strength to punch and kick the three of them. The key was that the other party did not dare to fight back. Jin Hesak, /_, big grudge, why did he say you hit us? Advertisement. Tell Ni, I'm a master of Dashiwan. Ni, don't be too shitty. Toss, who bore the brunt of the beating by Sasuke, was bruised and swollen. When he saw how soft he was, he immediately turned hard. It worked. Seeing Sasuke stop, the three of them immediately straightened their backs. Under Orochimaru, Sasuke frowned, and then his eyes became sharp. What's wrong with Orochimaru? He's a man who wants to be the dominant one, how could he be scared by a little minion? How can we fix it? Sasuke slapped Toss hard on the face. Orochimaru, right. Enough mud, if you hit us again we will take action. Toss was furious in an instant. His uncle could bear it, but his aunt couldn't either. The three of them fought back. However, the three of them were shocked to find that they couldn't defeat Sasuke. Search that, buck-kin. Fight back, right. Sasuke punched a little faster. In front of a pair of Sharingan, Toss didn't even have time to use ninjutsu. The melon-eating crowd gathered in a circle and talked a lot. Yoda pursed his lips. Neji, do you think Sasuke can beat you? Neji nodded, then shook his head. He is qualified to be my opponent, but if he wants to defeat me, it's impossible with his half-baked physical skills. Yoda smiled when he heard the words. He somewhat disagreed with Neji's words, a simplified version of the celestial art chakra. It is also a type of magical chakra. The blessing of physical strength is average, but the blessing of ninjutsu is not so strong. If Sasuke could stay in this state forever, Neji would be a little scared. What, you mean I can't beat this guy? I tell you that genius is something you ordinary people can never reach. Neji said very arrogantly when he saw Yoda's expression. Yoda was a little silent. Yes, Neji was telling the truth. His Byakugan, Sasuke's Sharingan, Naruto's Nine Tails brand power bank. They are beyond the reach of ordinary people like me. As for the masters, there are 8 inner gates. I am invincible under the 6 paths, and 1 for 1 above the 6 paths. Please, you have to practice it well. Just like Yang Tai's body, it's useless to hold up the 3rd gate. Do you think Xiao Li is a loser? That loser can practice like this every day, even if you drag Prince Naruto over. However, Yang Tai is an ordinary person. Yoda patted Neji on the shoulder and said pointedly, so you would rather admit that Xiao Li is the genius of steel boxing than believe that I am also the genius you say. Neji smiled, your water-style ninjutsu is pretty good, but just based on that, how can you be a genius? No, it's not ninjutsu, it's here. Yoda pointed to his head. It's just a clever little thing. Let's see when you can defeat me. Neji smiled disdainfully. He admitted that Yoda was very good at collecting and analyzing intelligence. But just wanting to defeat him is a joke. Just a little clever. Yang Tai knew that this guy had misunderstood. He was referring to brains and knowledge, but he did not explain. He nodded and said, I will. Always waiting. Neji. Chapter 23. You call this a normal reaction? Call. It feels so good to be flat. Go away. Sasuke said coolly to the 3 people with bruises and swollen faces. The 3 of Ta slowly got up and retreated back. Our green mountains will not change, and our green waters will grow. Hey. Sasuke raised his eyebrows and glanced sideways at the 3 of them. Advertisement. The 3 of them ran away like frightened rabbits. As soon as Sasuke said a word to Yoda, he fell to the ground, clutching his neck and began to cry and moan. Little Sakura ran over feeling distressed, supported Sasuke, and asked anxiously, Sasuke, what's wrong with you, are you okay? No. It's okay, Sasuke insisted. Yang Tai came over, pulled Sasuke's hand away, and looked at the curse mark on his neck. You have become like this at such a young age, what will you do in the future? Sasuke was furious, and as soon as he pointed at Yoda, he let out an ugh sound and lay down on the ground, looking at Yoda angrily and speechless. Yang Tai comforted his face and said, isn't it a little too weak and a little short? Young people should be open-minded and accept it with an open mind. By the way, I met a very famous gynecologist in the hospital. I will introduce him to you later. I believe that with his treatment, you will soon regain your manhood. Sasuke, poof. Van number, passed out. Little Sakura shook Sasuke crazily, Sasuke. Everyone covered their faces, as expected of Yoda. Sasuke was wiped out in a few words. Yoda, what are you doing? Are you looking for a fight? Little Sakura had a hash mark on her head and clenched her fists. If Yoda didn't give him a justifiable reason, he would be dead. Yang Tai quickly waved his hands and quickly explained, rather than making him suffer so much, it would be better to just pass out. When everyone heard it, it seemed like this was the case, but the method was not as damaging as yours. Sakura's anger disappeared immediately when she heard it. Yes, it wouldn't be so painful to pass out. Is there anything you can do? Wait, everyone shook their heads. If you're looking for a thug, Neji, am fine, but he can't do the job. Could this guy have some idea? Everyone looked at me with doubtful eyes. Yang Tai, who was deep in thought, was agitated and asked with some fear, what are you doing? Yoda, if you have any idea, please help Sasuke quickly. Ino came over and said coquettishly with her big, beautiful eyes open. It's not that I don't want to help, I don't have any materials. Yang Tai spread his hands helplessly. There is a way to seal the evil seal, you can do it yourself. Advertisement. The problem is that he still has a personal battle to participate in, and it is impossible to directly draw runes with blood like Kakashi, otherwise he will fail in the 3rd test. What material? Little Sakura asked hurriedly. Ino, on the other hand, gave her a hard look, with a disgustingly wide forehead. If it wasn't for Sasuke, she would have started scolding her. Which of you has sealing paper and special ink? Yang Tai said. Everyone looked at each other. Tenten and Shikamaru raised their hands, and then took out several blank scrolls and ink. It's a little less, so it's not a big problem. Yang Tai took it over and sighed. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to keep some, but now it seems that it will be good to be able to cast the evil seal. Unrolling the scroll and splashing ink, strange-shaped runes appeared on the paper. Everyone took a look and chatted boredly. Tian Tian was the only one standing next to Yang Tai, watching carefully. Yang Tai glanced at this Hyuxia-style little girl and asked, "Why, are you interested in the sealing technique?" Tian Tian nodded and said, "Yeah, the sealing technique is passed down from my family, but I'm not good at it. There are 3 major categories of sealing techniques: spell type, enchantment type, and space type. Family tradition. Coincidentally, it is also a family tradition. What are you good at? Barriers or space?" "Space is mainly related to the space ninjutsu called spirit communication," Tian Tian said. Yang Tai was stunned. Of course he knew that Tian Tian was good at throwing weapons from scrolls and they belonged to space. I didn't expect it to be related to spirit communication. I thought of the old man's words. The Tian Tian lineage could not be given by second Hokage, so he simply asked, "Are you talking about the spirit communication scroll?" "Hey, how did you know?" Tian Tian was also a little surprised. Yoda chuckled, "Because my family also inherits the tradition of making spirit communication scrolls, but my parents are ninjas in the sealing class. So my sealing technique is more inclined to the art side. No wonder, you were the one who made the sealing paper on Kunao before. It's amazing." Tian Tian was also relieved. As the two chatted about sealing techniques, Yoda finished drawing the scrolls in his hands one by one. "Hey, I'm really tired." Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the 5 scrolls in his hand, and laughed. "Okay, little Sakura, help Sasuke up." After hearing this, everyone gathered together to eat melon. Shadow Clone Technique. 5 shadow clone, each holding a scroll, stood around Sasuke. "Let's start." Advertisement. As soon as Yang Tai finished speaking, the figures of 6 paths began to form seals at the same time, a total of 20 seals, which took half a minute. Seal of Evil. Yang Tai looked serious, shouted softly, and slapped the curse mark on Sasuke's neck with his palm. The 5 clones simultaneously pressed the scroll in their hands to the ground. Under the curious eyes of everyone, the densely packed runes in the 5 scrolls were like long dragons, jumping to the vicinity of the curse seal. "Seal up!" Bang bang bang! Yoda yelled out the last soft drink, let go of his hands and sat down on the ground, panting. The clone disappeared, and memories came one after another. Yoda looked a little tired. "Ah!" Urja woke up suddenly, holding his neck and screaming. Little Sakura immediately supported Sasuke with distress, and anxiously asked Yoda, "Yoda, what's going on? Is Sasuke okay?" Everyone also cast doubtful glances. Why did they feel that Sasuke was in more pain? Yang Tai waved his hands and said without curiosity, "You guys have no conscience, how about Urju? This is a normal reaction. Laozi worked extremely hard, but you don't believe it. It's unreasonable." Everyone was speechless. Ino pointed at Sasuke uncertainly and said, "You call this a normal reaction? Why do I feel that Sasuke is about to die?" Everyone nodded. "Your reaction is a bit big." Yoda. "Hey, Urju, can you do it?" Yoda said, throwing the branch on Sasuke. "How can I fix it? I want to be a domineering man. How can I be told that I can't do it? You, BD, if you dare to say two pillars again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart." Sasuke stood up slowly, feeling less painful than before. The curse seal on his neck was slowly surrounded by the evil sealing seal. Call. The pain was gone. Sasuke moved his hands and feet. He felt much stronger than before, but still not as good as before. He touched his neck. The huge pain just now was still a bit frightening. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Sakura asked happily, her eyes filled with tears. Sasuke nodded, truly acknowledging little Sakura for the first time, and asked her to wipe her eyes. "I'm fine." "Everyone, you are actually spreading your dog food in front of everyone. Dry rice." Yang Tai is a little angry, feeling Laozi is exhausted. "You don't have moral ethics to spread dog food in public, pour a bucket of cold water in public. Zuzi, don't be happy too early." Chapter 24. The third test begins. Everyone looked at me, wondering why there were still melons. Yang Tai continued, "This evil sealing seal depends entirely on the strength of your will. When you are negative, the seal naturally becomes weaker. On the contrary, the stronger your will, the stronger the seal will be." "Yoda, is there no other way?" Little Sakura asked. She was still a little afraid of Sasuke's tattoo. Advertisement. Yoda spread his hands. "Anyway, I tried my best, but you can ask your teacher Jainin for help. Maybe they have a better way." Seeing the expression of sudden realization, Yoda shook his head. "Too young. This is something I'm afraid of. Only ninjutsu Dr. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have an idea, but he is busy with all kinds of trivial matters every day, so there is no chance to study it. Of course, there is also Danzo, a 5.5th generation ghost, but this old boy is too dark-hearted, so let's forget it. Of course, I have a good solution, do you want to hear it? Yang Tai showed an intriguing smirk. Sasuke had a bad feeling, but recalling the deep pain just now, he still asked, what can I do? The friends looked at me inquiringly. Yoda pointed at Naruto who was lying dead next to him, and said with an evil smile, as long as you feel the seal is loose, have an argument with your girlfriend. Puff. The little friend suddenly laughed. Sasuke's face darkened, knowing that this guy didn't hold his shit in well. Why are you all here? At this time, our prince woke up in a daze and asked with some confusion. When everyone saw this, they laughed again. Afterwards, Yoda gave a set of earth-coiling axes to Naruto and his team, and everyone set off towards the middle tower. Yoda was still a little angry. If he hadn't met Gaara, he would have time to lead a group of people and eliminate most of the ninjas, which would make the third test easier. But then again, Yoda got some special information. For example, because of my actions in the first test, the second test was different from what I remembered. In other words, you can't mess around, otherwise things will change in an unknown direction. However, Yang Tai estimated that the general direction should remain unchanged. In response, the general trend will not change, but the small things will change. This sentence. Quite simply, Uchiha Madara and Obito's project Tsuki no Mi is immutable. Even if Yang Tai makes this matter public now, everyone believes it and can't stop it. They can only take precautions silently. Middle Tower. The ninjas of Konoha should be united like them. That's right. Third generation looked at the screen, puffed on a cigarette and nodded with a smile. The reason why Konoha can fight against four is because of unity. This is not just talk about intrigues on weekdays, but when a war comes, the powerful will contribute and the rich will contribute. In other countries, Tsunagakure has been at loggerheads with the Kazekage over power issues. All the good seedlings in Kirigakure were killed, and Onaki's words made people in Tsuchigakure village disagree with each other. As for Cloud Shinobi village, it's notoriously a bandit country. Advertisement. Whoosh. Lord Hokage, there is information coming in that Tsunagakure is making big moves. A cat-faced Anbu knelt down on one knee and said respectfully to the third generation. Call. Inform the lower, middle, and Jainin who are on missions to come back as soon as possible, and inform Jiraiya to come back as soon as possible. Third generation blew out a smoke ring and ordered. Hey, what a troubled time. First Orochimaru appeared, then there was movement in Sand Shinobi. It seems like we have to prepare for the worst. Jiraiya has traveled for so many years and knows all the countries. He will definitely be able to do this Hokage well. Okay, let's start the offside exam. Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Copper Armor. Why, the first one is Sasuke. Little Sakura exclaimed, then turned to Kakashi and asked, Teacher Kakashi, will Sasuke's curse seal not work? As long as he is determined, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Kakashi looked at the blonde boy in the stance and said. It's not easy for this little guy to be able to perform such a superb sealing technique. Achoo. Yang Tai rubbed his nose, who missed me? Yoda, you don't have a cold, do you? The little fat man asked. Yoda shook his head. Then who do you think will win? The little fat man asked. Sasuke. Yoda replied without thinking. No matter how bad Sasuke is, he is still Uchiha. In the original work, there was harassment from the curse seal, but it didn't kill the red copper armor. What's more, it's not easy to handle now. However, Yang Tai was still very interested in this red copper armor. To be precise, it is one of his ninjutsu. Chakra absorption technique. In fact, it is an application method of chakra nature transformation. To be honest, this ninjutsu is not very technical, and most Chunin and Jainin know a little bit about it. Moreover, the actual combat effect is not very good. It is of little use when encountering someone weaker than yourself. When encountering someone who is stronger and has the ability to absorb his chakra, it is better to stab him with a knife. It's actually good for scientific research. As for Yoda's interest in this ninjutsu, it was after a fight with Gaara that he deeply felt the shortcomings of chakra. Wanting to seal some of the chakra released by Shukaku as part of Konoha's collapse plan. See if you can use it for yourself. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that Shukaku is the only tailed beast that can have a sealing effect. Its chakra must have natural sealing power, and it may be able to upgrade his simplified version of Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Sasuke, win. Yang Tai was stunned, this is a bit fast, can it be done with 3 punches and 2 kicks? Saying this, Sasuke came over with a smug look on his face and smiled smugly. Advertisement. Yoda, I don't like this. Besides, isn't your wife Naruto? Seeing that Yoda ignored him, Sasuke became bored and cold, and said a few perfunctory words to Sakura who was chattering beside him. Second. In a blink of an eye, the second game begins, this time Sand Shinobi vs Sand Shinobi. Yang Tai thought thoughtfully, this is the butterfly effect, if you flap your wings, some things will naturally change. Hyga Hinatof's Hyga Neji. Yang Tai narrowed his eyes and looked at third Hokage. At this time, the old man was also a little surprised. It still happened, what does this mean? Someone wants to deliberately discuss the Hyga family to see the excitement in the branch house and zone family. When these big guys are doing things, you can just stay away and take advantage of them. Looking into the field. At this time, the two of them were doing Tai Chi well, gentle fist. It can be seen that Hinata has made great progress, and she is now having a lot of back and forth against Neji. Hinata is so powerful. She can compete with Neji, a guy who is as bad as Sasuke. Naruto was a little surprised and said that in his impression Hinata was always one punch and could cry for a long time. Hey! Yoda shook his head and faced the doubtful looks of his friends and said, Hinata will definitely lose. Neji has more than this strength. Look. In the field. Hinata was panting, even though she had mastered the acupoints given by Yoda. But facing Neji who has been practicing hard, he is still gradually unable to do anything. Hinata, come on! Naruto shouted. Hinata was stunned for a moment and drove towards the audience stand, her face a little blushing. How dare you get distracted while fighting me, 8 trigrams 32 palms. The corner of Neji's mouth raised. The zone family was just like that. They seized the flaw and took action quickly. The sky was full of afterimages of palms, attacking each of Hinata's weak points. 16 palms. 25 palms. 32. Clang, clang, clang. Hinata. Everyone was shocked. They really couldn't understand why Neji was so harsh when they were from the same family. Even teammates Tian Tian and Xiao Li didn't understand Neji because he went too far. Prince Naruto was the first to bear the brunt and helped Hinata, who was already vomiting blood and unconscious. Neji took back his hand, glanced at the shuriken on the ground, and looked at Yoda coldly. Yang Tai's face was cold, his lips twitched, he raised his middle finger and never looked at him again. Trash, I'll beat you. Chapter 25 The Man Who Wants to be the First Liver Emperor. Although Yoda knows Neji, he honestly doesn't know him well and spends most of his time hanging out with Xiao Li. I used to think that although this guy was aloof, he had a really good character. Looking at it now, I still have the nature of a child, so what should I do? Just give it a beating. Just wait and I will beat you. Naruto said to Neji with Hinata's blood on his fist. Advertisement. It's up to you. Neji shook his head and returned directly to the audience. I have obviously defeated the people of the Zone family, why am I not happy at all? Did you do something wrong? No, this is fate, how can it be changed once it has been decided? Rock Lee vs Gara. Yoda was stunned, he didn't expect that he would still face Gara despite his involvement in Xiao Li. It's not like Hinata has a shady story, right? I shouldn't shake my head, maybe it's really destined. However, it happened to help him so that Xiao Li would not be so seriously injured. It's not that Yang Tai's nanny is evil. To use a saying from his previous life, this is called investment. Yang Tai walked up to Xiao Li and said, this guy is very strong. If you can't beat him, you will admit defeat. He will regain his position when he is stronger. Do you understand? Don't worry, in fact, through hard work, I have kept up with those geniuses. I am very strong. Xiao Li said with a sincere look. Yang Tai patted his shoulder, kicked the weight on Xiao Li's leg, and said solemnly, I know how strong you are. It's not a shame to surrender if you can't beat him. In the worst case, I will train with you later. Xiao Li nodded vigorously, but Yang Tai was still worried. He stuck the only 4 seal papers on Xiao Li's limbs and told him. When you see the splash appear, admit defeat. Remember, no matter how strong his defense is, if you keep hitting him on the head, he will not be able to wear it out. After saying that, Xiao Li turned over and jumped into the field. Snapped. When Yang Tai turned around, he saw Guy patting his shoulder with his hand, showing his trademark smile and teeth. You have to believe Xiao Li, he is very strong. Yoda nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, I know Xiao Li is very strong, 8 inner gates. I'm afraid Neji will lose if I try my best. Might Guy was stunned, knowing that this guy had a good relationship with Xiao Li, but he didn't expect that even 8 inner gates knew so clearly. Yoda ignored Might Guy's surprise, pointed at Gara, and continued. I played against that guy, very pervert, scoundrel. The whole thing is like rocks in a pit, smelly and hard. There's no way to start. The most important thing is that I don't lack chakra at all. I can completely kill any opponent. After Jing Yang Tai said this, Might Guy also became serious. The little guy Yang Tai is very aware of Xiao Li's strength and has information about his opponents. It seems that Xiao Li has really encountered a difficult opponent. In the field. My name is Rock Lee, and I am a member of the first guild in the ninja world. Advertisement. A man determined to be the best liver emperor in the ninja world. I am a zero Krypton player. Since I have no recharge. I originally wanted to be a Buddhist priest, but a dog plotted to chop me into a dog with multiple knives. Low level and no skills. Can't even join a guild. I originally wanted to lie down, but I met the #1 Liver Emperor of Konoha Guild. He admired me very much and said that I had the potential of the Liver Emperor. If I wanted to become my teacher, I would practice physical training with him, and he would help me level up. I agree. I originally thought that physical training was very weak and I was never a match for Neji. I was very frustrated at that time, so my master Konoha Genji taught me a very awesome red skill. I was very happy at that time. Red level skills are very rare in all servers. From then on, I stood up. This time our Konoha Guild and the Sand Shinobi Guild, ranked 5th in the server, jointly held the Chunin exam. As for me, as a zero Krypton player, I want to take this exam and get the title of Chunin, so that I can feel more relaxed in the future. But what I never expected was that my opponent was the Tsunagakuer Guild, the #1 Krypton guy. He is dressed in orange and has the red skill Mazonangu, which increases his defense by 999. According to the gossip, this guy has many lives, including one of the 10 god-tier favorites in the Chunin world, One-Tail Shukaku. Chakra plus, 999,999. Health points added, 999,999. I didn't care at the time because I had the red skill that did the most damage in the server. 8 inner gates. After a few rounds, I realized that I was too naive. My damage was enough, but the opponent's blood was too thick, and my 8 inner gates consumed red too quickly. One thing grows and the other fades away. I might lose. However, I have the last desperate active talent of 8 inner gates. 5 seconds of real man. As the name suggests, once it is used, it locks in the last drop of blood, avoids spells, illusions, and breaks defenses. In this state, my attack power increases by 99,999. I took action, and the other party had no room to fight back. Cool. I'm about to kill him right now. The system told me that I was reported as suspected of cheating. Immediately interrupt my skills. Advertisement. But fortunately, with the help of my brother, I didn't suffer much harm. Obviously, I failed. I'm Rock Lee and I'll never be a jerk again. Hey, it turns out that the seal paper is affixed correctly. Xiao Li is just a backlash from the 8 inner gates. He can recover after a few days of cultivation. Yang Tai sighed, luckily he had learned from the past, otherwise Xiao Li would have been in trouble in the future. Although Gara won, she didn't feel happy at all. First, just like last time, he was beaten by others, and finally he was about to kill him. The water that appeared out of thin air delayed enough for Might Guy to save the thick eyebrow. Looking at Yang Tai with evil eyes, I'm waiting for you. Everyone was stunned and quickly asked, Yang Tai, are you having an affair with that guy? Don't make trouble. Yang Tai waved his hand. Because Yoda had a fight with this guy. Inyazuka Kaiba broke the news. Nani? Everyone couldn't believe how powerful this guy was. Everyone saw with their own eyes. Yang Tai actually looked him up and down. Among them, Neji and Sasuke looked at Yoda differently. Did this guy hide his clumsiness in the past? Neji's mind was spinning. It was not impossible that this was possible. Naruto said carelessly, which one of you won? Everyone nodded, this is what they want to know. Yang Tai smiled bitterly and stretched out his injured left hand, shaking it, what do you think? We still lost. Naruto was a little frustrated, thinking that Yoda had beaten that guy to pieces. Neji raised his eyebrows. Well, he still lost in the end. This is the gap between him and a genius. Sasuke, in that case, it's acceptable. No, the opponent was injured first, so it should be a draw. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Shino, who had never felt his presence. That's how you know, Shino? Naruto asked excitedly again. Shino looked at Yoda and said calmly, because it was Yoda who covered our team's retreat. Search Deisne. No wonder you knew that Yang Tai and the other party had a big fight, so it turned out that this happened. Sasuke looked at Yoda deep in thought. If he were to be himself, could he stop this guy? Strength, or not enough strength? Sasuke frowned and held his neck. The pain was nothing compared to the strength. Neji's eyes also changed, a tie? What a joke, it looks like I'll look for an opportunity to wake him up later. Let him understand the real gap between him and genius. Chapter 26 Battle against Toss. Did you see it? Yang Tai asked uncertainly. This is still somewhat important. After all, it is not a good thing for his information to be known. Shino nodded, I left the shadow clone and the parasitic bug behind. Yoda hugged Shino and pulled him to the corner. Under everyone's suspicious eyes, he whispered, how about you keep it a secret for me? Shino raised his eyebrows and said, benefits. Yoda, Sigma. Advertisement. You have changed, you are no longer the simple Shino. Yang Tai's face darkened, and he mouthed, I'll give you the full set of Gaara's information later. Shino raised the corners of his mouth and nodded in agreement. Amy Yota vs Toss. I go. It's this guy. Isn't this just to make things difficult for me? Shady. There is definitely a shady story. Everyone present knew that their hands were injured and it was difficult to perform ninjutsu. It was best to fight hand to hand. The question is, who should I choose? I would choose Toss. This guy has a weird identity when attacking at close range. Didn't you see that Xiao Li accidentally suffered a loss? A lesson from the past. How could it be him? Little Sakura was deeply impressed by Toss, especially the ninja who was able to defeat the Taijutsu. Even the powerful Xiao Li failed. Then he looked at Yang Tai and said with a worried look on his face, Yang Tai, why don't you admit defeat? Yes, Yoda, didn't you also say that it's not a shame to admit defeat? Ino looked at Yoda's arm to enlighten him. Naruto scratched his head in confusion and asked in confusion, is that guy strong? Sasuke was also confused. There is no Xiao Li Qiang, but his method is weird. The sound made by his arms can completely defeat the ninja at close range and make the ninja at close range lose their balance. Next to Shikamaru explained. Wouldn't it be enough to use ninjutsu to attack from a distance? Naruto spread his hands and asked stupidly. Boom. Yeah, it hurts. Little Sakura went over and punched this embarrassing thing, pulled Naruto's ears and shouted, didn't you see that Yoda's palm was injured? Why did he form the seal? Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern. I will do my best. If I really can't defeat you, just surrender. Yang Tai chuckled, he had received the concern from these people. He took out his chakra sword, hung it on his waist, waved and jumped off the stage. Neji shook his head, if we fight in close combat, I'm afraid Yoda will lose. Advertisement. No way, I think Yang Tai is very powerful. Next to him, Tian Tian still had hope for Yang Tai. Catching everyone's attention, Neji smiled slightly and said, it's not like you haven't seen Toss methods before. If it were you, under the same circumstances, would you be able to defeat him? Everyone shook their heads, it was indeed difficult. Naruto and Sasuke asked little Sakura about Toss' record, but they were also in disbelief. Thick Eyebrow Moringa is very powerful and was restrained, which shows that Yoda is directly at a disadvantage in close combat. Hey, instead of struggling, it's better to accept your fate and just admit defeat. Neji mocked and looked at Yoda in the field. Toss was talking to the injured two people in the distance. Boss, why do you think I'm not as lucky as you? Sak sighed while wrapping a bandage. Jin looked at himself in disgrace and nodded, that's right, the only weakling in the room is left to you, boss. According to my analysis, this is all fate. Your two opponents are both elite ninjas in Konoha and Sand Shinobi, so you lost so miserably. Lord Orochimaru, please bless me and let me meet the only soft persimmon in the audience, so that I can do business even when I return to the village. Anyway, the advantage is mine. Toss looked proud and didn't care at all about the strange looks from his two partners. Sak, did you hear that? The boss said analysis again. Jin, I am not deaf, but it shouldn't be a problem. Sak, it's hard to say, no matter how you look at this game, the boss wins. Kim, I hope so. Toss waved his hand, you guys lie down, I will take the lead in this game. Both sides are in position, let's begin. Following the referee's order, Yoda immediately distanced himself. It's too late for you to surrender now, otherwise you won't even have a chance to speak later. Toss lowered his hands, his eyes seeming to be joking. What he said was the truth. Once he was hit, it would be difficult to speak. Don't forget, he is a sound ninja. Yang Tai smiled and took out an ordinary kunai with a sealing paper attached to the handle. Who will win? We don't know, so come here. Then don't blame me, said Toss and quickly rushed towards Yang Tai. With such a heavy hand, the speed is not slow. Yoda threw the kunai high into the sky with his backhand. Boom! With a loud noise, willow leaves fell all over the sky. Toss quickly stopped, degree asterisk, Niangzipai, what's going on? What's this guy Yoda doing? Why don't you just give up if you can't beat him? Why are you throwing leaves? Naruto narrowed his eyes and spoke speechlessly. Advertisement. Everyone was puzzled. Maybe, Yang Tai has other plans. Tian Tian explained forcefully. Neji smiled and shook his head, it's like a bird in a cage, jumping up and down trying to escape, but the result is only scars. Not to mention everyone's confusion, even the Jainin and third generation were a little confused. Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan, and the three Megatama rotated, looking at the field. Why, this little guy deserves your Konoha technician's observation with Sharingan. At some point, Guy was already standing next to Kakashi. He is a very good ninja. Kakashi glanced at Guy and commented. This is not because Kakashi meant to praise him, but because Yoda is indeed excellent. An excellent ninja will first collect intelligence and conduct the most reasonable analysis. And Yang Tai has shown extraordinary talent in this area since the first exam. As for how he knew, please ask him. Kakashi is a Jainin, he can also gather information. Might Guy looked at his old rival with a surprised look on his face. This guy rarely gave such excellent reviews. Looking at the two people among the leaves in the field, thoughtfully. It seems that Konoha is going to produce an excellent ninja. At this time, in the field. Toss was startled at first, thinking that Yang Tai had some tricks, but after touching the leaves in his hand. It's definitely just the most ordinary leaves. It is nothing special. Finally came to the conclusion, he was tricked by the kid in front of him. Suddenly, Toss became furious, pointed at Yang Tai and said, "Kid, if this is all you can do, be prepared to die as soon as possible." Toss smiled ferociously and continued, "Because you don't even have time to regret it." Yang Tai smiled very calmly, especially when he saw the other person's eyes wandering around from time to time, which made him smile even happier. Slowly drawing out the sword from his waist, Yang Tai looked directly into the opponent's eyes and slowly shook the sword up and down. What the hell is this guy doing? Toss felt uncomfortable now. Could it be that the opponent's palm is fine and he is shaking me? No, no reason. Looking at Yang Tai's strange behavior, Toss was a little unsure. By acting in such a strange way, you clearly told yourself that it was a scam. According to his analysis, Yoda must lure him to attack. Laozi, just stop and see what tricks you can do. Chapter 27 One Sword. Search Dei Snei. What a smart kid. The third-generation old man slowly blew out a smoke ring and nodded secretly. He is so smart, only Shikamaru among his peers can compete with him. Kakashi-sensei, what is Yoda doing? Naruto asked with a confused look on his face. Kakashi said, "Hey? Yes. Advertisement." All the friends cast curious glances. Guess what? He stopped talking. Bang. Everyone turned over. Niang Zipai. Kakashi-sensei, forget it, you know, why are you making such a long note? It's already up to your waist. Naruto complained. Look carefully. Kakashi reminded. To actually use this method, genius. All the friends looked at it. A strange chakra scattered. In an instant, Toss' surroundings began to twist, and he lost his voice in horror. How come, I can't move at all. Suddenly a word came to mind. Illusion. Konoha-style swordsmanship Yanagi. Yang Tai stepped forward and disappeared in place. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Yang Tai shook the blood on his sword, and with a clang, it was sheathed handsomely. Ended the battle. This battle is the only one that has no glamour, no close combat as imagined. Just an understatement of the sword. It's like chopping wood piles at the training ground. All the friends did not believe the scene in front of them and rubbed their eyes to make sure they were not dazzled. There was a lot of discussion. Someone even spoke out about match fixing, and then was violently exposed to the reality. How could this happen? Neji grabbed the railing and looked at the people in the field with a look of disbelief. Then he shook his head inexplicably. Is it an illusion? Unfortunately it doesn't work for me. Even though you won, you are still a bird in a cage. You still don't understand the real gap between being a genius. Kakashi-sensei, what's going on? Naruto asked with a look of resentment, covering the big bump on his head. Sasuke glanced at this idiot and said, Genjutsu. Illusion. A group of friends came over one after another. Kakashi Shikai release. The old man from third generation took a puff of cigarette, his eyes filled with admiration. Knowing that his illusion ability is not good, he distracts the enemy with leaves all over the sky. Advertisement. Cast another illusion, Lu. Greatly increases the power of illusions. I have to say that this little guy is completely inspired by that guy Guji. That's it. After Kakashi explained, the friends were a little confused. One battle, 800 tricks. Doesn't Yang Tai have a headache? So sleepy. Our Mr. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief and squinted while lying on the ground. He doesn't sleep well. Naruto had dead fish eyes and didn't understand at all, so Sakura used the simplest way to educate him. Toss was carried away by medical ninjas and quickly received treatment. Yang Tai estimated that the opponent's chance of survival was low, and he had just dealt a heavy blow. When I returned to the stage, I was questioned by a group of friends. The slogan is, be lenient if you confess, be harsh if you resist. After a while of playing tricks, the third test ended and the qualifying round officially ended. The old man from third generation was able to talk again, and everyone started, and the tense and exciting lottery draw eased. Yang Tai opened note number 3. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and so on. He was actually the second one to play. Who is chapter 4? Okay, everyone, listen up, there are 2 special groups that need to compete twice. 5, 6, 7 respectively. 8, 9, 10. Now show your trumpets. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, everyone unfolded the papers in their hands. Really? In the first game, Naruto and Neji fight. Neji lets you see what the protagonist aura is. Nani? Dry rice. Hiss. Yang Tai took a deep breath. Damn, there was no shady story, right? How could I possibly fight him? Shouldn't he be fighting Sasuke? Number 4 is none other than Gara. Okay, here's the battle list. The examiner unfolded the battle list. Sure enough, myself and Gara, the second game. What about the second pillar? Number 5? He actually fought against Kankuro and Shino. Ahem, Sasuke. Yoda smiled very ugly, hugged Sasuke and said seductively, look, that guy is eager to fight against the strong. What a rare opportunity. Would you like to practice with him? Sasuke looked at Yoda in confusion, then at Gara who was staring at the battle table, and nodded. Advertisement. The note you exchanged is invalid. The battle list has been set and cannot be changed. Just give up on this idea. Neji shook his head, childishly. The 2 of them, Yang and Tai, were at odds with each other, which was really true. Hey, what a difficult guy. Looking at the note in Z's hand, Yang Tai felt uncomfortable, mainly because this Krypton guy was at the level of cheating in the early stage. Breaking the turtle shell, there is really no way to defeat him. I'm waiting for you. Gara looked back at Yoda affectionately, then left with Beiki and others. It seems that I have been quite busy this month. The most important point is that because of his own participation, the official examination may face a battle to win. In other words, Naruto Sasuke can match up. Fortunately for Sasuke, there is still a way to win. Gara and Naruto are in trouble. Tailed Beast, Jinkra Ki. It seems that the only way to start is with the sealing technique. Gradually, I have a general direction in my mind, and I can only take it wisely. Give full play to your talents, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Yang Tai laughed heartlessly again and took a group of friends to eat barbecue. Mr. Yang Tai will pay for the barbecue today. The crowd cheered. Small courtyard. Crunch. You're back. How did you pass the preliminaries? The old man was sitting on the deck chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Yang Tai took the chair and said with a smile, everything went well. Wait a month for the competition to end. I hope I can become a Chunin. Okay, by the way, how is your research on the seal paper going this time? Old man, I want it so badly. Mr. Guji changed the topic and started talking about the sealing paper. No way, for water-style ninja, this is indeed a good invention. At least when using water-style ninjutsu in the future, you don't have to worry about not having enough chakra to use it. Don't worry, old man, I have gained a lot from this trip. From now on, the seal paper will no longer be half-baked. You can use it with confidence. Yang Tai beat the old man's leg and said proudly. Yeah, that's good. Let's go down a little bit, right? The old man nodded. Yang Tai followed the instructions and hammered gently, thinking of the battle that was about to break out, he thought deeply. By the way, old man, you learned Shunsui. This ninjutsu is very powerful. Mr. Guji opened his eyes, shook his head and said, it's not like you don't know this ninjutsu. You don't have a solid foundation of sealing technique knowledge. It's impossible to learn. Besides, old man, I'm so old, how many years will it take me to learn? That's right, I took it for granted. How difficult is it to learn A-level ninjutsu, especially this type of seal, which is comparable to ordinary S-level ninjutsu? It is several times or even dozens of times more difficult than other ninjutsu. It is really difficult for ordinary people to learn, but Yoda is special. After all, he is a transmigrator, and he was an art student before, so drawing and memorizing things is naturally not a problem. Chapter 28 Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Hey? What smells so good? Just as he was thinking about it, Yang Tai's nose twitched a few times and he asked curiously. Haha. You are the one who counts dogs' noses. Today I specially made wine-braised chicken. The old man chuckled and stood up, patting his butt and walking into the kitchen. Wine-braised chicken, the old man hasn't made this for a long time. Yang Tai swallowed hard. The old man's craftsmanship is outstanding. Advertisement. Although he had just come back from the barbecue, to be honest, Yoda was not full. The sun sets in the west and the bright moon is in the sky. A night of silence. The next day, Yang Tai slept until noon before getting up. It was so comfortable, and only in this cabin could I sleep so soundly. Thinking about this, Yang Tai began to rush to make a new version of seal paper. The first is his special move, the instant water field, which is the large water prison technique. This must be improved, otherwise it will be like meeting Gara and destroying all the Kunao at once. If you encounter other powerful enemies, you will be in big trouble. In Yang Tai's plan, the 5 pieces are almost a water area of about 200 meters in diameter. Next, it is broken down into melee type, mid-range type, long-range type, and finally the ninjutsu type. Yang Tai wants to play something big this time, get hundreds or thousands of sheets. The reason? Yoda suffers from a phobia of lack of firepower. Just like this Chunin exam, his Kunao almost ran out of gas. Yang Tai still felt that it would be better not to happen in the future. Since you can't innate like these idiots, you should stock up on paper to make up for your shortcomings. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days. Yoda looked at the 303-pronged Kunao in front of him and nodded happily. This was customized in advance when he took the high school entrance examination last time, thinking that Kunao must be worn out. In the past 3 days, I worked overtime to type, and the number of seal papers reached more than 1,000. From now on, my mother will no longer have to worry about my lack of sealing paper. 100 of them were given to the old man. In the past few days, the old man took a few and went out to play with them. He was known as. Get familiar with it in advance. Naturally, Yang Tai didn't believe his lies. This old boy must have found someone to show off to. Yang Tai brought over a large scroll. Yes, this is the empty spirit communication scroll. These days Yang Tai also inquires about the price of this thing. Tisk tisk tisk, worth 70 to 80 million. And it's still priceless. If the news is released, it can raise at least hundreds of millions. At that time, Yoda was shocked to find out that the rich second generation was actually him. Advertisement. After understanding the market, Yang Tai understood that the spirit communication scrolls are divided into small, medium and large. Small ones resemble Kakashi dogs and original Hydea cats. A medium-sized spirit communication man that is approximately 15 meters in size. The big ones are just like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, tens of meters tall. And Yang Tai is the big one. Worth over 100 million. When he learned the news at that time, Yang Tai wanted to sell it directly and let it go. Finally awakened by reason, don't ask who the reason is, it has been beaten violently by the sun. After Yang Tai calmed down, he gradually came up with a bold idea while looking at the scroll. Originally I wanted to create a defensive spirit communication technique like Rashomon. There is no way, mainly because those large beasts, Yoda, can't be subdued. Later, when he saw these 3-pronged Kunao, Yoda changed his plan. He decided to sign the spirit communication contract with these 3-pronged Kunao. Yes, those are the Kunao. The reason is also very simple. Yoda Chakra is still weak, even with the strange spirit communication scroll. In the past few days, he has also figured out the limits of the scroll that can use spirit communication Chakra. It's different from what I imagined. For example, the total value of spirit communication is 100. The total value is only that much, and it is impossible to exceed the total value and become 101. In the end, Chakra is still Yang Tai's shortcoming, consuming 70 to 80% of Chakra. Why does spirit communication have a gate? Are you looking cool? As for signing a contract with these Kunao, there are many benefits. But this is a very labor-intensive project. Yes, it's blood consumption. Because of this thought, Yang Tai didn't sleep last night. Add some communication runes to the seal paper and spirit communication scroll. Now is the last step. Yang Tai looked serious, quickly formed seals with his hands, unfolded the spirit communication scroll, and patted it. Seal up. Bang. A burst of white mist dissipated, and the 200 Kunao and all the sealing papers on the ground disappeared. Sealed into the spirit communication scroll. Success. This is a small modification of Yang Tai. There are 10 grids on the seal, and each grid is a type of seal paper. In this way, if there is any loss in the future, you can directly replenish it. It can be understood as Yang Tai's private ammunition depot. In fact, this thing has no technical content. A ninja from the sealing class can do it, but the premise is that the other party has a spirit communication scroll to do it. Spirit communication technique. Advertisement. Bang. A 3-pronged Kunao appeared in Yang Tai's hand. Finally, I've done it. I'm no longer afraid of encountering the same embarrassing situation as before. It's a pity that spirit communication can't go back. Yang Tai said in Versailles, put it away and go out. If Namikaze Minato had had this spirit communication scroll back then, he wouldn't have been running around with his school bag on his back every day. Konoha Hospital. After visiting Xiao Li for a while, Yang Tai went for a follow-up consultation. Dong dong. Enter. Sister Xingzi, I'm here for a follow-up consultation. Yoda, please wait a moment. Yang Tai sat on the chair next to him very familiarly, looking at the quiet woman in front of him. At the age of 26, he has an ordinary appearance, with a bit of Madara on his face, but his temperament is very quiet. It gives people a gentle feeling and involuntary peace of mind. Her name is Izawa Kyoko, and she is Yoda's senior. They both came from an orphanage. Thanks to her for taking care of Yoda when he was a child, she was half a baby mother to Yoda. Later he became genin and entered Konoha Hospital. Kyoko put down the pen in her hand, looked at Yoda's stretched out hand, and said with a smile, "He's recovering well, he's recovered." The words are closed. Green light flashed in Kyoko's white palms, and Yang Tai felt an itchy feeling on his palms. Healing jutsu is just easy to use. In fact, Yoda's injury healed on the first day, but this sister insisted on letting him come in a few more times. After all, it was a palm injury, and a ninja must not be careless. Kyoko withdrew her hand, and Yoda rubbed her hands and said with an awkward smile, Sister Kyoko, I want to ask you something, can you? You kid, just say it if you have anything to say. I guess it's not a good thing every time you look like this. Kyoko pretended to be angry and tapped Yoda on the head. Yoda is like a child, acting coquettishly and cutely saying, Sister Kyoko, I want to learn healing jutsu. Learn medical ninjutsu. Kyoko was stunned. She didn't expect that Yoda actually wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. She might as well think about it for a while. My younger brother, Master Chakra, is inherently dangerous when going on missions, so learning medical ninjutsu seems to be a good idea. Isn't this impossible? Real. Yoda didn't expect Sister Kyoko to be so happy, it was completely unexpected. Seeing Yoda being so excited, Kyoko poked his head and said angrily, Do you think medical ninjutsu is so easy to learn? First of all, your chakra control has passed. Take this scroll and take a look at it when you go back. Sister, I still have to go to work. I have a day off the day after tomorrow. I will go back to see Grandpa and teach you carefully. Chapter 29 Rolling Meatballs. Thank you, Sister Xingzi, you are the best. Yoda played a trick and took the scroll. Okay, get out of here. Sister Xingzi waved her hand in disgust. Bye-bye. Yang Tai waved his hand, not taking away a single cloud. This kid. Xingzi shook her head with a smile and continued her work. Advertisement. After going around all the way, Yang Tai returned to the small courtyard. He opened the scroll, looked at it, shook his head and closed it again. There are some professional words and terms in it. If you don't understand them, let Sister Xingzi teach them in person. Now it's time to think about how to break the defense. That's right, it's defense breaking. And it's the kind of powerful one. If this problem is not solved, there will still be no way to deal with Gaara. As for wind-style vacuum sword, this ninjutsu has a mediocre defense-breaking effect. Last time Yoda succeeded, it was entirely because of Gaara's carelessness. And because of the sand armor, it can only be considered a minor injury. Next time, Gaara felt that he would not give Yang Tai such a chance and would definitely wrap him up into a ball. If someone wants to say it, then make balls. It's not that Yang Tai doesn't want to rub, he simply can't. In fact, Mariko Yang had already rubbed it early and reached the rank 2 stage early. As a result, the actual combat effect is not as great as the shuriken, and it cannot touch the enemy at all. The most important thing is that it consumes too much chakra. Now that Yang Tai has added the spirit communication technique, he can only rub about 2 times, and the chakra is probably at its bottom. Otherwise, you would think that Hokage is 50-50, so why not make balls, right? No. They are short of blue. As for 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, how can he be so playful? Of course they have a lot of chakra. To reach the minimum level of practicing immortality, how much chakra can be needed? Joke. It would be great if I could learn from Chidori. Yoda sighed. Otherwise, for ordinary people, Chidori is indeed much more practical than Mariko. Especially with the Thunder Attribute Chakra, the speed increasing method is a few steps ahead of Wanzi. Best for working hard. Smash it, hit it, so Yoda decided to make balls. Advertisement. Smiley face, there's no way, this is the only one that can break defenses, don't practice it if you like it. Yang Tai raised his hand and a blue chakra ball appeared in his palm, but it was floating up and down, a bit unstable. With a look on his face, the chakra ball slowly dispersed, and Yoda fell into deep thought. When he decided to continue practicing Raise-Nan, Yoda was ready to use Rasengan's ideas. Create a new ninjutsu. Inspired by the cutting machine from the previous life, it is a bit like the Chi Yuan slash in Dragon Ball. Idea, powerful, consumes less chakra. Shadow clone technique. You two, practice Raise-Nan for 2 hours. Yoda said, looking at the 2 idle clones. There is no way, it will take too long, and Shadow clone will be unable to bear the return to its original form. This is what has been concluded over the years. It's such a chore. Shadow clone complained and began to roll the balls. Yoda nodded, returned to the room, and opened Shukai to solve the third question. Not enough chakra. There is currently no good solution. There is only one half-baked method. This is what Yoda learned from the Earth coiling axis in the Chunin exam. Seal the shadow clone into the scroll. It is known that when a shadow clone dissipates, it will come back with part of the chakra and information. Naruto also used this method to quickly enter Sage mode when fighting pain. But Yoda is a bit difficult to use. You need to distribute most of the chakra to shadow clone in advance. I can only refine chakra slowly and painstakingly. Moreover, the time to seal the shadow clone should not exceed about 6 days. Because the clearance time of the Death Forest is 5 days, the Earth coiling axis can be saved for up to 6 or 7 days. Otherwise, the body may not be able to bear it. You still have to try this a few times yourself. In this case, Chakra doesn't need to worry at least during the exam. In this way, speed, defense breaking, and blue are all available. Defeat Gara, at least, 60% winning rate. Next, the biggest question. The Chakra that seals one-tail Shukaku. This is also Yang Tai's biggest plan these days. Yoda's subconscious tells him that Shukaku's chakra is the key to his Shunsui advancement. As for how to seal it, it became a problem. Advertisement. And the amount was much larger. Yoda remembered that only the tailed beast chakra was separated. No matter how much you use, as long as there is chakra left, replenish it slowly. Even like Orochimaru, use the cells of the Eight Tails horn to copy an Eight Tails horn. This is outrageous. Of course, Yoda doesn't have Orochimaru's ability, so he should use sealing. What seal should be used? 5 Elements Seal. This is the highest sealing technique in Yoda's hand, which can seal special chakra. And Yoda remembered that Orochimaru used this sealing technique to strengthen the 8-sign seal on Naruto. It shows that the 5 Elements seal can completely seal the tailed beast chakra. Besides, he didn't seal a tailed beast, just part of the chakra. Thinking of this, Yang Tai began to study the 5 Elements seal. Meow. Master Yangta. Yoda, who was writing and drawing, was startled when he saw Yang Xiang staring directly at him with Kazilan's big eyes open. Dai, how's the tracking going? Yang Tai held the cat in his arms and began to pet it. I told you that red copper armor will go out on a mission in a few days, meow. Liang Xiang is comfortable and stretches out. This guy really couldn't hold himself back and wanted to run away. This guy was originally Orochimaru's undercover agent like Yakushi Kabuto. Naturally, he understands what Yakushi Kabuto wants to do, and now is the perfect opportunity to run away. If Yakushi Kabuto is exposed, these two teammates will definitely go to Konoha's interrogation room. What kind of place is the Konoha interrogation room? As long as you go in, you can find out how many times you peed. The corner of Yang Tai's mouth rose, this little turtle was finally going out. It's not in vain that I waited for you for so long. To be honest, Yang was too greedy for his body, well, to be precise, he was greedy for him to absorb Chakra's ninjutsu. The concept and some methods of this ninjutsu are in the public eye, but the most essential part of it, Chakra, is what Yoda wants to get the most. With this jutsu, would it be easier for him to use or extract one-tail Shukaku's chakra? If it is useful, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this ninjutsu is also a means to control chakra in a subtle way. Maybe it will inspire you to learn medical ninjutsu or create the Kijin slash. Liang Xiang, you go back and tell Dai first, it's best to find out the specific time. Yang Tai finally picked up a handful and put it by the window. Goodbye, meow. After that, the little guy jumped up to the roof and disappeared. It's best to hurry up. I promised Xiao Xianglian that I would pick her up. Yang Tai looked into the distance and murmured, then returned to the original place and continued to draw the runes. Chapter 30 Chakra Absorption Technique. This wait lasted 2 days. This guy with red copper armor finally went out. Yang Tai smiled, accepted a sea-level mission to deliver information, and quickly followed. Just after Yang Tai finished registering and walked away, the 2 people quickly disappeared into the crowd on the roadside. Konoha Guest House. Advertisement. Lord Baki, the Konoha shinobi who fought against Gara has left the village. The Sand Shinobi spy knelt down and said. Gara's rival. He already knew everything about the Chunin exam through Kankuro and Temari. Someone who can fight Gara evenly, or even injure Gara, cannot be allowed to stay. A cold light flashed in Baki's eyes, and he ordered, give me the order to surround and kill this person with 3 teams. Remember, keep your hands and feet clean, and you must not make any mistakes at this time. I understand. The spy said. Baki waved his hand and said, go down. Konoha is about to lose another genius, but will Master Kazekage really succeed? Baki still retains a certain attitude towards the fact that there is no collapse plan. Unfortunately, this is the unanimous decision of the Kazekage-sama and the elders. Outside Konoha village. Yang Tai has already joined Liang Xiang. Under the leadership of Liang Xiang, Yang Tai has followed the red copper armor. Liang Xiang, please go back. Yoda said, touching the little guy. Goodbye, meow. Bang. The smoke cleared and the good land disappeared. Yoda smiled, not worried about Hidehara's suspicion at all. Because he had been vaccinated in advance, saying that Kabuto was Orochimaru's spy. Hidehara naturally didn't believe it and asked him what evidence he had. Of course Yoda didn't, but if he kept his attention for a few days, Kabuto would definitely take action. And collect the evidence yourself. Although the reason is far-fetched, Hidehara naturally believes in him due to the friendship he has built over the years. Yang Tai followed him for a day. The red copper armor guy ran away too fast, and he was also a good old man, hiding his whereabouts. Several times Sanfan Yangta almost lost him. We are far enough away from Konoha to take action. Yang Tai narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards the red copper armor. Call. Finally left Konoha. Red copper armor wiped his sweat. After running for a day and a night, it was time to take a rest. After taking the Bing Liang pills, the feeling of hunger gradually disappeared, and even the chakra recovered a lot. It's true that Kabuto acted on his own without Orochimaru-sama's order. Advertisement. How can we repair even if we have made ourselves tired? Thinking of this, there was anger under the red copper sunglasses. When we get back to the village, we must sue him. Clang. The red copper armor stood up instantly, immediately took out the kunao and made a defensive posture. Three-pronged kunao? The small eyes under the sunglasses moved around, observing every move around him. Tap tap tap. His eyes quickly focused on one place, and a figure in blue clothes and blonde hair appeared in his eyes. How could it be him? Yoda Ike. Yang Tai slowly walked out of the grass, showed a signature smile and said, long time no see. You Orochimaru spy. What? Could it be that Kabuto has already taken action? Konoha sent ninjas to chase him so quickly. The copper-armored brain thought quickly, and the cause and effect of the matter were completely inconsistent. There is only one possibility, this guy is framing him. What Orochimaru, why are you following me? Don't forget I'm a Konoha shinobi too. Papa. Yang Tai clapped his hands, this guy is indeed a spy, he has a strong heart. It doesn't matter whether you are a spy or not, you will definitely not be able to escape today. Boom. A column of water appeared out of thin air. The red copper armor was so frightened that he hurriedly ran away before he came. There was a cold feeling on the neck, and the kunao, which was usually wet, was sticking to the neck. This icy cold air scared him so much that his face turned pale. Gudong. The sound of swallowing hard was heard clearly, and the copper-clad voice trembled, Yang Tai is also a Konoha shinobi, what's wrong? Before he could finish speaking, red copper armor's eyes turned dark and he fainted. After supporting this guy, Yang Tai took his hand away from the back of his neck. This is a method that Sister Kyoko taught him the medical ninjutsu the day before yesterday. The principle is the same as tapping the back of the head, but this method is gentler and is often used in surgery. Laying this guy down, Yang Tai immediately took out 5 scrolls and began to quickly form seals. 5 element seal. Patting the belly of the red copper armor with one palm, the tadpole runes in the 5 scrolls gathered in the palm of Yang Tai's hand like fish. 5 characters, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, appeared on the belly of the red copper armor and gradually disappeared. There is still a seal scroll to assist in saving Chakra. It would be too luxurious to use it like Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yang Tai sighed, carrying the red copper armor, and disappeared into the jungle. Advertisement. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Red copper armor slowly opened his eyes, where was he? In an instant, the red copper armor regained its consciousness and quickly looked around. This is a cave, somewhat dark and damp, and I am huddled in a corner. Just as red copper armor was about to stand up, his legs and feet went weak and fell to the ground. How could it be possible? Why can't I mobilize Chakra? It's a waste of effort, your Chakra has been sealed by me. Yang Tai's figure slowly appeared. Red copper armor looked at Yang Tai and thought for a long time, then said hoarsely, why are you arresting me? Yoda was a little curious about the red copper armor's reaction. He was indeed Orochimaru's subordinate. With his inner qualities. Guess it. Lord Orochimaru's information, or maybe there is something on me that you want to get. Red copper armor calmly analyzed. Seeing Yang Tai's different expression further confirmed his idea. Yang Tai nodded generously and said bluntly, I want your Chakra absorption technique. That's it. Red copper armor instantly felt that he was offended. If you want this ninjutsu, just say so. It's not like you haven't given it back to others before. As for kidnapping, let Sap go? What, you don't agree? Yang Tai looked at red copper armor's strange expression and thought he didn't agree. His face immediately darkened, and it seemed that he wanted to let him know about the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Which comes first, the pepper water or the tiger stool? Red copper armor, O_O. He knew that Yang Tai had misunderstood, so he quickly explained, I said. Is this the move? I haven't exerted my strength yet, and you can't do it. You can't just pretend. It must be like this. Use pepper water first and see if he can do it. Red copper armor, you are noble. You are amazing. Seeing Yang Tai take out a thermos cup from the knife bag, Red copper armor instantly felt a wave of malice coming over him, and he immediately begged for mercy. Brother, I'll do it. I'll do it all. Yang Tai looked at him suspiciously, took out the scroll and pen and said, you tell me and I will remember it. After hearing this, Red copper armor immediately nodded and began to explain the chakra absorption technique. Yang Tai remembered silently and asked about the previous content from time to time. The red copper armor was a little frightened. Because before ninjutsu is organized into a complete system. It looks exactly like a manuscript, with a hammer in the east and a mallet in the west. Chapter 31 Sand Shinobi Tracking. Yang Tai naturally understood and asked about some ideas from time to time. Ninjutsu doesn't have a constant value. Just like second Hokage, who created so many ninjutsu, most of them are actually incomplete. The most famous Flying Thunder God and fourth Hokage have been continuously improved to include the second stage of Flying Thunder God and some special spin operations. Yoda, if you say it twice, you can let me go, right? Advertisement. Red copper armor licked his chapped lips and asked tentatively. Absolutely right. Yang Tai looked at the two scrolls with satisfaction and nodded. The red copper armor was overjoyed when he heard this and reluctantly sat up. Here, drink it. Yang Tai took out a small glass bottle from somewhere. There is some yellow liquid inside. It can't be poison. Red copper armor looked at the bottle and said in fear. No, it's just a hallucinogen. I'll ask again. Yang Tai uncorked the bottle and explained. Red copper armor, phantom medicine. I do know that this red copper armor is generally used for interrogating information, and has an effect similar to illusion. Generally, after drinking, the other person will answer whatever you want to ask. Of course, some people have been put under something similar to a curse and cannot speak when asked. Before the red copper armor could move, Yang Tai grabbed his chin and drank it. After a while, the red copper armor began to feel dazed, as if he was ready to take advantage of him. Are you a virgin? Yoda asked tentatively. I'm a virgin. The red copper armored man said with dull eyes. Shock. Yang Tai, LLLL. It looks like it really worked. Otherwise, the man at his age would say that he is a virgin. Now you're going to talk about the chakra absorption technique. Yoda prepared a pen and paper. Record the content one by one. After a while, Yang Tai confirmed that this guy really didn't lie to him. Why didn't you lie to me? After finishing his work, Yoda simply asked. Because of this ninjutsu, I have exchanged it with others before, but others did not have enough chakra control. Can't learn. Red copper armor answered honestly. Yang Tai was stunned and asked subconsciously, if I exchanged with you, would you agree? Yes. Red copper armor said. Why? Yang Tai asked. It's just like the ninjutsu in the library. It's hard for you to learn it when it's there. Red copper armor said. Yoda, that's the truth. Without words, Yang Tai slowly stood up and killed this guy with a sword. A fireball passes by and slowly annihilates into ashes. It's a good thing to die without pleasure. Advertisement. It's time to rendezvous with Xiao Xian Glan. Thinking, Yoda seizes the time and heads towards Kusanagi village quickly and confidently. Before the end of the Chunin exam preliminaries, Yang Tai discussed with Xiao Xian Glan. Pick her up on the only way to the grass ninja village. There are also some towns located on the border between the country of fire and the country of grass. According to Xiang Lian, their leader Chunin will complete a B-level mission there, so he will stay for a while. So Yoda plans to cut off the beard somewhere. Taking the little girl back to Konoha, he even got a temporary residence permit. After all, with a resource as rare as Xiao Xiang Phosphorus, Yang Tai must keep it in his own hands as much as possible. Don't use outer buildings, I'm talking about the physique of Xiang Phosphorus. Whoosh whoosh. Captain, the target has been found. A Sand Shinobi quickly returned to the camp and said. Oh. A man with a brown turban and a thin face raised his eyebrows and stood up with some joy. Finally there is news about this guy. Send the order, gather immediately and move forward with confidence toward the goal. Hirano Makoto immediately gave the order. This was a task assigned to him personally by Lord Baki. As long as he completes the task, it is equivalent to showing his face at the top. In this way, the day when this special Jainin will officially become a shinobi is not far away. Before this, he had issued a military order, and he must capture Yang Tai. However, in his opinion, using 3 squads and a special leader to deal with a kid was a bit over the top. But who said this was an order from above? The border between the land of grass and the land of fire. In a small town. Xiangling looked at the crowd outside the hotel and was a little stunned. It had been 10 days, but why didn't brother Yangtai come to pick her up? Hang phosphorus! A low and hoarse voice came, and a tall, thin man in black appeared in the room. Team, Captain. Xiangling trembled all over and answered tremblingly. Trash, if I didn't keep you useful, I would have killed you with one knife. The tall and thin man said angrily and quickly took off his disguise. Tick-tock. The captain is injured. At this time, the tall and thin man covered his arms and shouted impatiently, why don't you get over here? Do you want me to treat you? Okay. Xiangling pursed his lips, responded, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man grabbed Xianglu's arm irritably and bit it. Clang. Ah. Who? Kicking the phosphorus away, the tall and thin man quickly picked up a kunao. Advertisement. Looking sharply at the door, he glanced at the three-pronged kunao stuck on the bed. Kill your people. A cold voice came. A kid with yellow hair appeared in front of the tall and thin man. Xiao Xianglan was stunned for a moment, and then she was filled with joy. Brother Yangtai came to pick her up. But the little girl also knew that now was not the time to talk, so she just nodded to Yangtai. Yoda smiled slightly. Pretend to be a ghost. The tall and thin man shouted disdainfully and disappeared from the spot. Clang. The two tested each other at the same time, and then quickly distanced themselves. The tall and thin man glanced at the scratched cuffs. This guy was no better than him. And he was injured. Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you. Dead people don't need to know. Yoda said coldly. What a loud tone. Regardless of the huge pain in his arm, the tall and thin man quickly formed seals, took a deep breath, and blew forward. Fire-style fire tornado. The flames swirled towards the sun like a tornado. Brother Yangtai. Xiang Liao shouted anxiously. The tall and thin man turned around with a cold look, I know you. You're a BD, I should have killed you long ago. Boom. Water-style water barrier. A wall of water rose from the ground, blocking all the flames instantly. Swish. Puff. BD. The tall and thin man covered his chest. At this time, a weird kunao was inserted into his chest. Seeing Yangtai rushing towards him quickly, all the dead souls appeared at that time. He turned around with a look of horror on his face and grabbed Xiang phosphorus. He now understands that this guy is here for the fragrant phosphorus, so if he seizes the fragrant phosphorus, he will have a chance to negotiate. Saving one's life shouldn't be a problem by then. Thinking of this, his expression became ferocious, and he grabbed Xianglu's neck fiercely. Burst. Bang bang. In an instant, the sealing technique on the kunao inserted on the bed and the kunao on the tall and thin man's chest exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire room became a swimming pool. The tall and thin man's eyes were shocked, his throat hurt, his eyes blurred, and a dazed figure appeared in front of him. Thump. Yoda pulled out the kunao, and the tall and thin man covered his neck in pain, whimpered a few times, and rolled to the ground, completely cold. This period may seem long, but in fact it only lasts a second or two. Chapter 32 The Way of the World. Brother Yangtai. Xiao Xianglian hugged Yangtai's hand, his face was full of joy, but his eyes were shining brightly, which was pitiful. She waited for 10 days, thinking that Yangtai would not come. Yangtai smiled and rubbed her little head affectionately, be good, don't cry. Let's get out of here first. Yet. The little girl's eyes turned redder and she tried her best to nod without crying. Advertisement. Yangtai pulled up the body on the ground and motioned for the little girl to follow. There is such a big commotion here, someone is coming soon. That damn faucet is not turned off, and the labor management hotel has turned into a fish pond. The fine has been collected today, even the Hokage can't stop me, I said so. At this time, an angry voice came from downstairs, Yangtai smiled, and jumped out of the window and escaped. 3 days later. The border between the Kingdom of Sichuan and the Kingdom of Fire. Vanilla Town. Vanilla Town is named after vanilla, a plant from the land of fire. This herb is a natural spice and is used to make sachets, special perfumes, soaps, etc. It is a high-end product that often appears in the houses of dignitaries and is very popular among women. As a result, vanilla became famous, and because of the profits, people gradually formed a big family with vanilla as their surname. Call it the Vanilla family. Brother Yoda, this place is really lively, something the country of grass can't even compare to. Xiao Xianglan grabbed Yangtai's hand and looked around, and Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden. Originally, Xiang Phosphorus could visit the more prosperous Konoha, but his captain ordered him not to go out. I can only watch helplessly every day. It's better now, the child's natural instincts have all been let go. When you settle in Konoha, wherever is more prosperous, take it. Yangtai bought 2 bunches of candied haws, showing off. Compared with Konoha, the sky is really the same as the earth, What's the concept? Konoha has a TV. Not here. Get out of the way, get out of the way. You untouchables. Believe it or not, if you become a master, I will chop you with a knife. Not far away, several Ronin martial warriors were arrogantly pushing the people around them with knives. A bamboo sedan was being carried behind him, and on it was a skinny little old man. At this time, he was frowning, looking at a ledger in his hand, and occasionally looking up at the noisy people around him. His eyes were full of disgust. Disgusting, lowly pariah. Advertisement. Brother Yoda, why are they so arrogant and domineering like the adults of the grass country? Xiao Xianglan looked at the people who were being pushed aside and asked. This was completely different from the peaceful Konoha she thought of, especially when she saw some people who reacted slowly were knocked down and kicked aside. I felt even more uncomfortable. However, Yang Tai had a look of astonishment on his face. He actually encountered such a bloody plot. He immediately picked up Xiao Xianglan's little hand and walked behind him. What does that sentence mean? As long as he has no morals, morality cannot kidnap him. I would rather be a peace dog than a person in troubled times. The world of ninja is so messed up. It's so common to exchange children for food and eat human flesh. One word is messed up. No wonder Madara has always secretly wanted to use Project Tsuki no Mi to bring peace to the world. It's not without reason. What Yang Tai can do now is to restrain himself. Holding the little girl's hand tightly, Yang Tai said with some profound meaning, wherever there is light, there must be darkness. When we are weak, we should not plunge into the darkness, and guard our bottom line and conscience. When you become stronger one day, you will become a part of the light. After saying this, Yang Tai suddenly blushed, but then he felt relieved. If you don't say it so casually, this girl might not know what to think. However, this also made Yoda discover something, that is, he read too much of Will of Fire. It feels like I'm brainwashing myself, but fortunately it's all about positive energy, so it's completely acceptable. Stay away from the darkness and keep your bottom line and conscience. The little girl murmured in a low voice. No one had ever told her this, and Brother Yang Tai was the first one. Keep your bottom line and conscience, and when you grow up, become part of the light. The little girl's eyes flashed with determination, and she nodded vigorously to Yang Tai. Brother Yang Tai, I can do it. Yang Tai, Sigma, degree. I just poured a bowl of chicken soup. Why did this girl react so easily? Isn't it just some random speculation? Yang Tai looked at the little girl suspiciously. Seeing that she was just leisurely and more confident, it seemed that she was developing in a good direction. He clenched his fist and encouraged. Come on. Xiang Phosphorus showed a sweet smile and also clenched his fists. What the hell, get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? My ears are stuffed with donkey hair. The middle-aged Ronin in red slapped the old man holding a stick in front of him, then put his feet up and cursed loudly. The old man lay on the ground with blood on his face, moaning feebly, and the food in his basket had already been scattered all over the floor. Maid, you're still pretending. I'll let you pretend. Seeing that the old guy was still refusing to leave, the red-clothed Ronin immediately kicked him a few more times. Advertisement. Grandma, don't hit my grandma. At this time, a little girl with a ponytail was crying and lying on the old man. People around were talking a lot, but no one came forward to help, even to pull the old man out. If there is not one, this is the way of the world. It seems like this is nonsense. How could there be such a person or ruler? This is exactly the truth. The truth is often more nonsense than imagined. These people are just showing off their status and power. How many people will die? Sorry, they are not even as good as cattle and horses. Brother Yoda. The little girl Xiangling shook Yang Tai's hand anxiously, her eyes full of prayer. Yang Tai was a little speechless. He didn't expect to be kidnapped by morality. Forget it, he just pretended to be impressed in front of the little girl. You stinky girl, you still dare to protect me. You're looking for death. A cold light flashed in the red-clothed Ronin's eyes, and he stabbed the little girl's eyes with the scabbard in his hand. Let you bastards continue to block the uncle's way. Little ring. When the old man on the ground saw this, he struggled to get up. This martial warrior was going to be ruthless. The eyes of the people around him all had expressions of intolerance and regret. The little girl named Xiao Huan was frightened to the spot. She saw the wooden scabbard getting closer and closer to her. Shivering all over, he closed his eyes tightly and waited quietly. What happened? Could it be that Mr. Martial Warrior has stopped? Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a scabbard an inch away from him. Veins were exposed on one hand on the scabbard, and he was holding it tightly. Gudong. Xiao Huan raised his throat nervously and quickly distanced himself. In his eyes was a man with blonde hair, dressed as a Ronin in black clothes, with the sword stuck diagonally behind his waist. Was it this Lord Martial Warrior who saved her? The Ronin in red looked ugly, and there was actually someone blocking his way in Vanilla Town. It seems that he has not taken action for a long time, and his reputation has gradually been forgotten by others. Kid, are you looking for death? Yoda let go of the scabbard, slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist, and said coldly, let's have a spar. What? The red-clothed Ronin was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, you actually competed with me. Ha ha ha. The Ronin behind him also burst out laughing. This kid actually wants to challenge Mr. Tien. Doesn't he want to live? Didn't you see that this guy is a Ronin from outside? It's no wonder, otherwise who in Vanilla Town would challenge Lord Tien? Chapter 33 Landmouth Fairy. The people around him shook their heads. Old Wang, this is another stupid young man challenging Master Tien. Tisk, 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 what a pity for such a young man. Looking at the young man, he looks like he has two brushes. I hope he won't be killed. There was no way, they had seen too many martial warriors who came to challenge Lord Tien in Vanilla Town. Advertisement. Without exception, they all returned miserably, and the weak ones were killed with a single blow. The Ronin in red laughed wildly and saw Yang Tai standing with a sword, as if waiting for him to draw the sword. A look of contempt flashed, I'll wait for you, a little brat, to look good. Kid, I accept your challenge. As he spoke, the red-clothed Ronin let out a cry and drew his sword. Bah! The old man in the bamboo sedan closed the account book, held his chin with one hand, and looked like he was watching a show. Look at the two people confronting each other in front of you. A sparring match between martial warriors? Too bad it's not a duel. The sparring between martial warriors is just a matter of point, the duel is. It's a matter of life and death. Ah! The Ronin in red yelled, holding the knife in both hands, and slashed at Yoda with all his strength. Clang! Sparks fly. The two of them were separated at the first touch, and at the same time the sword in their hands was also clenched a little tighter. So much strength, this guy is not simple. The Ronin in red slowly walked around Yang Tai, looking for Yang Tai's flaws, hoping to complete the battle. Yang Tai kept his eyes on the opponent's steps. Regardless of the opponent's character, his swordsmanship was indeed good. But this guy's strong attack will definitely not work, thinking about Yoda being the first to strike with his sword. This sword was very vicious, going straight into the opponent's throat, and the person was changing steps. One mistake and a sword pierces the throat. The red-clothed Ronin secretly said something bad, and quickly dodged the sword in a way similar to a donkey's roll. Yang Tai's eyes lit up, and he immediately attacked crazily, each sword sharper than the other. One sword is more tricky than the other. The Ronin in red hurriedly held a knife to resist, his face flushed red. Obviously, he is at a disadvantage now. Master Tien was actually suppressed. Martial warrior said with a shocked look on his face. How big is this little devil? The people around him widened their eyes. They didn't expect Yang Tai to be so powerful. Even Master Tien is no match. At the same time, I secretly rejoiced, after all these years, this girl finally fell into trouble. Cool. Advertisement. Brother Yang Tai. Come on. Xiao Xianglan was even more excited and shouted. Yoda smiled slightly, it was time to end, he kicked the red sword away from the Ronin's hand, and put the long sword on his neck. Accepted. The long sword was sheathed, and Yoda waved it and walked towards Xianglan. This was just an interlude. Oh my god. Master Tien actually lost. Ronin martial warrior couldn't believe it. For 6 or 7 years in Mega Vanilla Town, Master Tien was defeated without any defeat. This was not a collapse of faith for them, but it was still an extremely shocking event. Even the old man on the bamboo sedan was moved. You must know that ordinary ninjas can't take down Tien martial warrior. This shows the strength of Tien martial warrior, but now he is beaten by a kid with sword skills, which is very shocking. Could it be that this guy is from the Kingdom of Iron? No matter what he thinks, he is a person who has seen a lot of things in the world. Naturally, he has also been to the Kingdom of Iron, a country of martial warriors. It is the sacred land of martial warriors in the world, and the martial warriors there are comparable to ninjas. The Ronin in red suddenly turned red and white as he listened to the people pointing around. Then he saw Yang Tai walking towards Xiangling without any precautions, and he suddenly became jealous. Someone in this vanilla town has never been so wronged and humiliated. If his eyes turned cold, he would die. Lifting the sword from the ground, he slashed it towards Yang Tai's neck. If this knife hits the target, Yang Tai will kill the person's head. Ah! Mr. Tien is so angry that he is coming to kill him. The people near Yang Tai immediately dispersed and stayed away from these two plague gods. Master Tien, aren't you a little despicable? Asked a martial warrior. The martial warrior who was watching the show chuckled lightly. The young man immediately clapped his hands and shouted, if you dare to offend Mr. Tien, chop him to death. Snapped. That martial warrior slapped himself, look at his brain. Is it important whether we talk about martial ethics or not? He is a person with a stand, Master Tian is mighty. Master Tian haki. Master Tian, I will give birth to a monkey for you. Damn it. The martial warrior next to him was shocked at that time. Young people nowadays are so good at licking. This is much better than what I did back then. That sentence, how do you say it? The waves in front push back the waves in the Yangtze River, and the waves in the back die on the beach. No. You cannot be compared to yourself. Come on. At this moment, he re-entered the realm of Landmouth Fairy. What a flattery. A mouth full of immortals kneeling down. A mouth opening the door to heaven. The power of his mouth was so strong that the people around him were dim and could only bow their heads. When the red-clothed Ronin heard these words, his hand suddenly shook, and the sword almost came out of his hand, and his face turned red with embarrassment. If it weren't for his extraordinary intelligence, he might have ascended to heaven directly from where he was. Brother Yang Tai, be careful. Xiao Xianglan turned pale with fright, roared with all his strength, rolled up his sleeves hurriedly, and ran towards Yang Tai. Advertisement. It's impossible to hide at such a close distance. Yang Tai used his backhand to draw for Scythia with his sword, and quickly blocked this menacing attack. Clang. Good chance. The Ronin in red quickly seized the opportunity and attacked Yoda's weaknesses with every move. Yang Tai frowned, this guy had to slap his nose on his face, right? Chakra erupted slightly on the solace of his feet, and Yang Tai quickly distanced himself. Make a gesture of drawing a sword. I kills. Brush. A drop of bright red blood dripped from the long sword. With a cry, Yang Tai sheathed his sword and said coldly, do you still want to fight? But a reminder, the next scene. It's a matter of superiority and inferiority. It's also a matter of life and death. Don't be complacent, kid. Our adults will defeat you. The martial warrior next to him yelled angrily. You kid, don't bully others too much. Our Lord Tian will definitely let you do it. Martial warrior next to him agreed. That's enough. Shut up, everyone. The red-clothed Ronin shouted loudly. Brush. Quiet. Everyone shut up. Without him, even if Lord Tian loses, it will be the ceiling of Vanilla Town. No one dares to question it. The Ronin in red looked around coldly, wiped the blood from his neck, and looked at Yang Tai. With such strength, he must be a martial warrior trained in the Kingdom of Iron. Especially that IAI/ just now. Shunpo. There are shadows of Shunpo. This is the standard equipment of high-level martial warrior. Snap, the sword returns to its sheath. A look of reluctance flashed in the red-clothed Ronin's eyes, and then he fixed his gaze, held his sword in both hands, and walked up to Yang Tai. Thank you, Your Excellency, for showing mercy. Please accept it. Yoda nodded, took the sword, turned and left. This is a tradition, or a rule, among martial warriors. Give your cherished sword to a stronger person, let this sword replace him, and defeat the stronger enemy. Master Tian, how can you hand over your sword? A young martial warrior's faith suddenly collapsed. Looking at the sword in his hand, he didn't feel confident either. The older martial warrior patted his shoulder and said, hey. He is a strong man. You must go through this process yourself, otherwise you will doubt the sword in your hand for the rest of your life. Chapter 34 Action. Under the admiring gazes of everyone, Yang Tai pulled Xiangling away and walked away. The crowd was very knowledgeable and slowly dispersed. Evening. Returning to the rented hotel, Yoda looked at the red Ronin's sword. It's really good, almost the same quality as mine. Advertisement. However, Yoda prefers his imitation Tianbi Liujian, which has the same style as the two pillars. Putting away his sword, Yoda started to pretend. His sea-level mission is to investigate the recent unusual activities in the Vanilla family. This task is for Konoha straightforward and there is no client. This is also the reason why Yoda didn't kill the red Ronin today. He simply didn't want to cause trouble. Crunch. Brother Yang Tai, what are you doing? Asked Strange Fire, who was holding a lot of snacks in his arms. Yang Tai put on a black mask and said, I'm going out and I'll be back later. The little girl nodded very wisely, be careful. Under the mask, Yang Tai smiled slightly, waved his hand, and jumped out of the window. In a few leaps, he disappeared into the dark night. Vanilla Family Station. The Vanilla family is divided into inner and outer layers, also known as the foreign surname family and the main surname family. In the past month or two, members of the Vanilla family have gradually felt that the family atmosphere has become depressed. Some clan members who had bad transactions or had accidents when going out were severely punished by the family heads and elders. So much so that now such a big family has caused people to panic, and some close relatives have secretly inquired about it, and as a result, they have to be severely punished. Especially these days, the elders and family heads are meeting every night. And it was heavily guarded and no one was allowed to get close. The clan meeting hall. At this time, the room was divided into 3 camps, the patriarchal faction, the elders faction, and the foreigners faction. Master, with an investment of tens of millions of taels, should we continue to support the Kingdom of Wind now, or should we collect part of the profits after watching the show? The great elder stroked his beard and went straight to the topic. 1. Help the Kingdom of Wind prepare food supplies and obtain the exclusive right to sell vanilla from the Kingdom of Wind. 2. Completely side with the Kingdom of Wind, defeat Konoha and obtain the franchise. This is what everyone is talking about these days. The owner of the vanilla patriarch gently blew on the steaming tea, took a sip, and directly changed the subject without answering the elder's question. This matter was organized by the elders. Have you asked Sand Shinobi clearly about their determination these days? Sand Shinobi will definitely not tell us the specific layout, but I got an important piece of news yesterday. According to my analysis, as long as that thing appears, Konoha will be destroyed by more than 80%. The great elder pondered for a moment, but was still prepared to give it a try. This was his trump card, how could he reveal it so easily? Advertisement. Hehe. The great elder started to make up mysteries again, about the exclusive rights of the country of fire and the country of wind. The representative of the foreign race on the right looked disdainful, and then explained. Sand Shinobi's gang of greedy people just want to defeat Konoha, not to mention whether they can defeat Konoha. With their character, can they really bring such great benefits to the family? From what I tell you, Patriarch, we have obtained the exclusive right to the Kingdom of Wind and successfully opened up the trade routes of the Kingdom of Wind. That's enough. As for completely siding with Sand Shinobi, forget it. It will be self-defeating at that time. He will be a swordsman and I will be a fish. The gain outweighs the loss. The elder was so angry that even a mere junior dared to talk to him like this. He slapped the table and said angrily. Short-sighted thing, what do you know? I don't have the same knowledge as you, sir. Do you know what Tsunagaku did? You're talking shamelessly right here. The representative of the foreign clan is a rude elder, but due to his status as the great elder, it is better not to refute. Otherwise, just like the previous few days, the quarrel would just end. The owner of the vanilla patriarch put down the teacup in his hand, glanced at the two of them, and said calmly. Are you done arguing? Everyone was speechless. After the quarrel, let me, the patriarch, say a few words. The head of the vanilla family looked at the great elder and said. Elder, the clan has fully supported you in this matter from the beginning, affirming your contribution to the family. But the life and death of the family must not be trivial, unless your group of elders gives the clan members a reason not to refuse. Otherwise, even if I, the head of the family, agree to you, the clan members will not agree. The great elder lowered his head in deep thought and did not answer. This matter is of great concern. If the news leaks out, their vanilla family may be destroyed by accident. Seeing the great elder thinking, the head of the vanilla family was not in a hurry, drank tea and waited slowly. As the head of the family, what he has to do is to balance the contradictions between the outside clan and the internal clan. He will not make decisions easily unless his family's life and death is in crisis. Why? Everyone, please take a look. The great elder sighed, seeming to decide something, with his fingers dipped in tea. Write 4 big characters on the table. 1 tail Shukaku. Nani? Shock. The foreign representative jumped up immediately and looked at the great elder's chrysanthemum-like smile with disbelief. Even the head of the vanilla family, who had always been sitting firmly on the Diao Yute, changed his expression. The owner of the vanilla family has a lot of thoughts in his mind. Advertisement. No wonder the elders, who were weak yesterday, feel like they have taken Viagra today. The emotional confidence is here. It seems that Tsunagaku is going to play big this time. Even war weapons and tailed beasts were deployed. Thinking of this, the head of the vanilla family hurriedly asked, so, has this thing arrived in Konoha? That's the real crux of the matter. If 1 tail Shukaku sneaks into Konoha, Sand Shinobi's chances of winning suddenly increase by 30%. The great elder nodded with an inscrutable expression. Young people, after all, are young people, and they are not yet proficient enough. As soon as this statement came out, both the patriarchal faction and the foreign faction were horrified. If you had heard that Sand Shinobi had sent out 1 tail Shukaku before, you would have been shocked and thought that Konoha was not easy to fight. Now, it's like knowing the lottery numbers for the next draw. If it doesn't matter, what are you waiting for? Master, agree. That's right. The elders are here for the family, and we can't let them down. For the continuation of the family, the head of the family agrees. The owner of the herb family was silent as she listened to the noisy noises around her. Why? Sigh. There is no use in opposing it now. How can these people let go of such a huge interest trend? If he doesn't agree now, I'm afraid the vanilla family will have a new head tonight. Quiet. Everyone was quiet. The head of his family is still convincing. Great Elder, please inform Sand Shinobi that our vanilla family will fully cooperate with the Wind Country's operations. The head of the herb family looked at the Great Elder and ordered, then looked at the foreigners and arranged. You prepare food and war supplies, we are ready to back up the Sand Shinobi. Okay, let's take action immediately after the meeting is introduced. That's good, let's talk about the content in detail. Yoda slowly closed the tiles, he heard something amazing today. But, what did the old man write on the table? It couldn't be a treasure that makes this family so excited. Tisk tisk tisk, but I'm in a bit of trouble. Chapter 35 Trap. Yoda thought, slowly stood up, and there were 3 Sand Shinobi standing around him. But based on the outfit, it's all genin. There are 2 ways for you, 1, you can capture it yourself, or 2, we can do it ourselves. The leader Sand Shinobi said coldly. A pair of bright eyes under the mask looked around. Advertisement. The next moment, Yang Tai understood the cause and effect. Damn it, this is a game. These guys from Sand Shinobi are actually fishing for law enforcement. I choose the 3rd way. Kill you. Yoda said, raising his hand and throwing 3 kunao at the 3 of them. Ding ding ding. Konoha Shinobi is still so loud. Yang Tai glanced and saw that the head of the vanilla family in loose clothes had appeared on the roof. Chakra fluctuation. Ninja. The good guy was hiding so deeply that he didn't sense the ninjutsu just now. It looks like this guy has 2 brushes. Master Vanilla, are you sure you want to be the enemy of Konoha? Konoha is so powerful that you can't imagine. Yoda asked. The head of the vanilla family smiled and shook his head. Konoha is very powerful, is Sand Shinobi weak? Yoda suddenly realized that it was indeed the case. Sand Shinobi's military strength was not weak either. He then looked around and asked in confusion. I'm here, I can't be exposed as a Konoha spy. This net has been set up for more than 10 days. Counting you, I only caught 3 fish. Explained the head of the vanilla family. However, figures flashed behind him, and it looked like he was surrounded by at least 100 martial warriors. Okay, Vanilla Patriarch, let's capture him alive. The leader Sand Shinobi said. Good. The owner of the vanilla family took off his coat, formed a seal in his hand, and walked slowly. Whoosh whoosh. Upon seeing this, Yoda raised his hand and threw a few kunao at the vanilla family leader. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the head of the vanilla family was covered in rocks and could not dodge Yoda's attacks. Several kunao sparked a few sparks in his chest. They all fell to the ground. Yang Tai's pupil shrank, turtle shell ninjutsu. You can't break my ninjutsu. Surrender and you still have a chance to survive. The head of the vanilla family bumped their fists and said proudly. I went first. Sand Shinobi on the side had long been impatient. When the scroll was unfolded, a white puppet appeared next to him. Quickly waving the chakra in his hand, the puppet stabbed Sunta quickly with a long sword. Ding 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 ding. Yoda quickly parried with 2 kunao and kicked the puppet away. This puppet is still too weak, the speed of the puppet is so slow. Bang fist. The fierce fist wind struck, and Yang Tai turned his head in surprise. Body flicker technique. Advertisement. Boom. Tiles were scattered in all directions, and a big hole was made in the roof. Yang Tai appeared aside, secretly surprised. This ninjutsu destroys so much strength. This is so damn special J-nin. When it comes to J-nin, anyone who has a skill that surpasses most J-nin can become a special J-nin by passing the test. It seems that if he wants to run away, he must first find a way to knock this guy down. The head of the vanilla family is also somewhat different. I didn't expect that a mere Konoha Genin could have such skills. The body flicker technique is good, but it's a pity you can't escape it. The puppet master of Sand Shinobi put himself into position and said loudly, I won't be careless this time, prepare to die. I bet you can't catch me. Yoda chuckled. Ha ha ha, if you can run away, I will personally apologize to the Hokage. The head of the vanilla family laughed and quickly rushed towards Yang Tai. Jijija, if you run away, I'll call you daddy. Sand Shinobi danced chakra, and the puppet flew out with a whoosh. The remaining 2 Sand Shinobi directly outflanked them. Burst. The C-shaped water column explodes. Several people in the field were shocked at the same time. Whizzing. One flashed in front of the 2 outflanking Sand Shinobi. In an instant, blood splattered from their necks, and they fell to the ground with a few groans. No more interest. What? Buckkin. Is this the body flicker technique? Damn it. The head of the vanilla family lost his voice at that time. Is this the speed a human being can achieve? The Sand Shinobi puppet master was also in disbelief. He wanted to quickly support his 2 companions, but he couldn't do it. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, his 2 teammates received their lunch boxes. Suddenly, the Sand Shinobi puppet master was horrified to see a wet black figure emerging from the water column behind the vanilla patriarch. Small. There is no need for the puppet master of Sand Shinobi to remind him, the head of the vanilla family has already sensed it. But the other party was too fast and his body couldn't keep up. How can it be repaired? However, with your own defense, the opponent can't even think of breaking through. Thinking about the chakra explosion, the rocks on his body became a bit thicker visible to the naked eye. A mere coup now. The corners of Yang Tai's mouth rose up under the mask. Was it the same person who had no choice but to hold a turtle shell before? Get the kidneys and liver. The chakra balls quickly condensed in the wet palms, and he pressed hard on his vest. Ah! The owner of the vanilla family screamed, punched the roof in anger, and fell down. Boom! Advertisement. Pity. Yang Tai shook his head. If he were on the ground, this guy would have been completely cold. All I can say is that this guy has a good life. A fake fight, right? Hanging wire, right? The Sand Shinobi puppet master was Spartan at the time, and the vanilla family leader was a strong person who could be a special Jainin. One move kills him. You told me this is Konoha Genin? This is too much of an exaggeration. Yoda turned to look at the Sand Shinobi puppet master who looked wary, and sighed. Throw a coup now and the water column explodes. The figure has disappeared from the spot. This, is looking down on him? Still look down on him. With a wry smile, he put away the puppet and checked his companion to confirm that he was completely dead. Ignoring it, he jumped down from the hole in the roof. What caught his eye was a group of young and old, the head of the Wuxiang family. Hiss! What caught the eye was a small crater of blood and flesh, even the backbones were worn away. That Konoha Shinobi's chakra ball is quite powerful. If I were to be exposed to one, wouldn't it be a shame? Fortunately, I am lucky. Stop arguing. The owner of the vanilla family said weakly with a pale face. A bunch of old guys are like flies, buzzing and making a lot of noise. Then his eyes fixed on the Sand Shinobi puppet master and said, hurry up and tell Tsunagaku to send ninja support immediately. I will. The Sand Shinobi puppet master nodded, but still worried, Konoha might come back soon, should we retreat first? Withdraw? Joke. Lao Zi's family business is vanilla, tell me to withdraw now. Can I withdraw? Do I dare to withdraw? These old guys are using my head to apologize to Konoha every minute, believe it or not. The vanilla patriarch's blood pressure soared, but he still restrained himself and explained. No, with the ability that Konoha Shinobi showed just now, he shouldn't escape so easily. That means the other party has insufficient chakra and manpower, so they chose to leave. The next step is to face Konoha's counterattack. We need at least one Jainin on our side. You should inform the top management of Sand Shinobi as soon as possible. I see. I feel sad that the other party will let me go. There is not enough chakra and not enough manpower. Sure enough, although I came from the great ninja village, compared to these old fritters, the experience is still far behind. Saying goodbye, the Sand Shinobi puppet master left Vanilla's house. Chapter 36 Very angry. Another place. Finally out of the vanilla family range. Yoda took off his mask and wiped his sweat. He still had less than 10% of his chakra left. Looking at the palm of his hand, Yang Tai still smiled bitterly, what's the matter? I am so short of mana. Advertisement. Even if Hokage is 50/50ths, it is useless to kill the enemy. But luckily for him, he just unbuttoned his pants and it was over. Even if I unlock 100 postures in my mind, I still can't look up to the sky. As for why not spirit communication technique, are you kidding, are the trump cards used by blind chickens? After taking a pill of military food, Yang Tai ran towards the town again. The Hokage must be notified of this matter as soon as possible. The vanilla family has switched sides with Sand Shinobi. This is a big deal. With tens of millions of commissions a year, that old man from third generation will go crazy. Why? Konoha collapse plan. I used to be short-sighted. With such a big plan, both sides will definitely make a series of small moves to pave the way. The first thing is to compete for resources. It seems that this vanilla family is one of Sand Shinobi's moves. Progressing step by step, turning over the leaves in one fell swoop. Now it seems that the old man from third generation is like a mirror in his mind. According to the plot, Sand Shinobi attacked Konoha and couldn't even hold on for a day. This shows that Sand Shinobi was clearly arranged by the old man of third generation early on. Sure enough, you still have to be careful when living in the ninja world. You must understand that transmigrators are just more knowledgeable than natives. If he competes with others in wisdom, he can be played to the point of ecstasy. After a while, Yang Tai returned to the hotel, and the little girl fell asleep holding snacks. Yang Tai smiled slightly, covered the little girl with a quilt, changed her clothes and hurried out. It's 9 o'clock. Most of the shops on the street closed early. But there are a few shops that are still empty, namely flower shops and bars. Yang Tai glanced at the door number and walked in casually. Colorful lights flashed inside. On the wine tables, one after another, alluring women revealed patches of white flowers. Wear heavy makeup and flatter the greasy uncles. Advertisement. Those uncles were also dishonest. Their hands were like snakes, appearing in every private part of the woman inadvertently. Yoda hit it, he was still young, so he was still a little restless when he saw this kind of scene. Sitting on the bar chair, Yoda said to the beautiful bartender in front of him, "Beauty, do you have a drink as beautiful as yours?" The pretty sister's hand holding the cup paused slightly. Couldn't it be a coincidence? He smiled and said, "Then how beautiful do you think I am?" "Haha, sister is as beautiful as the moon in the sky." Yang Tai replied with a smile. What Yoda said seemed to be a way to chat up the young lady in front of him, but in fact it was a street code used by the Konoha intelligence department. Moreover, as long as this kind of contact person is contacted once, he will be replaced immediately. Absolutely safe. Grrrrrrrrrrrrr, little brother's mouth feels like honey, it's so sweet. The pretty young lady glanced at Yoda and said with a smile, "Then what do you want to drink at my sister's place?" Yang Tai blushed. "How can a 1.78 meter tall guy bear this?" He said in embarrassment, "Let's have a big glass of red wine. I like the taste." The beautiful young lady's face suddenly froze, but she immediately reacted and showed a professional smile. "Be good. I've been here for more than a year, and I didn't expect to receive such a great gift today." After matching the codes, small cup, medium cup, and large cup respectively represent. Requesting C-level mission support. Requesting to be promoted to B-level mission support. Requesting promotion to A and S-level mission support. As long as this mission is completed, Master Hokage will increase the mission level. It's equivalent to completing an A-level mission. A-level and above tasks are not just commissions in Konoha. This is an important qualification for rising Jainin. This kid is really his lucky star. The beautiful lady handed over the red wine with a smile and gently touched Yang Tai's hand. "How old is your little brother this year?" Yang Tai's face was a little red, and he pulled his hands uncomfortably. Seeing that he couldn't get away, he accepted his fate, but still said stubbornly, "I'm not little at all." Kikik. The pretty girl covered her mouth and chuckled. She liked this kind of tender and sophisticated little puppy. "Then let me show you, sister, how young you really are." The beautiful young lady leaned down and whispered softly into Yang Tai's ear. Cough cough cough. Advertisement. Yoda, who had just regained a small advantage, was first shaken by the white balloon on the pretty girl's chest. After being teased in a low voice again, he was immediately defeated and the red wine he drank was spit out. Kick kick. The beautiful young lady smiled so wildly that the balloons on her chest dazzled someone. "Hey, Sister Hong, an old cow eats young grass." At this time, a married woman in a blue cheongsam came over and joked. He sat next to Yang Tai again, took one of Yang Tai's arms, rubbed it hard on his chest, and said with a smile like a flower, "Little brother, you are so handsome." Xiaoda reacted immediately. He hadn't touched a woman in many years. This was a normal reaction. He twitched his arm, but seeing that he couldn't pull it away at all, he simply picked up the red wine and took a sip to hide his embarrassment. "You prodigal, you came here just after smelling the fishy smell, why don't you go look for it yourself?" Sister Hong said, wiggling her nice buttocks, sitting on the other side of Yang Tai, and looked at the woman in blue cheongsam with disdain. This little st doesn't even care about first come, first served and can't walk around when she meets a good-looking man. Wearing a red cheongsam, with a strong sense of charm and royal sister, after Yoda was disarmed with one arm. Suddenly, I felt pain and happiness. Why be happy? Don't ask, just look at the study materials. Hey, sister, what did you say? The store is only so big. Besides. The woman in the blue cheongsam covered her mouth and chuckled a few times. Suddenly, her palm grabbed the little girl Destiny's neck like a sharp arrow. She glanced at Sister Hong provocatively and said, "My little brother, you didn't say anything. Why are you so worried at such an old age?" Yang Tai closed his eyes in pain, completely defeated. He was under the illusion. How can it be repaired? Such a powerful illusion. Can't resist at all. Life is just that, if you can't resist. No, you must hold on and never be defeated. The fight between the two women was not over yet. Yang Tai soon felt the warmth coming from his hands. As soon as his hand moved, a soft moan came to his ears. Yang Tai opened his eyes and saw Sister Hong looking at him with a look of shame and anger. Suddenly, as a veteran driver, he understood everything. When the woman in blue cheongsam saw this, she cursed in her heart, "Old cow eats young grass." He pressed his whole body against Yang Tai's body and said delicately, "Little brother, what are your orders? I'm very angry." Press your head with one hand. Chapter 37, Special Mission. To be young is to be energetic. The woman in the blue cheongsam, who was counting her money and waving her hands, curled her lips and let this prodigal man take the advantage. Snort. He twisted his waist and walked towards his house. The woman in blue Cheongsam didn't care about Sister Hong's expression. Anyway, this happened not once or twice. Advertisement. Xiao Xiao twisted her waist and prepared to rest. It's a pity that I just talked about it today. I don't know if my brother will come tomorrow. In the house. Sister Hong quickly packed her things and took out one of the banknotes given by Yang Tai. This is actually a sealing scroll. Taking out the scroll, Sister Hong set off immediately and disappeared into the black night. She is clearly a ninja. Crunch. Yang Tai turned on the light and entered the room holding on to the wall. People cannot be judged by their appearance, and sea water cannot be measured. It is said that women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 they are like tigers, and at 50 they can absorb dirt when they sit down. The ancients never deceived me. Hateful. How can it be repaired? He was a dignified man, but he was injured by wine and S***X, and became extremely haggard. Snapped. The sun showed an angry look and hit the wall. From today onwards he will stop drinking. The little girl Xiang Ling was woken up. She immediately put on her glasses and looked at Yang Tai, with a puzzled look on her face. Brother Yang Tai, why are you holding on to the wall? Are you injured? The little girl Xiang Ling quickly supported Yang Tai and looked around with concern to see if Yang Tai was injured. Ahem, it's okay. We just met two tough opponents. The chakra is a bit severely consumed now, it's okay. Yang Tai met the little girl's concerned gaze and said with a guilty conscience. Is that so, are you really not injured? The little girl Xiang Ling looked at Yang Tai's face and asked doubtfully. Don't worry. You're not hurt. Yang Tai smiled and nodded. The little girl Xiang Lian pointed at Yang Tai's lipstick mark with a look of disbelief and asked. Then what's going on with the blood on brother Yang Tai's face? Blood. Yang Tai wiped his face, and lipstick suddenly appeared on his hand. He smeared it on his face crazily for a while, and said awkwardly. It's just a few minor injuries, some of which are hard to clean. Hey? Is that so? Xiang Ling looked at Yang Tai with doubtful eyes. Her sixth sense told her that things might not be that simple. Advertisement. At that time, the fighting was a bit intense, and I didn't pay attention. That's it. Yang Tai scratched his head in embarrassment and said, this little girl talks a lot. Stare. Although she couldn't see anything, she always felt that something was wrong. Yang Tai quickly retracted his arms, not daring to look directly into the little girl's eyes, and pretended to explain casually. They used a very powerful ninjutsu at that time. I didn't react and suffered some losses, but don't worry, they were all defeated by me. I see. It turns out that brother Yoda is working so hard and fighting with other ninjas at night. Looking at myself eating snacks and sleeping comfortably, brother Yang Tai is really good to me. The little girl was so moved that she was about to pounce on her, but suddenly stopped and sniffed carefully with her little nose. What a strange scent, and there are two kinds. It seems that something has been discovered. He looked at Yang Tai with suspicious eyes again. That little look seemed to be saying. Leniency if you confess, severity if you resist. Ahem, the other party is good at using poison. Although I have neutralized the effect of the poison, I still want to wash it off first. Remember to open the window for ventilation, I'll go to the bathhouse to take a shower first. Saying. Yang Tai turned around and wiped his sweat and disappeared. This girl's powers of observation are too strong. Let her observe for a while and ask a few questions, wouldn't she know everything? Can't afford it. Slip away. The little girl Xiang Phosphorus rubbed her chin. It seemed that she had indeed misunderstood brother Yang Tai. Everything can be explained logically and clearly. There is blood on the face. The strange smell on his body is poison. It was a perfect match, which meant brother Yang Tai didn't lie to her. Thinking of this little girl, she immediately smiled and opened the window. The cold night wind blows. The little girl took a deep breath. Sure enough, fresh air was better, but the smell of poison pollution was weird. The next day. Hokage office. Whoosh. In the office, an Anbu suddenly appeared, knelt down on one knee and reported, Sir Hokage, a member of the intelligence department, has A-level special information to submit. A-level special information? Special, this shows that the mission may reach S-level. It's been a long time since such information came. The old man from third generation put down his cigarette and said seriously, let it go. Crunch. Advertisement. A tall ponytail female ninja walked in at the door, bowed slightly to the third generation old man, took out a scroll and said. Lord Hokage, Vanilla Town Intelligence Officer, Aya Uchida, come to deliver a sudden promotion mission. An Anbu came over and handed the scroll to the third generation old man. Pretty good sealing technique. If the opening method is wrong, the content inside will become another. Normally, if a ninja gets this kind of scroll, they can only be blinded, and they have to ask their village to find professionals to decipher it. But this couldn't be done to him, the ninjutsu doctor. Untie. He unfolded the scroll and read it carefully. Reporter, I meet Yota. Key points, the Vanilla family rebels and joins the Sand Shinobi. Specific process content. It turns out to be this little guy Yoda. Third generation thought to himself. This little guy will take the final Chunin exam in less than 20 days. If you don't be honest and prepare well in Konoha, why run away? As I thought about it, I was immediately attracted by the content below. How can this be? The Vanilla family collectively rebels and joins Sand Shinobi. Because the Vanilla family has a huge amount of transactions with foreign countries every year. Therefore, the commission tasks are very mundane and complex, and the annual commission fees alone are as high as tens of millions of taels. He is the rich man who supports most of the genin in Konoha. Now you tell me that the rich man ran away with someone, leaving Konoha with no talent. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. People can be empty, but money can't. The old man from third generation knocked on the table with a gloomy expression. We must keep our composure and endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Snapped. You've gone too far to deceive me, so I'm calling a special Jainin Moonlight Heihei to see me. The old man from third generation slammed the table, startling the surrounding ninjas. What happened? Even the third Hokage, who is so kind, amiable and friendly, is so angry. After a while, Moonlight Gale came in with 2 dark circles under his eyes. The old man from third generation said solemnly. Jainin Moonlight Heihei obeys the order. After hearing such serious words, Moonlight Gale immediately knew the seriousness of the gaffe, knelt down on one knee, and listened to the order. Seeing this, the old man from third generation continued. According to reliable news, the Vanilla family on the border of the Land of Fire has defected to Sand Shinobi. You are now ordered to lead an assassination team to Vanilla Town to quell the rebellion. Remember, all rebellions must be eliminated. When he said the last sentence, the third generation old man's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this special time, he had to prepare to scare the monkeys. Let the people around you with crooked thoughts take a good look at the consequences of betraying Konoha. After saying that, he handed Yoda's report scroll to Moonlight Heihei. This mission is classified as S level. Chapter 38 Wearing it makes you stronger. S level. Shock. Uchida Aya also opened her mouth vigorously. Konoha hasn't had an S level mission for a long time. And she was lucky enough to take this ride. So her promotion to Special Jainin has only happened in the past few years. Advertisement. An S-rank mission. That little brother is really a blessing to her. With a sickly look on his face, Moonlight Gale couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He coughed a few times and asked. S-level mission, Mr. Hokage's setting is too high. Third generation shook his head and said, no. It was exposed that the Vanilla family secretly took refuge in Sand Shinobi village. Sand Shinobi village Jainin will definitely come to protect them. The number may be more than twice yours, so as the captain, you have a heavy responsibility. Do you understand? Heihei. Moonlight Gale was stunned for a moment, and as soon as he thought about these words, he immediately understood. He was a 13-year-old Chunin, and then stayed in Anbu for 7 or 8 years, becoming a special Jainin after his retirement. I have worked hard over the years, and now I have the strength, qualifications, and opportunity. As long as this vote is completed, the opportunity to be promoted to Jainin will come. The old man from third generation wants to promote him. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said sincerely, thank you, Master Hokage. I will definitely complete the mission. Haha, Heihei, get up. Old man, I believe you. Now without further ado, let's go. The third generation old man said kindly and raised his hand. He had long wanted to promote Moonlight Gale, but there hadn't been any good opportunities in the past few years. It's okay now. After being with me for so many years, it's time for me to be promoted. My subordinates resign. Moonlight Gale turned around and went out, calling the people immediately. Seeing Yu Guangfeng going out, the old man from third generation looked at Uchida Aya and said, Tien Aya, thank you for sending me such important information. You are specially approved to be S level for this mission, and it will be saved in your resume. Thank you, Master Hokage, for cultivating me. Uchida Aya was very excited and knelt down on one knee, her whole body trembling. You've been out for more than a year. Let's take a good rest this time. The old man from third generation took a puff of smoke. Yes. Aya Uchida naturally understood that Mr. Hokage was chasing people away. Very knowledgeable to leave. Bump. After closing the door of Hokage's office, Aya Uchida couldn't suppress the joy on her face anymore. As sweet as melted honey. Yoda. Advertisement. I remember you. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he left the Hokage building with a smile. Hokage-sama, this is the information you want. An Anbu handed a file to the third-generation old man. The old man from third generation looked at it for a while, smiled slightly, and put the file on the table. That's it. Chinen was rescued from the exam, got a temporary residence permit, and took the little girl back to Konoha. He is indeed the descendant of the will of fire. Of course, the most favorite thing here is that this little guy is not hiding anything at all. Put it out in a big and open manner. If someone checks it, they can find it immediately. For Konoha, this is the best. His Hokage to be precise. Konoha village, training ground. Moonlight Swiftwind disappeared behind the woman in front of him, hugged the beauty. He wanted to share this good news with those closest to him. Yujao, I'm going to be a Jainin soon. Mao Yuxian's face was slightly red, but when she heard what Yu Guangfeng said, she immediately froze. He was happy at first, then turned to his lover with a worried look on his face and said, "Is it dangerous?" Moonlight Gale put his hands on his shoulders, smiled and said gently, "Don't worry, this mission is not difficult." Well, be careful. As Anbu, she naturally understands that the task of promoting Jainin will not be simple. She couldn't stop her lover, lowered her head and hugged Yu Guangfeng, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Moonlight Gale didn't say anything, just hugged Xi Yan quietly. At this moment, it seemed as if the world was quiet. Vanilla family. A female Sand Shinobi's hands glowed softly green. He is using medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds on the Vanilla family's back. Touch for about half an hour. The head of the Vanilla family has fully recovered from his injuries. The head of the Vanilla family moved his shoulders, and a rare smile appeared on his gloomy face, and he praised. Sure enough, it's Sand Shinobi high-level medical ninjutsu. This speed is on par with Konoha. One of the Sand Shinobi said proudly, "That's right, June is the most powerful medical ninja in our Sand Shinobi. She has saved countless Sand Shinobi." Chun blushed, glared at the guy who spoke, and whispered. "Master Vanilla is so impressed. Our Sand Shinobi has established a medical class not long ago, and the treatment aspect is indeed not as good as that of Konoha. However, my method of detoxification is currently unmatched by Konoha." The head of the Vanilla clan nodded. Who doesn't know Tsunade Haim, one of the Konoha Sunin, the founder of medical ninjutsu? However, after thinking about it, he changed his tone and asked, "May I ask which Jainin is here this time?" Advertisement. Just as Chun was about to speak, he raised his handsome eyebrows and said with a smile, "It would be better for him to introduce himself to you." "Nani? Vanilla Patriarch, O_O. The owner of the Vanilla family was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Hey, June. Your perception is still so sharp." The head of the Vanilla family quickly tensed up and looked at a figure slowly appearing on the left. What a powerful concealment method. If he hadn't been exposed actively, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. "Is this Jainin?" "Haha, don't be nervous, Master Vanilla, I'm Sand Shinobi Village Jainin, Hirayama Shin." The person who came was wearing a green turban, tall and wearing Jainin's exclusive vest. He is almost 30 years old and has a very elegant personality. The only two things that people criticize are the green headscarf and the blind chicken's scrawled facial makeup. It gives people the feeling of being seriously ill. The owner of the Vanilla family also coughed a few times in embarrassment. Everything about the Kingdom of Wind was acceptable except for the aesthetics, so he gave it away. Cuckold Jainin, long admired name. Green hat. It does sound better than the green turban. Brother, you are very discerning. Cuckold Sand Shinobi smiled and said. In their Sand Shinobi village, you can't see green all year round, so there is green on your head. That is a symbol of fashion, wealth, and strength. Puff. The head of the Vanilla family laughed secretly, the muscles on his face kept beating, and he suppressed the smile with great pain. "No, I can only say that brother, you are the best among men." "Haha, I love hearing this. Master Vanilla, we hit it off right away. I also have a collector's edition here, a dark green scarf for you." Cuckold Sand Shinobi laughed, "You can't get a confidant in life." He quickly took out a dark green headscarf and handed it to the owner of the Vanilla family. "Oh my god, the dark green headscarf. Vanilla Patriarch, number." He waved his hands hastily and said with an ugly smile, "No, no, no. I deserve it. A gentleman never takes away someone's love." "Oops. You're welcome. In our Sand Shinobi village, this is a symbol of strength. As long as you wear it, you will be stronger. If you refuse, you will look down on me. Don't blame me for getting mad." Cuckold Sand Shinobi thrust the dark green turban into the hands of the Vanilla Patriarch and said sincerely. "Master Vanilla, please don't be polite." Chapter 39 Eve. It's stronger when you wear it. Be greener. Vanilla Patriarch, _____. Can he say no? Tearfully accepting the dark green headscarf. Advertisement. Turning to look at Chun who was covering her mouth and snickering, Her eyes turned and stared. As if to say again, are you Sand Shinobi reliable? Ahem, Nobu has been a Jainin for 5 years. Please be careful about your qualifications. June smiled and explained. That's good. Just be reliable. Inviting the cuckold Sand Shinobi to sit down, the vanilla patriarch continued to inquire. Brother cuckold, how many people did you bring on this trip? This is the most important thing. If this guy is the only one, it's better to run away quickly. Don't worry, vanilla patriarch, our senior management at Sand Shinobi takes this matter very seriously. 2 Genin teams, each led by 2 Genin. In the end, I, Jainin, will lead the team. Cuckold Sand Shinobi explained. The owner of the vanilla family lowered his head and thought. 1 Jainin, 2 Genin, 6 Genin. This configuration is not low. It showed that Sand Shinobi was indeed interested, and then he looked at the village road aside. Is Miss June one of the Genin in this trip? Chun shook his head and explained, I just stopped by to treat you. Your injury has healed. I will leave soon. The head of the vanilla family was a little surprised, thinking that this girl was his wet nurse, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. However, he still insisted, then, Miss Chun can't explain to the senior management, so she can stay with us first. This way we can deal with injuries quickly when we fight with Konoha. At this time, the cuckold Sand Shinobi waved his hand and interrupted, the head of the vanilla family is purely a high-level medical ninja that is rare in Sand Shinobi. She has more important tasks and it is not convenient for her to stay here with us. Having said this, the head of the vanilla family naturally had nothing to say. Nodding, he started talking to the cuckold Sand Shinobi and started planning how to deal with the Konoha Shinobi. Vanilla Town. Hotel. Yang Tai did not dare to relax at all this day. It is difficult to evaluate the impact of what you submit. But one thing is for sure, Jainin must be dispatched. Moreover, as a collector of information, he was most likely to be directly recruited by Jainin sent by Konoha. Join the fight. In addition to the current Konoha F4. Among them, Jainin has the most power, and among them, squad leader Jainin is the most powerful. Under special circumstances, Jainin can directly command Chunin and Genin. Advertisement. Moreover, Chunin and Genin cannot resist at all and must strictly implement it. So Yang Tai started to prepare early and sealed the scroll. Sealed Shadow Clone. It currently took a day to seal 3 Shadow Clone with 90% of my own chakra. In addition, with the chakra of spirit communication technique, there is no need to worry about insufficient chakra. Hey, let me meet that turtle shell next time. He is good looking. However, there are many problems that come with it. Is it possible that he has to reveal his strength in advance? What I want is to become a blockbuster when Chunin takes the official exam. Give everyone in the audience a big surprise. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be a bad thing to let the old man from 3rd generation know in advance. But the old man from 3rd generation felt cold, and Yoda was a little afraid of Denzo, the 5.5th Hokage. This is an old yinbai, how should I deal with it? If you find yourself, will you follow or not? If you don't obey, what will happen to Lao Yin who is stronger than before? This is no joke. Once the old man of 3rd generation dies, this old man will be the strongest. After much deliberation, Yang Tai only thought of a conservative approach, going out to do the task. Try to waste as much time as possible, and then you can go back when 5th Hokage takes over. Hey, what are you thinking about? Whether Lao Yinbai can take a liking to you or not is another matter. Shadow Clone. The 4th one. No more, Yoda rolled over on the bed and had a good rest. After refining chakras so frequently, the body still cannot bear it. Crunch. Brother Yoda, it's time to have dinner. Xiao Xianglu opened the door, carrying a few lunch boxes and a lollipop in his mouth, and invited Yang Tai to eat. Yang Tai tilted his head and looked out the window. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the clouds were burning red. Damn it! Time flies too fast. In fact, he took the lunchbox and started showing off with a big mouthful. I consumed too much chakra and I was really hungry. Hey! Comfortable. The two of them hugged their bellies and leaned lazily on their respective beds, enjoying the wonderful time after dinner. Girl! Yang Tai patted his belly and called Xiang Ling. The little girl has gradually let go these days. She carelessly hugged the panda pillow she bought today and said. What? Yang Tai looked at the little girl seriously and said, I'll get a room later. You can't stay in the house tonight. Advertisement. When Xiao Xianglian heard this, he sat up with a loud noise and asked nervously. Brother Yang Tai, what's wrong? It's not that you don't want me anymore, right? Looking at the little girl's big eyes that were quickly filled with mist, she hurriedly waved her hands and explained. Don't think blindly, it's because of the mission. Mission? The little girl's Yang Phosphorus was stunned for a moment, and then she realized something. Brother Yoda is so cautious, could there be other Konoha shinobi coming? Brother Yang Tai, it's Mew. SHH. Yang Tai put his index finger in front of his lips and nodded. I see. Xiao Xianglian nodded knowingly, took the money and went to open another room. Midnight. In the dead of night, only one or two insects can be heard occasionally. At this time, in the dark sky, a crow circled down. He circled a few times over the Yang Tai hotel and slowly lowered his body. Stopped on the windowsill of Yang Tai's room. Squinting his eyes slightly, Yang Tai, who was half asleep and half awake, suddenly opened his eyes. Staring at the crow on the windowsill. The crow is very spiritual and seems to understand Yang Tai's thoughts. Immediately spread its wings and perform a few simple movements. Seems extremely funny. Yang Tai nodded and said in a deep voice, lead the way. The crow flapped its wings quickly and flew out of the window. Yang Tai followed closely, walking through buildings one after another. After a while, it disappeared into the dark night. Report, it's safe within 3 miles to the east. Report, it's safe within 3 miles to the west. Report. Report, there is a person coming from the south, it seems to be Genin Yoda. Moonlight Swift coughed slightly, and a low voice came, bring him here. Yes. A few figures leaped and disappeared into the dark woods. Yang Tai followed the crow as he moved forward quickly, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Yoda stopped immediately. Although he was a little nervous, he knew that the person facing him was Konoha Shinobi. There shouldn't be much danger. Yoda, long time no see. The person's voice was clear and pleasant. She was a woman, a girl to be precise. Yang Tai opened his eyes wide, and with the faint moonlight, he could barely see half of the person's face. Standard Jnin vest, tall and slender figure, down to the ponytail of the vest. The forehead protector is placed on the neck, and the whole face looks heroic under the weak moonlight. Chapter 40 No one believes the truth. Sister Curly. Yoda asked a little uncertainly. As the visitor approached, Yang Tai was sure that it was this old classmate. Yukishiro Reino. This is my classmate, a very outstanding little girl. Advertisement. 11-year-old Genin, 12-year-old Chnin. It can be said that he is the top student of Yang Tai's class. When I was in school, I hung out with Yang Tai's group. She was a bold little girl. We once swore together that we would be poor students together and not study. Unexpectedly, she secretly studied so hard and became an instant success during the exam. The scalps of Yoda and other friends were numb. Yang Tai secretly poked at her, the nickname Juanmei. Facts have proved that there is only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. This girl's film is really good, and she became a Chnin in 1 year. Truly remarkable for this period. And the interactions with my friends have become less over the years. Rumor has it that I went to Anbu. Snort. You really haven't changed at all, your mouth is still the same. Ling Yi pouted, this guy is really annoying. Yang Tai chuckled, spread his hands and said, you haven't changed either, haven't you? Okay, now is not the time to reminisce about old times, everyone is waiting for you. Ling Yi led the way forward, but he still had to distinguish the important from the important. Yoda followed closely and began to inquire, Sister Wan, which Janin is leading the team this time? Yes, don't tell me, you will know later. Ling Yi, who was about to explain, suddenly changed her mind, smiled mischievously at Yoda, and pretended to be a lie. Yang Tai was speechless, and then changed the topic and said, how many people came this time, and are there 2 or 3 teams? You can talk about this. Ling Yi's face darkened. 2 or 3 teams, you can't think of it. I may disappoint you, this trip is just a small team. Counting you, 1 Janin, 1 Chnin, 4 Genin. That's it. Yoda, Sigma. Yang Tai was not feeling well. A small team was a bit bigger than he had imagined. He asked hurriedly, how could it be? The intelligence information I handed over, Master Hokage will send at least 2 teams. It can't be that my information is leaked or missing. This is no joke, the owner of the Vanilla family actually dares to mess with Sand Shinobi. Advertisement. It shows that Sand Shinobi has made a strong promise and has the confidence to reassure the Vanilla family owner. At the very least, Sand Shinobi must ensure safety. Ling Yi frowned when she saw Yoda being so anxious. Naturally, they knew the content and level of the task. S-level missions are naturally not easy. But according to Yang Tai, at least 2 teams meant that the opponent's starting strength was twice that of our own. It seems that we will go all out this time. Anbu is not doing this for nothing. Then he looked at Yoda solemnly and said, anyway, this is Master Hokage's arrangement, we can only obey his orders. And be careful. After Ling Yi finished speaking, he immediately accelerated, and several daoist figures were faintly visible in front of him. Miss So. Master Hay-8, bring Yoda. The 2 of them landed in front of several people at the same time, Ling Yi said respectfully. Moonlight Blast. Good luck. This time it was actually him, a man with kidney deficiency, who led the team. Yu Guangfeng smiled slightly, a rare smile appeared on his sickly face and said, Yoda, we meet again. Yoda slowly recovered from his surprise, and asked with some confusion, Instructor, is this you? Ahem, why do you think I'm weak? Yue Guanggale asked with a smile as he coughed a few times. Yang Tai shook his head. He certainly didn't think that Moonlight Blast was weak. On the contrary, this guy is very strong. 12-year-old Genin, 13-year-old Jnin, and then stayed in Anbu for 7 or 8 years. It's only a matter of time before Janin has this qualification. And I stayed in Anbu for 7 or 8 years. Being able to stay in Anbu for so long and still exiting unharmed, how could he be so weak? If this guy hadn't entered Anbu, he might have been promoted to Janin by relying on mission accumulation. What Yoda cares about is that he actually came. According to the original plot, this guy died at the hands of Baki. Now that I ran away because of the task I handed in, isn't this a disguised escape? After going around in a big circle, he actually saved him. What is this? He flaps his butterfly wings and something changes. You kid, what are you thinking about? Moonlight Hayate waved her hand in front of Yang Tai in confusion. Yoda returned to his senses, scratched his head and smiled. Now he should think about how to kill the Vanilla family and those Sand Shinobi. Moonlight Hayate took back her hand and asked with a serious face, now tell me about some of the ninja information you collected. This. Yoda really didn't know what to say. He only knew the head of the Vanilla family now. Advertisement. The only powerful ninja I have come into contact with so far, the head of the Vanilla family, has special Jainin strength and knows a mountain escape technique that covers the whole body. The defense is very strong. Master of Vanilla family? Why didn't you say anything in the intelligence? Moonlight Hayate had a serious face and stared at Yoda. Yang Tai didn't report this important information. Sir Instructor, it was mentioned in the intelligence. Yang Tai spread his hands speechlessly, and then realized that it might be because he didn't focus on the key points, and explained with a guilty conscience. That guy was seriously injured by me. Unless a medical ninja comes to treat him, the injury will recover very slowly. Everyone, underscore. Versailles, right? A very powerful ninja, good at earth style and very strong in defense. Possess the assets of Jainin. As a result, you lied for a long time and told us that you beat him half to death. Reino, Instructor, you are so bragging, why don't you care? Moonlight Gale, it's okay, I will influence him with love. Boom. Tax well. Don't play tricks. Moonlight Gale retracted his fist and looked at Yang Tai who was covering one eye. Ling Yi, who was watching from the side, nodded with a smile, yet, tell me carefully what situations you encountered. Yang Tai showed a panda eye and explained aggrievedly. Speaking of which, on a full moon night, with the sound of a red bud, a sword. Boom. Hey! Yoda screamed and covered his other eye, didn't he just want to liven up the atmosphere? Then I got punched again. A big hash mark appeared on Ling Yi's cold face, and she slowly retracted her fist. She had been holding back this punch for a long time. Speak carefully and don't add anything weird. Yang Tai slowly put down his hand, revealing 2 panda eyes. That day I was exploring alone and was surrounded by 3 Sand Shinobi and the Vanilla family master. I first killed 2 Sand Shinobi, then seriously injured the Vanilla family leader, and finally managed to escape. Everyone, number. Are you serious? Kill 3 in 1v4. The other party is almost wiped out. In this case, you tell us that you ran away. Who the hell believes this? Yang Tai met everyone's unkind gazes, swallowed subconsciously, and said righteously and sternly. I tell you, the conscience of heaven and earth, I am telling the truth this time. The decision was made without any trace of water charges. Chapter 41. You really caught up with the problem. Ling Yi couldn't help it anymore. There was no truth in this guy's mouth. She couldn't help it anymore and punched hard. The truth is right. Boom. This time it's real, more real than pearls. Yang Tai was grabbed by the neck and punched hard on the nose, causing 2 lines of nosebleeds. Advertisement. Snapped. Really? Little girl, I tell you, you are dead. Snapped. I'm dead, right? Stop. I said. Yang Tai quickly made a pause gesture, covered his swollen cheeks, and said sincerely. Give you a chance. Ling Yi took back her hand with a frank look on her face. I laid a trap in advance, seriously injured the owner of the Vanilla family, and took the opportunity to escape. Yang Tai sighed, what kind of world is this? No one believes the truth. Alas, people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Everyone, search Deisne. This makes sense. If Yang Tai had said it before, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Surrounded by 1 special Jainin, 3 Suna and hundreds of martial warriors waiting. Kill 3 more and escape successfully, who will believe it? Who dares to believe it? Master Hayate, he has done it all. Ling Yi said respectfully. Moonlight Hayate was Anbu's former team leader. Ling Yi naturally respects him very much. Moonlight Hayate nodded, rubbed his chin, and looked at Yoda with a look of despair. Although something felt wrong, I couldn't put my finger on it. Thinking about it, he ordered, rest where you are for an hour. Yes. Everyone replied. Moonlight Blast was still thinking about it. Yoda was pulled aside by Ling Yi and others and started chatting. And Yoda also got to know these 3 genin. Yoda didn't expect that Reino, a girl like this, would actually become the leader Chunin. The Chunin who leads the team are also called elite Chunin. They have a much higher status than the ordinary Chunin who are still members of the team. Yang Tai secretly clicked his tongue, Anbu would be promoted quickly after retirement. At the same age, the other party has already led the Chunin team. Genin is still miserable himself. Sure enough, people will die if they compare with others, and goods will be thrown away when comparing goods. Vanilla Home Station. In the dark night, Vanilla's house was exceptionally brightly lit tonight. The owner of the Vanilla family was wearing loose clothes and standing at the window, looking at the stars in the sky. Advertisement. At this time, dark clouds slowly came in from the sky, as if hinting at something. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, is it really unnecessary to set up a trap or ambush? Not in the wild, the trap will be greatly reduced, and it may become a burden. Cuckold Sand Shinobi took a sip of tea and explained. The head of the Vanilla family shook his head. He felt that this was a bit of a joke. And this cuckold Jainin always gave him an unreliable feeling. Master Vanilla, don't worry. I will keep you safe. Cuckold Sand Shinobi seemed to sense the uneasiness of the Vanilla family owner and comforted him. These days, talented people like myself are often misunderstood. However, he was used to it. You. Coming. The owner of the Vanilla family narrowed his eyes and looked at several figures speeding towards him in the distance. Cuckold Sand Shinobi put down the teacup and stood up, finally here. I'll go meet them first. Shut up. With a swish sound, he disappeared in place. When the owner of the Vanilla family turned around, there was only a solitary teacup in the room. What a speed. Now it seems that the advantage is mine. With a slight smile, the head of the Vanilla family took a step forward, jumped into the air, and headed in the direction of Konoha Shinobi. Yoda easily dispatched a martial warrior and approached Reino. Why don't you think the captain resorted to assassination? Ling Yi threw a few shurikens and said quickly, the target has realized the seriousness of the situation and has been prepared for it. Assassination is unlikely. I guess the captain wants to kill the leader directly before the enemy adds more troops. It turns out that I have a lot of tasks to do. However, he doesn't do much assassination work, so he naturally doesn't understand the thoughts of these Anbu elites. Be careful. You noob. Ding ding ding. When Yoda heard the reminder, his kunao flew up and down and shot down several crossbow arrows. He threw a large shuriken in his backhand towards the 20 or so crossbowmen in the distance. Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. Suddenly, the shuriken in mid-air, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. In an instant, the air was filled with dense shurikens. Nani? Reino team, Sigma. Reino's team dropped their jaws in shock and looked at Yoda in disbelief. This is Genin. Why, my Genin can't do it. Those martial warriors holding crossbows were frightened. Advertisement. I don't know who shouted, the wind was blowing. He immediately threw away his crossbow and ran away. I just wish my parents had less legs. However, it was too late to escape now. Their speed was not as fast as the shurikens. In the end, it is estimated that only 1 or 2 lucky people will survive. Just when everyone was in despair, a figure appeared in front of the sky full of shurikens. Cuckold Sand Shinobi said with disdain, you are a small skill, but you dare to do the same thing. Wind-style wind avoidance. The green hat Sand Shinobi seal is completed, and a stream of air rises out of thin air. Each shuriken floated in the air as if it had fallen into a mire. What? Yoda raised his eyebrows, and his shadow clone shuriken was restrained for the first time. And with such an understatement, this couldn't be Jainin from the other side's camp, right? Fortunately, I also have one at home. What about Jainin? My moringa is bigger than Jainin. Yang Tai glanced around, but there was no sign of Moonlight Hayate anywhere. Okay. Konoha Shinobi. Wind-style great breakthrough. After speaking, the cuckold Sand Shinobi took a deep breath and blew hard in the direction of everyone. Powerful wind attribute chakra gushes out crazily from the mouth. The next moment, the shurikens in the air were spinning and were attacked by the huge airflow towards Yang Tai and others. Moonlight Gale, who was hiding and preparing for a sneak attack, wanted to take action when he saw this. However, seeing Yoda's calm look on his face, he immediately calmed down and slowly lurked towards the cuckold Sand Shinobi. I'll stop him, get out of the way. This little girl Ling Yi quickly appeared in front of Yoda and said quickly. At the same time, he just finished forming the seal in his hand and patted the ground. Earth-style earth formation wall. An earth wall less than half a meter appeared in front of several people. Yangtai and others, _ You sure? This can really protect the 5 of us. Feeling the fiery glances from Yoda and his team members. Ling Yat, this bold little wild horse, had a red face and whispered. It's my first time using this ninjutsu, so I'm still a little unskilled. Hehe. The question is, do you really dare to do it? The invisible Moonlight Hayate and the confident cuckold Sand Shinobi were also stunned. Haha, Konoha is at this level. Cuckold Sand Shinobi burst out laughing. The moonlight blast in the dark also covered his face. If he hadn't seen the Yangtai seal. I'm afraid he has already taken action. What a shame. No, I will definitely give this girl extra lessons when I get back. It's only been a long time since I quit Anbu, and I'm already so loose. Chapter 42 I am Konoha Jainin. Time does not wait. Ling Yi couldn't bear to be embarrassed and shouted. Get down quickly. Ling Yi's 3 subordinates were really obedient. They immediately put their heads in their hands and crawled to the ground. I don't know, but I thought they were criminals who surrendered. Advertisement. The corner of Yang Tai's mouth twitched. Where is the moral integrity? Konoha Genin, why do you need moral integrity to survive? The problem is that the opponent, with such a big wind style, will be seriously injured even if he survives. Thinking of this, he threw out a 3-pronged kunao, and Yoda quickly formed seals. Ling Yi was very relieved to see all his men lying down. Then he saw Yang Tai who was still forming seals stupidly, and he got very angry. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Yoda, hurry up. Reino, Nani. Sigma. As the sealing paper at the end of the kunao exploded, a huge stream of water appeared out of thin air. Water style, water barrier. After the seal was completed, the water flow seemed to be alive, quickly rotating around Yangtai and the others at high speed. Bang bang. Blah blah blah. The water was splashing and the wind was raging. Blocked. Reino looked at the huge defense water style in front of him with a shocked expression. How could he, a mere genin, use such a large water style in an open space? Jainin wouldn't be able to do this. FK. Boss, are you sure he is just a genin? Not a Jainin sneaking around? Konoha Genin A asked, rubbing his eyes. Genin Yi said speechlessly, if you ask me, I will ask who to go with. Regardless of whether it is true or not, we have a big boss leading us in this game, we are stable. Genin Bing looked at Daihatsu Kamui Yoda and said with excitement. The two nodded, this promotion is guaranteed. What an awesome water style. Cuckold Sand Shinobi frowned and used such a powerful water style out of thin air. He must be the Jainin who leads the Konoha team this time. However, I checked a lot of information on Konoha Jainin in the village's intelligence department. There is no water style ninjutsu that is particularly strong. Could it be Konoha's new genius? With this in mind, the cuckold Sand Shinobi looks cold, no matter if you are. Everyone will die here today. The unprinted hand rotated slightly in the air, and a disc-shaped wind blade appeared on the fingertips. Go to hell. Wind style, wind blade. Cuckold Sand Shinobi throws a transparent disc with his left and right hands. Advertisement. Phew. A powerful sound breaks through the air. Yangtai's ears twitched slightly and he quickly retreated to avoid it. Puff. There was a sound like tofu being cut, and there were 2 wind blade discs in front of me. Rotates at high speed and easily cuts through the water barrier. Attacking Yangtai quickly. Stab. Yangtai moved ahead of time and barely managed to escape the attack of the wind blade. Even so, my arms are somewhat colorful. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury, a little scratched skin. Boom. The force of the disc wind blade continued unabated, cutting off a huge stone pillar used for worshipping ancestors diagonally. It collapsed with a rumble, kicking up a cloud of dust. When Yangtai and the others looked at it, they saw that the cut of the stone pillar was extremely smooth. Gilu. If this was hit from the front, I'm afraid even Sage of 6 Paths wouldn't be able to save it. Yangtai swallowed, and sweat broke out on his back. If he could dodge quickly. I'm afraid I have to explain my 180 pounds today. This series may seem complicated, but it actually only takes about 10 seconds. At this time, the rotating water gradually stopped. The shurikens caught in the current fell down one after another with a clanking sound. A few people who were a little embarrassed were revealed. Call. Moonlight Gale, who had been paying close attention to the battle situation nervously, also sighed. The windblade ninjutsu of the cuckold Sand Shinobi just now really shocked him. After destroying such a powerful ninjutsu, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch it from the front. Immediately, he looked at Yoda who was in a fighting posture. This kid is not simple. It seems that the Chunin exam will be very lively this year. Whoosh whoosh. 7 or 8 figures appeared next to the cuckold Sand Shinobi, either squatting or standing. Confronted with Yang Tai and others. Kid, you must be the Konoha Jainin who leads the team. Green Hat Sand Shinobi spoke first. He would like to know who this water-style master is. If he kills such a master of Konoha, his reputation will be greatly shaken in the village. Ling Yi stood next to Yang Tai, looking at the opposite side cautiously, and whispered, try to delay as much time as possible. Yang Tai nodded slightly. So far, Moonlight Gale has not come out. Thinking of his escape. Moonlight Hayate's target is already clear, the cuckold Sand Shinobi on the opposite side. What he and others need is to attract the attention of the Sand Shinobi and create opportunities for Moonlight Hayate. His mind was spinning. Yang Tai smiled and took a step forward. The new Konoha Jainin, AI Yota. Advertisement. According to the order of Lord Hokage, come to solve the rebellion. Reino and others, _. The official addiction is quite big. No one promoted him, he promoted himself. Pooh. Shameless. Even Moonlight Hayate, who had already approached the cuckold Sand Shinobi, staggered and almost showed his original shape. Such shameless words. He actually didn't blush and said it without his heart beating. I don't know, he really thought he was Konoha Jainin. Alanchi Yoda. I remember you. Cuckold Sand Shinobi had no doubts at all, waved his hand and said, do it. Leave that guy to you. A group of Sand Shinobi responded, and surrounded the 4 of Reino in a very tacit understanding. Leave Yoda and cuckold Sand Shinobi alone. After all, they are not stupid, and the battle between Jainin is beyond their reach. If you are not careful, you will receive a box lunch, which will not be worth the money. Isn't it fun for him to fish? At this time, the 4 people who were wrapped into dumplings discussed countermeasures with each other. Janin-A, Captain, what should I do? Ling Yi looked around. Although there were many people on the other side, she was confident that she could get out. She is now worried about Yang Tai who is pretending to be 13. She admits that Yoda's strength has grown a lot after not seeing each other for several years, but the gap with Jainin is hard to bridge. Therefore, she must resolve the battle as soon as possible and support Yoda. Leave the Tuchnin to me, use all your strength to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Yes. The 3 of them answered the order in unison. Do it. Ling Yi took the lead and opened the distance to attract the Tuchnin. The 3 veterans quickly separated and each picked 2 Sand Shinobi to start the battle. Cuckold Sand Shinobi saw his men engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy, and slowly drew out the sword from his back. Bring it on. Yoda's eyes were fixed on the cuckold Sand Shinobi, and his palms were sweaty. If you say you're not nervous, you'd be lying. This is the real Jainin in front of you. Must go all out. Raise your hand and throw it away. Ding 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 ding. The long knife in the hand of the cuckold Sand Shinobi turned into dozens of after-images, shooting down the flying strange kunao one after another. Glancing at the kunao around him, the cuckold Sand Shinobi smiled disdainfully. Don't tell me, the dignified Konoha Jainin only knows this little trick. Hee hee. In that case, are you ready to die? Yang Tai looked like an outsider, slowly drew out the long sword from behind his waist, and said very seriously. Next, I will use S-level Konoha-style swordsmanship. This move is our second Hokage-sama's research and development of the S-class forbidden technique. Chapter 43 I can't pretend anymore. When you draw your sword, you will see blood. Gudong. Cuckold Sand Shinobi looked solemn and his body could not help but tremble slightly. Forbidden technique created by second Hokage. Although he is a ninja from Tsunagakuer, he has also known the famous second Hokage. Advertisement. S-level forbidden technique. Whether it was true or false, he didn't want to try it. And looking at the confident look on this kid's face, it's probably true. No, you have to run away at any time. Genin-ka killed a Sand Shinobi with one sword and quickly joined Reino to help him share the pressure. Captain, do you think that guy really knows the S-level forbidden technique? Reino fought off the Chunin in front of him, and went back to back with Kaoru, complaining. Don't listen to his nonsense. If he can do it, does he still need to dawdle? Genin-A had an expression of sudden realization, search Daesu now. However, he immediately crossed himself on his chest and held a moment of silence for Yang Tai. May God bless him, Amen. Yang Tai looked around and saw that there was no movement. He gritted his teeth and lowered his body slightly. He looked up sharply at the cuckold Sand Shinobi. Moved. He takes action. Whoosh. Cuckold Sand Shinobi performs the body flicker technique, appears a few meters away, and touches himself. Fine. No, he's playing tricks on me. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Tai with a wary expression. At this time, the long sword at Yang Tai's waist was already halfway out of its sheath. And the whole person looked like he was tired of being useful and exhausted. At first glance, it looks like he is holding back his ultimate move. Let the cuckold Sand Shinobi dispel his doubts again. He took out a few shurikens in his backhand and prepared to throw them out to test Yoda's abilities. As soon as Yoda saw the cuckold Sand Shinobi was about to use the knife, he immediately stood up, cleared his throat, and said in a cold voice. I only use one sword, and I only use one sword. Block life. Can't block death. When the cuckold Sand Shinobi heard such powerful words, he immediately put away his shuriken. Staring at Yoda without blinking. Seeing that the long sword on Yotai's waist was about to be unsheathed, Sand Shinobi subconsciously pursed his lips. Always be ready to escape. The pretentious Yoda, with his sneaky eyes, wandered around, looking for the figure of Moonlight Hayate. He almost drew out his long sword, but Moonlight Gale was still nowhere to be seen. He even suspected that Moonlight Gale had run away. Time passed by, and cuckold Sand Shinobi also realized something was wrong. Is there a possibility that this kid is deceiving himself? Advertisement. Lingya and others, be more confident and get rid of the possibility. He threw out a few shurikens tentatively. Ding ding ding. Yoda couldn't pretend anymore, so he flew his shuriken and returned the sword to its sheath. Damn it, Lao Zi is trying so hard to show off, but you, a man with a weak kidney, still don't take action. Integrity is making me laugh, right? Moonlight Gale, if it weren't for the situation in Lao Zi, we would have taken action long ago. Bagayu Road. How can it be repaired? How could it be that he was being fooled around by a Konoha brat? Whoosh. Cuckold Sand Shinobi instantly came to Yotai and struck him hard with a knife. Clang. Sparks flew. Yoda's two kunai were flying up and down and he was fighting the cuckold Sand Shinobi back and forth. That's it. Cuckold Sand Shinobi has some differences, will Konoha Jainin be at this level? Then go to hell. Seeing that Yang Tai was struggling to block his own sword, he used his right whip kick to directly kick Yang Tai several meters away. Yoda stood up quickly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the kunai on the ground. If Moonlight Hayate doesn't take action anymore, he will have to let go of his arms and legs to wrestle with this Sand Shinobi Jainin. Yang Tai estimated that with his own strength, he would be at least a match against the opponent. 3 for myself and 7 for the other party. Why? Moonlight Gale in the darkness sighed. It seemed that the person around him also used a secret technique that seemed to be hidden. In a short period of time, no trace could be found at all. Let's save the little guy Yoda first. To be honest, it's amazing for a genin to hold off a Jainin for so long. Konoha Jainin. It seems like you, a brat, don't have a word of truth in your mouth. I have decided. I'll cut your tongue first, and then I'll kill you slowly. Cuckold Sand Shinobi smiled ferociously and slowly walked towards Yoda. At this time, Reino's team had the upper hand, with only 2 Chunin and 2 Genin left. Complete annihilation is only a matter of time. Captain, that guy can't hold on any longer. Genin A threw a shuriken and warned. Quick! Let's support him together. Ling Yi flew his hands, spit out a big fireball, and hurriedly led people to run towards Yang Tai. Kid, let's catch him without mercy. As he spoke, the cuckold Sand Shinobi disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the side of Yang Tai and struck hard with a knife. The sharp sword energy cut through the air, making a harsh sound. Just when Yang Tai was about to take action, a soft shout came from his ears. Secret sword Moon Shadow. Brush. Advertisement. A very fast black shadow flashed past his eyes. A flower bloomed in front of Yang Tai's eyes, and a handful of blood filled the sky. Ah! Cuckold Sand Shinobi had a big gash on his chest, the skin and flesh were opened, and drops of bright red blood flowed out in strings. When Moonlight Swiftwind saw this, there was a slight difference. Being able to dodge a fatal blow is worthy of Jainin. Attack! The cold light suddenly appeared. The sharp sword in Moonlight Gale's hand was like a bright silver snake, and it stabbed towards Green Hat Sand's throat. I want to kill him with one sword and end this battle. Cuckold Sand Shinobi barely managed to steady himself, and saw another extremely fast sword light flying towards him. My heart felt cold. At this time, no matter how stupid he is, he understands that Yang Tai is just a bait. The kidney-deficient man in front of him is Konoha Jainin. Are you still careless? He is unwilling to give up. Clang! Just at the critical moment, a tall figure appeared in front of the cuckold Sand Shinobi, and blocked the full force of Moonlight Hayate's sword. Nani! He was actually able to perform this level of defensive ninjutsu. Moonlight Hayate did not dare to be careless, and stood beside Yang Tai and asked, "Is this the head of the vanilla family you are talking about?" Yoda nodded. Moonlight Hayate's face darkened. Didn't you say he was seriously injured? Is it possible that he was cured by a medical ninja? Yang Tai scratched his head and asked a little guilty. Damn it, if you are accused of falsely reporting information, you will be in big trouble. Moonlight Hayate gave Yoda a look, go figure it out yourself. Yang Tai cried and fainted in the toilet, and now the yellow mud fell into his crotch, isn't it the same? From what you say, it seems that the Konoha shinobi who injured me last time didn't come. At this time, the owner of the vanilla family was half exposed, and his whole body was covered by a kind of brown rock. It feels like you are wearing armor made of stone. Yu Guangfeng raised his eyebrows. This was a bit full of information. Turning around to look at Yang Tai, who was looking happy, he immediately understood. Yang Tai's guess just now is probably correct. There may really be medical ninjas in the opponent's camp. With his mind spinning, Yue Guanggale suddenly said, "You were the one hiding around just now, right?" The head of the vanilla family was startled. They had all been discovered. His hidden secret technique has not been discovered for many years since he mastered it. Nowadays, if you meet a Konoha shinobi casually, you will be easily discovered. Is the Konoha shinobi really that strong? This can only be said that the vanilla family owner was unlucky to encounter Konoha's Moonlight Hayate, who was good at escaping. If it were anyone else, he might not be able to find him. Chapter 44 One Step to the Stomach. Yes, Konoha is indeed full of talents. The head of the vanilla family praised. Then he looked at the emergency cuckold Sand Shinobi and asked, "How can I still do it?" Cuckold Sand Shinobi, the external injury is not a big problem, hiss, it can't be repaired. The head of the vanilla family nodded and looked at Yu Guangfeng solemnly, "I will entangle him first, and you can solve it as soon as possible." The words have not yet been spoken. Advertisement. Reino's team of 4 appeared around Moonlight Hayate. Moonlight Gale was overjoyed. He came just in time, and quickly issued an order. "Lingyi and you guys just need to hang on to that cuckold for a while. Leave the rest to me." The head of the vanilla family frowned and said, "Are you Sand Shinobi so weak?" Cuckold Sand Shinobi, number. Slander. I sue you for slandering me. The head of the vanilla family, "Forget it, I'll get rid of this Jainin first, and you can get rid of those miscellaneous fish as soon as possible." After saying that, the head of the vanilla family rushed towards Moonlight Gale, and the two of them exchanged hands with each other in a tacit understanding. "Ignore Yang Tai and others. Come on, before those Sand Shinobi come over, everyone kick him." At this time, Lingyi, a tough girl, shouted and rushed towards the cuckold Sand Shinobi. Yang Tai and the others were not slow to respond. They raised their arms and rushed over. Yang Tai lamented that these people who had been in Anbu were not simple. Although these 3 veterans have low positions, some of their attacks are very vicious. In human terms, it means inserting eyes, throat, and crotch. It's just some dirty tricks. After such a comparison, Yang Tai suddenly felt that his attack method seemed so immature. He is so kind and honest. Reino and others, underscore. You can pull him down, that guy was the one who threw lime and chili powder just now. Despicable. Cuckold Sand Shinobi gritted his teeth. Jenin A's backhand was to tease her vaginal legs, and he laughed. Despicableness is a compliment to me, shamelessness is my motto. Puff. Go to hell. Cuckold Sand Shinobi was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of old blood, roared angrily, and formed seals quickly. He looked like he was holding back his ultimate move. The wind is blowing. Jenin A screamed strangely and immediately applied oil to the soles of his feet. When Yang Tai and others saw this, they ducked and escaped. I and others are not iron-headed boys, so I respect you by running first. Wind-style vacuum wave. Cuckold Sand Shinobi opened his mouth and spit out a long wind column. The wind pillar was like a long whip whipping towards several people. Flash. Someone shouted. Everyone distanced themselves again. Boom. Advertisement. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and gravel was flying. Yang Tai's eyelids twitched, and he looked at a ravine more than 10 meters long in front of him in surprise. Wind style is indeed the most penetrating among all ninjutsu. I will never be able to use water style to defend myself in the future, it is too dangerous. The smoke slowly dissipated. The faces of Yang Tai and others began to look solemn. Support from the other party has also arrived. Lingyi quickly ordered, the 3 of you entangle the 4 of them. The veteran trio, Sigma. Jenin A, sister, are you serious? Reino turned his head and said, how about I leave the cuckold Jainin to you, and I will deal with these 4 rotten fish and shrimps. Hey, no need, eldest sister, we will obey orders resolutely. Jenin B covered A's mouth and said flatteringly. Just kidding, although they have a few brushes, they can confront Jainin head on. Feel sorry. I can't do it. Lingyi, okay, you can go in peace. The 3 people who had just rushed out all staggered, and looked back at Lingyi with some resentment. See, is this human language? Seeing the 3 of them fighting each other, Reino said, are you afraid that we too will entangle the cuckold Jainin? Yoda, don't be afraid. Lingyi, okay, you go first. Yoda, okay, Yang Tai, underscore. Stare. Ahem, let's get together. Lingyi coughed a few times and rushed towards the cuckold Sand Shinobi. Yota followed closely behind. The other side. In the field. One side has thick skin, strong strength, and slow attack speed. The other side has a fast attack speed, but cannot break through the defense. Moonlight Gale blasted wildly at the Vanilla Patriarch and quickly distanced themselves. Ahem. Holding the sword in hand, he coughed a few times and stared at the other party under the dark circles under his eyes. After several rounds of testing, the Vanilla Patriarch's attack methods and weaknesses were discovered. Eyes, mouth, ears, big eyes, chrysanthemums. Konoha Jainin is nothing more than that. The head of the Vanilla family mocked. It was really frustrating. Not only was he beaten up, but he didn't even touch a hair on his head. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Yueguang Galifeng raised his eyebrows. Brother, you are very brave. Glancing at Feng Yangtai and others who were at a disadvantage, Moonlight Gale slowly gathered strength. Shadow Clone. Advertisement. This is Konoha's Shadow Clone technique. The head of the Vanilla family became vigilant. It was said that this Shadow Clone was still an entity. However, the other party was still too naive to rely on the strength of two people to break my defense. Crescent Dance. Whizzing. The two figures flashed across each other and rushed towards the head of the Vanilla family. The owner of the Vanilla family was shocked. This speed must be at least 3 or 4 times faster than before. It seems that the other party is anxious. Iwachu. Chakra outputted wildly, and the rock on his body became 3 points thicker. Suddenly, the owner of Vanilla family smiled confidently. G, you alone can't break the defense. Clang. The sound of gold and iron colliding sounded. A bright spark lit up in the dark night. Moonlight Gale struck the Vanilla Patriarch in the chest with a knife. However, this powerful knife only chopped off some gravel. The owner of the Vanilla family said proudly, don't waste it. Moonlight Gale's mouth raised. Yet. The secret of Konoha Taijutsu, 1000 years of death. A figure quietly appeared behind the owner of the Vanilla family. Phew. The gleaming sword reaches the stomach in one step. Ah! The head of the Vanilla family let out a scream, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a crazy gorilla. Attacking the surroundings like crazy. Moonlight Blast stood on a rooftop. It sounds like the wind is blowing. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, your. Yangtai and others. Cuckold Sand Shinobi, FK Panfuck. Are you Konoha Shinobi so limitless? The Cuckold Sand Shinobi shouted angrily at Yangtai and the others. Several people were silent at the same time, with embarrassed looks on their faces. Genin, actually. I said we are not familiar with that Jainin. Do you believe it? Sand Shinobi, haha. Cuckold Sand Shinobi said angrily, didn't you say that meanness is a compliment to you and shamelessness is your motto? Genin. At this time, Yangtai came out to clarify. Ahem, let me explain in advance that I am really not familiar with these guys. I won the Best Student Award every year at ninja school. My teachers praise me every day for being kind, excellent, intelligent, beautiful and a handsome man. Ling Yi and the others, it's really a knife to pull the butt, it opened our eyes. Chapter 45 Slander Me. Dry rice. What a beautiful man. Fart. Then why are you bringing lime powder? The corner of Cuckold Sand Shinobi's mouth twitched. I am not afraid of tarnishing these words by being a good student. Everyone looked at it in unison. Advertisement. Yangtai smiled shyly and said. I'm a painter. I have great painting skills. So it makes sense for me to bring lime powder when I go out. Everyone, oh. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. Cuckold Sand Shinobi gritted his teeth, how do you explain the chili noodles? Yoda, actually, my dream since childhood is to open a gourmet restaurant. So, it makes sense for me to bring chili noodles with me when I go out. Cuckold Sand Shinobi is misfired, this reason poof. Seeing the Cuckold Sand Shinobi vomiting blood in anger, Reino asked with some confusion. When you were little, didn't you say that you wanted to be a teacher? The happiest thing in your heart is to get a salary of 92 yuan when you grow up. Yoda smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and explained, isn't this because you have more wishes when you grow up? Everyone, is the lower limit so low? Good idea. Genin Yi clapped his hands and cheered. Genin touched his forehead, are you okay? Genin Yi said excitedly, it's okay, I'm fine. After I went back, I told Lian and Ai that it wasn't me who had changed my mind. But as I grow up, I have one more person to love. Everyone, damn it. How can you explain it like this if you have 2 boats? Yangtai was stunned. Talent. Draw inferences from one instance, but that's it. FKU. Cuckold Sand Shinobi raised his hand and threw a shuriken at him. So damn irritating. Brothers, he's in a hurry. Hurry up and copy him. Genin roared and started fighting with the opponent again. Although this method of stimulating generals is simple, it is easy to use. Whoosh whoosh. Sudden. 7 or 8 figures appeared on the roof in front. The faces of Yang Tai and others changed, and they quickly moved closer to look at the person coming. Haha, Nobu, I didn't expect you, Janin, to be in such a mess today. A figure landed next to the cuckold Sand Shinobi and asked with some gloating. But the body is very honest and checks the wounds of the cuckold Sand Shinobi. Advertisement. Cuckold Sand Shinobi waved his hand. I met a tough guy, why did you come here? According to Lord Baki's order, come and kill that boy. Hirano said, pointing at Yoda. Everyone, Sigma. Yoda, stunned. Ling Yi poked Yoda and asked 8 trigrams, are you dating someone else's daughter? Everyone looked at 8 trigrams. Yoda was furious and pointed at Ling Yi. I'm suing you for slandering me. Then he looked at the crowd and said, she slandered me. Hirano was really speechless, does he play so many roles? Kill him. Cuckold Sand Shinobi suggested. Whoosh. At this time, the moonlight and the swift wind came late. Originally, I wanted to completely eliminate the owner of the vanilla family, but that guy was as smelly and hard as a stone in a latrine. What the heck, he's still alive even though he's down to blood. He had no choice but to come over in advance to support a few people. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to complete this mission by yourself. Boom. A figure covered her anus and jumped next to the cuckold Sand Shinobi. The head of the vanilla family said happily, reinforcements. Hey? Are you okay? Cuckold Sand Shinobi asked kindly. The head of the vanilla family's face darkened, and he naturally understood what the other party was saying. He gritted his teeth and said, it's okay. That Janin must be handed over to me later. After saying that, he added, I want the corpse too. Everyone, equals. You still have this hobby. With a swipe, the people around them distanced themselves from the vanilla patriarch. The head of the vanilla family had a dark face. Cuckold Sand Shinobi shouted enthusiastically. Konoha Shinobi, if you want to live, surrender quickly. After feeling frustrated for so long, I finally sang like a surf. Cool. Ling Yi clenched the sword in her hand and asked Moonlight Hayate. Master Hayate, what should we do now? Yang Tai and others also looked at Yueguang Gale. Moonlight Gale's face was serious, and he was quickly thinking of countermeasures. To be precise, it's an escape strategy. This time they made a mistake. To be precise, Master Hokage's mission was too short. There was simply no time to collect the corresponding information. Advertisement. The opponent's number is now 3 or 4 times his own. The most important thing is that the cuckold Janin, the head of the vanilla family, is a special Janin. And the ninja who came to support now looks very Janin in his appearance. In terms of high-end combat power and low-end combat power, one's own side has no advantage at all. I'm afraid I will have to answer here tonight. The most important thing now is that someone passes the information on. Let Hokage-sama be prepared in advance. Escape with all your might, but you really can't escape. Use the spontaneous combustion technique to make sure Sand Shinobi doesn't get the information. Do you understand? Moonlight Gale said decisively. Yes. Ling Yi's team nodded in unison. From the moment they enter Enbu, the first lesson is to learn the spontaneous combustion technique. So they were prepared to sacrifice early. Moonlight Hayate nodded happily, and then looked at Yang Tai who was in the team. Suddenly I felt very angry. Kick Yang Tai on the butt. One rat dropping spoiled the whole pot of porridge. Did you hear that? Yoda said sarcastically, the problem, I don't know how to spontaneously combust technique. Moonlight Gale's face darkened, and he clenched his sword 3/4 tight. He really wanted to kill this little BD alive with one strike of his sword. At this time, Ling Yi smoothed things over and said, Master Hayate, don't worry. I'll go with him. If he dies, a fireball will help him ascend to the sky. Yoda, thank you. Ling Yi waved her hand generously, you're welcome, companions should help each other. Puff. God, you're welcome. Can't you hear it? Is this an antonym? Okay, stop playing tricks. I'll hold down those 3 people with all my strength later, while you run away with all your strength and pass the information back to the village. Moonlight Gale took a deep breath and slowly took a step forward. Lord Hayate. Reino's eyes turned red, and he choked out the name of Moonlight Hayate. The 3 old fritters didn't say a word, but it was clear from their expressions that they were full of reluctance. After a while, he and his companions will be separated for life and death. In this affectionate situation, Yang Tai said. Well, is there a possibility where no one has to sacrifice? Ling Ye and others cast strange looks. Look, there's a fool here. Moonlight Gale teased, here, kill the miscellaneous fish and the owner of the herb family around you. I can handle those two guys easily. As soon as this statement came out, not only did Sand Shinobi mock him wildly across from him, but even the trio of experienced veterans who originally thought Yoda had a few tricks up their sleeves also cast disdainful glances at him. Haha, come on, kid, I'll give you a hand. Hirano laughed, holding his stomach. He now wonders if Master Baki has received wrong information. Can such a guy become a Konoha genius? Chapter 46 Trump Card. Cuckold Sand Shinobi, boy, look carefully, your teammates are almost scared to death. You are still talking shamelessly here, I will decide your tongue today. Eugenin can't stop me, I said so. Yoda glanced at this guy and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Moonlight Hayate with a solemn expression. Sir Instructor, if I deal with these miscellaneous fish and the owner of the vanilla family, are you really sure that I can kill them both? Advertisement. Moonlight Gale was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yang Tai carefully for a while to see that he didn't look like he was talking big words. Are you serious? Yoda nodded affirmatively. Moonlight Hayate looked into Yang Tai's eyes and said, 100% sure. Jenin was surprised and said, Sister, this guy can't be serious. Ling Yi's beautiful eyes flashed and she said uncertainly, maybe he has some trump card. Got an affirmative answer. Yang Tai didn't give in anymore and immediately took out 4 scrolls and opened them one by one. Astonishingly, 4 Yang Tai were sitting cross-legged in the field, with peaceful expressions on their faces. This. Moonlight Gale's face twitched, after all, he paid by mistake. Wahahaha. Several clones want to kill us, that Konoha shinobi. Even if it's night, your dream is too whimsical. Ha ha ha. Listening to the ridicule of the Sand Shinobi, Moonlight Hayate and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Before dying, I will be humiliated by the enemy. It's so irritating. Ling Yi was furious, Yuda you. Bang 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 bang. Search Dei Snei. Moonlight Hayate suddenly understood what Yoda was doing. Use Shadow Clone to store Chakra. This is what it looks like to activate a large ninjutsu. This is spirit communication. Moonlight Hayate's eyes widened, using such a large chakra, it looks like the spirit communication beast is going to be summoned, it's quite big. Yang Tai quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground hard. Spirit communication technique. Bang. Sand Shinobi, that's it. Are you sure he wasn't a joke invited by the monkey? Moonlight Blast, oh. Laozi has taken off his pants, just show me this. Reino, lie down. Don't disturb. Yoda didn't care about other people's eyes at all, and looked at the 5 3-pronged kunao in front of him with satisfaction. Master Instructor, are you ready? Yoda asked in a deep voice. Moonlight Hayate looked at the 3-pronged kunao on the ground, something strange. This kunao looks very familiar. However, could this be Yang Tai's trump card? Forget it, you have to work hard anyway, even if you give it a try. Then nodded. Shadow Clone. Burst. Advertisement. 5 huge water masses appeared out of thin air, covering everyone. The 5 shadow clones of Yang Tai disappeared instantly and appeared 200 meters away, forming seals with their hands quickly. Water style, water. The water ball squirmed violently and gradually formed a big water ball. Everyone was in an uproar. The first ones to bear the brunt were Moonlight Gale and the others, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Looking at Yoda who was spitting bubbles and smiling. Kiluoyalu. Ling Ye just spoke, forgetting to be in the water, and drank half full, but she was still dancing and gesticulating. As if to say again, be lenient if you confess, be harsh if you resist. Yoda smiled, then looked at Moonlight Hayate, pointing in the distance to escape from the Sand Shinobi. Disappeared instantly. Everyone. Moonlight Hayate glanced around, and a figure appeared behind Suna in the distance. In an instant, it disappeared again, leaving only the Sand Shinobi covering his neck and falling to the ground helplessly. Struggling hard, there seemed to be traces of red liquid flowing in the water around him. However, it was dark now and I could only see a little bit. Moonlight Gale's pupil shrank, so fast. I'm afraid not only 4th Hokage can surpass it. 4th Hokage? I said why this guy's kunao looks so familiar. Isn't it exactly the same as 4th generation Sama's kunao? Could it be that this guy is using the Flying Thunder God technique? Moonlight Gale shook her head, now is not the time to think about this. Immediately chase the cuckold Sand Shinobi. In the field. Cuckold Sand Shinobi is quite fast. Especially when I saw the owner of the vanilla family who had always been calm, as if he had turned into Sherlock Holmes and swam frantically out of the water. With a look of disdain on his face, he was so frizzy and unbecoming. The crazy swimming vanilla saw the disdainful expression of cuckold Sand Shinobi. I would like to remind you that since you are in the water, you cannot make any sound. Think about it, it's better to keep your head down and swim hard. When Yang Tai used this move and disappeared in front of everyone. The head of the Vanilla family knew that the man in black from Konoha who injured him last time was Yoda. Especially the Chakra ball, the memory is even more profound, it almost sent him away with one move. If you can't afford it, run away. Hirano Makoto, no wonder, the cuckold guy was injured like this. It's not surprising to have such a pig teammate. Vanilla Patriarch, I advise you to be kind. Secret Sword, Moon Shadow. Clang. Cuckold Sand Shinobi sensed danger and blocked with a backhand blow. The two blades collided in the water, causing weak sparks. Ding 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 ding. After several rounds, Green Hat Sand was clearly at a disadvantage. Upon seeing this, Hiranoma immediately drew his sword to support him. Moonlight Gale didn't show any fear when he saw this. Advertisement. 1v2 real man. Woo, woo. The two sides distanced themselves, Hirano was moaning and gesticulating. After a few operations, Cuckold Sand Shinobi finally understood. Hirano Makoto, look carefully, there's a lot of blood in the water. Cuckold Sand Shinobi, damn. He glanced around, and in just a few seconds, almost everyone on his side was dead. All the water is filled with bright red blood. With such a feeling, the entire nose and mouth now smell of blood. As an assassin ninja, Moonlight Hayate is extremely sensitive to blood. Sensing it early, Sand Shinobi was taken away one by Yoda. He really didn't expect that Yang Tai was so powerful. If he was controlled by this water area, Jainin is no match for him either. He immediately felt relieved and used all his strength to deal with the two people in front of him. I just don't know how he can deal with the turtle shell of the Vanilla family owner. Phew. The sharp kunao cut Sand Shinobi's throat, Yoda took a breath. Looking at the owner of the Vanilla family not far away. At this time, the owner of the Vanilla family is almost at the water's edge. The dawn of victory is just before our eyes. Raise your hand to break through the water. Whoosh. As soon as a daoist figure appeared beside him, the head of the Vanilla family turned his head and saw Yang Tai smiling and waving to him. The head of the Vanilla family seemed to have seen a ghost and swam out like crazy. Yoda, let's go. Boom. A right whip leg kicked firmly on the chest of the Vanilla Patriarch. He backed up in the water and hit Xian a few times before he stopped and looked at Yang Tai with a solemn expression. To him, Yang Tai's kick was just an itch. But he was already afraid of the Chakra ball. There is also the speed at which Yang Tai appears and disappears. Seeing this, Yang Tai waved his hand, bye. The owner of the Vanilla family understood. Be alert and look around. Whoosh. This time Yang Tai appeared directly in front of the head of Vanilla family. The palm slowly approaches the heart. Get the kidneys and liver. Brush. The water flow follows the Chakra ball in Yang Tai's hand and rotates rapidly. There is no resistance at all, it is as smooth as a stone being patted into tofu. Well. The owner of the Vanilla family looked ferocious and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He slowly rolled to the ground, and the rocks on his body slowly receded, revealing his strong muscles. The only unsightly thing is the bloody hole in his heart the size of a football. Chapter 47 Determination. Damn it. A fake fight, right? Falling off the tightrope, right? A thick-skinned guy like the Vanilla Patriarch was killed in one move. Cuckold Sand Shinobi and Hirano Makoto's eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. Advertisement. At the same time, an idea popped up in their minds, run. The two looked at each other in perfect understanding and nodded. Reino and others, Sigma. This is too exaggerated. Earlier, when Yang Tai said that he had injured the head of the Vanilla family, everyone thought he was trying to show off his wealth. Now it seems that this is obviously pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Yang Tai is really too humble. Ling Yi clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. You BD dared to lie to me, you are dead. But the real man Moonlight Hayate is straight up Spartan. Raise Nan. Raise Nan of 4th Hokage. Moonlight Hayate originally thought that Yoda would only need to hang on to the Vanilla family master. Unexpectedly, Yoda produced a Raise Nan with his backhand, instantly killing the Vanilla Patriarch. This is also very impressive in the Jainin circle. There are many people in the Konoha Jainin circle who can defeat the Vanilla family master. But there are only a few people who can kill the BD like the owner of the Vanilla family with one blow. Among them, Ui Red is the easiest to kill instantly, followed by Kakashi. In short, Moonlight Hayate feels that with Yoda's strength, becoming a Jainin in the future is almost certain. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief, this living BD was finally dead. He hated such rough-skinned and fleshy guys the most. But my chakra is about to bottom out again. It seems that the research and development of Qi Yuan Zhan has to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, his lack of blue would be too big a problem. It's like entering a bridal chamber, short and weak, and can only watch helplessly. Baba. What are you thinking? What is short and weak must not be you, it must be the readers. After coming back to his senses, Yoda looked at the two people entangled with Yu Guangfeng. A cold light flashed in his eyes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cuckold Sand Shinobi winked at Yamamoto and quickly formed seals. Hirano nodded, and was about to step forward to stop Moonlight Hayate. His eyes became horrified, and he immediately reminded the Cuckold Sand Shinobi to look behind him. Cuckold Sand Shinobi felt a thump in his heart and moved quickly, not caring about continuing to form seals. Puff. Blood flows from shoulders. The Cuckold Sand Shinobi's vision was blurred, and he vaguely saw a figure of Deist stabbing his shoulder with a kunai. He narrowed his eyes, and someone came into his eyes. It's actually the kid pretending to be Konoha Jainin. Advertisement. Such a fast speed. Could this guy really be Konoha Jainin? Cuckold Sand Shinobi gritted his teeth and covered the wound. Konoha is really shameless, a Jainin actually pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. Hirano Makoto, search Daisuno. Everyone in Konoha, is he Jainin? How come we don't know? Yang Tai said, there are so many things to do in the water. Go to hell. A flicker disappeared. Cuckold Sand Shinobi and Hirano Shino haven't reacted yet. Yoda had already appeared behind Hirano, holding 3 prongs of kunai in his hand, and wiped it hard towards his neck. Good chance. Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of the 3 crescent moon. 3 cross flashes drove the water towards Sand Shinobi at high speed. Poof. The water was filled with bright red, and within a few breaths, his eyes turned red. My vision is blurred and I can't see anything clearly. I vaguely saw 2 headless corpses. Untie. Puff. The waters parted and the currents spread out in all directions. Everyone appeared on the scene. Yoda released the water and immediately sealed the bodies of the 2 Sand Shinobi with quick eyes and hands. Sand Shinobi Village Jainin, this is a very big achievement. If you find useful information from your mind again, the reward will definitely be huge. Ahem. Obey the order. Seal all Sand Shinobi bodies. Yu Guang Feng opened his mouth with wetness all over his body, then lowered his head and coughed, then slowly raised his head, with a cold look in his eyes, and ordered. Vanilla family, no humans or animals left. Kill. As soon as the word kill came out, Yoda trembled all over. Sure enough, no one in Jainin is a kind-hearted person. Ling Yi and the others were very calm and knelt down on one knee. Yes. Lord Hayate. Whoosh whoosh. After he closed his mouth, the figures scattered and disappeared. A few seconds later, faint screams could be heard. Yang Tai was silent. It's not that people haven't been killed, enemies and innocent people have also been killed. And according to Moonlight Gale Wind's order, neither the elderly nor the children should be left behind. This is a bit jarring. The old people are fine and have lived long enough, but the children are. Especially the kind that just had a full moon. Yang Tai honestly couldn't do it. Not the Madonna of the Yang Tai. But that indescribable feeling, indescribable. Advertisement. I always feel like I can't get through that hurdle in my heart. Yoda Genin, didn't you hear the order? Moonlight Hayate's cold eyes glanced over, and the aura of Jainin exuded, and he asked coldly. At this moment, Moonlight Gale is no longer the man with kidney deficiency. But Konoha Jainin. Yes, Instructor Sama. Yoda nodded expressionlessly, used the body flicker technique and disappeared. Ahem. What a good prospect. I will propose to Master Hokage that he go to Anbu to practice. Moonlight Hayate once again became a man with a weak kidney, looking in the direction where Yang Tai disappeared, showing admiration. Lowering his head and picking up a 3-pronged kunai, Moonlight Hayate smiled. Are you an admirer of 4th generation Sama? Very interesting little guy, I hope you can adapt to the cruel ninja world as soon as possible. This night is destined to be sleepless. The breeze blew gently, and the smell of blood came. It makes people sick to hear it. Yang Tai kicked open the last door, swept around, and locked on the target. Boom. Ah. He opened the bedboard and saw a woman in ordinary linen clothes in front of him. She screamed. Her eyes were red from crying, and she held a baby tightly in her arms. The little guy was about 7 or 8 months old and was frightened by the woman's scream earlier. Then be quiet for a second or two. Wow burst into tears. Master Ninja, please, let go of our mother and son. You. The woman sobbed softly, crawled over and hugged Yang Tai, sobbing and pleading. Yang Tai slowly squatted down and lifted the woman's chin. A golden light seemed to flash in his eyes, and he spoke softly. Go to sleep. The woman's frightened expression gradually disappeared, and instead the corners of her mouth rose with a hint of a smile. After a while, the cry of the baby in the room disappeared. Yang Tai stood up slowly, not caring at all about the blood splashing on his face. He glanced dully at the mother and son sleeping peacefully on the ground, formed a seal in his hand, and spit out a fireball. He walked out of the room without looking back. Outside the door, Ling Yi looked at Yoda quietly. She knew it would be difficult for this guy to adapt, so she came here specifically to comfort him. Call. Yang Tai let out a long sigh, what AFG world. I vaguely remember a keyboard warrior in my previous life saying that transmigrating here would kill everyone. Now think about dude's fart. I am a person who lives in peaceful times and comes to troubled times. No matter how I adapt to it, the peaceful mentality I had for more than 20 years is still a bit out of place. Chapter 48 A-Level Application Opportunities. How is it? Okay. Ling Yi's clear voice came. Yang Tai showed an ugly smile and nodded slightly. Ling Yi came over, wiped the blood on Yang Tai's face and said. Okay, don't hold on anymore. After a pause, he said again. Advertisement. With your current status, you have done a good job. At least they didn't have any pain when they died. Yang Tai looked at the gradually brightening sky and murmured in a low voice. Yes, with my current ability, I have done a good job. But, is this enough? If he were Jainin, he might be able to let these children go. If I were Hokage, I could let these ordinary people go. In short, everything is due to lack of status and strength. He began to hate this abnormal world early on. Anyway, my future goal is the Hokage series. It would be best if you can become a Hokage. Even if you can't become one, you can plan carefully and become the head of other departments. You can also slowly bring Konoha back on track. Anyway, plant this seed and love someone in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Tai suddenly showed a sincere smile. He had thought too much in the past. In one sentence, it's done. The rising sun rises in the east. The sun spreads across the earth and illuminates the whole world. The golden sunlight shines on Yang Tai's face. He turned back to Ling Yi and smiled sincerely, let's go, everyone is probably impatient. Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and her heart skipped a beat. Yang was so gentle and handsome just now. Shaking his head hard, what are you thinking? He immediately caught up with Yoda and started playing and joking with him. Konoha village. Hokage office. Yang Tai and the others were stunned as soon as they pushed the door open. Not only was the third-generation old man present, but 2 Konoha consultants were also present. Yudin Koharu, Mitokado Homura. You're here. The third-generation old man said with a smile. Yes, Lord Hokage. Moonlight Hayate said as if she had been squeezed dry. Hello, Hokage-sama. Advertisement. Hello Grandma Koharu and Grandpa Homura. Yang Tai smiled and greeted the 3 of them very naturally. When Yoda was a child, he met the 2 of them when he accompanied his old man to buy groceries. Don't mention it, the old man is quite proud, and the 2 of them are always polite. So Yang Tai naturally knows these 2 consultants. Especially Yoda and Koharu, whom Yoda often meets when he goes shopping for groceries after school. So what kind of bad intentions could the little Yang Tai have, helping the old man get groceries, helping her cross the road and so on? Don't tell me, someone who can serve as a consultant to Konoha must be capable, and Yang Tai found that their mass base is not small. The villagers of Konoha respect them very much. Yoda has stayed in Konoha for so many years, so he naturally won't look at people through the colored glasses of his previous life. As for Yuta and Koharu and Mitokado Homura, they are a huge failure of 3rd generation. Yang Tai said, what does this have to do with Lusun? Yoda, you're so old. Grandma, I haven't seen you for a long time. Mitokado Homura nodded. Yuta and Koharu looked at Yoda kindly, and waved him over. The old man from 3rd generation asked somewhat differently, oh, Koharu, you know Yoda? Yuta and Koharu grabbed Yoda's hand and smiled, Kasuke's grandson, that old boy is quick. Adopt little Yoda in advance, otherwise I will recognize this little grandson, and he will be able to provide for me in the future. Everyone was stunned, is Yang Tai so attractive? Yang Tai blushed and thought to himself, would that old man like a coquettish, cute, naughty child who can also cook? Although Yang Tai's methods are somewhat ineffective and even give people a sense of clumsiness. But you can't deny it, it works. The old man from 3rd generation took a puff of cigarette, looked at Yoda with satisfaction, and nodded, what a great seedling. Sure enough, the beauty is pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at it. Tell me about this situation. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale coughed a few times, took out a few scrolls and said. The mission is confirmed. The old man from 3rd generation took the scroll and continued to wait for the next step. Moonlight Hayate, this time Sand Shinobi dispatched 5 genin teams, 1 Jainin and 1 special Jainin. In addition, the strength of the vanilla family leader has reached the level of a special Jainin. We were in a very dangerous situation. Before the words fell, the old man from 3rd generation and the 2 consultants were very shocked. This Sand Shinobi is crazy. The vanilla family actually used so many people to protect them. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Mitokado Homura immediately asked, how did you escape safely? Did you get any information? Advertisement. Moonlight Hayate did not answer immediately, but looked at the third generation old man. The old man from third generation nodded slightly, and Moonlight Hayate continued. Our team kills all enemy ninjas, the opposing Jainin and the special Jainin. Their bodies are all in the scroll. What? Ahem. The old man from third generation, who had always been somewhat calm, exclaimed, then choked on the cigarette and coughed. The two consultants sitting next to each other drinking tea were also stunned. He looked at Moonlight Hayate, a man with kidney deficiency, with an expression of disbelief. Just this guy, kill so many Sand Shinobi? Plus a Jainin and special Jainin. The third generation old man's eyes also became strange. He looked up and down. Could it be that this man with a weak kidney had practiced some powerful ninjutsu recently? Ahem. Moonlight Gale's old face turned red, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being looked at by so many people. What's more, Konoha F3 is looking straight at you. Then he explained, the specific content is too long. It is all in the mission report. Mr. Hokage can check it in detail. The old man from third generation regained his calm expression, put down his cigarette and said seriously. Moonlight Blast. Based on your outstanding performance, you are officially promoted to Jainin. Moonlight Gale's pale face showed a look of joy, she knelt down on one knee and said excitedly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The old man from third generation chuckled, get up. Moonlight Hayate slowly stood up. From this moment on, he was the new Jainin of Konoha. Ling Yi smiled and said, congratulations, Lord Hayate. The veteran trio, congratulations, Lord Gale. Yoda, congratulations, Master Instructor. By the way, Instructor-sama, do you want a treat? Everyone quickly echoed, yes, yes, treat. Must treat. Moonlight Gale said happily, how about having barbecue at noon tomorrow? Everyone smiled evilly, okay, Sir Hayate, you must be ready to wake up. Moonlight Gale's smile froze, and her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered that she still had a lot of friends. It looks like it will go bankrupt tomorrow. At this moment, the old man from third generation clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Okay, let's get down to business first. You did a great job on this mission. Get an S-level mission evaluation and apply for A-level ninjutsu once. Nanny. Ling Yi covered her mouth and exclaimed. I can't believe it, this is true. S-level mission evaluation will make you and others smile. Chapter 49 Opportunity to learn S-level ninjutsu. Now there is an additional opportunity to apply for A-level ninjutsu. The so-called A-level ninjutsu application opportunity is to apply to Master Hokage to learn some ninjutsu including A-level and below. Of course, some people would not be stupid enough to use A-level opportunities to apply for B-level ninjutsu. Unless your head gets caught in the door. But please note that this is an opportunity. If you want to learn ninjutsu, you have to go through a test-like process. Advertisement. If you pass the exam, you can study. If you fail, the opportunity will be void and you will be unlucky. So most ninjas cherish this opportunity very much. Yang Tai clenched his hands, feeling a little excited. Ninjutsu levels were divided into S, A, B, C, and D. Among them, only 100 C-level ninjutsu application opportunities can be obtained for one B-level ninjutsu application opportunity. As for A-level opportunities, they cannot be synthesized with B-level opportunities. You can only obtain it by doing tasks above A. S-level opportunities cannot be obtained directly and can only be applied for through 3 A-level opportunities. This is why Yoda is excited. Although he may face failure in the assessment, Yang Tai still feels like giving it a try. What if it succeeds? Okay. Everyone is tired these days. Go back and have a good rest. The old man from third generation issued an eviction order. Everyone naturally understood the interest and filed out. Yoda waved to Yuta and Koharu and closed the door. Meet Okado Homura, what a nice little guy. It's rare that you have such a kind side. Hey? You mean that I used to be a cold-blooded, mean, and unreasonable person? Yuta and Koharu looked at Okado Homura with an unkind expression. Okado Homura, damn it. He turned his head and looked at the third-generation old man with pleading eyes. The old man from third generation naturally saw it, but he unfolded the scroll very naturally and covered his face. I'm at work, don't disturb me. Third-generation old man, what a funny brain, messing with an older leftover girl, oh no, older leftover girl. The two were having a heated argument there, while the third-generation old man slowly calmed down. Look at the scroll carefully. When you see Yang Tai spirit communication produces the three-pronged kunao and uses the description of the waters. Very shocked. One person can kill dozens of other people in a few seconds. In decades, only Minato has achieved this speed. The pipe gradually turned red, and the old man from third generation slowly blew out the smoke ring and murmured in a low voice. Shunsui. As a doctor of ninjutsu, he could easily see this ninjutsu. At the beginning, Senju Hashirama banned most of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu. As for the instantaneous water limit, it is not useful in deep water areas. So it was spared. Advertisement. Now it seems that these juniors are having a great time. Even Hokage, who is known as the doctor of ninjutsu, had to admire this operation. Showy. So sexy. This is just like a simplified version of Flying Thunder God. Thinking again about this little guy Yoda, who has been imitating Minato since he was a child, suddenly it doesn't feel so strange anymore. He stood up and ignored the two bickering people, standing in front of the window and looking at the prosperous Konoha. Smiling with relief. He can rest assured that such geniuses are emerging one after another in the village. I couldn't help but murmur. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire grows. The fire will illuminate the village. Small courtyard. Old man, I'm back. Yoda shouted happily as he entered. Looking around, he frowned, not there. Are you on a mission? Forget it, let the little girl live first. Come in. Yang Tai said to the cautious little girl Xiang Ling at the door. The little girl was obviously a little nervous. She came in and looked around, and then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw nothing. Yang Tai pulled the little girl towards the house. Don't be nervous, this will be your home from now on. My grandpa may have gone out for something. I will introduce you to him later. Yoda's house is a small house on the second floor. 3 rooms upstairs and 1 bedroom downstairs. He pulled the little girl up to the second floor and opened the door to a room with a window. Yang Tai introduced, from now on, you can live in this room. It's just you and me upstairs. Master likes to feel down to earth, so he lives downstairs. Come on, let's clean up. After a while, the room was cleaned. Yang Tai finally couldn't stand it any longer. He was exhausted physically and mentally these past few days and could finally have a good sleep. The next day. 3 poles in the sun. Yang Tai opened his eyes in a daze, and it was such a great sleep. Ah wow wow. Stretch, wash up and go downstairs. The living room was full of laughter, and Yang Tai, who came down from the yawning room, was stunned. What's the situation? Advertisement. At this time, while Xiao Xianglan was beating the old man's legs, he was talking and laughing with him. Those who didn't know thought they were biological grandfather and grandson. Xiao Xianglian stood up immediately when he saw Yang Tai come down. Brother Yang Tai, get up. The old man pulled Xiao Xianglian and asked her to sit down. Don't ignore him. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell grandpa. After educating Xiao Xianglan, the old man changed the subject and said, why, you are capable now. If you need me, old man, I will get up and greet you. Yoda, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Although Yang Tai looked confused, he still waved his hand. Old man, how dare I say what you said? I still have a report to make today, so I need to go out first. Just as he ran to the door, he seemed to remember something and said, Old man, there is a spirit communication scroll in my room. Remember to sign your name. After that, the person disappeared outside the door. It's okay, this brat is always so arrogant. The old man cursed, remembered Yang Tai's words in his heart, and continued chatting with Xiao Xianglan. After a while, there was another burst of laughter. Yang Tai walked on the street with the corners of his mouth raised, and he felt relieved when he saw that the old man and Xiao Xianglan were so close to each other. Passing by a knife shop, I customized some 3-pronged kunao. Go to the banquet. Didn't you see, did he go there with his stomach open today? Sentence grill. Mr. Gale paid for the barbecue today, so there were quite a few people here. Even Naruto and Hinata were brought to eat by their teacher. Yoda felt that these people must teach young Jainin a good lesson. Yoda. Naruto was the first to see Yoda coming in and waved hurriedly. Yang Tai came over with a smile, so everyone is here. The friends all said hello to Yang Tai. Xiao Li looked around and didn't see Yang Tai's teammates, so he asked doubtfully, where are your teammates? Yang Tai sat next to Xiao Li and patted his shoulder, it's just me. Is your injury healed? Yeah, I've been practicing for more than half a month, and I'm almost good. Xiao Li grinned. Where's Neji? Yoda asked doubtfully. Tian sighed, poked at the barbecue and said, he's not here. He's been acting like a heavenly demon these days. He's been training like crazy and saying that a genius is a genius. Search Deisne. This Yang is too familiar, oh. It's okay. He's just a middle-aged boy. I'll just give him a good beating later. Everyone, haha. It's not always clear who hit whom in the past. Yang Tai stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth and said, how has your special training been these past few days? Chapter 50 People's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Hey. I have learned a very powerful ninjutsu, which will definitely surprise you. Naruto bared his teeth, patted his chest and said confidently. Haha, friends, what kind of ninjutsu can Naruto learn? They all smiled nonchalantly. Advertisement. Yoda looked at Naruto seriously and said. I'm looking forward to fighting you. It seems that Naruto has now signed a spirit communication contract with Mount Maiboku. And Yang Tai remembered that the Nine Tails brand power bank seemed to be online at this time. I went out for a long time this time, so I looked back and touched a few people's bottoms. Okay. I'm looking forward to it too. Naruto said happily. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of recognition when talking to Yota. There are so many people here today. The whole barbecue restaurant was filled with chaos, especially today's protagonist, Moonlight Hayate. Being fed cup after cup by the seniors, my face was already flushed. It was swaying, looking shaky. Yang Tai and the others on the side secretly laughed. Because they saw Might Guy and Kakashi. He actually mixed liquor into Moonlight Gale beer. Snapped. I can still. Moonlight Gale fell down on the table, and his soul had returned to the underworld. Everyone laughed and gathered together for a while. Slowly dispersed, leaving behind a mess on the ground and a look of fortune on the barbecue owner's face. Why? This is what happens when you make careless friends. People's hearts are not ancient. Yoda shook his head, these are all cuckold friends. Morality condemns this bad trend for a while. The plastic bags in my hands were quickly filled with various barbecued meats and unopened wine. After looking at the 2 large bags of things with satisfaction, Yang Tai couldn't help but sigh. There are not many people like me who cherish food. Lying on the table beside him, the sleeping Moonlight Gale's face twitched fiercely. You are the devil. His true colors are almost revealed and he can no longer pretend. Go out with satisfaction, find the target, and chase it. At this time, the 2 pillars were separated from Naruto. Sasuke. Ursha paused for a moment, then looked back at Yang Tai who was carrying 2 large bags, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. He quickly accelerated, he didn't recognize this guy. So special, so embarrassing. Yang Tai instantly realized that he seemed a little unsightly, and immediately sealed the thing in his hand. Advertisement. After catching up, he put his hand on Ursha's shoulders. Sasuke, are you training with Kakashi-senpai? Erzuzo looked at Yang Tai sideways and said, yes, what can I do for you? Yoda rubbed his hands, it's just. I have a question about ninjutsu, and I want to ask Kakashi-senpai for advice. Can you help? No. Erzuzo refused without hesitation. Yoda, are you so heartless? Urshu, so ruthless. Yang Tai's face turned dark, and after thinking about it he continued to lie. Look, you are short of an opponent now. You take me to see Kakashi-senpai, and I will be my sparring partner for the day. How about it? Erzuzo was a little moved when he heard this. Although he has become very strong these days. But it's still different from Gara and Xiao Li, I don't know how much. If I had this guy to practice with, maybe I would progress faster. After all, the one in front of me looks ordinary, but is not weak in strength. Ursha nodded, okay. I agree. However, as promised in advance, I will only take you to find him. As for whether he is willing to answer the question, that is beyond my responsibility. After a pause, he said again, conditions remain unchanged. Good. Yang Tai nodded, this is understandable. However, Yoda is very confident when it comes to handling Kakashi. As long as he can see Kakashi in person, he will teach him well, no. Be willing to teach yourself. After all, he is an art student. Outside Konoha. Hokage Rockback Mountain. Snapped. Kakashi closed the Passion Paradise in his hand, and looked at the 2 people in front of him with some doubts on his lazy expression. Sasuke didn't explain, but turned away. Yang Tai stepped forward with a smile and said respectfully. Kakashi-senpai, I am Ai Yoda. I encountered some troubles in my practice, and I came to ask you a few questions. I hope you can give me more advice. Kakashi covered his face, it was this kind of trouble again. Just one Sasuke on his side was enough to give people a headache. Now here comes another guy who is not a simple guy. I think his problems are also unusual. Let's get rid of this first. Thinking about it, Kakashi spread his hands and said with a serious face. I'm a little busy about that, how about I give it to you? This is. Kakashi's words stopped abruptly, because Yoda took out a very delicate book with a respectful look on his face. Advertisement. Handed to him, the title of the book. Passionate Heaven. He is known as a well-known collector of Passion Paradise, but he has never seen any version. I read countless films at that time, but today I am really ignorant. What version is this? Why had I never seen it before? I reached out and took it excitedly. Tisk tisk tisk, this touch, the concave and convex touch, is simply the best of the best. The 2 pillars on the side were stunned. Is this still the lazy, late guy? Since Kakashi led the team, he, Naruto and Sakura have never met each other before. Mr. Kakashi is so rude and looks like a wretched idiot. There's no trace of Konoha Janin's style. What did Yang Tai bring out? He leaned over and took a look. Passionate paradise. Zuzu muttered something strange, except that the words looked better. It's normal, why are you so excited? Kakashi rubbed it and slowly opened the first page. In an instant, it seemed as if a dazzling golden light rose from the book. Kakashi's eyes widened, his expression was extremely vulgar, and he giggled. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Ursulai's ears twitched and he looked in Kakashi's direction strangely. At this time, Kakashi's entire face was blocked by the book. All you could see was that his shoulders were shaking, as if he was swaying. What puzzled Urshasa the most was that there were some red things under Teacher Kakashi's feet. Blood. Teacher Kakashi was bleeding. Ursha frowned and looked at Yota, who had a calm face, and said in confusion. Teacher Kakashi, why are you bleeding? Are you okay? Suck. Snapped. Kakashi took a deep breath and reluctantly closed the book of Passionate Paradise. He said seriously, the noble Janin of Konoha, how could I bleed? It's just sweat. Zuzu's suspicious eyes showed that Teacher Kakashi seemed to be a different person when facing a book. Ahem. Without further ado, Sasuke, you need to feel like you're speeding up your training and you can't be outdone. Kakashi coughed a few times, quickly diverted Ursha's attention, separated a shadow clone, and led him to train. Yang Tai is very satisfied with the results of his careful preparation of the Passionate Paradise. Haha, the Passion Paradise written by Jiraiya is at best a pornographic novel. But in his previous life, Yang Tai was a man who was an art student. What sketches and photos? That's not so easy to grasp. Each of its pages has photo illustrations. Just like Jinping Mei, everyone is interested in reading it, but people are more willing to learn about Jinping Mei with illustrations. Chapter 51 Chidori Reikari. Yoda, right. Tell me what kind of practice problems you want me to solve. Kakashi carefully put the Passion Paradise away and asked seriously. After all, eating people has short mouths, and taking people has short hands. Yang Tai smiled and organized his words. Advertisement. Actually, to be precise on this trip, I want to learn the Kirikage technique from Kakashi-senpai. And some methods and techniques for using some thunder attribute chakra. Oh. Learn the Kirikage technique. You are. I understand. It must have been said by Naruto and the other three. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, this guy is really made to be a ninja. He actually collected a lot of information about himself, which is very good. He is much better than his three students in this regard. Kakashi thought about it and nodded. This was not an excessive request. After all, Kirikage technique was only a C-level ninjutsu. However, the topic changed and he asked, why did you learn to use the thunder attribute? He paused, looked Yang Tai up and down and said, do you want to learn lightning style ninjutsu? Yang Tai shook his head and took out something similar to a forehead protector. In the center of the forehead protector is an octagonal diamond-shaped groove with a mirror inlaid inside. There is also a small light bulb in the center of the diamond. He tied it in his palm and explained. Inside this is the camera's flash bulb, and I want to activate it with the thunder attribute chakra. The powerful flash can make people blind instantly in close combat. Search Deisne. Tisk tisk tisk. What a genius idea. This kind of thing is used inadvertently. But it's a deadly thing. It seems like I can use it myself. In an instant, Kakashi understood somewhat why Yoda was looking for him. If you want to use this move, you must use the rank 1 of your Chidori to condense the thunder attribute chakra in your palm. I had already taken advantage of this guy, and now I'm taking another one. It seems that he needs to be taught a lesson. This kind of calculation is so fair and honest that no one can refuse it. Watch it. Kakashi didn't talk nonsense, thunder gradually jumped in his palms. Times la la la. The lightning is very weak, condenses very slowly, and unfolds step by step. From being dispersed and weak, slowly becoming thicker and stronger, and then condensing a little, releasing. Yang Tai saw it very carefully. This kind of change visible to the naked eye cannot be described in words in a book. Yang Tai himself had tried it before, and could only manage to flash a few arcs. Then it wilts. If you want a method that can be quickly applied in actual combat, then learn from your seniors. As for why not just learn Chidori directly? Let's not talk about your relationship with others. You are not good at basics. Even if the secret book is placed in front of you, it will not help. You must first learn to walk before you can run, otherwise you will easily fall over. Advertisement. Except for wall hangings, of course. Kakashi explained in detail, then retracted his hand and said, you want to try it first. Yoda nodded and mobilized the thunder attribute chakra to gather in the palm of his hand. Stab. An arc of electricity flashed away. Kakashi nodded secretly. It seems that this guy has the talent to learn lightning style. 3 minutes passed. There was sweat on Yang Tai's forehead, and there were only a few flashes of electric arcs in his hands. There was no sense of getting any closer at all. Next to him, Kakashi shook his head. It seemed that this was his limit. Yoda slowly calmed down, closed his eyes and thought carefully about the situation of Kakashi gathering thunder and lightning. Poly, arc and arc are linked to each other, slowly forming something like a core. Core. Yang Tai opened his eyes instantly. Everything needs the core. Rei's Nan is like this, Shunsui is like this. It's like opening the door to the new world. Times la la la. Times la 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 la. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, lifted the forehead protector, and 3 Tomo Sharingan rotated at high speed. The chakra of Yang Tai's whole body flows into the palm of the hand very regularly. Interestingly, the condensed thunder attribute chakra is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that this little guy named Yoda has such subtle control over chakra. I'm afraid he has reached the level of a medical ninja. It seemed that he had truly reached his limit, Kakashi said. Okay, you are very good at controlling chakra. This may be your limit on the first day. Take a break. Big beads of sweat dripped from Yoda's forehead, but he didn't pay attention to Kakashi's words. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy, and he couldn't stop now. It's like a wedding night with flowers and candles. It's like piercing that membrane. Extremely refreshing, no obstacles. Can't stop at all. Grab your wrist with your other hand and continue to gather the arc. Kakashi shook his head. Young people don't know what the sky and the earth mean. Yang Tai's veins popped out and he gritted his teeth, and arcs of electricity filled his palms. At first glance, it seems as if there is an irregular lightning ball in the hand. Twisting, changing. Kakashi, stop. Ah. Disperse. The lightning in his hand suddenly unfolded. Thunder and lightning overflowed. Advertisement. Squeak 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 squeak. Harsh, sharp thunder and lightning sounded, as if countless birds were chirping. Calling in your ear. This. Kakashi was shocked, and the 3 Megatama were spinning rapidly in his eyes. This guy is still amazing. I remember that it took Sasuke 7 days, plus his own teachings, to barely master it. This little guy, with his own explanation. It takes less than half an hour. Fortunately, Sasuke wasn't here, otherwise he would have spit out blood on the spot. Really excellent as myself. The same goes for lack of blue. Wrong. Oops. Kakashi suddenly realized how he had forgotten the danger of Chidori. Especially the rank 1 section is the most dangerous. He quickly grabbed Yang Tai's arm. Under Yang Tai's stunned eyes, he pulled hard towards the ground. Boom. Debris flew everywhere. Make a small hole in the ground. Yoda stood up in disgrace and looked at Kakashi with a resentful look on his face. She seemed like a little daughter-in-law who had been bullied. Kakashi looked at Yoda with a serious face and said, I think you've heard of Chidori too. Yoda nodded obediently. Kakashi, do you know why I rarely teach this ninjutsu to others? Yoda nodded first, then shook his head. Kakashi explained, it's not that I'm stingy and don't want to teach. But this ninjutsu is too dangerous. Danger? Yoda looked at Kakashi suspiciously, as if to say. If you don't want to teach, then don't want to teach. Such a lame excuse. Kakashi understood Yoda's thoughts at a glance, pointed to his hand and said, your hand is already injured. Yang Tai raised his palm and looked carefully. He was indeed injured, but he still said in confusion. This is obviously because my control is still a bit lacking. More practice in the future should help avoid injuries. Besides, this injury is completely controllable. Kakashi continued to explain. What are ninjutsus for? Meeting Yoda's puzzled gaze, Kakashi said coldly. A murderer. You are currently in the Chidori rank 1 rank, and your destructive power is strong enough. But can you hit the enemy with such a big target? Speed. Yes, the speed is too slow now. Chapter 52 Looking for Naruto. Then Yang Tai shook his head again. This old man must be deceiving him. He remembered that Chidori seemed to be able to use thunder attribute chakra to stimulate activated cells and speed up movement. Yang Tai pretended not to know and asked, wouldn't it be better to speed up? Kakashi, this is the most dangerous thing. With your chakra, it can only be shot at most 2 times, or even less than 2 times. Advertisement. This means that this is a life-threatening ninjutsu, and you must be sure of killing it with 1 strike. Otherwise you will be the one who dies. As if thinking of something, Kakashi touched his forehead protector and continued. As for why speed is the most dangerous thing about this ninjutsu. The reason is also very simple, the speed is too fast. Yang Tai is confused, is speed also dangerous? Kakashi, my eyes can't keep up with the speed of my body. It's possible that I don't even know how I died. It's ridiculous, but Yota feels that this guy is telling the truth. Kakashi pointed to his Sharingan and said, "Only someone like Sharingan, who can predict the enemy's bloodline limits, can control the Chidori. Search Deisne." No wonder, Borutoden Kakashi doesn't use Chidori. It turns out that this ninjutsu must be used in conjunction with Sharingan to be fully executed. That makes sense. However, Yang Tai still wanted to learn and continued to ask. Speed is Chidori's rank too. Kakashi saw Yoda's expression and knew that Yoda still didn't want to give up. After pondering for a long time he said, "Yes, the rank 2 stage is to use the Thunder Attribute Chakra to stimulate the activation of cells throughout the body and increase the speed. The rank 3 stage is the condensed and overflowing Thunder and Lightning, which is the nature transformation of the Thunder Attribute Chakra. When I was young, I used this lightning style ninjutsu to split my enemies. This move is also called Reikari. Chidori Reikari. That's how the name came about. Up posture." However, Yoda didn't care about this, but Kakashi's reaction. This guy obviously means to teach himself. The sun sets. The sunset glowed half the sky red, and there was an indescribable and thrilling beauty. Yang Tai bought the groceries and went home happily. "Come in. I saw the little girl sleeping on the sofa." In the kitchen, there was the sound of chopping vegetables. "Old man, wait a minute." Yang Tai's voice came, and the old man turned around and said doubtfully, "Why is it so late today?" Advertisement. Yang Tai washed the dishes and said, "Learn some ninjutsu from a senior." The old man said, "Who is it?" "Yoda, Konoha technician Kakashi." "Oh, how did you hook up with him?" Mr. Guji suddenly became interested. He knows Kakashi well and has been on a team with him. He is very strong. Yang Tai was speechless. What does hooking up mean? Can you put it in a nicer way? Of course, you can only think about this in your heart, and you cannot say it with your mouth. I gave someone something to give and asked some questions. In the words of the old man and Yang Tai, delicious food was put on the plate one after another. I woke up Xiao Xianglan who was still sleeping and had a lively reunion dinner. A night of silence. Yesterday I got Kirikage technique and Chidori's training methods. All that's left is to spend time grinding it out. Yang Tai separated 2 shadow clone and arranged the contents. Start getting ready to explore Naruto's bottom. To be precise, it is gathering intelligence. However, the most urgent thing is to learn the chakra absorption technique. For now, this ninjutsu can solve Yang Tai's urgent need. After fighting against a tortoise-shell player like Gara, the owner of the Vanilla clan. After Yoda used waters, it was obvious that chakra couldn't sustain it for long. Especially after using Rei's Nan. That would be shorter, the shortest for readers. So is there a possibility that the next time you encounter the situation surrounded by Sand Shinobi, immediately use water to kill the enemy, and then use Shadow Clone to become hot and absorb the opponent's chakra? Wouldn't this be enough to support war with war? And for people who have just died, the chakra should not disappear immediately. In this way, it becomes easy to absorb without any resistance. If you meet someone like Naruto or the head of the Vanilla family, you can touch them here and there. Just absorb chakra and make yourself invincible. Opening the scroll, Yang Tai looked at it carefully and sorted it out. How do you say this ninjutsu? In fact, it is more appropriately called chakra transfer technique. Moreover, Yang Tai discovered that when the enemy did not resist, the speed of chakra absorption will be very fast, which is very close to Yang Tai's previous guess. For 11 consecutive days, Yang Tai stayed in the room. Xiangling and the old man knew that Yang Tai was preparing for the exam, so they didn't bother him. Just like the college entrance examination in the previous life. In the room, the Yang Tai formed the tiger seal, and the chakra in the palm of the hand suddenly jumped slightly. Invisible to the naked eye, call Xiao Xiang Foss over. Advertisement. Putting it on her arm, Yang Tai's face finally lit up. He could clearly feel the chakra flowing into his body. Wei Wei feels uncomfortable. However, it's very slight and doesn't have much impact. Yang Tai, girl, try resisting. The little girl frowned and tried to stop the flow of chakra. Yang Tai raised his eyebrows, the gap was so big. No resistance, almost 100% absorption. Resistance, about 30%. Thinking about Yang Tai, I feel relieved. What more bikes do you want? 30 is enough. After a few days of silence, it's time to go out and do some activities. After getting his things ready, Yang Tai went out. Find Naruto first, then definitely Jiraiya first. Jiraiya, he should be found in the largest hot spring area. Having said that, this is no small project. Let's go for a walk first. After wandering around all morning, no one was found. He was actually surrounded by 3 young ladies who asked him if he was a peeping pervert. After Yang Tai explained that he was looking for someone, the 3 young ladies expressed their apologies and warmly invited Yang Tai to come in and sit down. Yang Tai and the three young ladies chatted very enthusiastically, drinking and talking about life. The author Shitu interjects. A friend sent me a private message. When talking about Shitu, you seem to have said everything, and yet you seem to have said nothing at all. He is a VIP member and wants to be complete. What Shitu wants to say, even if Shitu agrees, Tomato doesn't agree either. Finally, I can't help but thank you all for your support. It's almost noon. Yang Tai's mouth was dry and he was dying. Bah, how can a man say no? Yang Tai came out holding the wall, looked at the three young ladies seeing each other off, and smiled with difficulty. My mother asked me to go home for dinner. You can go back. There is no need to send me food. Keek, slow down, come back and see your sister when you have time. The young lady who played the drum earlier was wearing a white bath towel, holding up the mountain peak with both hands and waving. Yoda waved his hand, held his waist against the wall, and walked away. Naruto, Jiraiya didn't find it, he was almost drained, it was such a failure. How can it be repaired? My dignified man was hurt by wine and S**x. Starting today, quit drinking. Yang Tai was holding his waist with an annoyed look on his face, when he inadvertently raised his head. I saw a red and yellow figure walking slowly in the distance. Chapter 53 Black Shop. Yoda. Naruto waved from afar. Yang Tai smiled and asked, was he blocking the meal? At this time, Naruto must have been recognized by Gamabuntat. Yang Tai smiled and said, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Advertisement. White hair, red clothes, scroll, clogs. This is Toad Sage Jiraiya. After a slight pause, he turned to look at Jiraiya, who had a lifeless face, and asked doubtfully. This handsome senior is the very powerful ninja you mentioned last time. Yoda greeted Jiraiya respectfully, hello, senior. This is one of my favorite characters in my previous life, the hero Jiraiya. This time I can see the perfected being. Handsome? Wow haha. The 1.9 meter tall Jiraiya patted Naruto on the head, looked up to the sky and laughed, posing in his signature pose. That's right. Boy, you are very discerning. I'm handsome, dashing, elegant, like a tree in the wind, I have a talented look, and I'm loved by everyone. Mount my Boku Toad Sage is also. Quiet. Naruto _. Naruto covered his face, even though he was a bit nervous, he was still ashamed now. Yang Tai, _. I knew that Jiraiya was usually a bit of a bad guy, but I didn't expect him to be so good. This is on the street, and many people have already given me strange looks. Ahem. Yang Tai coughed twice and quickly resolved the awkward atmosphere and said. Naruto, have you eaten? As soon as he finished speaking. Grrrrrrrr. The two of them covered their stomachs and stared at themselves, as if waiting for Yoda's next words. This is. Yoda didn't care, he smiled and pointed to a restaurant in the distance and said, I'm treating you to a treat, Naruto, I have something to discuss with you. There's Gara. Boy, I'm very optimistic about you. The three of them entered the hotel, and they didn't feel embarrassed at all. Show off like crazy. Especially Jiraiya. The good guy only picks out the expensive ones, Yang Tai's face twitches when he sees them. Belch. So full. Naruto said with a happy face as he held his round belly. Are you full? Yoda asked. Advertisement. Naruto nodded, I'm full. Well, come and play with me this afternoon. Yoda said, staring at Naruto closely. Jiraiya, who was drinking, glanced at the two of them slightly and continued drinking. Ha! Naruto looked confused, and seemed to understand something the next moment. Is this why you came to me? Then he patted his chest excitedly and said, no problem. Yang Tai smiled, you can't let go later, you have to use your full strength. Naruto nodded, but thought of something and couldn't explain. The Chunin exam officially starts in 3 days. Why are you looking for me now? Can't we have a competition when the time comes? Yoda shook his head, because of his own existence, he was not sure whether Orochimaru would take action in advance as in the original work. What if Orochimaru decides to take action after the match? So he had to prepare in advance to fight Naruto and Sasuke. Yoda didn't lie to Naruto, and said bluntly, I'm looking for you to fight because I want to collect information from you in advance. You can't go back on your word now. Search Deisne. Gather your own information. Naruto nodded, naturally he didn't regret it. As a ninja, why can't Naruto collect intelligence information on Yoda? And when the time comes, he doesn't have to use all his strength, how much intelligence can Yoda collect on him? Jiraiya glanced at Yoda differently, this little guy is a bit interesting. Then let's go. Yang Tai stood up and went to the counter to pay. When Jiraiya saw this, he took Naruto and ran away. The cashier girl made calculations for a while and said with a sweet smile. 42,000 sincere benefits. Oh, 40,000 taels. Nanny. Yang Tai was dumbfounded. The first reaction was that I encountered a black shop. This is killing yourself like a pig. 40,000 taels. Why not grab it? This is as much as his commission for a sea-level mission. Yang Tai looked at the cashier lady with an unkind look. Even if you grow up. But he couldn't do it so darkly. He immediately patted the counter and said. Your noodles are made of gold. More than a dozen bowls of noodles will last for thousands of noodles, and I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Otherwise, I will notify the guards. Want to default on your debt? The cashier girl put her hands on her hips, raised her breasts, and shouted behind her with an angry look on her face. Advertisement. Sister, if you want to default on your debt, eat the king's meal. Thump thump thump. The curtain on the back kitchen door opened, and two women rushed out with rolling pins in hand. Yang Tai's first reaction was, it's so big. These sisters have great genetics. Then he shook his head, no matter how good or big he is, he can't trick himself. No, as a friend of women. We must use love to awaken their conscience while their conscience is still intact. Just when Yang Tai was thinking about how to awaken the conscience of the three people. The cashier girl pointed angrily at Yoda, Sister, it's him. He wants to eat the overlord meal. If you want to eat the king's meal, don't blame us sisters for being rude. Up and down, the woman in a floral apron pointed at Yoda with a rolling pin and said angrily. Yes, don't blame us for being rude. The shorter woman in a blue apron echoed. Yang Tai sneered and pointed at several bowls and wine bottles on the table. How dare you charge me 40,000 taels for a few bottles of wine and a few bowls of noodles? Yang Tai clenched his fists and approached the three of them with a fierce expression. He wants to use the iron fist of love to awaken the consciences of the three of them. Hey, I see you have such a bad conscience. You, don't come here. We will notify the guards if you, come here. The three elder sisters were up and down at the same time, retreating with nervous expressions on their faces. At the same time, he did not forget to threaten and warn Yang Tai. This man is so handsome. I never expected that he would be such a good person and lose such a good skin for nothing. Haha, charge me 40,000 taels, as long as I don't destroy this shabby shop of yours. Call the guards. If you can, call them. I'll wait. Yang Tai was immediately laughed out of anger. Scammers dare to be so arrogant these days. They even call them guards, haha, let's see how they perform today. You wait. With tears flashing in her eyes, the cashier girl turned around, put down her harsh words, and ran out. Yang Tai smiled disdainfully, pulled up a stool and sat down carelessly. You guys. You have such a bad conscience. If I don't treat you today, you won't know what it means to look up and see the gods. The woman in the blue apron wanted to say something, but was immediately held back by the woman in the floral apron. Shaking his head, he whispered, we'll wait until the guards arrive. The woman in the blue apron glared at Yang Tai fiercely, then turned her head away from him. Yang Tai made some mocking and sarcastic remarks, but seeing the two of them being silent, he also found it boring. Slowly wait for the guards to arrive. Outside the door. At a roadside stall in the distance, Jiraiya and Naruto were eating meatballs and waiting for Yoda. Naruto ate a meatball and looked at the hotel door impatiently. Why is this guy Yoda so lazy? Tap tap tap. Hey, isn't that the cashier sister from the hotel? Why are you running so fast? Chapter 54. Can I wash the dishes? Jiraiya turned to look aside and said. Pervy sage, Yoda hasn't been out for so long. Should we go over and take a look? When Jiraiya heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed a little guiltily. Naruto pulled him over and said in a low voice, you didn't see, what's the matter with that pea of yours? Advertisement. Yoda. Yes, is there something wrong with Yangta's eyes on that cashier girl? Naruto was confused, does this have anything to do with him not coming out? Seeing this, Jiraiya continued to lie, he is obviously interested in the cashier girl, maybe he is asking for contact information now. Naruto clapped his hands, search Daisuno. You can't disturb Yoda's good deeds. Well, you can teach me. Jiraiya nodded happily. As soon as Naruto sat down, he suddenly felt that he had forgotten something and scratched his head. Cannot remember. Forget it, let's eat meatballs. It won't taste good if it's cold. After a while, the store door opened with a bang. The cashier girl came in with an old and a young guard. Both are Konoha shinobi. The leader, the old man, is wearing a chinin vest. Just as Yangta stood up and was about to say hello, the cashier girl pointed at Yangta and shouted. Uncle Yang, he is the one who eats the king's meal. As soon as this statement came out, the guards, one old and one young, all looked at Yang Tai. Yang Tai raised his eyebrows, protective umbrella? No wonder he is so confident. It turns out there is a backstage. It's a pity that you encountered me as a piece of iron today. The old manchnin walked over slowly and looked Yang Tai up and down. Although Yang Tai is only 1.78 meters tall, from his childish face, the old man saw at a glance that the young man in front of him was only 16 or 17 years old. He put his hands behind his back and said like an old leader, "Young man, are you the one eating the king's meal here?" "Uncle, you can't accuse someone of their innocence out of thin air." Yang Tai felt that he should be reasonable first, in case he did something later, he would have a reason. Oh. The old guard man has been in the industry for so many years, so he naturally heard the implication of Yang Tai. He moved the chair, sat down slowly and said, "Tell me about it. If you were wronged, not only will they apologize, but I will make the meal free of charge. How about it?" Advertisement. Yoda nodded. As soon as the small money was mentioned, the cashier girl next to her couldn't stand immediately and said anxiously, "Uncle Yang." The old guard waved his hand and interrupted the cashier girl. "Don't worry, if he really eats the king's meal, he has to pay for it and apologize to you respectfully. Is that okay?" The lady in the floral apron grabbed the cashier girl who was still talking and nodded, agreeing with Uncle Yang's approach. There was no objection from either side. The old guard picked up the thermos cup, took a sip of boiling water, took out a notebook and said, "Girl, tell me what's going on." The cashier girl gave Yang Tai a hard look, gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "This guy brought 2 people here at noon and had a feast. Those 2 are gone, and he's the only one left, deliberately looking for trouble and refusing to pay." Yoda felt offended. He was a man who had completed an S-level mission. With $1 million in savings, it's like he's eating like a king. "All right." The old guard wrote it down and looked at Yang Tai, "What about you? Tell me about it." Yang Tai was helpless and explained. "Uncle, have you ever seen a few bowls of noodles and a few bottles of wine costing 40,000 taels? Is it possible that their noodles are made of gold? I suspect their store is a black shop." You. The 3 sisters were immediately so angry that they were speechless. "Don't get excited." The old man calmly comforted him and said to the young guard at the dinner table, "Xiao Chen, are you okay? It'll be ready soon." The young guard made calculations in his notebook. After learning the result, he immediately ran to everyone and said, "The total is 42,051 taels." Yang Tai was secretly disdainful, "So what, in the end, there was no collusion between government and businessmen. You too, aren't you trying to protect them? Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Look." The old man and the young guard were both very calm. Now that the matter was over, they both understood. The main reason is that we encounter this kind of thing too often, especially when we are drunk. Yang Tai took the 2 bills with some suspicion, one was the hotel bill, and the other was the bill calculated by the young guard just now. Ramen, 6 taels per bowl, 16 bowls in total. Beer, 4 taels a bottle, 6 bottles in total. Fishin mutai, 10,500 taels per bottle. 4 bottles in total. Yang Tai rubbed his eyes, he felt like he was under an illusion. What an illusion! Holding the bill tremblingly, he suddenly understood. Advertisement. He remembered that Jiraiya went to the toilet in the middle, but Yoda didn't pay attention. Later, the cashier girl brought 4 bottles of different wines. Jiraiya drank 1 bottle and put the remaining 3 bottles in his arms. Jiraiya, this BD, has tricked himself. He originally met an idol from his previous life. Inviting him to a meal, I didn't expect this guy to cheat me so much. Fishin mutai. He had only heard the name of this wine, but had never tasted it. What he was angry about was not that Jiraiya set a trap on him, but that Fishin mutai didn't let him have a taste. This old guy is on board. How can it be repaired? "Hey, kid, what do you have to say now?" the cashier asked proudly. "Hey, my bad. I'll pay." Yoda sighed, admitting defeat. After seeing through everything, the old man ate his food quietly. He originally wanted to say a few good words for Yang Tai. However, thinking about when Yoda questioned him in the first place, he decided to take a small revenge. "Telling you to disrespect the elderly." Upon hearing the money, the cashier girl immediately changed her face and said with a smile. "Chinjui, give you a 42,000 taels. Are you paying by card or cash?" Yang Tai took out his wallet in pain, "I haven't had time to deposit cash into the card yet." Under the expectant gazes of the 3 sisters, Yang Tai closed his wallet. He showed an awkward yet polite smile and said in a sincere tone. "Then, well, can you wash the dishes?" Ha! A few people were stunned for a moment, but then they realized that this guy still wanted to eat the king's meal. "Good boy, we've been waiting for a long time, but you still want to eat the king's meal." The charming eldest sister on the side, supported by the old man and others, immediately picked up the rolling pin and came towards the son. Yang Tai is sweating violently, there is nothing we can do. Who the hell is out of his mind wandering around home with so much money? Yang Tai retreated step by step, and the three sisters pressed forward step by step. Leaning against the wall, blocked by several oncoming peaks. Yang Tai had nowhere to retreat. Under the gazes of the three sisters, he took out a scroll with his backhand and said with a playful smile. 3 beautiful big sisters. I didn't bring so much money with me when I went out today. Do you think I can use the items as collateral? I'll pay you back later. The cashier girl looked at Yang Tai and it really didn't look like he was lying. Yes, but the value cannot be low. Anything including gold, jade plates, and jewelry will do. Chapter 55 Fighting Naruto. Sweat. Yang Tai's eyelids twitched. Was the cashier girl in front of him too obsessed with money? He tilted his head slightly and muttered, none of them. Okay, then I'll reluctantly accept it, hey. Halfway through her words, the cashier girl immediately felt something was wrong. Advertisement. When he reacted, his chest heaved with anger, and he pointed his finger at the sun and nose. You fool me. Yoda smiled awkwardly, pressed down the cashier's white, trembling hands, and said quickly. Calm down, calm down. Although my collateral is not gold, its value is definitely not low. Under the suspicious eyes of the three sisters, Yang Tai slowly opened the scroll in his hand. He shouted softly, excuse me. Bang, the smoke dissipated, and a straight long sword appeared in Yang Tai's hand. Ah! The three sisters exclaimed and backed away in fear. The old man watching the show stood up immediately with a loud noise. Protecting the three women behind him, he put on a fighting stance and shouted. Young man, I advise you to use rat tail juice. As soon as Yang Tai slapped his forehead, he knew this would happen, and threw the sword directly over without explaining. There is no way, the most valuable thing in his body now is this sword. After all, it was my own fault first, so I couldn't leave carelessly. Let people suffer losses for no reason. He Yang Tai is also a principled person. The old man took the sword in a daze, looked up at Yoda in confusion. Yang Tai explained, this sword is made of Chakra metal and is worth 1,000,000 taels. I'll mortgage it with you first, and I'll redeem it later. What? 1,000,000 taels? The three sisters covered Sakura Tao's mouth in shock. 1,000,000 taels. They had never seen such money in their lives. Then they looked at each other and shook their heads, they couldn't. He looked at Uncle Yang for help. There was a cry. Uncle Yang has already drawn out the long sword, narrowed his eyes slightly, injected Chakra. In an instant, the entire sword was covered with blue Chakra. The transmission speed of this Chakra is probably even better than my own weapon. You must know that it costs more than 1,000,000 to build your own weapon. After waving it a few times, he praised, what a sword. He turned to look at Yoda and looked at him carefully, are you a ninja too? Yang Tai nodded, I have a rest today, so I didn't bring a forehead protector. Comrade. I touched my pocket and wanted to help Yang Tai, but I had no money. Forget it, just one unified harmony code. Advertisement. Uncle Yang smiled slightly, returned his sword to its sheath, and said to the three women. This is a very precious sword. Old man, I think it can be used as collateral. The three women swallowed secretly. Finally, the money-obsessed cashier couldn't help but ask. Uncle Yang, this is really worth 1,000,000. Uncle Yang nodded slightly and said seriously. Well, old man, I estimate it's worth at least 3,000,000 taels. Nanny. 3,000,000 taels. The cashier girl's eyes turned into greedy face, she grabbed the long sword. Clamp it tightly with your own waves, looking like you can't put it down. Yang Tai looked at the sword with envy, how wonderful it would be if it were him. After that, the matter was resolved and Yang Tai left the store. Originally, the eldest sister felt that Yoda's status as a ninja was not simple, so she allowed him to pay on credit, and wanted to return the sword to him. Unexpectedly, the cashier girl was very reluctant, saying that she had to sleep with such an expensive item. Yang Tai shook his head and said that he was no longer in the ink stain, just leave it alone. The most important thing for him right now was to explore Naruto's background. He went out with a dark face and looked around. Not far away, Naruto waved. Yang Tai walked over. I saw Naruto approaching with a face full of 8 trigrams, and said lewdly, how is it, do you want to get the contact information? Yoda? It's okay, I understand, the next one will be better. Nudging Yoda with his elbow, Naruto comforted him with a familiar expression. Yoda touched Naruto's forehead, strange. No fever either. Why did you start talking nonsense? The next moment, he put down his hand and looked at Jiraiya. The old man looked like nothing had happened except for blushing. Hey! Taking a deep breath, Yoda said to Naruto, let's go. After a pause, he added, Naruto, you'd better go all out today. Otherwise you will be beaten badly by me. Naruto. What's wrong with this guy? It feels like he went out and took the wrong medicine. Yoda ignored it and walked out of Konoha. I have to say that although Jiraiya is a second grader, he is really not bad at being a ninja. With a simple meal, give yourself a reason to go all out. Is this using him as a whetstone for Prince Naruto? The corners of Yang Tai's mouth raised slightly. Outside Konoha. Beside the river. This is the battlefield chosen by Jiraiya for the two of them. Yoda stood quietly on the water, looked at Naruto opposite and said. Are you ready? Advertisement. Yoda, come here. Naruto said with excitement on his face as he put on a fighting stance. Start. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Each and every one of the dozen or so Narutos clenched their fists, looked at Yoda maliciously, and said, come on. Everyone rushed over together. Although I knew this guy had a lot of chakra, it was still a bit surprising to see so many clones. However, Yang Tai did not panic at all. Holding the three-pronged kunai tightly with both hands, it disappeared from the place with a whoosh sound. Body flicker technique. Ah. It hurts. Yoda. You don't talk about martial ethics, but you use 1,000 years of death. A very fast black shadow flashed, and each Naruto was instantly dispersed. In a dozen breaths. Naruto was the only one left in the field, and to be honest Yoda was really bad at this. It didn't hit Naruto's body. Jiraiya, who was leaning against the tree and looking at him, had a slight change in his expression. In his opinion, Yang Tai's strength is average, much weaker than his own age. What concerned him was the kunai in Yoda's hand. How familiar. The same blonde hair, the same three-pronged kunai, but the person from back then is no longer there. His thoughts gradually drifted away, and he no longer paid attention to the children's play in front of him. In the field. Yoda looked at Naruto and said in a cold tone. Naruto, is this your strength? I'm so disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tai's figure disappeared from where he was. Boom. Well. Thump. Ripples are scattered on the water. Yoda slowly retracted his feet and looked at Naruto who had just come out of the water. Stop hiding your true strength. Show me your full power. How can it be repaired? Naruto slowly stood up and separated out 30 more shadow clone. Don't regret it when you get beaten into a pig's head later. Yoda shook his head, looked at Naruto seriously and said, if this is the case, you still can't beat me. Stop talking nonsense. Naruto called his brothers to join him. Yang Tai did a backflip, widened the distance, and made 4 seals with very silky hands. I still say what I said, show your true power. Chapter 56, He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Water style, water dragon bullet. The water around Yang Tai turned into a huge water dragon. With a swipe of his tail, he swooped down towards the stunned Naruto. Boom. The huge impact dispersed all the Narutos. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Naruto shadow clone collapsed one after another. The entire river surged, drowning all the Narutos. There was only Yang Tai in the field, rising and falling with the river. Huo, the movement is a bit loud. Jiraiya came back from his thoughts, wiped the water from his face and murmured in surprise. As for Naruto's safety, he didn't care at all. This little guy, Yang Ta, is so obvious about his sexual behavior, and he's not blind. This is just what he wanted. Thinking about it, I took out a bottle of Fishin Mutai from my arms and blew into my mouth. Ah, good wine. The water surface gradually calmed down. Ahem. Naruto struggled to climb up from the bottom of the water, coughed hard, and looked at Yoda dissatisfied. You guys are too cruel. It's not right. Naruto should be able to use some Nine Tails Chakra at this time. However, looking like this now, it doesn't look like he's just pretending. Otherwise, stimulate him? You will die if you try. Even if Naruto goes berserk, isn't Jiraiya watching? Then Yang Tai secretly cleared his throat. Convert the villain template and turn on taunting. What's wrong, you jerk? Do you want to admit defeat? You fox demon. After filling up these 3 layers of buffs, it should be fine. Quietly looking at Naruto who was silent and trembling. Effective. How can it be repaired? Naruto slowly stood up, his aura that couldn't be faked dissipated, and he looked at Yoda fiercely. Boom. Yang Tai's eyelids twitched and he took a slight step back. That feeling just now was probably the look from Nine Tails. Is this the oppressive feeling of a tailed beast? A tight look made me feel like my scalp was numb. Yoda, you succeeded in irritating me. Naruto said coldly. You stinky fox, come here and pay the rent. Nine Tails Omega asterisk, got offended. However, when I see this guy, I think of a certain person, which makes me very unhappy. Nine Tails, slap him hard. Naruto, why is this fox so obedient? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint red chakra appeared on Naruto's body, like blowing bubbles. The red chakra gathered more and more, gradually covering Naruto's body. Advertisement. Oh, Nine Tails Chakra. Jiraiya sat up straight and looked at Naruto solemnly. Is it possible to initially use this power? The most basic tailed beast outer garment? Yang Tai swallowed his saliva. Did he add too much buff just now? Can you please return too? Obviously I can't retreat. Naruto swooshed. He rushed over with fists as big as sandbags. The speed is not inferior to Yoda's body flicker technique. Yang Tai's eyelids twitched, he hated this kind of stupidity the most. Damn it, if you cheat. All my efforts over the past few years have been completely outweighed. You don't care whether others can stand you or not. Ah. Go to hell. Yang Tai roared and rushed forward without any hesitation to use the body flicker technique. Boom. The two exchanged punches and distanced themselves. Yang Tai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, hiss it really hurt. Stab la la. With a roll of red chakra, the injury at the corner of Naruto's mouth gradually recovered. Yang Tai's mouth twitched when he saw this, damn, it also has medical effects. This is somewhat lame. Let me report it to the referee, someone is cheating. Water style, instant water, slippery. Yang Tai's feet seemed to be equipped with turbochargers, and they were gliding on the water at high speed. Ding 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 ding. The two of them went back and forth, fighting equally. Although Naruto was cheating, he still seemed a bit immature in close combat. For things like fighting, just practicing has limited effect. There is only one way to truly master it, kill. Good chance. Yang Tai's eyes flashed, he swept Tang's legs and kicked hard. Thump. Naruto fell completely into the water. Yoda, who was in the air with the help of his strength, did not dare to be careless at all, and gathered the thunder attribute chakra in his hand. Stab. Times la la la. Squeak, 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 squeak. Oh, Chidori. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, this little guy can do it, for a while. It's not right. Jiraiya suddenly rubbed his chin, isn't Naruto Kakashi's apprentice? Why is this called Yota Chidori? Strange, so strange. Snapped. Landing steadily on the water, Yang Tai smiled. Maybe this is his first and last time playing a leading role. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. The lightning in his hand suddenly penetrated the water. Times la la la. Electric current conducts extremely quickly. As soon as Shadow Clone Naruto separated from the water, his whole body became paralyzed and twitched. Advertisement. The surrounding shadow clones collapsed one by one, and only two lucky ones who were far away from the ground survived. Hehe, I didn't expect it. Who said Chidori must fight in close combat? Combined with water style, although the power becomes smaller, the range is larger. Yang Tai closed his eyes to perceive, and it seemed that he failed. Just when I thought of this, two figures in the distance rushed out of the water and threw a few shurikens at them. Yang Tai had no choice but to withdraw his hand and retreat. Now there's trouble. 3 shadow clones chakra, now only half of the chakra is left. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Naruto appears densely. The scene is very shocking. Jiraiya looked around at Naruto and clapped. This is the first time he has seen such an amazing clone. This is the forbidden technique. Multiple shadow clone technique? Big beads of sweat rolled down Yang Tai's forehead, and he struggled to shake his throat. Looking at the dense crowd around Naruto, to be honest, his trypophobia was aggravated. Why don't you admit defeat? Anyway, losing to the Crown Prince doesn't seem too embarrassing. Well, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Yoda showed an ugly smile, that Naruto, how about I? FK him. Before Yang Tai finished speaking, he shouted from somewhere. The whole mountain roared with the sound of tsunami. FK him. 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 After hearing the echoes, Yang Tai's scalp went numb, and he quickly shouted to surrender and admit defeat. But his voice was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, making no waves. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, Naruto charged in with fists raised in anger. Yang Tai knew that unless he resorted to water today, the beating would definitely be over. After thinking about it, I might as well forget it. After all, it's not a life or death moment, so let's keep some trump cards. However, you can save yourself a few punches. Water style, water barrier. The huge water rotates at high speed, forming a rotating barrier. Many Narutos were stunned, stopped in place, and started discussing with each other. Yang Tai inside the water barrier breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Before he could be proud, he saw a group of Narutos squeezing in. This is so FG outrageous. Li Laiwan's score. Crack. Hey, Yoda, please wake up. Several wet Narutos grinned ferociously, clenching their fists and slowly approaching. Sack please. Yang Tai waved his hands hurriedly and said, I admit defeat and surrender. Late. Everyone come together and defeat him. As soon as several people rushed up, they were solved by Yang Tai. But the problem was that the water barrier was also forced to stop. There is a sea of chaos and Naruto is coming. They can't kill them all, they can't kill them all at all. When Naruto hugged Yoda's thigh, it also announced the end of this fight. Yazudi. Chapter 57 Similar Flowers. A long time. Hiss. Ba, ba, ba. Yang Tai and the other three were sitting by the river bank eating grilled fish. Naruto took a big bite of the fish and looked at Yoda with some surprise, covering his face with a green light in his hand. Advertisement. Yoda, when did you learn the medical ninjutsu? After finishing the last piece of meat in his hand, Yang Tai raised his panda eyes, clapped his hands and said. I learned it from my sister 2 days ago. Okay, let's fight and fight. It's time for me to find other people and collect intelligence. Seeing Yoda getting up, Naruto stepped forward to stop him and said with a look of resentment. No. You have seen all my trump cards, but you are playing tricks on me and you are not using your full strength at all. Yoda touched his nose awkwardly, glanced at Jiraiya who was drinking a drink next to him, and said in a sincere tone. Naruto, I really tried my best, don't listen to pervy sage's nonsense. Naruto looked suspicious. Hey? Really? Yang Tai nodded vigorously. More real than pearls. Then I won't fight. I'm leaving first. Naruto then grinned widely and waved, goodbye, I'll treat you to dinner next time. After walking a few meters, Yang Tai paused, looked up to the sky and sighed. This guy Naruto is really hard to be angry with. Maybe this is Naruto's unique charm. Yoda turned back and looked at Naruto seriously and said. Naruto. Is there anything else? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Do you want to see my trump card? Yang Tai continued to ask. Really? There's Gara. Naruto pumped his fists excitedly so that he could have another fight with Yoda. Jiraiya, who was eating grilled fish and drinking wine, yawned, looked at the two of them and said, finally, he is not so boring anymore. Yoda naturally understood Naruto's thoughts and shook his head. This time he wanted to fight quickly. Besides Naruto, he also had to teach a rather bratty guy a lesson. First of all, it wasn't Sasuke. The fight with Sasuke was over long ago. Taking out a three-pronged kunai, Yoda looked at Naruto and said, are you ready? Right here. Clang. Before Naruto could finish his words, he saw a three-pronged kunai inserted between the two of them. Just when Naruto and Jiraiya were a little confused. Boom. A C-shaped water column appeared out of thin air. Advertisement. The end of the water column reaches behind Naruto. When the two of them were different and stunned by the appearance of the water column, Naruto felt a chill on his neck, and a chill shot straight up to the sky. With a look of disbelief on his face, he slowly turned back and looked at the wet figure that suddenly appeared behind him. Swallowing hard, he said in a voice, Yang. Tai. Snap. The bottle dropped from his hand, and Jiraiya stared blankly at the young man with blonde hair in front of him. Gradually, the figure of Minato wearing a god robe overlapped. It is said that when a person dies, a similar person will appear in the near future. Could he be a flower similar to him? Jiraiya was lost in thought. Yoda took back his kunai, smiled and patted Naruto on the shoulder. With a height of 1.78 meters, he imagined that he was educating his little brother, and said. Naruto, remember, a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Sometimes hiding and tucking is not a good thing. I am leaving, bye. Naruto said nothing and waved his hand. Yoda's figure gradually walked away. Naruto walked to Jiraiya with a firm look on his face and said in a sincere tone. Pervy sage, I want to become stronger, use whatever means you have. Jiraiya came back to his senses, glanced at Naruto who was full of motivation, smiled and nodded. His purpose was achieved. My wine. Then he yelled wow and quickly picked up the bottle of wine, feeling distressed. It's such a shame to waste so much of such good wine. What a shame. Naruto. Can this guy really teach himself well? We are so unreliable. Evening. Pushing open the door, I saw the little girl preparing dishes and chopsticks, and there was a copper pot on the table. It's steaming. Hot pot. We're having hot pot today. Yang Tai stepped forward in 2 or 3 steps, scooped up a spoonful of soup and tasted it. Spicy just right. Hehe, brother Yang Tai, you sit down first, the food and meat will be coming soon. The little girl smiled and immediately came into the kitchen. Looking at the joyful fragrance, Yang Tai pulled up the stool and sat down. It seems that the little girl adapted quickly. This put him at ease. As for the identity of the little girl, he told the old man early. Moreover, the old man also made some inquiries and confirmed that everything was correct before agreeing to let the little girl stay. As for Konoha, as long as Konoha doesn't become a ninja, Advertisement. I won't go into it, it doesn't make any sense. In their eyes, even if there is something wrong with Yang Phosphorus and he is a spy, he is just a small spy on the periphery. Don't worry about intelligence leaks or anything like that. What they care about are spies within the system, like Yakushi Kabuto. Everyone enjoyed the hot pot meal in the evening. When Yang Tai returned to the house, he was stared at by two resentful eyes. Then a strange voice came. Laozi has already transmigrated. I never expected that I would still be unable to escape the fate of writing. Clone number 1 deliberately asked loudly to clone number 2 who was writing furiously next to him. Haha, who says it's not the case? As avatars, we wake up earlier than chickens and go to bed later than dogs. Who can we ask to explain? The second clone said angrily. Hey! Clone number 1 looked at Yang Tai, whose face was gradually darkening, and sighed. People's hearts are not ancient. In this world, nothing can be done by a clone of a dog. The elder Yang Tai was so embarrassed that he picked their ears and said. Listening to what you said, it seems that you are connoting me. How dare we? Clone number 1 curled his lips and said something perfunctory, then lowered his head and continued writing the rune scroll. Seeing Yang Tai turn around, he spat in a low voice, FK it. Yang Tai's ears twitched and he quickly turned his head to see two clones quietly writing quickly. Scratching his head, could it be that he was hallucinating? It shouldn't be. He turned around suspiciously and took out the spirit communication. Clone number 2, brother, you are so brave. Awesome. Secretly gave a thumbs up to show admiration. Hey hey. Clone number 1 cupped his hands, patted his chest, and whispered with a proud look on his face. Don't even look at who I am, this is my family status. With that said, clone number 1 gave a thumbs up and continued to cheer. If it weren't for the thin surface of his true body, I would have to let him know why the flowers are so red. Gudong. The second clone looked behind him, raised his thumb again, and said two words. Niobe. Then he looked at the second clone with a look of gloating. Niuban. Let me tell you, when you are not around, he is always respectful to me, serving me tea and water. I don't even dare to play it loudly. Why is it so cold? Did you leave the windows open? Clone no one's bragging voice became lower and lower, and suddenly he shivered all over. Why was it so hairy? Bang bang bang. Suddenly the tiger's body froze, and then he saw the second clone with a sinister smile on his face. Of course I understand everything. Chapter 58 The style of painting has changed. What a sin. How did he meet such a teammate? No. Need to make amends. Ahem. Second brother, what you just said, I must repeat it word for word. Advertisement. Don't worry, I will tell the main body exactly as it is. Watching the show, the second clone looked confused. What was going on? He quickly wanted to explain. Snapped. Clone number 1 slapped the table, pointed angrily at clone number 2, and said with a sad expression on his face. Enough. Now that things have happened, do you still have any excuses? I didn't. The second clone looked anxious and hurriedly wanted to explain. Clone number 1 waved his hand. What am I? Is it possible that I will wrongly accuse you? Let me tell you, my loyalty to myself can be seen from the sun and the moon. My admiration for the true body is like the endless flow of a surging river, or like the overflowing yellow river that is out of control. You. Well. The face of clone number 2 was distorted, and he pointed at clone number 1 tremblingly. His whole body twitched and his eyes rolled. Cover your heart. He plopped down on the table, unconscious. Damn it. You little trash, you can't afford to play. Clone number 1 was dumbfounded. This man with thick eyebrows and big eyes can't stand up to himself, but he's actually trying to pull out all the money from under the cauldron. Just when he was about to expose this despicable villain, he was grabbed by the scruff of Destiny's neck and lifted out. Autumn bean sack. Autumn bean sack. Ping ping pong pong. The little girl who was watching TV with the old man downstairs looked upstairs suspiciously. Looking at the calm old man on the side, he pointed upstairs and said doubtfully. Grandpa, what happened upstairs? The old man glanced upstairs, then looked at the TV with interest, and explained. Yoda's clone is disobedient and is being educated. Xiao Xiang Phosphorus, equals. Xiao Xian Glan was stunned. The clone is disobedient? I read few books, don't lie to me. Is this clone still disobedient? Why hasn't she heard of it? The old man patted Xiang Lu's little head and said, it's okay. You'll get used to it in the future. Oh. Xiao Xiangfu scratched his head blankly, not knowing what to say, watching TV stupidly and glancing upstairs. Upstairs. Yoda shook his head, this time the clone was getting harder and harder to bring. I don't know if it's due to the influence of my previous life, but each of them is either venomous or bragging, but there are very few serious ones anyway. Walking into the room, I saw clone number 2 pretending to be dead. His face suddenly darkened. Advertisement. So much drama. Do you want me to ask you to wake up? Ahem. The second clone stood up awkwardly and continued to splash ink. I'm getting older, and without Lioe Emperor pills, my waist won't work anymore. What AFG6 flavor Emperor pill? Ignore the clone who is playing tricks. Yang Tai unfolded the spirit communication scroll, cleared 3 spaces, and stored the rune scrolls one by one. This is how he prepares to seal one-tail Shukaku Chakra. There can be no carelessness. A night of silence. There is only 1 day left until the Chunin exam. Morning. Yang Tai packed up his things and hurried out. Today he wants to flatten someone, and it's Neji. Neji's fate is tragic, but that doesn't stop Yoda from wanting to crush him. Because Yoda and Xiao Li often hang out together, Neji is easy to find. After a while, I saw 3 people at a training ground. As soon as Yang Tai finished saying hello, a green shadow came over quickly. Yoda. Xiao Li, who had almost recovered, rushed over excitedly, staring at Yang Tai with gleaming eyes. Yoda, are you looking for me to train? Well, let's burn our youth together. Yang Tai subconsciously took 2 steps back and said awkwardly, I have other things to do today, how about next time? Stab. As if a basin of cold water was poured down on him, Xiao Li shuddered, okay. Tenten looked at Neji who said nothing, and then at Yoda. As if he had figured something out, he walked up to Yang Tai and whispered. You're not here to challenge Neji, are you? When Xiao Li, who was still looking limp and weak, heard this, he immediately came back to life with full blood. He looked at Yang Tai in surprise. I want to fight against the so-called genius. Yoda smiled and nodded. Tian, forget it, Yang Tai. Then he glanced at Neji, who was watching him and others quietly, and said. It's not like you don't know Neji's strength. The young geniuses of the wealthy Hokage family are not fake. Xiao Li nodded in agreement and said, Yoda, Neji is really strong. Hokage Neji, the genius of the Hokage family, who knows who? After talking about this, Yang Tai looked at Xiao Li and said seriously. But, Xiao Li, don't you want to defeat the genius? It just so happens that I, too, want to defeat the so-called genius. Tian curled his lips and muttered, go and get beaten. Anyway, I've warned you, you don't know what's good or bad. Yoda. Look at what Xionizi said. Why don't you expect me to be better? Advertisement. Yoda smiled bitterly and shook his head. Snapped. Xiao Li patted Yang Tai on the shoulder, his eyes were like burning flames, and he shouted excitedly. Goyashiro. Burning youth, go with peace of mind. I will take revenge. Yoda, can't you just hope for me? At first glance, these words are words of encouragement, but if you look closely at first grade, you really want Neji to send him away. And next time, don't say it out loud and shamefully. I would be so embarrassed. Yoda forced a smile and walked towards Neji. The scorching sun is in the sky. Forest. Training course. Man, 2 men. One tall and one short, looking at each other from afar. You came. Yang Tai was stunned. The lines were so familiar that he couldn't help but pick them up. I am coming. You shouldn't have come. But I'm already here. You're here after all. I'm here after all. Silence for a long time. Neji spoke again, you shouldn't have come. But I'm already here. Yang Taijing stared at Neji. Neji, what are you doing here? Yang Tai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said confidently, I'm going to kill you. Neji raised his eyebrows, looked at Yoda jokingly and said, who are you kidding? Me. It's you. He answered simply and without any hesitation. Neji's eyes became even more disdainful, and he said arrogantly, just you. Naive, another guy who wants to challenge the genius. I really thought I could escape from the hands of a genius by a lucky break or two. If you can really fight against geniuses, then you are too underestimated by geniuses like us. It's up to me. He was still crisp and sure in his tone. Do you think? Tian poked Xiao Li and said with a speechless face, what's going on with them? Xiao Li shook his head, I don't know, it feels weird. That's not the point, look at it. Tian pointed to the black and white paintings around the two of them and said, didn't you notice that their painting styles have changed? Forward. Don't tell me, you didn't even look carefully just now. Xiao Li said in surprise. In the field. Neji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, who is the person who deserves to be criticized? You should be flat. Yang Taihan said. Roll your eyes. Veins suddenly popped out around Neji's eyes, and he started to assume the gentle fist stance. Yoda didn't waste any time, took out the three-pronged kunai and assumed a fighting posture. Chapter 59 I want you to help me practice. Shadow clone technique. Neji rolled his eyes and glanced left and right. The two figures rushing towards him were physical shadow clone. Want to use shadow clone attack to crack your own gentle fist? I have to say it's a very naive idea. Smiling contemptuously, Chakra gathers his hands to show you what gentle fist is. Advertisement. Whoosh. 3 kunai were thrown at Neji at the same time. Neji showed no intention of moving, and it seemed that he wanted to fight with his bare hands. Yang Tai, who rushed over, smiled coldly. What you've been waiting for is when you, the cool guy, are pretending to be cool. Burst. The next moment, a water ball with a diameter of 3 meters appeared out of thin air. Nani. Before Neji could react, he was already wrapped tightly. The water around Byakugan is full of flowing chakra. Not good. When he came to his senses and mobilized chakra to cast revolving heaven, his whole body sank and he couldn't move. How is this going? Yang Tai took a very satisfied look at the water prison technique performed by the two clones. Look again, Neji looks like he's eaten shit. Yoda took the villain template and said with a strange smile, "Jijijijija, yo, isn't this the genius of the Hyga family?" As he spoke, Yang Tai slowly stepped into the water, his body sank slightly. Will the user be restricted from moving his arms? But at least it's much better than Neji. Click, click. He clenched his fists and walked up to Neji with a wicked smile on his face. He patted Neji's face, and the clone immediately voiced, "Your name is Neji." Neji's eyes were wide open and he was spitting out bubbles in anger. "Your eyes are as white as cow's eggs, what are you doing? You want to hit me? Come on, come on." Yoda put his face very naughtily towards me, as if he was trying to crush me, and his clone also responded to the situation very well. Bang bang. He slapped her twice more and pulled Neji's hair. "FK, aren't you cool in the examination room?" Snapped. "Hang it. Bang bang. Why don't you hang up?" Neji was completely stunned, and what followed was a strong sense of humiliation. What a shame. A few more veins sprouted next to Bun, and under each slap. He clearly saw several weak spots in the chakra in the water flow. I was immediately overjoyed, but I needed some time to make this guy proud for a while. Wait until he cries. Off the field. Tian Tian and Xiao Li were both petrified on the spot. What did they see? Changwei is calling. No, Yoda hits Neji violently. Gudong. Come on like a girl. Advertisement. Xiao Li poked Tian Tian, who had his mouth wide open, and asked. Do you think it's possible that we were under an illusion? Boom. Tian Tian decisively punched Xiao Li in the face and asked seriously, does it hurt? Xiao Li covered his red and swollen face and cried, it hurts. It does hurt. That means we are not under an illusion. Tian Tian took back his red and swollen hands. This guy's skin was so hard that he hit his hands. Xiao Li, asterisk. Why am I always the one who's hurt? Tears ran. Yang Tai retracted his slap. This guy was so shameless that his hands were slapped. Hey, it's the next script. The clone reminded. Yang Tai was stunned, and after thinking about it, his expression suddenly changed and he became fierce. Grass. What the hell are you looking at? Neji was stunned when his collar was torn off. Hey. His appearance hasn't changed since just now, please don't force yourself to add drama, okay? You think I f'd you? FK, come out and challenge. Come. Yang Tai's raised hand froze and stopped in midair. The script was wrong. Suspiciously watching the two clones singing in harmony, he understood instantly. These two guys are having fun. These two melons, they didn't know how to forcefully add drama to themselves, completely stealing the spotlight from the protagonist. Clone number 1 suddenly trembled, feeling the malicious gaze of the original body, and coughed lightly. He signaled the second clone, who was still letting himself go, to be more reserved. Click. Start again. Godike. FK. What the hell are you looking at? Neji instantly realized that he was CO writing these 3 things and making a movie on hold. How can it be repaired? Neji, you think I'm hanging on you? Yoda, FK. Come out and challenge. Neji, come on. Back to the days. Neji seized the fleeting opportunity and instantly used revolving heaven. Rotating at extremely high speed, chakra overflows, forming a chakra ball that instantly breaks the water prison. Boom. Wow. Water splashed everywhere, like a light rain falling all around. The wind is pulling hard. Bang bang. The two clones were beaten up by Neji before they finished speaking. Gudong. Yang Tai swallowed, knowing that he was out of luck. Must run away immediately. Otherwise my life is at stake. Quickly, a long-distance 3-pronged kunai was released, and a water column appeared. Yang Tai disappeared with a whoosh. Get away. Dash. Yang Tai, get over here and die. Advertisement. Neji roared, and the sound was so loud that it spread 3 miles away. Yoda, who appeared in the distance, curled his lips and wanted him to come over. It was just a dream. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. How could he, a gentleman like him, be in danger? Yeah, that's what a gentleman is like. Throw the kunao again and disappear. Gudong. Xiao Li and Tian Tian retreated very wisely. Xiao Li looked at Neji, whose eyes were red, and said sarcastically. Tian Tian, aren't Neji's eyes white? Why have you become a Sharingan like Sasuke? It must be a return to your ancestors. Goddamn Sharingan. Atavism. How crazy is this? Boom. A big hash mark appears on my forehead every day. He gave Xiao Li a loving iron fist and said angrily. Can't you see that you are angry with Yoda? Let's run away quickly, otherwise we will take the blame for Yang Tai and become a punching bag. After saying that, the two stepped on their feet, like thieves stealing, and sneaked into the woods step by step. Crack. Quiet. Xiao Li and Tian Tian saw beads of sweat falling from their foreheads. They looked at the branch that had broken into 2 sections at Xiao Li's feet. The two looked at each other, and at the same time cautiously turned their heads slowly. Just meet Neji's glowing red eyes. Ding. It was like a huge boulder falling into the water and causing huge waves. Done. The two of them laughed at the same time and said in unison, we didn't see anything. Base. Suddenly, Neji's eyes became even redder. Bad dish. Really, there's no way to open a pot without mentioning it. Xiao Li suddenly stood upright, scratched his head in embarrassment, and said sincerely. Teacher Guy, if you still have something to ask me about, I'm leaving first. 1 click at a time, slowly walking away like a robot. Tian Tian opens her beautiful eyes wide and looks incredible. Just run away now, this is too unloyal. Xiao Li, dead fellow Daoist will not die but is a poor Taoist. Teeth are gritted every day. Didn't see it. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and you are usually naive and silly. So many thoughts secretly. Wait, there will be something nice for you later. Then Kazilan blinked her big eyes and said very seriously. Simimasai. I just remembered that I have to visit the store today, so I have to go back first. Bye-bye. Tian Tian stiffened his body and prepared to escape one by one. Stop everyone. The two stiffened and slowly turned around, meeting Neji's red eyes again. Neji had no expression on his face and said coldly. I want you to help me practice. Chapter 60 The Capital of the Great Emperor. Yoda. UBCH. Achu. This shunsui is good for everything, but the clothes get wet too quickly and I almost catch a cold. Yoda rubbed his nose and muttered. Advertisement. After a while, we arrived at the lively street. When I looked up, I saw a sign saying Xian La Ramen. As the name suggests, it is a ramen restaurant. Yang Tai raised his eyebrows. Why does this name feel so weird? A bit like. Unlucky. What do you want to do with that thing? This thing is definitely a specialty. Just drink the hot soup to get rid of the moisture. Step into the noodle shop. Boss, let's have a bowl of ramen. Want a big portion? Big portion, must be big portion. Pull it out right away. Eat it while it's hot later. Yang Tai, Sigma, degree. Yang Tai's face was dark. It was a normal sentence, but why did it change its taste when it came out of the boss's mouth? How strange, how strange. Will anyone really eat at this kind of store? The boss did have a very enthusiastic look on his face, and he pulled his noodles with a grunt. It's been a week since we opened, and finally we have people coming. It was promised that this street would have a large flow of people, no less than the streets in the center of Konoha, but the result left him disappointed. By the way, I'd like to add an extra 100 yuan to go with a piece of sauced pork. Do you think you can afford it? What the hell kind of store is this? The corner of Yang Tai's mouth twitched, but after thinking about it, he nodded and added some meat as a treat to himself. Okay. The boss said hello and ordered ramen again. After a while, the boss brought over a bowl of ramen, golden sauce, and the so-called soy sauce meat. It's hard to describe in one word. In an instant, Yang Tai ran out of ideas. Boy, the freshly pulled ramen should be eaten while it's hot. Yoda. Boss, are you serious about what you said while it's hot? Hey. The boss was full of questions. The corner of Yang Tai's mouth twitched. At this moment, he saw a familiar person walking past the door of the store. He stood up immediately, took out the money, slapped it on the table, turned around and was about to go out. Hey, boy, you don't want to eat. Your ramen is too thick, I'm afraid it will burn my mouth. I won't eat it when I meet someone I know. Yang Tai wiped his sweat and accidentally said what he really meant. It was a sin, I hope the boss can hold on. Yang Tai left the noodle shop in a hurry and came to the street. Advertisement. Is it possible that the ramen I made was not delicious? No wonder the people around me stopped looking at my Xianla skills. It's silly. It's too thick. Good advice. I'll make it thinner next time. Although this is a side street, there is still an endless stream of people. Ling Yat. Yoda shouted with enthusiasm. In the crowd, a girl with a ponytail kept looking around. She has a beautiful face, fair complexion, and piercing eyes. This look is obviously the object of many boys' crushes. Ling Yi looked startled and looked at the person who called her Yoda. Seeing Yang Tai coming, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." "Yet, neither did I. Do you know Ling Yi?" Next to Ling Yi, a handsome boy stood up. Intentionally or unintentionally, the distance between the two parties was separated. Despite his gentle appearance, there was arrogance and disdain deep in his eyes. Who is this guy? Such lack of quality. Yang Tai frowned slightly, he just thought this guy was a passerby. Our classmate, who are you? You are so incompetent. How could Yang Tai not see the other party's pretentiousness? He looked unhappy and said unfavorably. Look here, don't you recognize me? The visitor pointed to the chrysanthemum on his chest proudly and said proudly. Are you Konoha? Everyone knows you. You boy. The man was furious and his face turned cold. He had rarely seen anyone dare to talk to him like this. Where did this little BD come from? Seeing that there was about to be a conflict between the two sides, Ling Yi stepped forward to come to the rescue. Look carefully. The man pointed at the pattern on his chest. Yang Tai didn't quarrel with him this time, but came over to take a look. Chrysanthemum? The chrysanthemum family? That's not right. It seems to be the Jujutsu clan. He is one of the many families in Konoha and belongs to the middle rank. Oh, Yang Tai looked at the chrysanthemum thoughtfully, with a look of understanding on his face. The man also raised his head slightly, proud and complacent. Do not know. Phew. Ling Yi couldn't hold it back, covered her mouth and snickered. The man's face froze, and he looked at Ling Yi smiling, a little embarrassed, and said to Yota. Remember this from now on. This is the emblem of the Jujutsu clan. Oh. Advertisement. Seeing Yang Tai's sudden realization, the man nodded happily. Boy, this is so awesome. The next second, Yang Tai curled his lips and said. TCH, I thought they were still from the Uchiha clan. Giggle. This time Ling Yi finally couldn't hold it any longer, she covered her stomach and laughed so hard. The man whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot just now had a look of infatuation on his face. This guy didn't just appear out of nowhere, and he jumped over to show off and slap me in the face. Isn't this a great injustice? Okay, Yoda, this is the #1 member of the younger generation of the Jujutsu clan, and also my genin teammate, Jujutsu Wangteng. This is Yoda, my classmate. Ling Yi finally regained her composure and introduced. It turns out you are a civilian. No wonder you are ignorant. Forget it, I will forgive your ignorance. Jujutsu and Wangteng suddenly realized that this guy was a commoner. He thought he was from that family. Then he looked at Yang Tai with disdain. Well, Wangteng. Do you know him? Ling Yi asked doubtfully. I don't know you at all. This is not funny at all. Yeah, I know, but I feel that Wangteng's name has the qualities of a great emperor. Ling Yi was stunned, what does this mean? Next to him, King Jujutsu Teng's face darkened, even though he couldn't understand. But this is definitely not a good thing to say. As a genius in the family, I always feel like I am being teased by the kid in front of me. By the way, I'm asking you to help me with something. Are you free? Ignoring Jujutsu Wangteng who was gnashing his teeth next to him, Yoda asked. Yeah, I'm on vacation these days, so I'm very free. Ling Yi nodded. Okay, without further ado, let's go. Good. Just after taking a step or two, Yang Tai looked back at this big wretch. He gestured to Ling Yi, Ling Yi nodded to show that he understood, then faced the smiling Jujutsu Wangteng and said with an apologetic smile. Thank you for going shopping with me today. I have something to go. Jujutsu Wangteng grabbed Ling Yi's arm and said with an expression on his face. Ling Yi, you should have felt my feelings after such a long time. Ling Yi raised her hand to interrupt Wangteng's next words, withdrew her arm and said with a professional smile. Thank you for your concern over the past 2 years, but we are not suitable. Thank you, you are a good person. Click. Some kind of glass-breaking sound. Odd goddess. Ling Yi. Before Wangteng could say anything else, Ling Yi bowed slightly and followed Yoda away. Chapter 61. You can't play like this in the corridor. There is a hotel. Ling Yi blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yoda suspiciously. No. Didn't you ask me for help? What do you want me to do for you? After finishing speaking, Ling Yi crossed his arms and looked at Yota warily. Advertisement. Yang Tai was speechless and waved his hand. All right. All right. I really need your help. Remember my shadow clone scroll. I want to seal 3 of your chakra-filled shadow clone. Don't ask too much. Anyway, I'm useful. As a reward, how about I give you 3 scrolls that seal shadow clone? Hearing this, Ling Yi sighed and nodded, relaxing. Shadow clone's condition of changing the scroll is so worth it. And if he wants to do something extreme to shadow clone can completely dissipate on its own. In short, it's not a loss. Let's get a room first. Thump thump thump. Like a frightened little rabbit, Ling Yi took several steps back, looked at Yota warily and said. Yota, let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Yang Tai's face darkened. Where did this girl come from? So many dramas. Where did you think you went? Do you want to say it here? Saying that, Yota grabbed Reino's arm and walked inside. He didn't care at all about Ling Yi's little struggle. Hey, let go, I will leave by myself. Ling Yi's pretty face turned red as her hand was being held, and her voice gradually became quieter. Snapped. Pretty boy, get me a room. The bald guy at the front desk who really dozed off raised his head in a daze, rubbed his sleepy eyes. Look at the person coming. There was a man and a woman in front of him. The man was handsome and sunny, and the woman was pure and lovely. To put it simply, they are handsome men and beautiful women. However, the bald man at the front desk narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 of them up and down. Judging from his 30 years of experience as a driver, these 2 people are definitely not 18. He picked up Yota's Konoha resident card and looked at it. Tisk, 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 you are already developing so well at the age of 15. No one has this money. Back then, if I had such capital, I wouldn't have made the young woman next door have to wait for several years. The bald man at the front desk was writing and drawing, and took out a bunch of keys. He winked at Yang Tai and whispered. This is a romantic big bedroom, hey, I'm giving you an advantage. Yota didn't pay attention and took the key, thanks. Pretty boy. Handsome boy. Someone actually called me handsome. How many years? Advertisement. Ever since he worked overtime and stayed up late, he had money, but he was not happy at all. Touching his bald head, the bald man at the front desk decided to help the young man in front of him. Wait a moment. Yang Tai, who had just turned around, paused, turned around, and asked in confusion. Is something wrong? The bald man at the front desk glanced at Ling Yi, whose pretty face was a little red in the distance, and came closer and said. First. Yang Tai's brows relaxed, and he understood what was going on. This bald handsome boy had misunderstood. Yes, it's just a matter of getting a room with a little girl by myself. So he nodded shyly. Sure enough, how could he see it wrong with his discerning eyes, so he asked in a low voice. Then, have you brought anything? Thing? What is it? Yota scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't keep up with the bald handsome guy. The bald handsome boy chuckled. The young man really didn't know the importance. So he grabbed Yang Tai's hand and patted it hard. Remember. Never misfire. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if we get pregnant. Yang Tai was stunned, and felt the thing in his hand again. It was square. Combined with the words of a bald handsome boy, you will instantly understand. No, handsome boy, you misunderstood. Hey, I understand, I know everything. You're not that kind of person. If you take the stuff, you might use it. If you don't take it, you won't give me face, and it proves that you are incompetent. The bald handsome boy nodded as if he had come before, and winked at Yota. Yang Tai's face turned dark, but he finally accepted it. How can a man not do this? The bald handsome boy nodded with pleasure, the boy can be taught. Young people must be thin-skinned for the first time. Just give me a step and go down. Yota smiled and thanked him, and pulled Ling Yi, who was a little nervous, up to the 2nd floor. Yota, just now, what did the bald guy give you? Ling Yi glanced at the calm young man next to her, glanced at his pocket, and finally couldn't help but speak. Ding! Yang Tai paused, feeling a little weak in his heart, and quickly smiled and said. What? What? Don't be such ABD, I saw it all, it's in your pocket. Ling Yi put her hands on her hips and looked closely, as if she wanted to see through someone's evil heart. Damn it! We are obviously so secretive, how did this girl find out? Right. This product has entered Anbu. What should I do? If I ask her to find out today? Then the yellow mud falls into the crotch. It's not that thing, it's that thing. Advertisement. Then, that one I said was bubble gum, do you believe it? Humph. Oh. I don't believe it. Unless you show it. Ling Yi definitely didn't believe this nonsense. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a liar. Yang Tai quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. You misunderstood, it is really bubble gum. Stop talking nonsense to me, you took it out and gave it back to me. Saying that, Reino quickly rummaged in Yoda's pockets. Naturally, Yang Tai would not let her succeed, otherwise it would be troublesome. After fighting each other for several rounds, Yang Tai was gradually at a disadvantage. Seeing that Reino's small white hands were about to be inserted into Yoda's trouser pocket, Yang Tai was heartbroken and took a bite. Ah, it hurts. You are sick. Why do you use so much force? Ling Yi cried out in pain and hurriedly withdrew her hand. When she saw it, she saw a deep purple tooth mark on her jade-white arm. Immediately, he looked at Yang Tai with angry eyes. Yang Tai felt uneasy, fearing that the girl would continue to rob him. He stamped his foot, gritted his teeth, and with lightning speed, he took it out, tore it open, and threw it into his mouth. It was so fast that Ling Yi could only see a circle, a bit like bubble gum. Could it be, it's really bubble gum? When Ling Yi was confused, Yoda deliberately pretended to chew a few times and blew hard. Puff. A big balloon appeared. It turns out it's really bubble gum. It seems that I blamed Yang Tai wrongly. Boom. The bubbles burst, Yoda chuckled, vomited behind him, bah. Due to the blind spot in her field of vision, Ling Yi didn't see clearly what it was, and complained to Yoda. Wouldn't it be better to take it out earlier? Then I'll have fun. Isn't this just for fun? Yoda scratched his head and gave a lame reason. Then you can't do this in the corridors. Before Ling Yi could speak, a cleaning lady came out from the corner and said angrily. Old lady, I heard from a distance, what, it hurts, something like exertion. Look at you young people, you are so anxious to get to the hotel. The cleaning lady was still not relieved as she spoke, pointing at the ground and bubble gum, and scolded. Look, there are footprints all over the floor and trash thrown around. Why don't you respect us for cleaning? Damn it. I really can't explain it now. Look at Reino next to her, who still looks as tough as before. Now her whole pretty face is red, like a overripe prawn. It looks so cute, it makes people want to pinch it. But the top priority is to solve the immediate problem first. Simimasai. Yoda immediately offered a reward of 500 yuan, pulled a blushing Ling Yi, and ran away. Chapter 62 More money is needed. Hey, young people nowadays are really having fun. The cleaning lady collected the money, cleaned the place, and left happily. Leaving the cleaning lady behind, Yang and Tai looked for a room. Room 206. Advertisement. This is it. The two pushed the door open and entered. Yang Tai closed the door and felt that the room was a little dark, so he immediately turned on the light. With a bang, his eyes turned pink. There is a large pink round bed in the center of the room, surrounded by colorful ambient lights. The design is very emotional. Quiet. It's so quiet. Yang Tai broke into a cold sweat. At this time, he also understood what the bald handsome boy meant when he said, romantic big bedroom. Real. I thank you. Bald handsome boy, we are all brothers, you're welcome. What's stuck? Under Ling Yi's suspicious gaze, Yoda turned off the light again and opened the bed curtain. Let the sun shine in this pink room again. Ahem, don't worry about these details. Immediately, under Ling Yi's guarded eyes, he explained the previous details in detail. Seal others as Shadow Clone and absorb Chakra. This is what Shadow Clone thought of when Yoda hit Neji violently. Originally, the person Yoda wanted to find the most was Naruto. But tomorrow is exam time. Where was he going to find Naruto, and not everyone knew how to Shadow Clone. After all, this is also a high-level ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas, at least Chunin, are qualified to contact them. As for learning and using it, it is another matter. So there are only a few people who meet the criteria at present, and the girl in front of me has a lot of chakra. At least about 5 or 6 Yoda. Yoda, dog author, when did I become a unit of measurement? Shitu, it's okay, next time I'll use your clone as the unit of measurement. Yoda, this isn't right. Shitu, don't worry about these details. After the explanation, Reino and Yoda took out the scroll together and began to seal the shadow clone and refine the chakra. Outside the street, a figure appeared at the door of the hotel. Juju and Wangteng's face was gloomy. The goddess he had been looking for 2 years actually shared a room with someone else. Advertisement. Although he is angry, he is not an idiot either. As a young genius of the Juju clan, his IQ is still online. Ling Yi. Ling Yi. Even if you want to get rid of me, you don't need to show me this way. Yes, that's what Juju Wangteng thinks. When I walked to the counter, I looked at the handsome bald guy in front of me and couldn't help but shake my head, his long flowing hair dancing. This greatly increased Juju and Wangteng's confidence and overwhelming sense of superiority. Hello, Uncle. Snapped. You are the uncle, and your whole family is uncle. Can you speak? The handsome bald guy jumped up at the crime. He is very angry. Forward. Zhizhou and Wang Tang were startled. Hearing the bald man's words, he was a little confused. Then he said tentatively. Pretty boy, could you please ask me something? Ha ha ha, since you said that, tell me what happened. The bald handsome boy laughed, patted his shoulder and said generously. Zhizhou Wang Tang, _ This, it's like he has changed into a different person. The corners of Zhizhou Wangtan's mouth twitched, but he still asked patiently. I'm just asking if there was a guy with yellow hair who brought a girl to check out a room just now. Yet, young people nowadays come here in broad daylight, hey. The bald handsome boy said this and looked at Zhizhou and Wang Tang suspiciously. Why do you ask? We are a regular store and we cannot disclose customer information at will. Forward. That, he is my friend, I just want to ask which room they opened. Zhizhou Wang Tang hesitated to speak. He wanted to express that he and Yang Tai were friends. I want to find out about the concierge and expose Reno's crude trick. Search des Snay. It turned out that his brother stole her wife. No wonder you come during the day. Suddenly, the handsome bald boy took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled a large puff of smoke. As if remembering something unforgettable, he handed Wang Tang a cigarette, patted his shoulder and said sadly. Brother. I understand. Wang Tang, _ I think back then when I trembled and pushed open the door, I found the goddess I had worked so hard to pursue, and my brothers. Hey. As a result, my brother was so ashamed that he couldn't see me, and the goddess just left with a rich man. Zhizhou Wang Tang sympathized and comforted, it's all over, brother, don't be sad. Advertisement. I'm not sad at all. Facing Wang Tang's suspicious gaze, the bald handsome boy explained. After a few years, the goddess came to me to get back together. You agreed? Zhizhou Wang Tang said in surprise. He is already bald. Can a goddess get back together with you? Of course not. Why? The bald handsome boy blew out a smoke ring and recalled. The goddess asked me the same thing at that time. I said, I liked you when you were 18 years old, but you liked rich people. 10 years later, we haven't changed. You still like rich people, and I still like 18. Wang Tang, something seems wrong. Didn't I come to ask which room Reno is in? Why did you hear the story about the handsome bald guy? Zhizhou Wang Tang coughed lightly and said, Ahem, handsome brother, can you tell them which room they are in? Hey! Young man, didn't you understand the hint I gave you? The handsome bald man blew out a smoke ring and explained. Zhizhou and Wang Tang were confused, what's the hint? Hey! If you want to live a decent life, you must have a little green on your head. The handsome bald man sighed deeply and said meaningfully. God's head is a little green. His face darkened, and he asked directly, just tell me which room they are in. We are doing this legally. Snapped. A few bills slapped on the counter. I have principles. Snapped. A few more bills were slapped on the counter. No, my conscience will hurt. Snapped. Is that enough? Say something. Zhizhou Wang Tenghao said inhumanely. Gudong. The handsome bald boy looked at the banknotes on the table and swallowed hard. Looking at the inhumane Zhizhou and Wang Teng, his experience told him that this was a big deal. Immediately, he gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, looked at the pane of the banknotes, and said in a trembling voice. Brother. That person is my beloved relative and friend, a brother and sister. When Zhizhou and Wang Teng heard this, their first thought was that their golden escape technique, the loose money technique, had failed. His complexion gradually became a little ugly. You have to pay more. Chapter 63 You must play me. Ouch. My old waist. Zhizhou Wang Teng, _ Looking at the bald handsome boy speechlessly, Zhizhou Wang Teng used his golden escape again. You can say it now. Advertisement. Upstairs, room 206, romantic double bedroom. The bald handsome boy took the soft girl coin flatteringly, stuffed it into his pocket, and pointed upstairs. Let me just say, if I hadn't worked overtime every night, how could I have encountered these big enemies and given money to them? 206 Well, Zhizhou Wang Teng thought and turned around and walked towards the stairs. I had just walked a few steps when I suddenly felt something was not right. Romantic double room. This name sounds very sentimental when you hear it. To get rid of the mood of riding a horse, he turned to look at the handsome bald guy who was really counting money and asked in a cold voice. What kind of romantic big bedroom? That our store is. Snapped. Here, this is it. The bald handsome boy took out a large photo very skillfully. In the photo, there is a pink room surrounded by moody ambient lights. Especially the big pink bed in the photo is decorated with red ropes, leather whips, candles, black silk. Zhuju Wangtan's face turned red, his teeth chattered, he clenched his fists and quickly went upstairs. Hey! Ling Yi must have acted it for me. Don't be angry. Otherwise you will lose. Zhuju Wangtang muttered to himself, clenching his fists to hypnosis himself. When he reached the second floor, he calmed down again. Looking towards the corridor, there is a cleaning lady in front of me. It's a good time to ask. So Zhuju Wangtang politely stepped forward and asked. Hello, Aunt, where is room 206? The sweeping and cleaning lady was startled, turned around to look at Zhuju, and Wangtang said doubtfully. Young man, take a closer look to see if you have found the wrong room. Room 206, old lady, I just saw two young men entering. Are you taking a look? Zhuju Wangtang's face looked ugly, but he still forced a smile and said. Yes, I'm just here to find my friend with yellow hair. Friend. The cleaning lady looked at Zhuju and Wangtang again, and suddenly smiled. You are young and know how to play. You all say that threesomes are popular nowadays. You are just as anxious as your friend. Look, they haven't even entered the room yet. They're just messing around. The cleaning aunt said and took a look at the condom in the dustpan to Zhuju and Wangtang. Zhuju Wangtang's face was livid, his shoulders were shaking slightly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must have been staged for him. Yes, yes, I will definitely act. Thinking about it, Zhuju Wangtang quickly looked at the cleaning aunt carefully, trying to find something on her face. Zhuju Wangtang suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. Advertisement. Sure enough, he had to admit that the cleaning lady's performance was spot on. However, details often determine success or failure. Auntie, he gave you this money, right? For it. The cleaning lady was embarrassed and stuffed the courier money inside. After all, it is always not good to take other people's money and say bad things behind their backs. He hurriedly explained. Young man, this is... Stop. I know. Zhuju Wangtang raised his hand to stop the cleaning aunt's quibbles and walked straight to the door of room 206. Listen carefully, there is no sound. Sure enough, there was no movement inside. After thinking about it, it was not good for him to stop at the door like this, so he opened a room next door. Listen quietly in the corner. By this time, it was almost 5 o'clock in the evening. Impossible. Why is there no movement at all? This unscientific. Even if you are acting, you should at least be able to talk. Could it be that they left early? Thinking of this, Zhuju Wangtengzi stood up and said angrily. What the hell, Lao Zi was actually fooled. They must have jumped out of the window early. Thinking of this, Zhuju Wangteng's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, he opened the door and was about to go out. I can't do it anymore. I have to go back and rest. I'm really tired today. This is Ling Yi's voice. Zhuju Wangtang quickly felt guilty and closed the door, leaving only a crack where the sounds outside the door could be clearly heard. Oh, my eldest lady, you are so happy, but I am still waiting. You can't have 3 whores for nothing. Yoda grabbed Reino's arm and sealed the 2 shadow clone, but the girl began to deny it. Ling Yi twitched her hands hard and said angrily. Let go. It's the first time I've done something like this. It's very uncomfortable. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. What? First. Feeling bad. The body is hollowed out. This. Has your goddess fallen? Zhuju and Wangtang trembled all over, unable to believe that the person outside the door who said this was the goddess he had long admired. It may feel a little uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it. Come on, one last time. Yoda held on to Ling Yi and refused to let go. In fact, he was very satisfied today. There is no way, this girl Reino has too much chakra. Advertisement. No, I can't bear it. I want to go back. Ling Yi withdrew her hand and glared at Yoda fiercely. Don't worry, I will be responsible. Whenever you want it, I'll give it to you. This was not the case in the ears of Zhuju and Wangtang. If you don't believe it, he doesn't believe it, it must be all played to him on purpose. Otherwise, they have been in the house for so long and there is no movement at all. Thinking of this, Zhuju Wangtang stuck out half of his head and looked towards the door of 206. At this time, Ling Yi withdrew his hand, holding on to the wall with a pale face. Even a fool can see that he looks weak. Click. Someone's heart is broken again. At this time, Zhuju and Wangtang had one sentence in their mind, the room opposite was definitely soundproofed. Then he gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, how can we repair it? Hearing what Ling Yi said, Yoda nodded helplessly, and then the two of them supported the wall and went downstairs. At the counter, the handsome bald boy was cracking melon seeds and reading a magazine. When he heard something moving, he looked up. Damn it! Support the wall and get out. This is at least 80% of my own skill. Then he picked up something from the counter, ran over to support Yang Tai and said, "Oh, young people must know moderation." As he spoke, he put the small medicine bottle in his hand into the hand of Yoda, who had a black face, and said, "3 times a day. 6 pills at a time." Yang Tai picked up the medicine bottle and looked at it. Lioe Emperor pills. Yang Tai twitched his lips, but still smiled, "Thank you, brother." Snort. Reino. Men are all big pigs. After saying that, her pretty face turned red, and she didn't know where she got the strength from, and ran away. Yoda smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Ling Yi, "This handsome bald guy, ugh." The bald handsome boy chuckled, patted Yang Tai on the shoulder and said, don't worry about her, she will come to you soon. After that, the days are long." Yang Tai didn't know how to answer, so he chatted with the bald handsome boy for a few words and left in a hurry. While it's still dark, he wanted to quickly go to Konoha Bank to withdraw money and redeem the sword. It was supposed to be redeemed yesterday, but something unexpected happened. The commission for my task has not arrived yet, so I need to wait for 1 day. 2 o'clock this afternoon at the latest. This is human nature. I think about my previous life, when I was working by myself and my boss was dragging his feet for more than half a month when it came time to pay wages. In comparison, Konoha is pretty fast. Chapter 64 Fried Tomatoes. Yang Tai walked away, and King Jeju appeared at the door of the hotel. "Ling Yi, UBCH, sooner or later I will make you kneel on the ground and sing Conquest. As for you kid, hey, you have to trouble big brother." With an evil smile, Jeju Wangtang turned around and disappeared. Advertisement. Small courtyard. After retrieving the sword, Yoda quickly returned home. "I have used up too much mental and physical energy today. To put it bluntly, I am very hungry. Must be replenished. Tonight, I made stewed chicken." The 3 of them had a great time eating, and the main old man's cooking was so good. After feeding the temple of the 5 internal organs, Yang Tai sighed with satisfaction, picked his teeth and stood up. "Old man, I'm going to rest first." You have to be careful tomorrow," the old man said without raising his head as he put away the dishes and chopsticks. Yang Tai paused, looked back at the old man and reminded. "Old man, don't use the last 5 of the spirit communication scroll. I've changed the contents." After thinking for a while, he said, "The scroll I gave you to seal the shadow clone, take it with you at any time tomorrow. In case for need." Did you notice it?" the old man said in surprise. Yang Tai smiled and nodded. "The storm is coming and the wind is blowing all over the building. The top management of Konoha is so nervous, how could I not notice it?" Xiao Xianglan was surprised to see the grandson and grandpa playing tricks on each other. But the little girl knows how to behave and has no intention of interrupting. The old man looked at Yang Tai and smiled. "Yeah, you've been smart since you were a kid, so it's not surprising that you can notice it. But don't worry, it's actually nothing big. It's just that we are waiting for them to take action now. As long as they dare to take action, we will greet them with a thunderous strike." Yoda nodded in agreement. Why did Sand Shinobi retreat in the original novel? Was it just that Orochimaru was defeated? Or is 4th Hokage dead? In fact, it's not the case. The direct reason is that Konoha is too powerful. As the number 1 guild in the ninja world, it used to be a one-on-one existence. There are tens of thousands of middle-class people. Could it be the 5th-ranked Sand Shinobi village, a force that can be farmed alone? To be honest, if it weren't for this trip to 3rd generation, the old man would be cold. Just because Sand Shinobi came to our door. Konoha F4, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Yuden Koharu, Mito Kato Homura. Advertisement. Can you let them go easily? Even if they can let it go, ask the tens of thousands of Konoha Shinobi people whether they will say yes. So what can I say about this trip to Sand Shinobi? Have fun. Be careful, old man. Yoda ordered, waved his hand, and went upstairs to rest. A speechless night. The next day, Yang Tai got up early, prepared everything, and went out. "I feel a little hungry while walking on the street. Let's go eat something first." I didn't see the old man in the morning, so he was probably dragged into working as a coolie by the 3rd generation old man. Speaking of which, the old man is also stubborn. What does a genin do who does genin's work all day long? Of course, Yang Tai didn't care about the commission, he mainly felt that the old man suffered a loss. Yeah, that's it. After finding a restaurant, Yang Tai randomly ordered 2 signature dishes. When the dishes were all served, Yang Tai, who was about to start eating, looked at the dishes in front of him strangely and said in confusion. "Boss, what is your signature dish?" At this time, the waitress hurried over to take a look, showed a professional smile and said. "Fried tomatoes, don't worry, you're not wrong. Yang Tai was furious and fiddled with his chopsticks a few times. They're all tomatoes. Where to put the tomatoes? Suddenly, I felt like something was wrong. Isn't this FG tomato just a tomato? For a moment, Yang Tai looked at the waiter speechlessly. How about CO authoring and playing word games with me? The waitress explained with a chuckle. Actually, it's just fried tomatoes. The boss wanted to make up for the word count, so it's a little more colorful. Hehe. Yang Tai wonders if this boss is not afraid of being sacked at night. Forget it, please give your boss a message, young lady, to be careful when walking at night. Hehe, you are the third customer today who asked me to give a message to the boss. Have a good meal. With that said, the waitress left with a smile. Tisk, 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 this boss is so talented. There are 3 people taking the message just this morning, and the day is at least 70 or 80. Yang Tai sighed and started to show off his rice. Not to mention, these fried tomatoes taste really good. Chunin exam room. It's particularly lively today. The dignitaries from the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind came to take part in the Chunin exam within a month. In the huge circular venue, Yang Tai and the others were pointed at by everyone on the stage like monkeys. Hey! If I had known earlier, I would have been waiting at the door. How embarrassing! Advertisement. Yoda complained. Nara Shikamaru, who says it's not? At this time, Neji, dressed in smart clothes, walked slowly over and paused when he saw Yoda. Yoda, I was careless last time. But don't worry, I've figured out all your tricks, and I will defeat you openly. Let you understand what fate is. Naturally, Yang Tai saw Neji coming. Yang Tai didn't take Neji's harsh words to heart at all. He was extremely well prepared today and had no shortage of blue at all. So he didn't show any fear at all and just yelled back. TCH, I know you practice gentle fist, but those who don't know think you are a fortune teller under the bridge. You, hey. Behave like a gentleman, then look at Yang Tai and say coldly. I'll show you the difference. Yang Tai curled his lips and uttered 2 words, magic stick. Waterma. You are poisonous. How come this Yang Tai can break his defense every time he speaks? He waved his hand and walked back towards the team, leaving behind a cruel message, just wait and see. Yoda, you pose for Naruto first and then talk to me. Neji stumbled, glanced at Yoda hard, and stood behind the team without saying a word. This Yoda is simply his nemesis. He couldn't stand it. It's better not to argue with him. When the 2 of them fight, it's not up to you to decide whether to flatten or round. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and reveal a smile. Yang Tai shook his head, what a good child. Being humiliated like this by the Hyuga clan. This is a disease and it needs to be cured. After a while, Naruto and Sasuke arrived late. There is something different about Yang Tai. Zuzu didn't come late this time. He clearly remembered that in the original work, Sasuke arrived late. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with taking precautions. Your arrival will more or less affect the changes in the surrounding objects. Shiranui Genma looked at the 2 of them and his lips twitched. Sure enough, what kind of master should be what kind of apprentice? As expected of Kakashi's apprentice. This problem of being late comes from the same origin. Next, I announce the Chunin exam. Officially begin. Game 1, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. The rest of you, please wait in the auditorium. Yang Tai and others followed the instructions and went to the auditorium. Chapter 65 ABC 3 Plans. On the field. As soon as Naruto came up, Shadow Clone tried a wave, and then before Neji could show off, directly use Nine Tails Chakra to fight with Neji. Regarding Naruto's outburst and even stabilizing Neji, the friends looked extremely shocked. Advertisement. Among them, the second pillar was the most excited. Sharingan stared at his blue friend with wide eyes. He murmured words like impossible in a low voice. One look at it is stimulating. After all, he trained hard with Kakashi for a month and learned some very awesome, cool, and amazing skills. Before I had time to show off, I realized that I had always disliked the crane tail. We have already caught up with him around the corner, no one else can bear it. The most calm one among them was Yoda, but what surprised him was that Naruto actually used Nine Tails Chakra as soon as he came up. Could it be that his words had an effect? The final result was similar to the original work, with Neji being punched and autistic. Then he was hit by Naruto's innate skills and mouth escape, which completely shattered his outlook on life and made him wilted. At this time, Shiranui Genma came over with 1,000 books in his mouth and announced. The winner of this match, Uzumaki Naruto. Bang bang bang. Waves of applause. Because the fight between Neji and Naruto was so passionate, the audience unanimously praised it. Give me the warmest applause. Amid the cheers of everyone, Yang Tai silently walked to the corner and opened 4 seal scrolls. Shadow Clone disappeared, feeling the chakra flowing in his body, and smiled with satisfaction. Next, it's time to take the most important step yourself. Since childhood, in order to be able to do well in the Hokage family in the future, Yoda pretended to like reading The Will of Fire very much. I want to leave a good impression on the higher UPS in Konoha. In order to have fun, just like the nanny, I try to hang around the 12 little strong all day long. I want to leave a good impression in front of various families. It's been so long. It should be him now. Yoda. It's time to show your strength and qualifications. Next, Gara, Aik Yoda. 2 contestants, please come on. Yoda put on his crimson flame-patterned windbreaker and slowly walked towards the stands. Get out of the way. I'm going to start filling the cups. Body flicker technique, 1 flicker, 1 jump. Bang. Advertisement. Bend over and stand firmly in the middle of the field. Bearing the brunt, Shiranui Genma was stunned. At this time, he was facing Yang Tai, and he could only see a little of Yang Tai's profile and his entire back. Like. It really seems. His body couldn't help but tremble, and he stared closely at the young man in front of him. Hey! With a final sigh, he returned to his original state. However, Shiranui Genma looked at Yoda with more kindness. After all, there are still people who remember the achievements of the 4th Hokage. People still remember him, and there are already his first imitators. At the top, the old man from 3rd generation smiled happily. This kid has admired Minato since he was a child. I didn't expect that today I would be dressed just like Minato. It's great to be young. At this moment, the most confused person on the court is Kakashi. My father died when I was young. I have just grown up with some dead blue friends and girlfriends. I finally regained my composure, teacher Shi. Fortune plays tricks on people. Looking at Yoda in the field, Kakashi couldn't help but think of many things, many people. Obito, Lin, did you see it? He murmured, smiled in relief, and looked towards the field. Let me see how good a teacher imitator really is. Yang Tai smiled and looked at the eyes of the people around him. He was very satisfied with the effect. Although there is a difference in color between his trench coat and Namikaze Minato, it doesn't stop everyone from giving him good looks. Whoosh! The sand was scattered, and I, Gara, appeared in front of Yang Tai with an indifferent expression. You don't have a chance to run away this time. Hearing this, Yang Tai smiled and said, You mean you've got me? Gara nodded, I have seen through your tricks. Speaking of this, Gara's eyes flashed with coldness, and he remembered the scene of being stabbed in the back by Yang Tai. Shame. This is his first injury in years. The gourd stopper fell to the ground with a bang, and the cold voice continued. This time, you are not even qualified to get close to me. Hearing this, Yoda shook his head and smiled disdainfully, pointed to his forehead protector, and asked Gara 3 times. Do you know what this is? This is the Konoha Shinobi forehead protector. So do you know what a ninja is? Do you think I can't do anything with your turtle shell? There's something in this guy's words. Gara frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Advertisement. He even said with a hint of excitement. So you have collected my information and already have a countermeasure. Yang Tai nodded and admitted happily, then stretched out 3 fingers and said confidently. I made 3 plans A, B, and C. You will lose. Gara's expression turned cold, and the sand in the gourd slowly floated up. Defeat him. It's such a big breath, and I'm not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue. I have made up my mind, I can't let him escape this time, I must kill this guy. In the auditorium. Little Sakura asked Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, can Yoda really defeat Gara? Naruto and Sasuke both looked at each other, this was what they wanted to know. Kakashi scratched his head, didn't Yoda say that he has prepared 3 plans and is confident of defeating Gara? The 3 of them want to hear this. 3 people. Oh, okay, okay. Kakashi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, then said seriously. As ninjas, you should really learn from Yoda. Naruto's face darkened and he said dissatisfied. I don't like hearing what Mr. Kakashi is saying. I beat Yoda into a pig's head the day before yesterday. After a pause, as if thinking of something, he lowered his voice slightly and said. Actually, our strengths are almost the same. Why should we learn from him? Sasuke and little Sakura looked at Naruto suspiciously but said nothing, this guy must be bragging. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Naruto's words. In fact, these words coming from his mouth had no credibility. Instead, he looked at the 3 of them with a serious face and said, Do you still remember the first lesson at the Ninja Academy? Naruto scratched his head and asked uncertainly, refining chakra. Little Sakura and Sasuke covered their faces, and little Sakura said directly, we are gathering information. Oh, it's information. Ha ha ha, Naruto smiled sheepishly. Wait for the information? The 3 of them suddenly understood. Kakashi nodded, collecting intelligence is the most basic and most important ability of a ninja. Take this Chunin exam as an example. Think about Yoda's performance from the beginning to now. The three of them pondered collectively, thinking about Yang Tai's various performances. Little Sakura analyzed seriously, Yota started collecting exam information and analyzing it. Sharing intelligence can help us gather together in the forest of death and pass smoothly. Sasuke shook his head when he heard this. More than that, he should want to gather us people in the death forest to eliminate other ninjas. They even recruit ninjas from other countries who are weak individually to eliminate other ninjas with strong individual abilities. In this way, in individual battles, his chances of encountering a weak individual target will be greatly increased, and he will be able to pass the game smoothly. Finally, Sasuke said regretfully. It's a pity that the plan was good. It probably came to nothing when Gara was injured. Chapter 66 Let the fireball fly for a while longer. Search Deis Ne. Naruto clapped his hands and suddenly realized. It turns out there are so many ways here. Kakashi nodded, as long as you understand, we will strengthen our awareness in this regard in the future. After all, becoming a Chunin and a Jonin is the most basic thing. Advertisement. The three of them nodded and looked towards the field, because Shiranui Genma was about to announce the start. Start? As soon as he finished speaking, Gara controlled the sand and rushed towards Yota quickly. Yota dodges in a hurry, but he doesn't tolerate him and throws a shuriken out with his backhand. Sand clone. A Daoist figure jumped out of the sand and caught all the shurikens with its face. Punch Yang Tai in the face. Yota raised his eyebrows, and for the first time he took over the sword with his face. He turned sideways to dodge the attack, and followed the trend with a sweeping kick. Sha's clone's legs were kicked apart. Boom. His whole body fell heavily to the ground, completely turning into sand. Sand-bound coffin. Gara seized the opportunity and raised his hand to make a false grab. It turned into a loose sand clone and transformed into several tentacles, which quickly wrapped around Yang Tai's entire thigh. Yang Tai was slightly shocked. This guy is so cruel. This is the rhythm that's going to take my whole leg. He slapped the seal of the windbreaker with his palm, and with a bang, the sword appeared in his hand. The cold light flashed and directly cut off the sand on the tentacles connected to the legs. Immediately, the long sword danced and met the incoming sand tentacles. With a flash of sword light, the sand tentacles were shattered one after another. Gara's eyes turned cold and he clapped his hands. Sand waterfall. In an instant, the surrounding sand rose up to a height of 3 meters, like a waterfall falling from the sky, hitting Yang Tai hard with an astonishing momentum. When Yota was fighting against Gara, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He had always paid attention to this kid's every move. Seeing that something was wrong, I immediately applied oil to the soles of my feet. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air. Yota has appeared in the distance, keeping enough distance from Gara. Bang 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 bang. At this time, the whole audience cheered and applauded. I thought the opening scene was enough to ignite the situation, but I didn't expect this one to be even more irritating. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, such a powerful ninjutsu appeared, which shows that both sides have not used their full strength yet. This ticket is so worth it. Gara ignored the cheers around him, but looked at Yota with a gloomy face and said. Are you just dodging like a mouse? Advertisement. Yang Tai smiled slightly, slapped the long sword with his backhand, and sealed it directly into the windbreaker. In that case, let me show you my plan C. Auditorium. Look, Yota said he was going to use plan C. The Kakashi people who were closest to the court could still vaguely hear the voices in the court. Then what do you think Yota's plan C is? Naruto asked curiously. Sasuke gave him an idiot look and then continued to look at the field. Little Sakura was speechless. How do we know? Naruto, guess, everyone? Who guessed it right? We will grant each other a small request. After finishing his words, Naruto looked at little Sakura and laughed, thinking in his mind. A kiss should be a small request. Boom. Little Sakura gave a loving iron fist and shouted angrily, a hole, what are you thinking? Kakashi rubbed his chin and ignored the three people's play. It's a small request, it sounds like a good one. Treating guests to dinner and choosing a place by yourself is a small request. Then he said seriously, I think this is possible. 3 people. Facing the suspicious gazes of the 3 people, Kakashi coughed awkwardly and said nonsense seriously. This will increase your analytical skills. When the 3 of them heard this, they could barely explain the reason. Naruto was the first to raise his hand and said, I guess it's the same as last time, using illusions. Answering so quickly, it seemed that Naruto had already planned it. Little Sakura realized that there were only a few answers, and Naruto chose the highest one. So she had to find a close answer. Detonating talisman. Yes, this is little Sakura's answer. I have to say that this answer is very close to, in a sense, more than Naruto's answer. After all, the genjutsu Yota has been used once, so everyone will be more or less on guard. Kakashi nodded and agreed with what little Sakura said. Among the three of them, Sakura had strong analytical skills. Sasuke has no choice but to choose ninjutsu or assassination. And Yang Tai is good at water, but when it comes to Gaara's sand, it won't have much effect at all. The answer is obvious. I guess it was a surprise assassination or something. Kakashi didn't say anything. He slapped his forehead and finally managed to get himself in. He smiled bitterly and said, "Ninjutsu. How about we stop gambling?" "No." The three of them said in unison. Hearing this, Gaara slowly recovered some sand to prevent Yang Tai from being surprised like last time. Call out. Advertisement. A handful of kunao came out of his hand and flew into the sky above Gaara. Exploded with a bang. Hwa la la la. The sky is filled with dense green leaves, falling downwards. But if you look closely, you can see that the leaves are strange, a little light and paper-like. Gaara raised an eyebrow. Does this guy look down on himself? He had already seen through this scheme early, and it is estimated that several other people should also have corresponding countermeasures. Things like this that can't be put on the table are brought out. It seems that this guy has run out of skills. Thinking about it, he controlled the sand and attacked Yang Tai. Auditorium. There is Gara. I guessed it right. Naruto shouted excitedly and turned around to see three people staring at the field without blinking. Even Kakashi mentioned the forehead protector and observed it carefully. Naruto was confused and continued to look towards the field. Ninja technique, the will of fire. Yang Tai clapped his hands, and the leaves all over the sky sprayed out streams of white dust. Suddenly, the sky above Gaara was filled with fog. Gaara was startled, his sixth sense told him to defend immediately, otherwise he would be in big trouble. Sand break, turtle ball technique. The next second, the entire sand seemed to be returning to the sea, forming a thick and huge sand ball around Gaara. Absolute defense. When Yang Tai saw this, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. If Gaara had been more careless, he might have won. Shaking his head, it doesn't matter anyway, there are still two plans. Thinking of this, Yoda looked at Gaara and smiled sympathetically, let you see the power of combined ninjutsu. Fire-style fireball technique. Yoda opened his mouth and spit out a head-great fireball and flew towards Gaara. Suddenly, the auditorium exploded. All booed. You put on such a big show. Lao Zi took off his pants and had toilet paper ready. Just show me this. Boy, could it be that you have kidney deficiency? Too short and weak. Come on, uncle, here are the Liyue Emperor pills. In the field. Gaara was even more confused. What did he see with his third eye? A fireball the size of a watermelon. With this thing, a 3-year-old can get it done by just peeing. Gaara feels that he has been tricked by Yoda, and it seems that he cannot trust his sixth sense. Yang Tai smiled slightly amid the boos, questions, and jeers from the audience. Let the fireball fly a little longer. Chapter 67. One set after another. The next moment. Rumble, rumble. Like thunder from the sky and fire from the earth. A huge flame rose 6 or 7 meters out of thin air with Gaara as the center. Form a small mushroom cloud. Advertisement. Along with the violent explosion, strong air currents spread out and kicked up a lot of sand and dust. Suddenly, an audience member was caught off guard. Those who cough, those who rub their eyes. There were some clever ones who immediately hid behind their companions when they saw the situation was amiss, and they were lucky enough to escape. The old man from third generation pressed down the Hokage hat and looked admiringly at Yota, who was sending Kamui to the field. Use flour and other things in conjunction with fire style to release super powerful combination ninjutsu. It is similar to Jiraiya's toad oil and Asuma's ash accumulation. I didn't expect that in addition to the major families in Konoha, such talented people could also appear among civilian ninjas. It seems that under your leadership, Konoha has become more peaceful. Next to him, Orochimaru, pretending to be the Kazekage, lifted his hat and turned to admire the third-generation old man. However, when he said the last sentence, there seemed to be a mocking look in his eyes. No, you Sand Shinobi are also very good. The old man from third generation smiled calmly. Although it felt like this old boy had something to say, he wasn't holding anything back. But it is undeniable that Yota is very good, just like Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Namikaze Minato, who were also civilians at the beginning. Auditorium. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the gentlemen in the audience also reacted. Give me the warmest applause. Bang bang bang. Damn, that's great. Old Wang, have you seen it? The fire is at least 7 or 8 meters high. FK, Lao Zi didn't see that. By the way, were you hiding behind me just now? You actually used me as a shield. You should wake up. Old Wang, please bean sack. This is just a story from one corner of the audience. Well, it seems I won. Kakashi came back to his senses, smiled and scratched his head. Really, he seems to be winning. It's like playing cards. You are a landlord and you have a bunch of bad cards, and your opponent has 4 and 2 with 2 kings. As a result, the 3 of them couldn't afford it, so they won directly. This feeling is not common to outsiders. Kakashi-sensei, did you know that Yoda could use ninjutsu, so you deliberately tricked us? I don't care, we're protesting, this game doesn't count. Naruto had a look of grief and anger on his face. He had clearly guessed it right just now, but Yoda made a sly move and his good fortune was ruined. It is unbearable, and now there is no way to settle the score with Yang Tai, so he simply points his finger at Kakashi and prepares to play rogue. 3 people. Advertisement. Stare. Under the gazes of the 3 people, Kakashi said decisively. I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Sasuke, I also think this game is unfair. Mr. Kakashi, you are highly suspected of tricking us. Little Sakura, yeah, this game doesn't count, let's guess Yoda's plan B. Kakashi covered his face, can we not guess? No. The 3 of them refused in unison. Kakashi said helplessly, okay, you guys guess first, whose answer is the closest, whoever wins. The 3 of them couldn't help but think. Naruto thought about what method he would usually use if he encountered such a guy who couldn't get close. There's Gara. As soon as he clapped his hands, Naruto immediately raised his hands and said excitedly, Yoda must use Shadow Clone or something like that. Kakashi nodded, it was indeed a good method. If we cooperate well, it is not impossible to win Gara. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, really thinking that everyone was a Shitara player like you. It should be a long-range attack, combined with Kunao, Shuriken, and detonating charms to attack. At this time, little Sakura also has the answer. I think that when facing this kind of player, we should use powerful ninjutsu to win in the shortest time. Kakashi was quite satisfied with the 3 people's answers. Both Naruto and Sasuke changed their perspectives and gave their own answers from a practical perspective. Although little Sakura is a bit idealistic, she cannot deny that her plan is indeed good. But then again, it seemed like I had only one choice left. Under the gazes of the 3 people, Kakashi spread his hands and said, it should be a close-quarters assassination or something like that. Hehe. Sasuke chuckled, he would definitely win this round. If you meet a small requirement, it should be possible to learn stronger ninjutsu. Naruto looked at Sasuke who looked like he was going to win, and said unhappily. Why are you laughing? This time, little Sakura and I have the best chance of winning. If I win later, I will give you a good beating. Sasuke just said calmly, idiot. Yoda, it's not you. Where did you get so many chakras? Sakura and Naruto were stunned, they took it for granted. At this time Kakashi interjected, you two should pay more attention to this in the future. Let's watch the game first. Naruto looked at Sasuke beside him and tightened his fist slightly. Just wait and see, I will surpass you. Then he looked towards the field. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the situation gradually became clearer. In the direction of the explosion, a huge sand ball was not damaged at all. Advertisement. Yang Tai patted the sand on his head, looked at the maracas, and said doubtfully. It's almost time to come out. Before the words fell, the sand balls quickly scattered, and Gaara's figure appeared. Yang Tai took a closer look, and the corners of his mouth raised. It was so hot. We must act quickly while the sand is still hot. Hey! Gaara took a breath of fresh air and instantly felt alive, almost turning into a beggar chicken. Although it was safe in the sand, being burned like this by fire style was so hot and stuffy that it was no place for people to stay. Gaara felt the heat of the surrounding sand and looked at the smiling Yoda in the distance with sinister eyes. Sure enough, you can't be careless when facing this guy. The main reason is that the other party spends too much time. The old sow wears a bra, one set after another. None of them are similar, and they can all directly threaten him. At this time, Yoda took out a 3-pronged kunao and chuckled. The next step is Plan B. Are you ready? Shut up. The kunao in his hand flew into the sky and quickly reached a height of more than 10 meters in the air above Gaara's head. How can it be repaired? Do you think the same trick would work on me? Gaara glanced at the kunao in the air with disdain. Although the opponent's fire-style ninjutsu was powerful. But if you know the process, it shouldn't be too easy to crack. He clapped his hands and shouted softly. Wind style, airflow flurry. As Gaara waved her hands upward, countless air currents all around brought up a violent wind. The spiral shot into the air. Auditorium. What's wrong? Yoda's ninjutsu is about to be cracked. Little Sakura said anxiously. After all, no matter how you look at it this time, Yoda is using ninjutsu. This shows that she guessed correctly. But this doesn't mean that she is willing to see Yoda lose. In Kakashi's eyes, the 3 Megatama were spinning rapidly as he observed the field. The next second, I saw the corner of Yang Tai's mouth rising in a visible arc. Is this premeditated? Then Kakashi reminded, look carefully, Yoda's expression. Expression? When the three of them took a look, Naruto and Sakura looked a little confused. Fortunately, Sasuke drove Sharingan, and when he saw Yoda's expression, he exclaimed, he's smiling. Chapter 68 Injured. Laugh? The two looked at each other. Yang Tai smiled slightly. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. Advertisement. However, you still have to drink Lao Zi's foot washing water. Burst. With a bang, a large ball of water appeared out of thin air on Gaara. Visually, it can fill 3 or 4 ordinary bedrooms. Gaara, who was the first to bear the brunt, was even more confused. What about the author? What about the dog author? This is so different from saying yes. Didn't he scatter some leaves, let me blow them away, and then show off? Author. Boom. Hwa la la la. The powerful wind style collides with the water mass, and the result can be imagined. The powerful Feng Xian easily dispersed the water mass, as if a light rain was falling continuously. Stab, PK, PK. The water droplets fall on the sand, which absorbs a lot of heat, and hiss directly, evaporating into water vapor and floating into the air. Just when the audience members exclaimed, Gaara was confused. Yang Tai felt that the time had come, and raised one hand without sealing it, a very familiar movement. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exclaimed at the same time. Mist Shinobi technique. They were so impressed by this move. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, no wonder he was bribed with Passion Paradise to learn the Mist Shinobi technique. And what surprised him the most was the Yoda operation. Generally, the Mist Shadow technique is used to perform this technique based on the range. Simply put, the smaller the range, the less chakra. The larger the range, the greater the consumption of chakra. The most important thing is the concentration of the fog. The thicker the fog, the greater the consumption of chakra. Yang Tai uses dust explosions to heat the sand and turn the scattered water droplets into water vapor immediately. Then use Mist Shinobi technique. In this way, not only the range is large, the concentration is sufficient, but most importantly, chakra is saved. Kakashi rubbed his chin and thought about it carefully. So far, Yoda just spit out a small fireball and just cast the Mist Shinobi technique. The total amount of chakra is probably less than a sea-level ninjutsu. Saving chakra so much, why is Mao so similar to him? Then again, it seems like you can use these moves yourself. Wonderful. Suddenly the whole place fell silent. This, what the hell do you think this is? When everyone is seeing the climax. What do you mean by mosaic? Is there any royal method? Is there any law? Audience, we paid. Protest. Remove mosaic. Advertisement. Gaara looked at the blinding fog around him. His face became serious, and he thought about controlling the sand around him to protect himself. Suddenly, he was stunned, and there was only a sparse amount of sand floating around. Sand fails. What happened? Gaara's mind was spinning. When she encountered sand malfunctioning for the first time since she was a child. Could it be? Gaara wants to understand that Yang Tai uses the principle of one hot and one cold. Let most of the chakra attached to the sand temporarily lose control. How can it be repaired? He is indeed a difficult guy. Whoosh. At this moment, a size 42 big foot suddenly kicked out from the thick fog. It turned out that the target was Gaara's handsome face. Just when that foot was only 0.01 centimeters away from Gaara's face. Sand Shijur. The sand armor on Gaara's chest immediately shot out like a bullet and hit the person. Boo-hoo-hoo. Ah. I will take the blame, and I will die. Do you still have human rights? The visitor shouted in grief and anger, then disappeared with a bang. Gaara was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? But it was obvious that what was in front of him was Yoda's clone, and he immediately became wary of his surroundings. In the mist, Yang Tai could only sense the general direction of Gaara and receive the information from the clone. He immediately took out his long sword, rushed over, and stabbed him in front. A flash of cold light. Gaara raised his hand in an instant, and the sand on his body quickly formed a shield on the left side. Clang! There was a faint flash of fire in the dense fog. It seemed like there was silence for a moment. Another sword light struck from behind. Gaara immediately fought back, and the two of them started fighting in the fog. This is a pure physical combat. It's not that the two of them don't want to use ninjutsu. Gaara doesn't have time, and Yoda doesn't dare to use it. Although the Mist Shinobi technique allows him to sense the general location of the person in the fog. But the line of sight is still blocked. What if I rub a few balls and lose them all? Wouldn't that be barbecue? As for water style, they have sand armor, so even if they hit, that's it. After all, the sand armor was beaten head-on by Xiao Li in his fifth gate state. Yang Tai thinks that he is not as capable as Xiao Li and is very self-aware. Use the sharp sword in your hand to pick out important parts such as the eyes, mouth, ears, nose, anus, etc. He also learned this from his mentor, Moonlight Hayate. Moreover, in close combat, Gara cannot control the sand. In all likelihood, he would take down his sand armor and fight him. Gara will definitely not be irritated by Yoda. Really? Advertisement. Gara's sand armor quickly fell off, turning into several sand tentacles and swatted at Yang Tai. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Several sharp sword lights flashed through, and the tentacles of sand were scattered one by one. It's now. Throwing a three-pronged kunai, trying hard to see the figure in front of him, he shouted softly, explode. A straight water column suddenly appeared next to Gara. Gara just reacted and secretly yelled no. Poof. Blood splattered everywhere. Yang Tai was wet all over, and he shook the long sword in his hand, and a few drops of bright red blood spilled. I sighed secretly, as expected. I still had too little experience with Mist Shinobi technique. Otherwise, his sword would not just cut Gara's arm. Yes, due to the thick fog, the line of sight was blocked, but Gara only hit Gara's arm. To be precise, it was a scratch on the skin, just a flesh wound. Blood. Blood again. The face of Gara's host looks ferocious, to be precise, ferocious and excited and crazy. Unexpectedly, I felt the temperature of the blood again, and this time it was this guy. This guy, GGGGG. Gara's expression began to distort, and even her voice became weird. Smiling ferociously, he started to form seals with his hands filled with blood. Wind-style big blow. A strong air current swept around, and large tracts of fog were instantly dispersed. For a moment, Yang Tai felt as if the clouds were parting and the sky was clear. However, he did not dare to be careless at this time, and stared closely. Like an epileptic Gara. There's something very wrong with this guy right now. Auditorium. Oh, I finally don't have to mosaic anymore. Hey! Lao Wang, you came to see that Sand Shinobi is injured. As expected, we Konoha Shinobi are better. Lao Wang was stunned for a moment. He hadn't looked carefully just now, but now he twitched. Indeed, that Sand Shinobi's arm was damaged. In an instant, Lao Wang shouted and cheered for Yang Tai, as if he had been given a shot of blood. Sasuke clung to the fence, his Megatama eyes spinning wildly. He didn't expect Gara to be injured. Even Xiao Li's attack was blocked, and now he was actually injured by Yoda. Where is his sand armor? Not to mention Sasuke, even the other friends watching the game are looking surprised. If your friends are surprised. Sand Shinobi is in shock. Gara was actually injured at the hands of this guy again. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that Gara is extremely emotionally unstable now. Beiki frowned, beckoned to a Sand Shinobi and said, give me the order and attack immediately upon receiving the signal. Yes, Master Beiki. Sand Shinobi quickly disappeared from sight. Beiki glanced at Gara in the field, and then looked at the fourth Kazekage at the top. Kazekage-sama is in his prime, he should be able to defeat the Hokage. Chapter 69 The Formation of Flying Thunder God. I will kill you. I must kill you. Gara looked at Yang Tai crazily, clapped his hands together, and the surrounding sand quickly floated to his side. As if there is life, covering Gara's body. The armor of sand takes shape again. Advertisement. Gara's expression became as cold as before. However, the look he looked at Yang Tai was a little more wary. Yang Tai's face twitched, these idiots don't consider other people's feelings at all. His method of temporarily losing control of the sand cost him several grey hairs before he came up with it. I originally planned to delay it for 2 or 3 minutes. It's good now, the other party can crack it with just a clap of his hands. It's a perfect day for a husky. After confronting each other for a few seconds, Gara said coldly. Are you done with your tricks? Yang Tai didn't waste any time, he took out a slap scroll, Chakra burst out from the solace of his feet, and he jumped up. Immediately unfold the scroll, and there is a big word formation written in the center of the scroll. Untie. Bang. Boo-hoo-hoo. In an instant, countless three-pronged kunai spurted out from the scroll. Densely packed, they fill half of the sky. Sand shield. Gara didn't dare to be careless and kept a close eye on Yoda in the sky. The main reason is that this guy spends too much time. After a torrential attack, not to mention Gara, even the audience was stunned. Is this a bad look? This accuracy is too bad. Not a single pain hit Gara. What kind of concept is this? It's like taking an exam and getting a double-digit score even if you step on the multiple-choice questions. But this guy got 0 points. This is very nice. There are at least 40 or 50 kunai in the field now. As a result, the operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the result was 2 strokes and 5 strokes. There were so many kunai that Gara didn't even touch the sides. This is so outrageous, so outrageous. In just a few seconds, the auditorium exploded. An old man waved his hand. Young man, are you really not good at this? It's okay, uncle, I have the Liyue Emperor pill passed down from our ancestors, which can help you regain your manhood and bid farewell to the past. The uncle next to him took the opportunity to advertise, Uncle, what does his poor eyes have to do with his kidneys? You need a pair of high-level glasses, hey. Young man, do you deserve it? Yoda, I don't deserve it. Advertisement. Forward. Something seems wrong, weird. Snapped. Landing firmly, Yoda quickly rushed towards Gara. This is his plan B, which he came up with based on his experience in the water area last time. Formation of Flying Thunder God. Because waters needs shadow clone every time it is cast, a large amount of chakra is consumed to maintain waters. As a result, this became Yang Tai's trump card, and he would not use it unless absolutely necessary. As for the formation of Flying Thunder God, Yoda arranged a large number of kunao in advance. Form a shape similar to a spider web, so that when fighting the enemy in close combat, calculate the timing and teleport to the back or side to kill with one hit. In this way, although it is not as flexible as water, it can save chakra. In this way, wouldn't the staying power be increased? Gara raised a brow and dared to get close. Do you think you have lived too long? With a thought, the sand surged out like a torrent, divided into two batches, one on the left and the other on the right to attack Yang Tai. Yang Tai looked serious and was not moved at all when he saw this kind of formation. There was even a hint of joy in his eyes, flashing past. The chakra on the solace of the feet explodes and rises into the sky. Gara saw this and spat out two words coldly, seeking death. Sand Falls Burial. You can't borrow any power in the air. You're seeking your own death. You can't blame me. The tide of sand swept over and was about to wrap around Yang Tai. Everyone in the audience clenched their fists and held their hearts in their hands, sweating for Yoda. Just at the critical moment, Yoda found the target in the air, raised his hand and threw a three-pronged kunao, and shouted in a low voice, Explode! Bang bang bang! As if there was a chain reaction, Yoda threw out the water column that made the kunao appear. It perfectly connects with the water columns erupted from the three kunao on the ground. It extends from Yang Tai's position to behind Gara, forming a strange figure 7. Gara was stunned for a moment, then realized what a familiar operation it was. However, do you think I will be defeated by the same trick a second time? Innocent. Immediately, the flow of sand under the feet connected with the armor of sand. This forms an endless cycle, which is enough to block Yoda's wind style. It's not that Gara doesn't want to use more powerful defensive ninjutsu, it's mainly because Yoda is too fast. To achieve this step is already your best effort. Whoosh! Get the kidneys and liver. Yoda instantly appeared behind Gara, and the raised nan in his right hand slapped Gara hard on his vest. Sounian! Do you think I'm still the old Minato master who can only do scraping? Advertisement. Boom. In front of the raised nan, known as the crusher of the ninja world, Gara's sand armor was easily shattered. Sand Shiger! Gara let out a low roar, and sand hit him like bullets from behind, and he just ignored Yoda and wanted to trade with him. A trace of disappointment flashed in Yang Tai's eyes, and he was about to take down the opponent. What the hell, actually playing the trick of exchanging one for one. I was so stunned that I was afraid of being violent, and I was afraid of losing my life. But Yoda naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Ray's nan disappeared and left a sealing paper behind him. The pain in his left hand was slightly thrown forward. The water column suddenly appeared, forming a small C shape. Yoda disappeared instantly and reappeared in front of Gara in the blink of an eye. Facing Gara's confused expression, Yoda smiled shyly. However, the work at hand did not stop. Condensed another raised nan and struck Gara directly in the abdomen. In an instant, the chakra inside raised nan was running wildly at high speed, like a meat grinder. Gara instantly broke through the defense again and was knocked several meters away. With a bang, it rolled and fell to the ground without any movement. Hey! Yang Tai took a long breath and finally settled down. It's not easy. 2 shots of raised nan, Yoda's 4 shadow clones chakra, only about 40% left. If the fight continues, we can only use bigger attacks. The highest point of the auditorium. The old man from 3rd generation showed a shocked expression and rubbed his eyes. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Raised nan. Minato's raised nan. Could this little guy be the reincarnation of Minato? Random denied again and shook his head. It seems that he is simply imitating 4th generation, even the ninjutsu is similar. What shocked him the most was that without any instruction, Yang Tai. Thanks to Minato's deeds, the raised nan was actually created. You know, it took Minato 3 years to develop this ninjutsu. This is a genius in the field of ninjutsu. Next to him, Orochimaru saw his teacher's expression and shook his head. It does look a lot like him. Although he had no intention of being in the Hokage before, he wanted to take away the Hokage position that should belong to him. I still appreciate it, but it's just appreciation. After all, what could he hold grudge against the dead? Below, Kakashi slowly covered Sharingan, his mood was a little complicated. Chapter 70 I hate cheating the most. Raise Nan. I haven't seen this ninjutsu in a long time. I didn't expect to appear on the competition stage today. Immediately, his mind wandered and he quietly looked at the figure in the field. But my friends have already exploded. Advertisement. Especially Xiao Li was very excited. His efforts were not wrong. Crane Tail can really surpass genius through hard work. Naruto was so, defeated Neji. The same goes for Yoda, who has the best relationship with him, and defeated the powerful Gara. I decided that I must continue to liver. I must become the liver emperor. It's like the friends here chatting and communicating non-stop. Sand Shinobi Baki immediately ordered. Get ready, listen to my orders and be ready to attack at any time. Yes, Baki-sama. All Sand Shinobi answered in unison. Baki nodded, the aura of Chakra on Gaara's body was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. It looks like Gaara is going to use Shukaku's Chakra. Yoda looked at Shiranui Genma and said. Instructor, can we announce the results? Shiranui Genma nodded with Senbon in his mouth, and was about to announce the result. Suddenly he paused. Because Gaara stood up. Yang Tai naturally saw it too, and felt like shit in his heart. Even the vanilla patriarch like Pai Haochen can handle it with just one raise Nan. This guy took 2 hits in a row and is still standing up. The most important thing is that his injury is recovering quickly. That's right, it's the kind that recovers quickly with white smoke. Yang Tai raised his eyebrows. He finally beat you half to death. If you recover now, I will be damned dead. No, it must be nipped in the bud. Think of this. With a thought, the sealing paper on the kunao handle on the ground exploded instantly. A straight water column appeared next to Gaara. Swish. Yang Tai's figure flashed, and Gaara appeared behind him. Get the kidneys and liver. Boom. Hitting Gaara without a hitch. The corner of Yoda's mouth raised. As the saying goes, if Raise Nan can't handle it with one shot, just use a few more. Advertisement. Just when Yang Tai was feeling proud, his vision suddenly went dark and a huge tail struck. The speed is too fast and there is no way to avoid it. Chiang crossed his hands in front of his chest. Boom. The whole person flew directly out of the balcony about 10 meters away, doing a few backflips to relieve his strength. Ahem, you're so damn cruel. Yang Tai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past in his heart. Laozi hit him with so many big moves, and he suffered minor injuries. The other party and Ping vomited blood themselves. Who the hell can I talk to reason with this? Dog author. I also want to cheat. In this short period of time, Gaara has recovered most of his injuries, and his sand armor has also returned to its original state. At this time, he was staring at Yuta coldly, and he could still feel the pain in his abdomen and back. Although the opponent in front of me is not the strongest I have ever encountered, it is the most troublesome one. The methods are endless. However, so far, he has also discovered Yang Tai's weakness. That is too little Chakra. The other party's plan is too detailed, so just save what you can. If so, then spend it with him. Auditorium. Naruto pointed at Gaara with a look of displeasure and said, he's already recovered from his injuries, how can he fight like this? He's so shameless. 3 people, how dare you say this? Stare. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Naruto turned around and was startled. All 3 of them stared at him with dead eyes. Naruto scratched his head and changed the subject, speaking of which, who among us wins this match? As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them were stunned. Little Sakura thought for a while and said uncertainly, it seems to be ninjutsu and close combat. Sasuke, then how does this count? Simple, you 2 have concealed a small request from me and little Sakura. Kakashi said with a smile. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke's blushing face and had wild thoughts. Naruto loudly said, no, it can't be calculated like this. In an instant, little Sakura raised her iron fist of love, looked at Naruto unkindly and said. What did you say? Hey, I mean Sakura, you win this round, Kakashi-sensei doesn't count. Naruto stammered and found a decent excuse, then after thinking about it, he added. After all, it was the ball that hit Gaara twice. The 3 of them thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case, and nodded, agreeing with Naruto's words. Great. Little Sakura clenched her fist excitedly. Advertisement. At this moment, Yang Tai's voice came from the field. Next is Plan A. This is my strongest ninjutsu. If you can't catch it, you may die. Gaara, who was the first to bear the brunt, did not dare to be careless and immediately used the turtle shell technique. Get into the sand ball and observe with your third eye obscenely. Yoda. It seems that I have thought too much. If I had known this, why did I engage in psychological warfare like the ABC plan in the first place? It is estimated that he can be taken away with one move. Shaking his head, he had to get serious next time. After all, there was indeed not much chakra left. A corner of the auditorium. The four people gathered together were the original trio and Ling Yat. Jenin rubbed his chin. Sister, why do these words sound familiar? Ling Yi nodded and thought about it. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but is that enough? Jenin Yi seemed to understand. How do you say it? Ling Yi explained. Where does this guy have 3 plans? There are obviously 4. The 3 people were confused. 4. Ling Yi nodded. That's right, 4. Actually, it's just a battle in my heart. The 3 of them understood a little bit, but they were not particularly clear about what was going on inside. Then he looked at Ling Yi with curious eyes. Ling Yi was helpless. His 3 subordinates were good at everything, but their ability to analyze was a bit poor. This is also the mission that I have been performing in Anbu for so many years, so I have a lot of experience in escape and combat. But when they encounter some situations that exceed their capabilities, they start to get blind. This is one of the reasons why they have not been promoted. So I patiently explained in detail. From the moment Yoda started talking about ABC's 3 plans, his opponent fell into Yoda's inner battle. The 3 of them met face to face, a little confused, but fortunately Ling Yi continued to explain. Everyone knows ABC by the sound of it. Each one is more powerful than the other. But that's the point. Reino pointed at Gara who was wrapped into a ball. So when Yoda said that Sand Shinobi boy would subconsciously get defensive, playing into Yoda's hands. Search des Snay. The 3 of them suddenly realized. Jenin A, it turns out that the foreshadowing in the front is all preparation for Plan A. Jenin B, no wonder the eldest sister is so pretentious, but now it seems that she is not. Jenin Bing shook his head, that's not the point. The 3 of them looked at each other suspiciously. Jenin Bing scratched his head and explained in a low voice. It would be terrible to be remembered by such a person. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and after careful consideration, they realized that it was indeed the case. It would be difficult to sleep and eat if they were targeted like this. As long as you face him, you will be counted to death, which is a bit creepy when you think about it. Then look at Gara in the field and observe 3 seconds of silence for him. Chapter 71-1. Shadow Clone Technique. 5 figures appeared next to Yang Tai. Without any hesitation, Yang Tai directly threw a palm-sized seal scroll to each person. The 5 shadow clone naturally didn't need him to say anything. Immediately spread out and surround the maracas. Advertisement. Seeing this, Yoda threw out a kunao, followed closely, and quickly formed seals. Water-style water prison technique. In an instant, the sand ball was wrapped in water. Gara in the sand ball was a little confused. What on earth was this guy trying to do? As soon as I thought about it, the sand slowly floated up, as if there was some resistance around me. Is it the sand that suppresses me? It makes no sense. He has already completely defended himself and had no intention of attacking in the first place. What is this? Not to mention Gara herself, even the ninjas in the audience were confused. Yoda didn't pay attention to the eyes of the people around him, but instead looked at Gara's third eye. A bared smile. In Gara's confused expression, Yoda said one word: explosion. Bang. The seal previously attached to Gara's back by Yoda exploded instantly. The next moment, under the action of the squeezing force, the water flow directly squeezed out several cracks from the sand ball and drilled out. Well! Gara screamed and immediately dismissed the sand ball to reduce the strong squeezing force around it. Tisk, 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 you can't even die under this kind of pressure, so pervert. Yoda sighed, and then signaled the clone to start. Everyone in the audience had questions on their faces. What happened? What happened? Could it be that I and others missed some plot? Naruto fully developed the spirit of asking the teacher if he had any questions. Teacher Kakashi, what's going on? Gara obviously defends so well. Sasuke and little Sakura also looked over with curious expressions. Kakashi did not sell out this time and explained directly. When Yoda's first raised Nan shot hit Gara's back just now, it left a sealing paper. And Gara was in such a small space, the sealing paper exploded, and the water flow instantly filled the space. In the face of intense pressure, he had to scatter the sandballs and he would probably die. The 3 of them nodded in unison and looked at the reason in the field with a little more caution. Gara felt the pressure around her. Although she was much better than before, it was very difficult to move. Suddenly, his body shook, and another chakra emerged in his body. At the same time, the surrounding sand slowly moved closer. Gradually a cat ear formed, and then half a cat face. When Yang Tai saw this, he immediately became anxious, and frantically poured the remaining chakra into the water prison. Advertisement. He looked angrily at the 5 clones who were still forming seals. Zigu, can you do it? Hurry up, this guy is cheating again. All the clones gave Yoda a slap on the back of his head. There is no way, we are the only honest people in the ninja world who still form seals in a proper manner. Do you think everyone is like those idiots who get whatever they want by clapping their hands? Yang Tai was speechless. What a sin. Why did he end up with these clones? At this moment, 5 shadow clone seals were completed at the same time. 5 chakra words appear in the palms of the hands. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Superior. At Yoda's order, the 5 clones held the seal scroll in their mouths. Use instant water at the same time. The next second, Gaara appeared in front of half-tailed beast. 5 elements seal. 5 slaps fell on Gaara's belly at the same time. Times la la la. The confrontation between this sealing technique and chakra produced a sound similar to roasting meat. The kind that emits white smoke. Gaara opened his mouth and screamed, but this was water, so he could only look at a few people with a distorted face. Seal up. The 5 clones exerted their strength at the same time, and the runes in the scrolls in their mouths went into their respective palms one by one. After a burst of green smoke, the seal was completed. Gaara immediately fell into a coma, and the tailed beast transformation on his body dissipated, and he slowly fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. The 5 of them disappeared together, and Yoda also collapsed on the ground. Finally FG done it. Really, he really only had a little chakra left. If the fight continues, we will have no choice but to surrender and admit defeat. Still, it's clear he won. The winner of this round is Yoda. At this time, Shiranui Genma's voice also sounded at the same time. Announce the results. Suddenly, the audience burst into applause. Well done. Well done. Long live Konoha. Advertisement. Sasuke and Naruto were also stunned. How did Gaara lose? I always felt like it was a bit childish, so I looked at Kakashi with puzzled eyes. It's a sealing technique. Yoda uses the 5 elements seal to seal the opponent's chakra. Kakashi explained. However, he also has doubts, that is, the Yangtai 5 elements seal seems to have changed. What? Sealing chakra, doesn't that mean we have to admit defeat against Yoda? Naruto asked in surprise. Kakashi shook his head. This kind of seal requires a lot of time and preparation time, and it needs to restrict the enemy's movements. Even Yoda is probably not sure of recreating this scene again. Oh. The 3 of them understood. To put it bluntly, it must be used reluctantly in this situation. If you encounter an enemy while doing a mission, it's useless. Master Baki, what should we do now? A Sand Shinobi asked, looking at the unconscious Gaara in the field. Baki thought for a moment and immediately ordered. The plan has changed. Send a signal and start the second attack plan. Yes. Asked Sand Shinobi in response, and used the body flicker technique to disappear. Looking at the dozen Sand Shinobi in front of him, Baki continued to order. You send a signal, let everyone pester the Konoha Shinobi, and buy time for the Kazekage-sama. By the way, call the sound ninja guys too. Yes. Master Baki. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen Sand Shinobi scattered, leaving only Temari, Kankuro, and 2 Sand Shinobi supporting players. You guys come with me. As he spoke, Baki jumped down and quickly reached the center of the field. He helped Gaara up and said seriously to the people behind him. Gaara is in a coma. He doesn't know how to use the technique for the time being. Take him here quickly. Remember, keep Gaara safe. With that said, Kankuro and the others quickly ran away with Gaara on their backs. At this time, Shiranui Genma also realized that something was wrong, and immediately came to Yoda and said solemnly. Run quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, several Konoha Shinobi appeared next to Shiranui Genma. He also asked Yang Tai to retreat quickly. Yoda didn't show any pretense, he turned around and ran away. If he had enough chakra. It's okay to get involved, but as for getting there first, it's better to find a place where no one is around to get up first. As soon as Yang Tai arrived on the audience stage, feathers fell from the sky. Illusion? Just right. Yang Tai quickly took off his clothes, used the transformation technique, and found an empty seat in the aisle. Opening a scroll, there was a bang, and Reino's clone appeared in front of him. Now is not the time to talk. Your body knows it. Be good and sit down quietly. Chapter 72 Gaara equals great contribution. Ling Yi's clone was still very obedient. Hearing the words, he sat down and closed his eyes as if falling asleep. Yoda also pretended, secretly grabbing Reino's arm and absorbing chakra. But time waits for no one, Yang Tai must speed up. Because Gaara's seal only lasts less than 20 minutes. There is no way, Yang Tai cast is not a complete version of the 5-element seal. Advertisement. It's a trick, giving up a stable seal in exchange for a momentary seal. Otherwise, Yang Tai would not be able to seal all of Gaara's chakra in an instant just by relying on the 5-element seal. And what he has to do now is, capture Gaara. That's right, catch Gaara. Just now, Yoda had every chance of killing Gaara. But he didn't do that, not like the Holy Mother. It's very simple. The first is for Shukaku Chakra, and the second is that Gaara, a tool man, has greater value. Some people say, isn't this just to stir up the protagonist's muddy waters? Then Yang Tai can only laugh at your ignorance. Konoha now has 3 great achievements. The first one is to help the 3rd-generation old man defeat Orochimaru. But do I still need to think about this matter? Of course I won't go. Do I want to stare at the 4 purple flame formation in a daze? The second major achievement was helping Konoha repel the invading Sand Shinobi. Let's not talk about Yang Tai in advance. He doesn't have this strength. Even if there is Jiraiya sitting there. How much credit can you get in the end? So Yoda chooses the third one, to capture Gaara alive. From the second Hokage to the present, who has captured Jinchuriki from other ninja villages alive? I'm afraid not. Even Nagato and the others only started capturing tailed beasts a few years later. Therefore, as long as Gaara is captured alive this time, it will be a great achievement. After a while, Ling Yi's shadow clone disappeared. A Sand Shinobi had just been eliminated in the distance, and Ling Yi was shocked. He looked at something strangely and murmured, "Where did this guy learn such a strange technique?" Yoda stood up and released the transformation technique. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes blurred. A man with white hair appeared in front of him. This man was Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Yoda and ordered. Alanchi Yoda obeys the order. As a Konoha Jonin, I give you a mission to support little Sakura and the others in capturing Gaara. Spirit communication technique. There was a bang, and a silver-white dog appeared in front of me. This one is very distinctive. It has a tuft of hair on its head that looks like a killer mat. It looks a bit like a coxcomb head. It's Brazil, he will take you to find little Sakura and the others. Woof woof. Advertisement. Yoda. Well, it can't talk. Kakashi was stunned and nodded. The breeds are different. Brazil can't speak. But don't worry, its tracking ability is very strong, and it can also assist in combat. Oh, Yoda responded, then looked at Brazil curiously. Brazil, what do you think of my financial luck this year? Brazil, woof woof. Yoda, what about official luck? Brazil, woof woof. Yang Tai rubbed his hands and said excitedly, where is your luck? Brazil. You think of me as the BD in the wishing well. Brazil, I'm not a human, but you're a real dog. Ahem, okay, go ahead and go. Kakashi's face twitched at the sight. Yang Tai smiled and greeted Brazil, Wongke, let's go. Brazil, woof woof, my name is Brazil. Yang Tai, okay, Wongke, let's go quickly. Brazil. Lanchao, shiitake mushrooms. One person and one dog, and soon a street intersection appeared. Brazil stopped and sniffed hard to confirm a direction. Just as he was about to move forward and lead the way, he immediately leaned over and bared his teeth, looking not far away. Yoda also saw clearly, they were 3 Sand Shinobi, and judging by their clothes, they were all genin. The 3 people also saw Yang Tai, seemed to exchange a few words with each other, and rushed over immediately. Yoda was not used to it and quickly threw a kunao. A pillar of water appeared between steps, and Yang Tai plunged into it with a fierce thrust. The 3 Sands were startled and quickly distanced themselves, watching Yoda staggering into place. Ahem, damn, I forgot that this is Reino's chakra now, I can't use Shunsui at all. Yang Tai wiped the water from his face and met the strange looks of 3 people and 1 dog. 3 Sand Shinobi, this is not a joke invited by the monkey. Brazil, woof. Are you seriously ill? To be honest, he now doubts Kakashi's decision. Yang Tai forced an awkward smile. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? I have been using instant water these days, and I forgot about it for a while. Instant water is an effect similar to spirit communication contracts signed with Chakra. Changing to someone else's chakra is like taking the keys to an electric car and driving it. Of course it's useless. However, the spirit communication scroll does not have this restriction, which makes Yang Tai a little puzzled. Yang Tai immediately took out a seal from his windbreaker. Advertisement. This is a kunao made by consuming Reino's chakra of a shadow clone in advance. But there are only 41, so use them sparingly. He raised his hand and threw it, and the kunao flew out quickly. The 3 Sand Shinobi realized that this guy was trying to scare them and was waiting for rescue. Hateful. The 3 of us get on top of each other and FK him together. Burst. A soft drink. A red light flashed away. Thump 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 thump. Even little Karami dares to laugh at me. Yang Tai shook the water drops on his body and said, hurry up and lead the way, time waits for no one. Brazil was really dumbfounded, I admit, I barked a little loud just now. Brazil led the way very well this time. There were 3 waves of Sand Shinobi encountered along the way, but they were all easily dealt with by Yoda. But come out to Konoha village. Yoda suddenly stopped Brazil. The reason is also very simple. The time has come and Gaara's seal has almost broken. This shows that Naruto Sasuke is fighting Gaara at this time. Moreover, the road in front of me is guarded by Sound Ninja and Sand Shinobi. He didn't want to be a nanny anymore. The last time I was beaten by Gaara, I was almost crippled and even lost my life. I still remember it clearly. So he had to take a detour this time to avoid these troubles. When Gaara used the Kame technique and fought Naruto with both sides injured, he jumps out again and reaps the benefits. Isn't it wonderful? As for the 12 little strong, what should we do? Haha, what does this have to do with Lusuan? I can only blame them for not being good at studying. And Xiao Li is also involved in this trip, Yang Tai estimates. There shouldn't be any big problems. After all, Xiao Li's strength lies there. Wang Kei, Sakura and the others went in this direction, right? Yoda asked, pointing forward. Brazil barked twice and nodded its head. Yoda, okay, let's take a shortcut from the side. Brazil, woof. Don't doubt it, just take a shortcut. Yang Tai nodded affirmatively. Take the lead and rush towards the woods on the side. Chapter 73 Seal Shukaku Chakra. Not far away. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. The forest is densely filled with Naruto's shadow clone. Naruto bumped his fists enthusiastically and said, everyone come together. Advertisement. Rush. Waves of echoes sounded like an overwhelming force. Suddenly, the entire forest was filled with Naruto's voice. Sasuke stared at his blue friend in disbelief. Is this still the crane tail? Could it be that he has surpassed me unknowingly? He immediately shook his head, how could he be a wealthy Uchiha? How could he be surpassed by such a guy? I said this in my heart, my body was honest, and I stared at 2 Tomo Sharingan without blinking. Shurikens from all directions. Thousands of shurikens attacked, and even the half-tailed beast Gaara had to defend herself. Naruto was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward with a combo. Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Naruto. People. 2,000 rounds. Bang bang bang. Kicked by more than 1,000 people. Gaara couldn't resist at all, and the sand on her body was about to be scattered. Ah! Gaara yelled, he was angry, he hated, he could no longer suppress Shukaku in his body. Boom! The smoke disperses. A giant civet cat, about 40 or 50 meters tall, appeared on the spot. There are strange dark purple patterns on its tawny body, and it drags a huge long tail. One-tail Shukaku. Suddenly, a sense of depression overflowed, and everyone in the audience opened their mouths. He stared blankly at the huge thing in front of him. Resist? If it doesn't exist, it can't be beaten at all. This is a direct physical crushing, and it cannot be settled by just 1 or 2 people. Little Sakura collapsed directly on the ground, her feet were a little weak, and she looked at the huge monster in front of her dully. This, how to win? Naruto was a little better, he came back to his senses immediately, turned to look at little Sakura anxiously and said. Sakura-chan, take Sasuke and retreat quickly. In the forest. Yoda and Basie stopped at the same time, looking at the huge creature in surprise. Yoda pursed his lips. He knew the tailed beast was big, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Advertisement. In this way, there is no comparison between Yamato and Yamato in reality. It's a shocking feeling. Let yourself feel insignificant, like an ant. Boom. At this moment, a huge red figure descended from the sky. A huge air current was set off, rolling in all directions. The scene was very shocking. Yoda swallowed subconsciously, this must be too strong. Immediately, he immediately turned his head to protect his face, because a strong airflow swept over him. Hoo! The wind was strong and the windbreaker of Yang Tai was rustling. The strong wind has passed. Yang Tai secretly smacked his tongue, this special brew is too exaggerated. Putting down his hands, Yoda began to think deeply. The plan had to change. Originally, it was planned that Gaara and Naruto would both be injured before leaving. Find a way to get the Shukaku Chakra. However, now seeing Shukaku's strength, Yoda feels that it is too dangerous to take the Shukaku Chakra from Gaara. If Shukaku goes berserk, he will be left in the cold. So how do you get Shukaku Chakra? Yoda's eyes narrowed. He remembered that Bunta chopped off one of Shukaku's claws in the original novel. Yang Tai estimated that no one was taking care of that hand, and it would probably dissipate between heaven and earth. Either it turns into a flow of sand and returns to Shukaku. No matter which one it is, it means that there is Shukaku Chakra on that claw. In this way, it seems that I can try it first. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, isn't it possible to take a chance on Gara? In short, he is not at a loss. After deciding on the plan, Yang Tai turned to Brazil and said, Wang Kei, go back and tell Master Kakashi about the situation here. Woof woof. Do you want to go alone to support? Brazil barked twice in a somewhat anthropomorphic manner. Not to mention that Yang Tai actually understood what he meant. His original intention was to get rid of this silly dog, but who was he, Yang Tai? 3 good young men of Konoha. Suddenly, without blushing or heart beating, he patted his chest and said sternly. My partners are waiting for me to support them in front. I can't give up on them. I took another look at the stupid dog, who was a little shocked. He took a few steps and left it with the back of its head. Say a classic saying. Although there are thousands of people, I am going. Woof woof. The silly dog barked twice, its eyes full of admiration. Then it turned back and wanted to inform Kakashi of the news as soon as possible. Let him immediately stop people from coming for help. Advertisement. Yang Tai's ears twitched and he felt there was no movement behind him. He turned around and looked. Sure enough, the stupid dog was gone. He shook his head helplessly, probably Yoda was the only person in the ninja world who could show off to a dog. I hope this stupid dog can report his situation to Kakashi. Otherwise, his acting skills would really be in vain. Looking at the two beasts confronting each other in the distance, Yoda immediately took action in case the chakra on that claw was recovered by Shukaku. That is your own loss. After a while, Gamabunta jumped up, drew the short sword from his waist, and flashed the sword. Cut off one tail Shukaku's arm with one knife. But at the same time, his short sword was also knocked away by Shukaku. Boom boom. 2 loud sounds were heard far away, and they were accompanied by strong air currents and strong winds that rolled around. Yang Tai opened his eyes against the strong wind and looked at the arm that was slowly turning into sand not far away. I immediately became anxious, that was my own Shukaku Chakra. As time passes by, his heart hurts and bleeds. When the wind stopped, he raised his hand and threw out the 3-pronged kunai and disappeared. In less than 3 minutes, Yoda rushed to the arm that was slowly turning into sand. If it weren't for the forest here, he would actually be faster. Ignoring the 2 uncles not far away, they were fighting with each other in the gusts of wind and rain. Yang Tai was delighted, and sure enough, there was a chakra. Separate 15 shadow clone and start sealing immediately. Splitting out 15 shadow clone is Yoda's limit. And these 15 shadow clone cannot stay for too long, otherwise his body will be overwhelmed. That's right, your body just can't handle it. With shadow clone, in a sense, your own cells also become clones. The clone disappears and his own cells receive information feedback. If you practice too much, the muscles of your hands and feet will twitch from time to time. Commonly known as muscle memory. As for spirituality, Yang Tai was blessed by his previous life, and his soul was much stronger than that of ordinary people. I don't feel much, just a little tired at most. Yoda threw to 10 shadow clones, each with a 30 cm scroll. He took out a nearly 1 meter seal scroll from his windbreaker and spread it out. The huge scroll is covered with dense sealing runes, leaving only a blank area in the center. Shadow clone nodded to the crowd, start. The first 5 shadow clone began to form seals at the same time. The 10 clones behind him opened the scrolls in their hands one after another and waited quietly. While Yang Tai was waiting, Bunta and Shukaku had already begun to fight in close quarters. However, it was obvious that Gamabunta still suffered a bit when facing Shukaku. Everyone tried their best to avoid Shukaku ninjutsu's attacks while thinking about countermeasures. Chapter 74 Let go of that boy. After dodging a few more times, Gamabunta proposed using the transformation technique. Transformed into an animal with fangs and claws. Before Naruto could react, Naruto screamed and rushed towards Shukaku. Yoda, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, smacked his lips. This Gamabunta was also very tough. How dare you let Naruto change? Advertisement. If this was Yang Tai, if he didn't want to come up with 4 or 5 plans, he would definitely get as far away as possible. Never mix. 5 elements seal. At this moment, the first 5 clones all slapped on the sand in front of them. Suddenly, with the palms of the 5 people as the center, the densely packed runes spread out. In a few breaths, it covers the whole arm. At the same time, Shukaku's entire arm quickly stopped turning into sand and stabilized. Hurry. Follow up. Yang Tai urged anxiously. Seal. The 10 clones shouted in unison and slapped the scroll in front of them. The next second, rune chains on 10 scrolls wrapped around Shukaku's arm. Slowly pulled towards the big scroll in front of Yang Tai. Yang Tai formed the tiger seal, and shouted softly with a solemn expression, seal. Suddenly, Countless sealing talismans formed chains and entangled the red chakra that was pulled over. Seeing this, Yang Tai did not dare to be careless and immediately increased his efforts. The claws of Shukaku, visible to the naked eye, turned into scarlet chakra and were pulled into the scroll. Far away, Shukaku was looking warily at Gamabunta who was rushing towards him. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked angrily in the direction of its broken arm. He looked up to the sky and screamed, opening his mouth to spit out a blank bullet. However, this made Gamabunta's eyes light up as he rushed over, and he immediately seized the opportunity. What a great opportunity! Quick, turn into an animal with fangs and claws. Naruto held on to Gamabunta despite the strong wind. Thinking hard in my mind about what kind of animal I will become. Damn it, this is the critical moment. Got it. That's it. Naruto was immediately overjoyed, imagining the creature in his mind, and immediately transformed. Boom. In an instant, a fiery red nine-tails fox rushed out of the air. A bite controlled Shukaku, and at the same time interrupted Shukaku's blank practice. Kurama. No, this is what the toad has become. Damn stinky fox. Shukaku was suppressed to death. He was very angry and aggrieved. If it weren't for my own strength being restricted. Just trying to suppress this stinky toad is so naive. However, that was also the heyday. Advertisement. Now Hu is bullied by dogs in Pingyang, and Lonju is teased by shrimps in the shallows. It's frustrating. The baby is feeling miserable. Hey! Look at the big suffix on the scroll. Yang Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief and signaled that the clones were gone. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, then recovered. He put the scroll away very solemnly. This is the most important thing for him next. It even concerns whether Shunsui, the ninjutsu, can take a step closer. After moving your hands and feet, it's time to finish. Originally Yoda's idea was to wait until both Naruto and Gaara were harmed. Stand up and grab the credit. However, it seems unrealistic now. The reason is also very simple. Little Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi's dog are all watching the battle. It was a bit unrealistic for him to pick Peaches. And there was another thing that he just thought of. That is, although Gaara's piece of fat is big, can he eat it alone? Even if he eats it, his previous personality will collapse. Friends may not care much, but what about their families? You eat meat and don't even give your companion a sip of soup. Then your name will appear on the blacklists of major families in the future. All Yang Tai's current ideas are taken advantage of, and the rest is advantageous to those guys. This is the best way to handle it. Yoda looked at the overwhelmed Shukaku and calculated the distance. About 400 to 500 meters. Spirit communication technique. Absorbing Chakra, Yoda took out a 50-meter kunai and threw it forward. The water column appeared and Yang Tai disappeared completely. Moved 9 times in succession in the air. The next moment, a sentence resounded in the air. Let that boy go. Let me do it. Both parties, degree. Yang Tai appeared all wet, a few meters above Gaara. Suddenly, both sides of the field were stunned. They all looked at the sudden appearance of Shui Zhu and Yang Tai with some surprise. It's you! Naruto exclaimed at the same time as Gaara rolled her eyes. Even Gamabunta, who suppressed Shukaku, shook his head. Finally, 2 words popped out of his mouth, it's so similar. Naruto was a little confused and didn't understand what the toad boss meant. Yoda naturally understood what Gamabunta meant. But now is not the time for small talk. He immediately kicked the ball and yelled to be brave. Advertisement. Night guy. Boom. This kick hit Gaara firmly on the waist. Just kicked it out of the sand. Gaara was completely caught off guard. Hwa la la la. The sand was scattered all over the ground, Gaara rolled and fell to the ground. Yoda looked at Gaara. The guy was still breathing, so there shouldn't be a big problem. The next moment, he was attracted by the sand under his feet. He immediately dropped it and began to look at it carefully. After searching for a while, Yang Tai shook his head. It seems that he is paranoid. This is a direct disintegration. Shukaku Chakra should all return to Gaara's body. What's in front of me now is really just sand. There's not a hint of Shukaku Chakra at all. Let's go back first and control Gaara. What if the cooked duck flies away? He was probably going to vomit blood. Another place. Gaara, who had just been influenced by Naruto's mouth escape, said to Kankuro and the receipt. Let's go, no more fighting. Okay. Kankuro had just helped Gaara up when he suddenly stopped. Because a person appeared in front of him. Yoda looked at Kankuro who put down the puppet and Temari who opened the fan, and said coldly. Let's go? Where do you want to go? Temari immediately stood in front of Kankuro and said anxiously, I'll stop him, you guys leave immediately. Look around, can you leave? As soon as Yoda finished speaking, 10 Konoha shinobi appeared around him. What do you want? Gaara asked weakly. Yang Tai looked at the three of them and said. You Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja invaded Konoha, we must take you back and wait for Lord Hokage's judgment. The three Garas were silent. However, Naruto couldn't sit still. Invading Konoha? They. Yang Tai nodded. As you thought, it's not a rebellion by Sand Shinobi, but a full-scale invasion. Naruto was stunned. He originally thought that Sand Shinobi was causing trouble, but now it seems that he wanted to be simple. Our Sand Shinobi was framed this time. This is the news I just learned not long ago. We all misunderstood. Temari thought for a moment and explained. Yang Tai shook his head, this is not what I should consider, and it is not what you should consider. If it's true as you said, it's a misunderstanding. I believe Master Hokage will let you go. Chapter 75 The fire will illuminate the village. As soon as these words came out, Gaara and others were even more silent. It seems they can't leave today. Think about it, they Sand Shinobi invaded Konoha and caused huge losses to Konoha. Just saying it now is a misunderstanding. Advertisement. Seems a little pale and weak. The most important thing is that they can't fight or run away now. It seems that surrender is the only option. Seeing that the three of them were a little shaken, Yang Tai felt happy and immediately increased his intensity and said. Don't worry, you won't be prisoners. You are our allies in Konoha village. Lord Hokage will definitely discuss this matter with Lord Kazekage. When it came to this, Yang Tai couldn't make up any more, so he changed the topic and said. Gaara is seriously injured now and must be treated as soon as possible. So what do you think, if you don't eat the toast and drink as a penalty, then it's no wonder he took action. To be honest, Yoda still didn't want to fight the three of them. Kankuro is fine, just be careful with his poison. However, Temari's wind style is very troublesome for him to deal with. If you are not careful, all the kunao may be blown away, and you may be blinded. Not to mention Gaara, if this guy is cornered and a tailed beast goes berserk. Yoda probably has to explain it here. Temari pondered for a while, looked at each other with Kankuro, sighed, and accepted his fate. Okay, we will return to Konoha with you, but we must treat Gaara's injuries as soon as possible. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yang Tai smiled gently. Okay, let's go back to Konoha as soon as possible. The rebellion is probably over by this time. Then several people set off. Along the way, I met the 12 Xiaoqiang who supported me. Yoda finally breathed a sigh of relief and relieved himself of the 10 shadow clones. The three Garas were stunned, and all looked at Yoda, who looked innocent. Suddenly, there was a thought in my mind that I should say it or not. Kankuro even complained in a low voice. You have a dirty mind when it comes to tactics. Yang Tai, I'm offended. Everyone, why, covering their mouths and snickering. Yang Tai's face was dark. He wanted to say something. Think about it or forget it, credit is the most important. Advertisement. This handsome guy has a good conscience and will let you three unruly people go. After a while, as they were approaching Konoha, they finally saw Kakashi leading a large army. When Parker explained the whole story clearly, Kakashi and others all looked at him in shock. Tisk tisk tisk, these brats are not simple. It seems that these guys are the ones who deserve the most credit for this trip. Capture the Jinchuriki from other countries alive. This is so far, with the exception of ninja god Senju Hashirama. Something that Konoha, and even other major countries, have not been able to do. If this spreads, it will put a lot of pressure on the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder. Kakashi and others first arranged a separate ward for Gaara, and then ordered ninjas to take care of her. Immediately took a few people to the Hokage office to report the details. Hokage office. Government affairs are now handled here by Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. It can be said that the two of them are in charge of the overall situation in Konoha now. Even now the two of them have the right to mobilize some of them. The power once exceeded that of Denzo, the powerful advisor. As for Denzo, a real power consultant. Naturally, he was sent by two of their advisors who had no real power. This is also a method used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to weigh the three people. When nothing happens, use Denzo to suppress the two of them. When Konoha appeared, the current leaderless situation. You can use two people to suppress Denzo and not dare to let him make mistakes. After a while, Yang Tai and others finished explaining the details. A ninja recording next to them said to the two consultants. Advisor, I have recorded it in detail. After hearing the record ninja's words, the two came back to their senses. Suddenly, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, revealing a chrysanthemum-like smile. This is the only good news today, how can they not be happy? It seems that someone is buying into Konoha's losses this time. As for saying you are not afraid of the country of wind's counterattack? Just kidding, from when Orochimaru pretended to be the 4th Kazekage. It means that 4th Kazekage, in all likelihood received a box lunch. Tsunagakure is currently in decline, and they probably can't even choose Kazekage. Could it be that Ebas or Cho, these two old bones, are the Hokage? Thinking of this, the two of them laughed even more happily. It's better that they manage Konoha, and at least they have a good idea of the Hokage candidate. You did a great job. Your credit this time is equivalent to completing an S-level mission. Advertisement. Especially Yoda and Naruto, you two deserve a lot of praise for catching Gara. Naruto shouted happily and winked at Sasuke to show off. Angry, Sasuke turned his head arrogantly and ignored him. Yang Tai was more sensible and smiled shyly. Actually, this is all due to everyone's contribution. I just contributed a little bit. Look, what I said, doesn't this pattern open up? Immediately, the two consultants in the field nodded happily, and even 12 Xiaoqiang cast a kind look. Yang Tai smiled and said nothing. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only tricks can win people's hearts. Yota and Koharu smiled and said, you have been humble since you were a child, and you never dispute your merits. You need to change this problem. I know, Grandma Koharu. Yota smiled and scratched his head. But he naturally understood that it was okay to talk about this kind of thing and never take it seriously. Okay, let's wait until 5th Hokage. Speaking of this, Yota and Koharu's cloudy eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of sadness, and he continued to pick up the topic. When the 5th Hokage is elected, I will personally ask for your merit, old lady. Then Mitokado Homura also sighed, waved his hands and said. You have worked hard too, go back and rest first. Everyone responded and went out one after another. Yang Tai deliberately stayed until the last one. He turned to the two of them and said. Grandma Koharu, Grandpa Homura, you two must take care of your health. Don't be sad, the fire will illuminate the village again. After that, Yoda closed the door and left the Hokage building. The two people in the office were shocked when they heard this. Yoda and Koharu sighed, then showed a smile and said. We are both 70 and 80 years old, and we still need a child to comfort us. It's true. Hehe. Mitokado Homura also chuckled, but isn't this little guy right? The fire will illuminate the village again. Yoda and Koharu looked at the windowsill and seemed to see an old man greeting the two of them. Yes, the fire will light up the village. Back home. The old man is also back. Yang Tai was relieved. The old man was a little careless today, as if nothing happened. But Yang Tai knew that the old man was pretending to be worried about him. Third generation died, Sarutobi Hiruzen died, the old man was very sad. You know, the old man is definitely a Hokage party. To put it harshly, he is brainwashed. Chapter 76 Lightning Style Kirin. I really respect the will of fire thing. Yang Tai didn't mean to expose it and went straight upstairs after eating. The night is deep. But this night is destined to be a sleepless night. Early in the morning, Yang Tai got up, washed up and headed towards the mission hall. Advertisement. His purpose today was very simple, to take on a mission to the country of Yu. That's right, he was going to leave Konoha early and pretend to meet Tsunade and Jiraiya by chance. Originally, he was just paying attention to Tsunade's general whereabouts at first, and didn't want to get involved in Sunan's muddy waters. But now, things are different from the past. He, Yang Tai, is also a capable person. Naturally, I want to improve my favorability in front of 5th Hokage. Of course, this is only second. Yoda's real purpose is Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. That's right, it's the Kusanagi sword that can grow in length. Also called Tienkong Yun sword. As for why you want Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, Yang Tai was also helpless. He was finally able to break through the defense. Thought I stood up. Then he realized that reality slapped him hard, leaving him stunned. He lacks the means to deal with large spirit communication beasts and tailed beasts. The 4th generation can at least be a large toad of spirit communication. As for Yoda, even if the spirit communication scroll is there, I can't do it. All last night I couldn't sleep, thinking of a ninjutsu. Lightning style, Kirin. That's right, it's the 2-pillar unicorn. This move of 2 pillars has only been used twice, once against Ataki and once against 8 Tails. Although the result was a severe beating. But we cannot deny the power of this ninjutsu. The most important thing is that it is powerful. Save Chakra. However, there are 2 aspects of this ninjutsu that are more troublesome. The first is to use fire style to heat the air and create thunder clouds. Then the question comes, what if there is less moisture in the air, and how to heat it? This problem is relatively easy to solve for Yang Tai. There are 2 ways. The first method is a bit long, use your own sealing paper to match the dust explosion, wait slowly. Second, find a spirit communication beast that spits water vapor or sign a spirit communication contract with the clouds in the sky. Signing a spirit communication contract with the cloud is not a fantasy, but the conditions are indeed a bit harsh. First, Yun tries not to move, and then the blood and his own chakra sign a contract at the same time. It's a bit like instant water. In short, the first one can barely do it. The main thing is the second one, how to draw the thunder down. Advertisement. Yoda remembers that when Zazu was fighting Itaki, he stood on a high place and used a Chidori to lure him down. I was also at a high point when fighting Eight Tails. If you want to use it in Konoha or on the plains, there has to be a medium like a lightning rod. Yang Tai thought about it, and half of them met the conditions. The first thing that comes to mind is Kusanagi sword, which is also the most suitable goal for Yoda. Next is the Sarutobi clan's spirit communication beast monkey demon clan. But Yoda shook his head at this. After all, the monkey demon is a living creature and should not be able to withstand the power of thunder. So his ultimate goal is Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the lowest point of Uncle Snake's strength. As long as you plan well, you have a high chance of success. After half a day of selection, Yang Tai chose an escort mission, which was to depart at noon tomorrow. This is also just in time to attend the funeral of the old man from third generation and then set off. At this time, Uncle Chnin, who was in charge of recording, looked at Yoda with some worry and said, Yoda, although Master Hokage is gone, you can't be too sad. Have you found him? Sad? Does he have it? Yang Tai was stunned for a moment, then he realized what he was doing and said with a wry smile. Uncle Onel, don't worry, I'm fine. Very good. Uncle Onel looked Yang Tai up and down, and finally his eyes stopped on Yang Tai's two dark circles, and sighed. You have two dark circles under your eyes to tell me how good you are. You must have been sad all night last night. Don't worry, I'm not asleep either. Yang Tai, O_O. He spent the whole night thinking about dealing with the large spirit communication beasts and tailed beasts. Got two dark circles under my eyes. Is this a mistake? Forget it, who is Yang Tai? Three good young men of Konoha. The third generation elder, well, it's not that the third Hokage-sama passed away. How could he, the descendant of the Will of Fire, not be sad? It's so heartbreaking. Yang Tai bit his lip deliberately and pretended to be tough. How come, Uncle Onel, don't talk nonsense, I slept soundly last night. In the eyes of Uncle Onel, Yang Tai's expression is like a tough talk. Then a trace of heartache flashed through his eyes. After all, Yang Tai appeared in the mission hall too frequently in the past few years. So for the ninjas who work and record here, look at what tasks Yoda takes on. You know how good or bad he is. Advertisement. Uncle Onel waved his hand, yes, don't tell me that you will take this task today. Yang Tai is speechless, the character is killing people. He is really sleepy today. I don't want to take on any more missions. I have no choice but to pretend to be awesome, even if I cry, I have to finish it. With tears in his eyes, Yang Tai pointed to a display screen next to him and said proudly. Give me 5D tasks in the village. 5. Uncle Onel was confused. 5 tasks were not in line with his character. I looked back and, oh, there were only 5 tasks on the screen. Immediately he understood that it was his fault, and immediately took out a remote control, pressed it, and said apologetically. I'm sorry. I said there were so few choices this time, so it turns out it's my problem. Look again. Yoda, _____. I thank you. Wiping the tears of emotion, he said vaguely, just those 10. After thinking about it for a moment, I was afraid that Uncle Onel would cause trouble, so I added. Let's take it a little less today. After all, we have to attend the funeral of Mr. Third Generation tomorrow. Seeing Sao Nian shed tears of emotion in front of him, Uncle Onel nodded with satisfaction. He calmed down the arrogant heart of a young man. Yang Tai left the main hall and sent Shadow Clone to work. Go home alone to catch up on some sleep. The street was extremely quiet today, with only a few people coming out from time to time. Many shops and restaurants are closed. A few sobs could be heard from time to time. Yang Tai walked by indifferently, but his heart was not at peace. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage. At least in the hearts of these Konoha people, he is the strongest. In his previous life, Yang Tai also heard some conspiracy theories. Said that the third generation is so insidious and cunning, first plotting to destroy Uchiha, and then supporting the fourth generation puppet Minato. Deliberately letting the other villagers blame Naruto. Then come out and be a good person, gain Naruto's trust, and so on. But now it seems to Yuta that most of them fart. First of all, can the shadow of a village be less cunning? Also, Uchiha said that if you can't be honest, you are mentally ill. The most important thing is that the patriarch is indecisive and has no vision. As for the puppet Minato, haha, Minato was only in his 20s at that time. Where is the old man from third generation? He couldn't afford it at all, he was really old. In the end, there must have been some hidden secret about Naruto that was unknown at the time. Otherwise, Jiraiya would probably be the first to refuse. Chapter 77 Escort Mission. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Hokage has been around for decades. His theory of the will of fire has already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The most important thing is that after the Third Ninja War, no external war was launched. During this period, the economy of Konoha village has developed rapidly. It is not an exaggeration to say that people have enough food and clothing. This is why the villagers and most ninjas respect him. Advertisement. Arrive home. Xiao Xianglan is not here, probably going to buy groceries. The old man was watching TV silently, but looking at his dilated pupils. Yang Tai knew that the old man's thoughts had already wandered far away. This depressing atmosphere made Yang Tai not know what to say. Say hello casually and go upstairs. After all, this mission was a little long and he had to prepare a lot of things. Among them, the sealing paper, which Yang Tai also calls the sealing talisman, needs to be prepared more. After all, after such a long time, Yoda must study the Shukaku Chakra. If he can use the tailed beast chakra, then his Shunsui Kunao. Also replace half of it with the tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, it will happen like last time, when Reino used this chakra. This prevents instantaneous water activation from failing. On this day, neither Yang Tai nor the old man ate much. Xiao Xianglan is very well behaved. She experienced her mother leaving her. I understand very well how the old man feels now. There is no use in comforting this kind of thing, you need to get through it alone. Today is extremely long. For Yoda, the current Konoha village is too depressing. Everyone was so lifeless, it was so uncomfortable. Fortunately, I finally made it to the first day. The atmosphere in the village is even more gloomy today. Like dark clouds in the sky, it looks like it's going to rain at any moment. It seems that God feels very sorry for the death of the third-generation old man. On the street, Yang Tai was dressed in black and holding a white flower in his hand. Walked towards the cemetery. One after another, many ninjas dressed the same as Yoda walked towards the cemetery. Gradually, there were more and more people. When the friends met, they nodded to each other and remained silent. The third-generation old man is gone. People presented flowers representing themselves one by one and observed silence. For a moment, Yang Tai's mind went blank. There are no more calculations and pretense in daily life. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person, seeing off his elders. Advertisement. In any case, Yang Tai grew up peacefully under the policies of the third-generation old man. This is undeniable and cannot be changed. It's raining, it's pouring. It's not very big, but it can cover up many people's tears. The time of silence has come. Just as everyone slowly left, Yang Tai bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Mr. Third Generation. When everyone saw this, they didn't say anything, nodded and slowly left. Yang Tai stood up and walked outside. He didn't have any pretense in his actions just now. Completely out of my heart, thinking of when his grandfather passed away. As a family, they finally said this sentence together. It's a custom. Yoda saw someone on the road. To be precise, it was a child, crying sadly with Naruto. Yes, it's Konohamaru. This is the new true genius of Konoha. The reason why I say this is simple. People who can learn multiple shadow clone techniques at the age of 12 or 13. Isn't he a genius? What a huge amount of chakra this is. At the same age, Yoda is really not worthy enough to carry his shoes. This is a genius, he needs to go over and win over him. At least you have to look familiar. After thinking for a while, Yang Tai took out a notebook with 4 characters written on the cover, the will of fire. There is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's signature underneath. This is considered a collection of Yang Tai. This is the time Sarutobi Hiruzen came to school to brainwash. No. It was time to preach the will of fire, and Yoda pestered his name. At that time, a group of friends and teachers were envious. At that time, he threatened to stay with him forever. Unexpectedly, after going around in a circle, I would return to the same person again. Although there is a meaning of calculation in it, there is no denying that this is also a heritage. Holding an umbrella, he walked next to Naruto and stared at the little guy who was still crying. This stare lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. It wasn't until the kid was staring at him that he stuffed the notebook into his arms. If you don't want to be so sad next time, then become a strong person as soon as possible. After saying these pretentious words, he turned around and walked away, leaving the little guy and Naruto with the back of their heads. Advertisement. In fact, Yang Tai's mind was a little confused today, and he really couldn't think of any way to show off in front of the little brat. Originally, there was one who gave a little kid a big fight and then escaped with his mouth after learning from the movie. Inspire him. However, Yang Tai hesitated for a long time and finally did not make a move. After all, a big fight will have a great impact on children. I simply left a bowl of chicken soup for him. As for whether to drink it or not, it was entirely up to the little guy to decide. Soon the light rain stopped. Yang Tai also went home to change his clothes. He told Xiang Lian and the old man about his mission, and then left. The old man just nodded, indicating that he should be careful, and said nothing more. Reception room. Yang Tai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and the kid next to him, and listened to the receptionist next to him introducing each other. The middle-aged man's name is Teizo Kobayashi. He is about 30 years old. He has an average figure but has an elegant manner. He seems to be a cultural person. The little kid's name is Tsukigaweo. He looks like 5 or 6 years old. He has a pair of big black eyes and secretly glances at Yoda. When Yang Tai looked over, he immediately shrank back, which was very interesting. These two people are the targets of Yang Tai's escort. To be precise, this little kid is the target of this escort. His mission was to escort the child back to the Tsukigawa clan on the border between Yuno country and Iron country. According to Yang Tai's understanding, this is a bloody scene of robbing the family head. And this little brat belongs to the Yukawa family, the only one directly related to the head of the family. Not long ago, the little kid and his father and his family went out to play in the Kingdom of Fire, and they were ambushed. Only he and the housekeeper managed to escape. And the one who ambushed the little brat's father was his uncle. He wants to compete for the position of the head of the family and plan things. And these two people were very lucky, because they were out for fun and had a lot of money. That's why I came to Konoha and wanted to send this little brat back to the Tsukigawa clan. Kobayashi Taisen listened to the receptionist's introduction and looked at Yang Tai with some hesitation. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said to the two of them. You two, I have no other intention, I just want to send some more people. After all, the words are not finished yet. But both parties understand what it means. Kobayashi Taisen was worried about allowing a young man like Yoda to escort them. Even if he is a ninja. Yang Tai said nothing and looked at the receptionist on the side. The receptionist has encountered many such things, and he is familiar with it. He took out a form and said. Mr. Taisen, don't underestimate Yoda, he is a genuine elite genin. Chapter 78 G-UN/ Elite genin. Xylan Taisen was puzzled and asked again. Isn't it the title of genin, Jnin, especially Jainin? This elite. The receptionist patiently explained, the so-called elite title is a title given to a ninja based on the number of tasks he has completed. Advertisement. Of course, this is just the name in our ninja circle. Mr. Taisen, you can understand him as a senior ninja. With that said, the receptionist handed the form to Kobayashi Teizo. Kobayashi Taisen naturally understood what senior meant. He took the form and looked at it. I go. Complete more than 300 sea-level missions. You must know that his money was consumed all the way, and it was only enough to issue a sea-level mission. Moreover, he needs to take the young master back as soon as possible, otherwise the family master will not be seen back for a long time. The elders might choose another head of the family. At this time, it is natural to go back as soon as possible. It would be even better to have such an experienced person escorting you. Seeing this, Kobayashi Taisen was very happy. He stretched out his hand and said to Yang Tai. No problem, then I'll be bothering Ninja-sama for a while from now on. Yang Tai smiled and shook hands with him. No trouble, just call me Yang Tai. Seeing Yang Tai say this, Kobayashi Taisen nodded. Then please trouble Yang Taiu. Let's sign the contract. Yang Tai felt so awkward, but he didn't pay much attention and waved his hand. Instead, he said with a serious face. No rush, let's talk about the specific situation. Teizo Kobayashi and the receptionist looked at Yoda. Yoda, first of all, I took this task solely because of Mr. Taisen's honesty. Kobayashi Taisen was stunned when he heard this, but then he listened to Yoda's explanation. You must know that we ninjas are also afraid, and the employer is falsely reporting the content. You have done a very good job in this regard, and I am very willing to cooperate with you. However, there are some things I want to say up front. Kobayashi Taisen also understood what Yoda meant at this time, and then thought to himself, will he still be short of money when he returns to the family? A hearty smile. Please tell me. Yang Tai nodded, if you just encounter martial warriors or bandits on the way, the reward will not change. If you encounter ninjas, the mission level will be increased based on their numbers and strength. You have to pay more anyway. Xylan Taisen thought about it and nodded with a smile, no problem, you can write it into the contract. Then the two signed a contract and kept it in 3 parts. One for Yoda, one for Kobayashi Taisen, and one for the receptionist. Advertisement. This way it is well founded and no one can lie about it. After putting away the contract, Yoda smiled and asked Kobayashi Teizo. Mr. Taisen, when will we set off? Kobayashi Taisen said thoughtfully, the sooner the better, we can leave at any time, it just depends on whether you have any preparations. Yoda, I have nothing to prepare. We can set off now. After a while, we arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. After registering, Yang Tai greeted the two door gods, got into the carriage and drove away. 10 days later. It was a peaceful journey along the way, with no bloody dramas such as banditry. Yoda was dressed as a martial warrior and was sitting next to Teizo Kobayashi, who was driving. He was looking solemnly at a slowly rotating blue disc in his palm. This is the Chi-Yuan slash he has always wanted to develop. Having experience in practicing Raise Nan, after 10 days of exploration. It's a small achievement. Although it's not lethal, at least it looks good. The trouble now is to control the Chi-Yuan slash to make it spin. This is different from rolling balls, it does not make the chakra move. It is about moving the fixed chakra. There is an essential difference between the two. Raise Nan pays attention to rotation, explosion, and shaping. Ki-Yuan slash pays attention to shaping, rotating, and rotating again. Now that Yang Tai has been finalized, the next step is to rotate. After struggling these days, he finally mastered something today. The trick to making the Chi-Yuan Zhan spin. Xiaolin Taizan glanced at the young woman playing CD next to her. I'm not surprised anymore. As long as they can escort the two of them back to the Yukawa family, I can say anything. While he was driving the carriage, he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing next to him. He looked in surprise. In front of the handsome man, the blue plate in his hand was spinning crazily, up and down. Waves of cool breeze came from it. Buzz. As the light energy slash in Yang Tai's hand became faster and faster, a harsh buzzing sound came. It's like falling into a fly's nest, which makes people very irritated. Yang Tai's forehead was sweating, his palms were trembling slightly, and the Chi-Yuan slash on his hands was getting faster and faster. The blowing sun makes the hair flutter. No more. Yang Tai waved his palm downwards heavily, and the Chi-Yuan slash struck the ground like an arrow from a string. Boom. There was a loud noise, causing the horse to neigh and run wildly into the distance. This left Taizan Xiaolin scrambling for a while to appease her. What's wrong, Uncle Taizan? Advertisement. Even the little kid woke up from his sleep in the carriage and immediately called out, thinking that he was ambushed again. At this time, Yang Tai quietly looked at the ground like lightning striking. Somewhat shocked. Did the chakra fall apart in the end because it wasn't set well enough? You must know that he also jumped just now and almost lost control of this thing. If he hadn't thrown it quickly, the Chi-Yuan slash would have been out of control, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. With his small body, he would be disabled even if he were not dead. It seems like you can't turn too fast first. After muttering to himself, Yoda returned to the carriage, apologized to the two of them, and the three of them continued to move forward. And Yang Tai continued to play with the Chi-Yuan Zhan in his hand, but this time he learned from the past. He didn't dare to move too fast, and mainly tried his best to stay in shape. According to the idea in his mind, Chi-Yuan slash should be based on air and car. Rather than this kind of ninjutsu that causes large-scale destruction. So Yang Tai put styling first. About 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Tai and others entered a small town. Yoda left a shadow clone to follow Teizo Kobayashi and the others. He went to the casino by himself. This is just an ordinary size casino, not big. Yang Tai changed some chips and played with the sieve. Win, lose, win, and quickly get along with the people who were betting against each other. Friend, you are out of luck. As he spoke, the middle-aged man picked up the bamboo tube and started shaking it, saying excitedly. Look, I'll bring you a leopard. Snapped. 369 big. The middle-aged man wilts instantly and complains, I must not have washed my hands in the toilet. Ha ha ha, brother, I am just a little older than you, but you are almost the same as the legendary big fat sheep. Yang Tai turned into a bald man and laughed wildly. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said longingly. If I meet that big fat sheep, I probably won't have to worry about food and drink in this life. Yang Tai smiled and counted the money and said casually. It is said that the big fat sheep seems to have arrived in our area. If you wander around, maybe you can meet someone. The middle-aged man flicked his cigarette ashes and said. I heard this news a long time ago. It is said that he appeared in Tanli town a few days ago. In order not to miss a good opportunity, brother, don't I just hold all my wealth and wait here for the rabbit? Yang Tai is speechless. I read few books. Is this really how the idiom wait for the rabbit is used? This Tsunade is so famous. Are they all being put aside to prepare the fattened sheep? Chapter 79 Absorbing the Tailed Beast Chakra. While Yoda was inquiring about Tsunade, Kobayashi Taizan and Shadow Clone have already checked into a remote hotel in the town. Hey, where did I put that wanted poster? I remember putting it here, True Chi. It's not there when you want it, and it's just hanging around in front of you when you don't want it. Advertisement. Under the front desk, the fat hotel owner bent down and rummaged for something. Found it. Ouch. The fat boss covered his head, stood up slowly, and cursed. However, when I saw the person on the wanted poster, suddenly, I became happy. They run hotels and receive a lot of people coming and going. I have developed a good eye, so most of the forces or personal forces, they will all ask for some information from them, among which this kind of arrest warrant is the most common. And it is also the most profitable. The fat boss looked carefully at the photo on the wanted poster. After thinking about the appearance of Yoda and the other three, the final target was Kobayashi Taisen and the kid. Although his appearance has changed drastically, he still cannot escape his discerning eyes. Tisk, 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 800,000 taels of extra money. Putting away the wanted notice happily, the fat boss walked towards the door. The other side. Yoda chatted with the middle-aged man for a few more words, but when there was no news about Tsunade. After playing a few games, he said he had something to do and left. I found a deserted corner and changed back to myself. Yoda walked silently on the street, thinking about something in his mind. So far, he has found the right direction. According to the original work, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade fought on a green plain. And this is the only place in the ninja world that meets this characteristic. The next question is how to deal with Uncle Snake. To be precise, how to snatch the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword is not an ordinary weapon. Yoda guessed that it should be a symbol of the successors of Rika Cave. In the original work, the Kusanagi sword seems to be able to be taken away by spirit communication. Just like Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swords. In the original work, Orochimaru was sealed by Uchiha Itachi with the Juken sword, and then the Kusanagi sword was lost. Later, during the 4th Ninja War, Uncle Snake was resurrected, but he never used the Kusanagi sword or spirit communication with it again. Yoda thinks Uncle Snake should sign a contract with Kusanagi sword and disappear physically. Without the cells or blood of that body, spirit communication is impossible. But if you plan carefully to steal the Kusanagi sword, there shouldn't be any problem. But the key point is how to keep the sword? You can't just hold it in your hands and keep it warm, and then disappear with a bang. Advertisement. Thinking about it, we are about to arrive at the hotel. Yang Tai finally thought of a feasible way. Contract seal. But here's the problem, Yang Tai can't be sealed by contract. Yoda rubbed his head, it was really a headache. I finally figured out a way, and now I can fully implement it. Then we can only completely separate and seal it first. Similar to the seal in Pure World reincarnation method. It's just that he can't use it as soon as he gets it. It seems that this matter has to fall on Jiraiya and Tsunade. After all, as disciples of the ninjutsu doctor, the two of them should understand the contract seal. Thinking of this, Yang Tai couldn't help but feel relaxed. Sure enough, as long as he grasps it well, he will definitely gain a lot this time. Back in the room, Xylan Taisen and the kid were already fast asleep on the same bed. Yang Tai also entered quietly without waking the two of them. Quietly taking out a scroll, Yang Tai began to think about it. After all, it's the tailed beast Chakra. It's too dangerous inside the house. After some thought, I finally left a shadow clone behind and exited through the window. After a while, seeing that there was no one around, Yang Tai immediately took out a small scroll and unfolded it. This is the part he separated from the big scroll. Otherwise, the tailed beast Chakra, which is as big as a scroll, would riot. He was in no position to resist. Yoda slowly rotates the Chakra and casts the Chakra absorption technique. The hand is covered with blue Chakra, and the palm slowly approaches the seal scroll. Seeing that his palm is about to press on the scroll, Yang Tai suddenly stopped and took back his palm. This is still too dangerous. What if he can't bear the tailed beast Chakra? Just in case, Yoda summoned the clone number 1 as a scapegoat. Clone number 1, _. Naturally, what Yang Tai was thinking about the clone number 1 was clear, and he said to Yang Tai speechlessly. I may not really be human, but you are really ABD. Yang Tai waved his hand, where did you get so many dramas? Most readers think that the author is overcounting the words. Clone number 1 spread his hands, is it my fault? Clone number 1 said, with blue Chakra coming out of his hand, he pressed it towards the sealing scroll. Etc. At this time, Yoda suddenly stopped the clone. What are you doing, ouch? The clone held onto Shan Dao's waist and looked at Yang Tai with a speechless expression. To be on the safe side, I'd better prepare the 5 elements seal first. Advertisement. Yang Tai said, took out 5 scrolls and began to form seals quickly. Let's start. Clone number 1, are you so afraid of death? Without saying anything, he slapped the scroll with his palm. Suddenly the red Chakra visible to the naked eye slowly entered the clone. Upon seeing this, Yang Tai said to the clone. Suck a little slower, a little slower. Just keep this speed. At this time, the clone did not dare to continue playing tricks and absorbed Chakra seriously. Gradually a faint Chakra appeared on the clone's body. Tailed beast outerwear. Yoda was shocked and took a step back, ready to use the seal at any time. After a while, the clone slowly stopped, stood up and felt the full chakra in his body, clenched his fists. Suddenly he burst into excitement and laughed strangely. "GGG, I'm so strong. 5-element seal." Yang Tai was horrified. Had he lost his mind? Not daring to be careless, slapped the avatar on the belly. "Seal up." In an instant, among the 5 scrolls on the ground, there were 5 rune chains. Like 5 lion majesty, they all got into the clone's belly. "Form a circle to form a seal." Thump. Clone number 1 sat down on the ground and looked at Yang Tai with a resentful look on his face. "You cast a seal and F-ed with chicken feathers?" Yoda asked doubtfully, "Didn't you lose your mind?" Clone number 1 was speechless when he heard this, pointed at Yoda's nose and shouted. "Have you ever seen that man who lost his mind and could talk? You coward!" Yang Tai looked at the clone up and down and said speechlessly. "Then you can't talk normally. Make it look like a villain. Scared lousy." Saying this, Yang Tai was still angry, kicked the clone, and said angrily. "Why don't you get up? Do you want lousy to treat you?" Clone number 1 dodged the kick, stood up quickly, lifted up his clothes, closed his eyes, and said in a trembling voice. "Bring it on." She looked like a young lady who had accepted her fate. Yang Tai's face was dark. How could he end up with such a clone? Sure enough, you should watch less of those short videos that help you gain wisdom. Otherwise, when transmigrate encounters such a clone, there will be no place to cry. Chapter 80. It smells so good. The 5 elements are unblocked. The sealing rune disappears. The red-tailed beast coat quickly appeared on the clone's body. Look at the expression of enjoyment, as if he is standing up again. Yang Tai looked at the clone's coquettish appearance, rubbed his chin and said. Advertisement. Can you control the tailed beast's coat to disappear? It's a bit too eye-catching. Yes. Clone number 1 nodded and said. Yoda asked doubtfully, then why don't you put it away? Clone number 1 flipped up his hair, how handsome. Yoda. You haven't put it away yet. Yang Tai said angrily. Clone number 1 said oh and put the coat of the tailed beast away. Yang Tai looked around the clone and said, then how do you feel now? It's full, it's swollen, it's like taking Viagra. Clone number 1 thought for a while and gestured. Yoda continued to ask, is there anything wrong? Such as not thinking clearly, wanting to curse or hit someone, etc. As soon as these words came out, Yang Tai saw the clone with a look of disdain on his face and said. After all, you are also a college student who graduated from 9-year compulsory education. How come you have even forgotten the most basic conservation of energy? Yoda, what do you mean? The avatar explained, let me use an analogy. The so-called tailed beasts go berserk, it's not just that those Jinkraki can't withstand the tailed beast's huge chakra. As for losing your mind, it's like having a monk whisper in your ear every day that I have no hair. And Jinkraki is like having countless people whispering in their ears. In the end, they will definitely not be able to stand it anymore, and eventually they will become nervous and go crazy. Yang Tai nodded. Although the clone's words were abstract, the core content was fully explained. Perhaps this is the correct use of Shadow Clone, to think about the problem from a different perspective. Since there is no problem with the clone, let alone his true body. Putting it on the clone's shoulder, he began to absorb the tailed beast chakra. Because it is not his own chakra, Yang Tai cannot be sure. After the clone disappears, will chakra return to his true body? Bang! The clone disappears. Yoda feels the chakra in his body, and the sensory experience of the clone. Just as the clone said, swollen, full, and very excited. Like eating whey. Bah, do real men need to eat that kind of thing? Yoda tried on the tailed beast coat again, but shook his head in disappointment. It's probably because the tailed beast doesn't have enough chakra. This coat is just for show and has no use. Advertisement. You can only talk to your clone, and you can only act cool. But this chakra is very filling. To what extent? It is completely possible to cast 2 waters. From then on, Yang Tai completely said goodbye to the problem of insufficient chakra. From now on, he is also a man who gets married 7 times a night. Moreover, he sealed Shukaku's entire arm, so he didn't have to worry about running out of tailed beast chakra. Because tailed beast chakra can recover slowly. In other words, as long as Yoda doesn't use up all the chakra on this arm at once, it can definitely be brought back up slowly. Yoda was going to use a few ninjutsu, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. After all, this place is quite close to a small town, so it would be bad if something happened. After a while, Yoda returned to the hotel, leaving Shadow Clone to protect the 2 of them. He had to recreate his sealing talisman, otherwise he would be in trouble if he couldn't use instant water during the battle. After drawing the talisman, Yoda slowly infused the tailed beast chakra. But this time Yota discovered a difference. It seems that the sealing runes are more stable. What happened? Yota took a piece of talisman and started again, injecting the tailed beast chakra. Sure enough, the talisman was stable. Yang Tai fell into deep thought and quietly looked at the two talisman papers in front of him. Apparently, his previous guess was correct. Shukaku's chakra naturally has a sealing effect. In this way, his sealing talisman paper can completely eliminate the need for very complicated runes, thus achieving free angle. The so-called free angle is Yang Tai's final vision for the sealing talisman. Just use chakra to control the shape of the water flow in the sealing talisman paper. As long as he completes this rank 1 stage, his instant water will undergo a qualitative change. When the time comes, where will it be necessary to decide on type C, S, etc. in advance? Just one kind of short distance and one kind of long distance are enough. Shape, whatever you want. Originally, in Yang Tai's vision, it would take at least a year or two to get to this point. The main thing is to overcome some sealing skills, it's just a matter of time. Well now, with the addition of Shukaku Chakra, maybe his final version of the sealing paper will be released soon. When the time comes, his strength will jump to the upper echelon. Although not as fast as Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God, it is definitely faster than most ninjas. I'm afraid that when the time comes, someone will be able to overpower him in terms of speed. I'm afraid it's just Hokage and AI. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Yang Tai couldn't wait to study it. If you try to research it as soon as possible, you will have one more trump card. 3 days in a row. Yang Tai was hiding in the carriage and writing and drawing frantically. I'm not afraid of being looked at by little kids. At his age, Yoda didn't even do his homework. How could he still read English books? In the same way, the little kid looked at it curiously, and then turned away in disgust. Yoda shook his head, the boy didn't know how to study well and mistook comics for treasure. Finally finishing the last stroke, Yang Tai looked at the sealing talisman the size of a playing card in front of him with satisfaction. This is his most satisfying work in the past 3 days, a 70-meter-long sealing talisman. The most important thing is that the shape of the water inside can be changed completely at will, with just a little chakra. From now on, he no longer needs to calculate the distance at every step. As long as you think about it and set the trajectory of the water column, it can appear from all angles. There is no need to fight against Gara anymore, it's a waste of brain cells, ha ha ha. Yang Tai smiled heartily, feeling really comfortable. Unexpectedly, when he came out this time, he would solve his 2 major shortcomings. I wonder what could be more joyful than this. Now that I think about it, even if I really can't get Uncle Snake's Kusanagi sword, I don't have to be disappointed. Totally worth the trip. The little kid looked at Yoda, who was as wretched as a maniac, and immediately moved his body. He hid aside, as if he saw some bad guy with impure thoughts. Yang Tai naturally saw the little kid's behavior and didn't care. Instead, he smiled and took out a handful of candies from his arms and handed them to the little kid. Here, take it. Today, I am happy, and I will treat you to some sweets. Sure enough, it's just like what my mother said. It's a bad guy who wants to deceive him. The little kid looked at the candy and swallowed, showing desire. But in the end, he resisted the temptation and said, My mom told me growing up not to eat candy from strangers. Especially for someone with such a wretched face like you. What is obscene? That's called romantic and suave, isn't it good that Yusha faces the wind? Yang Tai's face is full of black lines, but what can he say to a little kid? Throwing the candy at him, he turned around and got out of the carriage. The little kid observed for a while and saw that Yang Tai had no intention of coming in. Immediately tear open the outer shell and throw a candy into your mouth. He immediately showed a happy expression. It smells so good. Chapter 81 30 times. Opening his arms and breathing in the fresh air, Yang Tai suddenly felt refreshed. Mainly because I have been riding in a carriage these days. Say hello to Mrs. Kobayashi who is driving the car. Mr. Taisen, it's almost noon. You've been traveling for so long. Let's take a rest. After finishing his words, Yoda left a shadow clone and ran not far away. Advertisement. Because of my excitement these days, I spend most of my time studying the talismans. Some ignore the research on Shukaku Chakra and Kajensen. So next he has to test how much tailed beast chakra he can currently bear. In this regard, Yang Tai is still very confident. His soul has been strengthened through past and present lives, so there should be no problem in this regard. It mainly depends on how much his body can bear. Yoda summoned Shadow Clone number 1. Don't look at me with this expression. Lao Zi will come in person this time, and you can just raid the formation. Clone number 1 nodded and took the scroll handed over by Yang Tai. Yang Tai did not make any more ink marks and took out a scroll that was larger than the last time. Expand it and press it with one palm. The red chakra slowly enters Yang Tai's body. Yang Tai closes his eyes and feels the chakra in his body. Gradually, the amount of chakra reaches 10 times that of Yang Tai's original chakra. Yang Tai gradually felt a kind of excitement, very excited. But if there is no problem, it means that this is not his limit. Continue to absorb. 15 times. 30 times. At this point, Yoda's whole body was wrapped in the scarlet-tailed beast chakra coat. He can no longer fully control the tailed beast coat. And the feeling of excitement is getting stronger and stronger. Yang Tai understands that although this is not his limit, he cannot continue. Otherwise there will be some unnecessary trouble. Thinking about it, Yoda retracted his palm, released the shadow clone, and put away the scroll. Slowly and carefully take back the tailed beast's coat and return to the carriage. At this time, Kobayashi Taisen has simply heated up the ingredients and is ready to start the meal. Blackhead Village. Today, some special people came to Haida Village. Even the bosses who were usually arrogant and domineering came out to greet them obediently. In the lobby, a tall man with thick eyebrows sat in the main seat and enthusiastically greeted the gods of wealth in front of him. Okay, Yamamoto-kun. We are also old acquaintances. This time we have a business worth 2 million taels. Next to him, Trump waved his hand, then took out a few photos and handed them to Sanyu and Yamada. Tsukikawa is a close confidant of the little brat uncle, and this time he came just under the order of the brat uncle Nobita Tsukikawa. Get rid of the kid and his gang. Advertisement. Sanyu and Yamada took a few photos and looked at them for a while. They were just 3 little karami. Just a casual thing, with a little confidence, he patted his chest and said. Don't worry, I'll keep it with you. Trump didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, several servants carried a few boxes and said. This time the person must be, nothing can go wrong. In these boxes are 30 crossbows, which I reward you with. What? Hand crossbow. Sanyu and Yamada was stunned at first, then overjoyed. He quickly ran over excitedly, took out a crossbow and said excitedly. Okay, good stuff. This is a sharp weapon. With this thing, from now on his power can be at least ranked among the top 10 in 100 miles radius. Then he realized that all this was given to him by the benefactor in front of him. Trump patted his chest and said loyally. Don't worry, Master Pu. From now on, I, Yamada, will obey orders and will never change my mind. The corners of Trump's mouth turned up at this moment. This was what he was waiting for today. It's up to the family to do their own thing with their money. 2 days later. Naturally, Yang Tai didn't know that someone wanted his life. But even if I know it, I'm afraid I can wake up with a smile. Now. Yang Tai looked at the rapidly rotating Chi Yuan slash on Shadow Clone's palm, and his brows gradually furrowed. There are some situations in the progress of Chi Yuan slash. When Qi Yuan slash rotates to a certain level, it will lose control and attack at will. Boom. Next moment. Shadow Clone lost control of his Chi Yuan slash and cut Shadow Clone in half. A small irregular crack was made on the ground. Why? It seems that now we can only stay at that out of control spirit world point. But this way, the full power of Qi Yuan slash cannot be exerted. Forget it, go back first. Yoda shook his head and turned back to the carriage. Originally, Yoda had enough chakra and wanted to give up Kijin slash. After all, wouldn't it be delicious to roll the meatballs directly? But after studying and pondering over the past few days, this Chi Yuan slash does have great potential. As long as it is done, just in terms of attack power and defense breaking. Chasing directly after Onaki's dust escape. Of course, it's not as pervert as the Onaki eraser, but it's not much different in terms of damage and protection alone. Yoda firmly believes that in this ninja world with high attack and low defense, he can definitely carve out his own piece of the sky. Advertisement. Beside the road in the woods. Just returned to the carriage, today's lunch has been prepared. Since they entered a small town the day before yesterday, their food was not that light today. Wine and meat are extremely rare in this wild place. Have a hearty meal. Yoda patted his belly and looked at Teizo Kobayashi and asked. Mr. Taisen, how far is it from the Yukawa family currently? Kobayashi Taisen thought for a while and said, I guess it will take about 3 days. Yang Tai nodded. This was about the same time as he calculated. After completing the mission, I rushed back with all my strength, which only took a day and a night. Okay, if. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Tai stood up immediately, looking uncertain. Because all the early warning devices he placed around him were triggered. This shows that a large number of people are approaching. The little kid was still eating carelessly, not noticing anything. But Kobayashi Taisen immediately noticed something was wrong, and asked Yang Yuta nervously. What's wrong? Yang Tai didn't speak, he closed his eyes and felt the dispersion. There is no chakra fluctuation around. This shows that the people here are just ordinary people, maybe some animals. But the chance is a bit small. I'm afraid we're in a bit of trouble. Yoda opened his eyes and said to the two of them. Hearing this, Taisen immediately picked up the little kid who was still showing off his rice and said anxiously. Let's run. Yoda shook his head and explained, I'm afraid not, we are probably surrounded. Then, what should we do? Taisen was at a loss for a moment. The reason is very simple. Being surrounded means that at least there are more than 20 people on the other side. Maybe even more. In this case, some genins may fail. What's more, Yoda is just one person without teammates, which is very bad. Yang Tai quickly waved his hand to signal him to be quiet, and said calmly. Mr. Taisen, don't be nervous, please trust me. Seeing Yoda's calm look on his face, Taizo Kobayashi forced himself to calm down. Now he can only trust Yoda. They have no other choice. I hope there won't be many people coming from the other side. Then he took a deep breath and solemnly said. Okay, I believe you. Yang Tai nodded. Fortunately, he didn't meet those weird people, and then made arrangements. You two get on the carriage and hide first, and leave this place to me. Kobayashi Taisen looked at the little kid in his arms who had reacted, nodded, and carried him into the carriage. Chapter 82 Make a plan? Xiao Xiang, please don't make any sound later, got it? Kobayashi Taisen wiped the kid's tears and said. The little kid's eyes were red, and he nodded hard, stubbornly not making a sound. Kobayashi Taisen smiled slightly and took out a sword from the side of the carriage. He went out resolutely, ready to help Yang Tai. Advertisement. After all, even if he died in the battle, Yoda's mission was to escort the little brat back to Tsukikawa's house. He believed in Konoha Shinobi's integrity. Pulling out the sword, Kobayashi Taizo explained under Yoda's puzzled eyes. I have also learned some swordsmanship, and I think I can help you take some of the pressure off. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face, let alone someone with good intentions. Yang Tai nodded and did not refuse. Anyway, none of the people on the other side are ninjas, so he can handle it alone. It happened to show some strength, which made this guy feel at ease. Soon, sparse sounds sounded around again. Then there was a lot of noise. Yang and Tai also saw clearly who was coming. There were more than 50 people, led by a few strong men, and the surroundings were somewhat uneven. These people were wearing all kinds of clothes, and some were even wearing women's skirts. And the size doesn't fit right at first glance, so it was obviously stolen. Robber. These two words appeared in Yang Tai's mind at the same time. Gudong. Hand, crossbow. Taisen shook his throat fiercely, and there was a faint cold sweat on his back. Hand crossbow. This is a big killer. He looked at Yang Tai with horrified eyes, and then he was stunned. At this time, Yang Tai looked extremely calm and confident, not at all frightened by the opponent's crossbow. Suddenly, Kobayashi Taisen seemed to have taken a reassurance. He calmed down and immediately assumed a fighting posture. Be ready to attack at any time. The leader, Songen Yamada, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, took out a few photos, looked at them a few times, and shouted. Brothers, shoot your arrows, life or death. Amidst the chorus, the sound of bowstrings vibrating was heard. Immediately afterwards, a hail of arrows struck. Yoda ignored Kobayashi Taizo who was a little dazed. The kunao that had been prepared for a long time, when Yang Tai gave a soft drink. With a bang, a water column appeared surrounding the carriage. Water style, water barrier. A tornado-like water column rises from the ground, more than 3 meters high. Great momentum. Sweep all the flying arrows into the water dragon whirlwind. FK. Advertisement. Ninja. The leader, Sanyuan Yamada, uttered a curse word on the spot, and then looked around at some brothers who were frightened and fell to the ground. He immediately felt that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so he turned around and used his natural skills, applying oil to his soles. The wind is so tight. Yelled and didn't forget to remind the brothers. When the brothers heard this, they immediately ran away, running in all directions. I just wish my parents had less legs. Sanyuan Yamada now secretly regrets that he should not have taken this job if he had known earlier. However, he is not panic at all now. How did you say that? When being chased by a ninja, you don't need to run very fast. Just be faster than your companions. At this time, 4 figures jumped out of the huge water dragon whirlwind. Each of the 4 shadow clones of Yang Tai chooses a direction, throws a handful of them in midair at the same time, and forms seals at the same time. Shadow clone shuriken technique. The shuriken flying out of the air split into 2, and the 2 turned into 4. In an instant, it filled the entire sky. Hoo. Ah. My arm. My leg. My eyes, ah. The screams kept coming, and suddenly the whole place was full of wailing and begging for mercy. Yoda lifted the water barrier, and under the stunned expression of Kobayashi Taizo, he made a knife-wielding motion towards Shadow Clone and said in a cold voice. Kill everyone who can be killed, leaving no one behind. The shadow clone nodded and disappeared in a whoosh. After a while, the howls and pleas for mercy around him gradually disappeared until they became quiet. The shadow clone disappeared. Did a few of them escape? Forget it, they are just a few trash fish anyway, not worth chasing after. Then he looked at the confused Kobayashi Taisen and said. Mr. Taisen, it's getting late, let's leave as soon as possible. Gudong. Okay, Master Yang. Xiaolin Taisen immediately responded respectfully and drove on the road. Looking at the young man aside, he was secretly happy. This time he had made a profit. With such a strong ninja escorting them, they would definitely reach the family safely. The other side. Songen Yamada bared his teeth and pulled out a few shurikens from his butt. He returned to his hometown nigglingly. Blackhead Village. At this time, while sitting on the ground gambling, chatting and farting, I suddenly saw. Their boss came back with his buttocks covered in a weird posture. Advertisement. My lord, what's wrong with you? Nothing can happen to you. If something happens to you, what will your brothers do? A little guy hurried over, hugged Sanyuan Yamada's thigh, and howled miserably. He looked like his dead father. Sanyuan Yamada's face darkened, and he kicked the little brother who was howling miserably. The wound on his butt was immediately affected. The cow glared and roared. Oh, why don't you help me in quickly? Okay. The howling little brother immediately stood up after hearing this, helped the big boss and walked towards the village. This move made the companion next to him who was laughing at him just now extremely envious. It's like 10 lemons, sour. After entering the lobby, I quickly found someone to give me medicine, and I felt much better. How about Yamada? I heard you're back. At this moment, before anyone arrived, the sound came first. After hearing the news that Sanyuan Yamada was back, Trump rushed over immediately. The kid's head was brought back, As soon as Trump entered the door, he saw Sanyuan Yamada lying on a wooden table, trembling and shaking. He was a little confused and asked, Yamada-kun, are you making a fool of yourself? Sanyuan Yamada, God is so crazy. However, this is his own rich man, especially now that his brothers have suffered heavy casualties. He had to be more respectful. He immediately made a mournful face and said miserably. Oh. My brothers. You guys died so miserably. Trump was a little confused and quickly reassured. Ryusuke Yamada, please tell me slowly, what is going on? When Sanyuan Yamada saw this, he immediately cried even more miserably. All my brothers and sisters are dead, they all died in battle. What are they going to do with their wives, children, and children? Trump is not a fool. Hearing that the guy in front of him is doing a miserable job with him. This is for the benefit. After thinking for a while, he stretched out 3 fingers and said, 300,000 taels. No, those are my dearest relatives and friends, brothers and sisters. You have to pay more. Trump's face darkened, and he waved his hand and said, 400,000 taels, not even a penny more. Make a deal. Trump. Did he give too much? No matter, I can't regret it now. Master Pu, the information is wrong. That martial warrior is a ninja. He can perform water-style ninjutsu more than 10 meters high. As soon as I let go, the entire sky was filled with dense shurikens, one by one facing my brothers. Tsukigawa is speechless. I'm afraid Mizukage can't even do the 10-meter high water-style ninjutsu. Chapter 83 Bounty Ninja. This guy's words are really outrageous. Trump is probably only 3 or 4 meters tall. As for the shurikens in the sky, they are all farts. Mainly because it's too nonsense. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Trump frowned. I chatted with Sanyuan Yamada for a few more times, but nothing came out. Advertisement. Immediately prepare a carrier pigeon to convey the matter to his boss. One day later. The residents of the Yukawa family. Nobita Tsukikawa, the little kid's uncle, read the contents of the letter and fell into deep thought. A long time. Nobita Tsukigawa called his butler and ordered. Go to the border black market and recruit more bounty ninjas. The price is 100,000 taels per person. Remember, you must have real ability. When the housekeeper heard about 100,000, he was shocked. The master of the house is so generous. You must know that an ordinary sea-level mission is priced at this price. This is a huge sum of nearly 100 taels at a time. Yes, master of the house. The housekeeper responded and went out. Head to the black market at the border. Tsukikawa Nobita watched the butler go away, and felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, this is the border. There is a black market, otherwise he wouldn't know how to solve this trip. After all, according to the analysis of his close friends, that person is probably a Konoha shinobi. Konoha. The shadow of a famous tree, Tsukikawa Nobita, is not so bold as to touch Konoha's tiger whiskers. Fortunately, he can ask the wandering ninjas in the black market to kill the Konoha shinobi. Even if Konoha discovers some clues by then and there is no evidence, he can definitely push 2, 5, 6 and dress like he doesn't know anything. Thinking of this, Nobita Yukawa's mouth corners rose, and his eyes were full of longing. The Chi Yuan slash in his hand slowly dissipated. Yang Tai sighed slightly. This energy cut had reached the second stage. Has completely fallen into a bottleneck. You can't speed up at all, otherwise you will lose control. Hey, if you can't, you can't. Yoda murmured in a low voice, looked at the two people who were actually having lunch, and thought to himself. It seems that they need to be sent back as soon as possible. This way he can find Tsunade's location as soon as possible and prepare to seize Uncle Snake's Kusanagi sword. If he had just dared to deal with Uncle Snake a few days ago. Today's Yangtai is completely different from what it used to be. Advertisement. If you dare to fight Uncle Snake with real swords and guns, you may lose. But escaping and saving your life is definitely not a problem. This is his absolute confidence in Shunsui. After the two of them finished eating, Yangtai immediately ordered to speed up. Try to get to the Yukawa family residence tomorrow. Starry night and journey. At noon the next day, Xiaolin Taizan was driving a carriage and saw a stone bridge in front of her. He showed a smile and pointed at the bridge. Mr. Yangtai, you have crossed this bridge and entered Langxiang town. Yukawa's house is not far away. Yoda ignored Kobayashi Teizo. Since he showed his strength, Kobayashi Taizan insisted on calling him Sama, but Yoda couldn't resist him and finally gave in. Anyway, apart from sounding a bit weird, he is also indispensable. However, now is not the time to worry about such trivial matters. Looking around the bridge, Yoda narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to signal Kobayashi Taizan to stop. Kobayashi Taizan was certainly not stupid. He quickly pulled the reins, stopped the carriage, and asked nervously. Lord Yangtai, is there an ambush near here? Yangtai agreed, looked around and said. It seems that Mr. Taizan is going to increase the money. Add money? Xiaolin Taizan was stunned for a moment, then realized and exclaimed. There are ninjas. As soon as he finished speaking, several daoist figures emerged from underneath, in the grass, and even in the water at the same time. Yangtai counted carefully, 12 people. Moreover, these people also have chakra fluctuations. This proves that they are serious, but they don't have any forehead protector. Proving that they are not rebel ninjas, but wandering ninjas. Wandering ninja. Yangtai murmured softly. I also figured it out, these are bounty ninjas in the black market. To put it bluntly, they are mercenaries in the Hokage world, the lowest kind. The 12 bounty ninjas gradually approached without attacking. Yoda clenched the kunao in his hand to see what these guys were going to say. The 12 bounty ninjas are not idiots. If Yoda hadn't discovered them, they could have set up an ambush, which also showed that the people coming were not very good. If the other party finds out, first see if you can intimidate the other party. Hand over that little brat, and everyone will be happy if it succeeds. It's nice to complete the task without having to use your hands. Of course, this is something they have discussed with their employer in advance. Advertisement. If the other party refuses to drink a toast and is fined, they will try it out. If we can fight, let's solve it together. If we can't fight, run away. You must know that these bounty ninjas cherish their lives the most. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to rush forward like a big-headed soldier? That's called uneducated. Their motto is, fight if you can beat them, run away if you can't beat them. In a word, life is the most important. The 12 people slowly formed an encirclement. At this time, a one-eyed middle-aged man with a black eye patch said in a hoarse voice. Konoha Shinobi, we don't want to be your enemy, you just need to hand over the doll behind you. We'll just let you go. How about that? Contrary to their expectations, Yangtai nodded painfully. A very good suggestion. All the bounty ninjas were stunned, this must be too happy. Are they overestimating this Konoha Shinobi? Kobayashi Taizan doesn't know what those bounty ninjas think. However, he was a little anxious now, and he quickly said anxiously to Yangtai. Yoda and we have made a contract. Yangtai waved his hands speechlessly, can't you tell, am I just teasing them? Play? The corners of Taizan Xiaolin's mouth twitched. You are still teasing them at this juncture. How much self-confidence is this? A group of bounty ninjas heard Yoda teasing them. Suddenly everyone was furious, this was a public humiliation to them. The one-eyed bounty ninja's face turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his only one eye. Your Excellency, it seems that you are really going to have a chance encounter with us. Yangtai's strength has now risen several levels, so it is natural that he will expand a bit. Then he pointed at the bounty ninjas and said, come one by one. Should we go together? He tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, let's go together, it will be over faster. Hateful. It's too much. Since you don't eat the toast and get the penalty drink, then you can't blame us. Go together. After finishing his words, the one-eyed bounty ninja raised his hand and threw out 3 kunai with detonating charms at the end. Go straight to the Sun Gate. The other people followed suit and threw kunai and shurikens one after another. Yang Tai raised the corners of his mouth and formed seals quickly. Water style, water dragon bullet. On Yang Tai Thursday, the water quickly gathered and formed 3 water dragons at the same time, striking in 3 directions. You must know that Yang Tai was perfect this time and did not use the talisman. Chakra alone can perform a ninjutsu of this magnitude. Chapter 84 Mission completed. If this was done before, Yang Tai would never have dared to imagine it. When the one-eyed bounty ninja saw this, he was shocked and shouted quickly. Come towards me. Earth-style rock technique. The one-eyed bounty ninja flew his hands and slammed the ground. Advertisement. A layer of soil half a meter thick and about 2 meters high rose up from the ground, blocking the way of several people. Bang bang bang. 3 loud bangs. People on the left and right fell on their backs. However, they seemed to have used some kind of defensive method. It just looks like a minor injury. In the middle, a high wall firmly blocked the attack of Yoda's water dragon bullet. Yang Tai was extremely satisfied with this. After all, it's amazing that you can do this in a place where there is no water. At this moment, 3 loud shouts sounded from the other side of the wall. Water style, water waves. Wind style feng xian. Lightning style, ground walk. Suddenly, a water dragon whirlwind carrying wind and thunder rushed out of the wall like a drill. Times la la la. The roaring wind and the sizzling electric current were quite frightening. Yang Tai was also shocked. He never expected that. Even a mere bounty ninja can produce such a powerful ninjutsu. This scene is like a tooth that is a few sizes too big. Yoda was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that this ninjutsu could not be resisted by his water barrier. Turn around and cast the body flicker technique, taking the 2 away. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. The sky is filled with sawdust and mud. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he led the 2 of them to run quickly. Otherwise, he would be in trouble even if he just took that combination of ninjutsu. After all, it is well known that ninja is a profession with high attack and low defense. Seeing that their side had the advantage, the bounty ninjas cheered and cheered. It's too early for you to be happy. Yoda quickly threw a 3-pronged kunai. He decided not to play anymore, it would be better to decide quickly. Burst. The next moment, a water column of tens of meters appeared in the field. The entire water column twists and turns, linking to each bounty ninja. Like a dancing flood dragon. Whoosh whoosh. A white light flashed away, followed by blood splattering on the neck of a bounty ninja. A few more flashes. Advertisement. When the water column collapsed, Yang Tai appeared wet. Boom. The water column falls. 20 bounty ninjas reacted one after another and covered their necks desperately. He screamed Thump. Thump thump. As if there was a chain reaction, the bounty ninjas covered their necks and took a few steps. They all fell to the ground and soon lost their breath. Quiet. Dead silence. Xiaolin Taizan and the kid were watching the show next to them, just dumbfounded on the spot. Kobayashi Teizo couldn't believe it. He knew Yoda was very strong, but this was a bit outrageous. He saw that Yoda summoned a water dragon pillar and then seemed to go in and out again. Not even a second of this. Then the 12 ninjas died one after another. This is so outrageous, so outrageous. The genin in Konoha are so strong now. Yoda shook off the traces of blood stained by the kunai, leaving a shadow clone to deal with the aftermath. With Teizo Kobayashi in a daze, he walked towards the Yukawa family residence. The person was successfully delivered. Yoda put away the contract document, waved his hand and left the Yukawa family. The next night, Nobita Tsukigawa of the Tsukigawa family unfortunately contracted an illness and died. The Yukawa family was extremely grieved and hurriedly buried him, and the funeral was over immediately. It ended very sloppily. However, the elders of the Yukawa family are very busy. After all, the kid is still too young to be the head of the family, so he can only let the elders take care of him first. Wait until he grows up. At this time, Yang Tai was flying rapidly between the tree trunks. Head towards a mountain in the distance with all your strength. The mountain is called Haitub Mountain, and there is a Haitub Mountain village on the mountain. This was last night's in-depth exchange between Yang Tai and Nobita Tsukigawa, and they got a piece of news. That's right, it's the sword used for in-depth communication. As for the news? It was the bandits who attacked him. On his way back. As Yang Tai's enemy, Yang Tai naturally has to treat everyone equally and communicate with those bandits. Mainly along the way. At the bottom of the mountain, Yoda without any hesitation separated 5 shadow clone. Kill directly in. 1 sword for 1 child. Those bandits were killed one by Yang Tai like they were chopping melons and vegetables. Yang Tai showed no mercy to anyone who dared to show his sword to him. One strike of the sword will result in either death or maiming. Advertisement. Suddenly, the entire village was wailing and begging for mercy. Boom. Yang Tai kicked open a door, and suddenly a dozen frightened voices came from. Yoda first raised his sword to attack, then reacted and stopped the car. There are some women inside, with disheveled appearance and unkempt hair. They range from 10 to 30 or 40 years old. You don't need to ask Yang Tai to know what is going on. What a bunch of beasts. If they were placed in their previous lives, each of them would be rewarded with at least 10 peanuts. Without saying anything, Yang Taichin turned around and left. Walking towards the lobby surrounded by Shadow Clone. Entering the lobby, you will see the leader of the cottage in front of you. After some in-depth exchanges, Yang Tai received a large amount of gold and silver treasures. It is estimated that there are at least 800,000 taels. What an unexpected surprise. But Yoda didn't intend to let them go like this. Although they had an in-depth exchange just now, Yang Tai was still very gentle. It's just extremely painful and not life-threatening. Because killing them like this is too cheap for them. After thinking about it, I used medical ninjutsu to break their tendons and hamstrings. I sneaked into those women's houses and threw them in. For this reason, Yang Tai closed the door especially thoughtfully. Suddenly, there was an endless stream of screams, insults, whippings, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground in the room. For about half an hour, there was gradually no movement in the room. Yang Tai opened the door, and there were several people lying inside, covered in blood and flesh. There were bloody teeth marks all over his body, especially when Yoda saw something like a sausage on the ground. Suddenly, I clamped my legs together and felt a chill coming from around my balls. Sure enough, you can't mess with anyone but a woman. Otherwise, he will definitely die miserably. Yang Tai comforted these women with a few words. He quickly urged the women to come out, get enough food and go down the mountain immediately. Because he is going to set fire to the mountain. A raging fire will soon submerge the entire village. After coming down the mountain, I gave those women hundreds of thousands more taels. Yang Tai left gracefully. After all, he, Yang Tai, is not a nanny, so he can just see his sympathy reach this point. How to live the rest is their business. Arriving at a nearby town. Yang Tai took out a map of this area and looked at it. Finally, the focus was on 3 small towns. The reason is also very simple. These 3 small towns are close to a small plain area. Yoda remembers that in the original work, the Sunin battle took place in a plain area. Then Tsunade appears in this area. However, there is no rush now. Yoda prepared to have a good sleep first, after all, he had not slept a wink all day and night. Chapter 85 The Battle Between Salty and Sweet. Colorful Town. There is a large waterfall next to this small town. Because of the rapid water flow, a faint rainbow can be seen all year round, so it is called Colorful Town, also known as Rainbow Town. After last night's rest, Yang Tai was very energetic. Get up early in the morning and set out towards one of the 3 targets he has targeted. Advertisement. There was no delay along the way, we sped up and finally arrived at Hokage town smoothly at noon. Gilyalu. Forget it, let's go fill our stomachs first. Yoda held his stomach, indicating that the biological alarm clock was going off. People were coming and going on the street, and many vendors had set up their stalls on the roadside and were shouting. Come, come, take a look, the colorful town's special colorful meatballs are freshly baked. Look, everyone, these are the most delicious salty meatballs in Hokage town. Yang Tai, who was passing by, paused when he heard the words, and saliva secreted in his mouth. Plus the biological clock keeps ringing. So I decided to pad my belly first. He walked to the small table beside the stall, sat down, and shouted. Boss, please order colorful meatballs, remember to add more sugar. Okay. Guest, please sit down first. The owner of the sweet meatballs looked at him, and the owner of the salty meatballs next to him gritted his teeth and smiled proudly. It seems like my sweet meatballs are more popular today. Boom. You damn heretic, salty meatballs are obviously more delicious. The boss of Xianwanzi slapped the chopping board and said angrily. These damn heretics, such a good meatball must be added with sugar. It's obviously better with soy sauce and spicy noodles. No, after fighting for so many years, he can't admit defeat today either. He raised his voice and shouted. Come, come, take a look, these delicious colorful salty meatballs. Yang Tai looked at the boss who was yelling at the salty meatballs, and his eyes suddenly changed. Damn salty party. Heresy. You say make good meatballs, sprinkle them with sugar, and take a bite. What a wonderful thing it is. But there are always some people who insist on adding cumin and spicy noodles, how hateful. At this moment, a young man in blue came over, sat skillfully at the salty meatball boss's stall, and shouted. Uncle Sanel, a colorful meatball, add salt and more chili oil. Remember no sugar. The boss of Zion Wanzi laughed and started work immediately. However, Yoda, who was sitting in the booth opposite, looked at the young man with a change of eyes. At this moment, the owner of Tian Wanzi shouted. Guest, your colorful sweet meatballs are ready. Advertisement. The young man opposite also cast a surprised look. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and secretly shouted in disdain. Heresy! Heresy! Damn salty party! Yang Tai picked up a bunch of colorful sweet meatballs and took a bite. Sweet, soft, and glutinous, with excellent texture, this is the enjoyment of eating meatballs. After eating the meatballs, Yang Tai went to eat a few more local specialties to fill up the 5 Zhang temple. After eating and drinking, Yoda went to several nearby casinos to inquire about Tsunade. Tsunade did come here a few days ago and lost millions in a casino. He ran away in despair. It is said that those who bet against Tsunade at that time were all smiling crookedly. Yang Tai clicked his tongue when he heard this. The real lucky boy hand. By the way, the Senju family is really rich, and they have been able to keep Tsunade going for so long without collapsing. Yang Tai estimates that it is at least 100 billion level. After finding out Tsunade's whereabouts, Yoda first found a hotel to stay at. Because he felt something was wrong with the Shukaku chakra in his body. Sitting cross-legged, Yoda carefully felt that something was wrong. At this time, the Shukaku chakra in the body began to operate slowly. As if it were self-aware, it was rushing around. However, the strength is very small. If it weren't for Yoda's particularly meticulous control of chakra, you may not be able to feel it yet. Yang Tai slowly opened his eyes, full of doubts. This Shukaku chakra is slowly destroying his body. Are you trying to escape? No, Shukaku's true body is not with him. Logically speaking, this chakra is a dead object and should not be able to have self-awareness. Is this a trait unique to the tailed beast chakra? Yoda thought about it and quickly felt his chakra. Unlike the tailed beast chakra, his chakra is dissipating little by little. To be precise, it blends into his body. This is strange. Chakra is originally the product of spiritual energy and physical energy. Even the tailed beast chakra shouldn't have such a reaction. Thinking of this, Yang Tai was suddenly startled. Spiritual energy. If the physical energy can still be barely integrated, that spiritual energy cannot be integrated at all, and each soul is a separate individual. Advertisement. The tailed beast's chakra is huge, which means their spiritual energy is also huge. So when they get mad or angry, the spiritual energy in their chakra will also become violent and uncontrollable. All the negative emotions of the entire tailed beast poured into one person's mind. The results can be imagined. No wonder everyone knew how powerful the tailed beasts were after watching Hokage before. But they stayed away because they were stupid or something. I really don't dare to bet. Yang Tai smacked his lips. This is equivalent to frying you in a frying pan from time to time. And we can't confirm the specific time yet. It's possible that you were sleeping soundly. The next moment, it felt like someone had poured a basin of sizzling hot oil on it. Who can bear this? Yoda shuddered when he thought about it, and suddenly thought that Gara had not dared to sleep for several years. I suddenly felt some sympathy. In comparison, Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, is much happier. First, the inside of Nine Tails was sealed by Minato, and then the 8-sign seal and 4-elephant seal of the Uzumaki clan were added. As long as the seal is not opened, the Nine Tails chakra will not harm Naruto. And most importantly, with the separation of the two seals, the Nine Tails chakra will slowly feed Naruto's body back. You must know that other ninjas do not have the perfect sealing technique like the Uzumaki clan. Apart from being rather sad at the beginning, you will definitely become a strong man when you grow up. Thinking of this, Yang Tai suddenly seemed like 10 lemons. Sour. So sour. He also wants this kind of plug-in. Obviously his grandfather, his Laozi, and his mother Chakra are all in need. On the contrary, it is very filling. As a result, he ended up like this. Even if the gene mutates, it won't become like this. If he hadn't been taught carefully by the old man, even if he had learned the ninjutsu passed down from his family since childhood, probably not as good as an ordinary genin. Hey! It seems that this tailed beast chakra cannot be stored in the body regularly in the future. Yang Tai still understands the reason why a 1,000-mile embankment collapses in an ant nest. He couldn't let the tailed beast chakra slowly eat away at his body. Really, it's still like this in the end. Still troubled by chakra. In this way, his chakra absorption technique will not be of much use at all. After all, other people's chakras also carry other people's spiritual energy. Although it is much lighter than the tailed beast, it will still have a certain impact on his body. Chapter 86. It's hard to calm down. Yoda shook his head, sealed the one-tail chakra in his body into the scroll, and fell down on the bed. I hope I can think of a solution to the problem in the future. I simply didn't want to rush on my way. Yang Tao had a good rest for a day and set off the next day. 3 days later. Yoda has found traces of Tsunade and even knows where they are. Advertisement. However, Yang Tai did not show up in front of him, nor did he stupidly run over to contact him. Tsunade is called Sunan, which is not a stupid vase. That's a ruthless man crawling out of a corpse. What if you are found out and beaten up? Don't think it's a fluke. Certain methods of perceiving chakra. As a commander in charge of a battlefield, Tsunade must understand. Yang Tai didn't want to play tricks in front of Guangong. Yoda just waited quietly, waiting for Orochimaru to make a move. After all, as long as there is a fight, Tsunade's strange power cannot be hidden in the battle. When the time comes, he can make excuses and join easily without arousing their suspicion. This wait lasted several days. Among them, a small town was also changed. This day. Is there some connection between Sunan? Jiraiya, who just arrived in the town, found Tsunade easily. When old lovers meet, they find it hard to calm down and find topics to talk about in embarrassment. In the end, I didn't know what to say, so I had to use wine as a cover. It's obvious that both parties know each other's feelings, it's like a thin layer of window paper that can be broken with just one poke. But one person refuses to let go because the old person is gone. The other one, for the sake of bullshit peace in the ninja world, found the son of destiny that Toad Sage said, and didn't dare to reveal his true feelings. As long as one of them sincerely speaks, the other will never refuse. At that time Yang Tai saw the two parting in the dusk. It's really hard to calm down. It was obvious that only one of them could speak at that time, and they were definitely lovers and got married. But a man knows that his journey will be in danger, and he doesn't want to betray a beautiful woman again. The other one, knowing what the other person was thinking, didn't speak in the end. From then on, it became a lifelong regret for both parties. A sorry expression of love. So are some emotions from the past life acting as a demon? In this life, Yang Tai decided to think of a way to help these two people. After all, they had waited for each other for too long. In a blink of an eye, soon. Orochimaru also came. On the same condition, as long as his hand is cured, he can arrange for Senju Nawaki and Kato Dan to meet Tsunade again. Advertisement. Being able to see his lover and relatives whom he missed day and night, Tsunade finally agreed just like the original work. When Orochimaru saw Tsunade talking about making potions, this perfunctory monitoring did not reveal it, he smiled and said. I'll wait for you here tomorrow. After that, he took Yakushi Kabuto and left. Tsunade's thoughts are a little confused. One is that he can see the person he wants to see. One is the enemy who killed his teacher. In the end, I still choose. On the second day, Tsunade lets go of Shizuan and Jiraiya and goes out alone. In the center of the spacious bluestone road, the two people looked at each other. Is this your choice? Fortunately, when I studied this ninjutsu, I had the intention of helping you. After all, Nawaki's problem arose after him, and this matter had been weighing on his mind at the beginning. Thinking of this, Orochimaru said. Then, let's start. Upon hearing this, the green chakra light in Tsunade's hand flashed, and he slowly approached. Orochimaru smiled and held out his hands, ready to receive Tsunade's treatment. Just when Tsunade was about to catch Tsunade, a kunao suddenly attacked. It hit their feet with a loud bang. Orochimaru and Tsunade were shocked at the same time. Tsunade stood up slowly and was a little surprised. He didn't expect anyone to come close to him and Orochimaru. Orochimaru was surprised not by Yakushi Kabuto, but by Tsunade. Tsunade had clearly agreed to treat him from the beginning. But at the last moment, he suddenly changed his mind. Tsunade wants to kill him. Is this your choice? Orochimaru's magnetic voice sounded. Why, don't you want to see them again? Besides, I also promise you that I will never attack the village again. Besides, I really want to resurrect them, so help you. As soon as these words came out, Tsunade couldn't hold himself any longer, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. Why don't I want to see them again, why don't I want to hug them? But no one in impure world reincarnation knows better than me. Those are ultimately false. But even if it's false, I still want to see them again. But, I can't. Orochimaru remained silent, that was the truth. Impure world reincarnation meeting again will only hurt each other deeper. Tsunade continued to speak with tears. It was that brat who reminded me of the Hokage dream that I should have forgotten long ago. That is the dream that the two of them risked their lives to realize. Advertisement. I've actually always wanted to help both of them realize their dreams. Hokage dream? Orochimaru was speechless. Once upon a time, that was also his dream. But life is too fragile. You once said that all tangible things will eventually wither. Having said this, Tsunade slowly raised his head, frowning, and tears were still flowing down his face. But he forced an ugly smile on his face and said, "But this idea will not die." After saying that, Tsunade wiped away his tears and looked at Orochimaru firmly. It seems that the negotiation failed. It seems that the only way to do it is to be hard. When the time comes, catch her. Try to find a way for her to meet Nawaki and the others. If you don't believe it, she won't be tempted when the time comes. Whoosh! Tsunade suddenly and unexpectedly kicked him hard. Boom! Like a cannon blast. The huge force scattered, the gravel flew. The entire ground sank about half a meter. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto had already dodged early. Orochimaru said seriously to Kabuto. "Be careful, Tsunade is far from that simple. By the way, this is also my first time to have a real fight with her." Yakushi Kabuto nodded, "One of the legendary Sunin, as famous as Orochimaru-sama, how could I not be careful?" "That's good." When the smoke and dust dispersed, Tsunade took off his green windbreaker. He rushed towards the big snake and spat out 2 words to Lang Lang. Indeed. Boom. The tall blue stone wall was instantly shattered by the explosion, and a huge sound spread in all directions. Coming from a distance, Jiraiya and Shizune also heard the loud noise. Jiraiya said solemnly, "Tsunade and Orochimaru must have gotten into each other, let's get there quickly." Speaking of which, Jiraiya couldn't help but complain. "Damn it, when will the effects of this medicine wear off?" Immediately, the 3 of them reluctantly increased their speed and rushed in the direction of the loud noise. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly urged Yakushi Kabuto. "It's a little big here for us right now, go out into the open." After that, the 2 of them ran away, with Tsunade chasing after them fiercely. Hotel. Yangtai naturally heard the continuous loud noises. At this moment, a scroll is being unfolded to quickly absorb the one-tail chakra. Chapter 87 Fairy tales are all lies. After a while, Yoda finally finished absorbing the one-tail chakra and quickly put on his windbreaker. Because most of his kunao and seal scrolls are in the seals of his clothes. As soon as he jumped out, Yang Tai's figure quickly shuttled between the buildings. The speed is so fast that it becomes blurry, pulling out traces of afterimages. Advertisement. It takes about a quarter of an hour. Yang Tai, who was running at full speed, suddenly stopped, bent his body, and took out a piece of camouflage green cloth. This is the most basic camouflage technique for ninjas. Putting it on his body, Yoda carefully looked at the tall snakes in front of him. The huge body is at least 60 or 70 meters tall, with dark purple snake scales glowing with metallic luster. The erect and cold snake eyes give people a chilling feeling when looking down. Tisk, 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 it's so cool, when can I have a spirit communication beast like this? Yang Tai admired enviously. He also wanted to find a spirit communication beast before. Although there are many powerful spirit communication beasts, they are beyond the imagination of Yoda. In the original novel Yoda Huanki, Kakashi and the others encounter a giant lizard that can transform into a castle. Yang Tai also looked for a lot of qualifications for this, and the result was. Maybe Yoda was the lowest genin at the time and received incomplete information. In the end, it was settled. Why? Chakra's Shao. But things are different now. With the tailed beast Chakra, he really should find a powerful spirit communication beast. When we turn back, we have to collect information carefully. Logically speaking, we shouldn't be able to find the giant lizard. Boom boom boom. The huge movement of Wan Shi made Yang Tai come back to his senses immediately and looked solemnly. At this time, Wan Shi's huge tail whipped hard on the ground, causing gravel to fly. The ground shook, and even Yang Tai in the distance felt the ground tremble. In the distance, Jiraiya and Tsunade dodged quickly. Jiraiya saw that spirit communication couldn't produce a giant toad, so he quickly formed a seal. Earth-style yellow spring marsh. The ground squirmed and turned into a quagmire of tens of meters. Half of Wan Shi Snake's body fell directly into the quagmire, and his movements were temporarily controlled. Tsunade and the others were slightly relieved when they saw this. Yang Tai Anan clicked his tongue, he is indeed a man who can practice immortality. This amount of chakra is really awesome. You must know that Jiraiya was fascinated by Tsunade at this time, and it was very difficult for his body to create chakra. Even with Shizune's help, his strength could barely recover to less than 30%. He can also perform such large-scale ninjutsu. When Yang Tai sighed secretly, the field had been divided into 2 battlefields. The CP pair of Jiraiya and Orochimaru are entangled with each other. Advertisement. As for the other place, Yakushi Kabuto Real Man 1v3. Quickly defeated Naruto and Shizune, and fought with Tsunade. Yoda slowly crawled closer, as if he was eating chicken and pretending to be Voldemort. Yang Tai crawled while watching, but the more he looked, the more something was wrong. This battle was too child's play. Yang Tai felt that the 3 of them were all letting loose like crazy. Otherwise, with Tsunade's strength, Yakushi Kabuto wouldn't be able to be defeated with one punch. I don't know what Tsunade's purpose is, but one thing Yota knows. Tsunade took off his clothes a little while playing, and saw blood just like in the original work, and lost his fighting ability on the spot. Now I am being tortured crazily by Yakushi Kabuto. I wonder if Orochimaru gave some orders. Yakushi Kabuto was such a shrewd ninja, but he didn't take action immediately to restrict Tsunade's movements. Instead, it was like a villain cornering Lai Lai, causing Naruto to explode and hit Naruto hard. Yang Tai really didn't understand this operation. However, Naruto was soon knocked over. Yoda estimated that this was the latest death for Naruto. If it weren't for the help of Tsunade Medical Master and Nine Tails, he would probably have died. However, now is not the time to watch a show, because Orochimaru repels Jiraiya with a sneak attack. He was rushing towards Tsunade at high speed, the Kusanagi sword in his mouth slowly stretched out and stabbed straight away. Ooh-hoo-hoo. A three-pronged kunai flies very fast. Burst. 100-meter-long water column appeared, and Yang Tai stepped into it and disappeared. A few hundred meters away, Yang Tai arrived in 3 or 4 seconds. At this moment, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword had penetrated Tsunade's chest, and red blood slowly flowed out. Just when Orochimaru drew out his Kusanagi sword and wanted to hit him again, a water column suddenly appeared out of thin air. A red figure flashed out and grabbed the snake head at the end of the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru was stunned at first, then reacted and said vaguely. It's you. He knows this kid, and I watched one of his games not long ago. Very exciting, a rare talent. But why did he come here? Tsunade was stunned, who is this? However, seeing as his forehead protector is a Konoha shinobi, and this outfit feels a bit familiar to her. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Jiraiya stood up from a distance and was also stunned. Why did this kid get here? Yoda didn't have time to answer Orochimaru's doubts. In an instant, a blue disc appeared on the palm of my hand and started spinning at a very fast speed. Look at my 8-point light wheel. Advertisement. Raise your hand and chop it down hard. Hearing the buzzing sound, Orochimaru's eyes flashed coldly. There is a slight upward curve at the corner of the mouth, which cannot be noticed without careful observation. The little snake opened its mouth with a sword in its mouth and shed its skin violently. He barely managed to break free from Yang Tai's control. The snake's head tilted and a cold light flashed. With a pop, Tsunade was struck on the neck with a sword. Blood splattered everywhere, all on Yang Tai's face. Damn it! Yoda was shocked and immediately cut off the snake's body and used the shadow clone technique. He separated into 2 clones and supported Tsunade, who was about to fall over. Yoda threw the Kusanagi sword back, and a kunai next to him exploded quickly. Whoosh! Chi-Yuan slash! Yoda appeared behind Orochimaru with lightning speed. The buzzing Kijin slash struck directly from Orochimaru's head like a cutting machine. Tear! Directly from the top of the head to the heels without any obstruction. Is this solved? Wrong. This feels wrong. Just as he was thinking about this, Orochimaru, who was split in half before his eyes, turned into soil and melted. Earth clone and earth substitute. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling came to Yang Tai's ears, and he secretly thought something bad. He hurriedly threw the kunai, but at the critical moment, the water column exploded and the person disappeared. Snapped. Water splashes everywhere. Orochimaru slowly took back his wet feet and looked at him with admiration. A somewhat embarrassed Yoda. Shunsui? A very good ninjutsu. You have developed very well. Are you interested in following me? I can make you stronger. Speaking of this, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, smiling a little bit. Even if you have been troubled by Chakra, I can help you solve it. How about it? Are you interested? Yang Tai, who was still feeling frightened, looked confused when he heard this. This damn thing was barely a contact with him once, and yet he understood his background so clearly. Don't be so exaggerated. Yoda forced a smile and said, Thank you Mr. Orochimaru for the invitation. Konoha is still very good. I have no plans to leave yet. Oh, you know me. Orochimaru was surprised, but then he realized that he was making such a big noise. It should be investigated by someone who is interested. Chapter 88 Release to the Sea. Hey, that would be a shame. After saying that, Orochimaru's body began to twist strangely a few times, took a deep breath, opened his mouth and spit out a wind whip. Wind-style vacuum wave. Damn it. What if the promised hands are disabled and cannot be used to perform ninjutsu? Advertisement. Sure enough, fairy tales are all lies. It makes sense now that I think about it. Orochimaru is the pupil of Dr. Ninjutsu. I have been studying ninjutsu for many years, such as one-hand seals, or some ninjutsu that can be done with just opening your mouth. It can be explained. Oh my god, you explain it well. In this battle, the 3 of them were all releasing water, no, they were releasing water. Only Naruto, Yakushi Kabuto, and Shizune are working hard. And Orochimaru had easily suppressed him just now. Shunsui, who had been successful so far, was clearly touched. Is this the strength of Sunin? Yoda takes back his boast that he is faster than 4th Raikage AI. Yoda did not dare to be careless, so he quickly ran to Tsunade and took the scroll that sealed the Kusanagi sword. He immediately grabbed one of Tsunade's arms and the other shadow clone holding Tsunade, and jumped into the air. Shadow clone jumped into the air carrying Naruto. Hey, luckily I escaped. Yang Tai, who was in the air, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he escaped quickly, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Yoda subconsciously glanced at Orochimaru, and was immediately greeted by Orochimaru's strange smile. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt bad for a moment. Orochimaru stood there and smiled strangely at Yoda, with the thought in his mind. Wan Shi, who was pretending to be dead, snorted coldly, and drew a huge tail towards Yang Tai and the others in the air. Before the tail arrived, the whistling wind had already made Yang Tai's clothes rustle violently. Seeing this, Orochimaru nodded and took another deep breath. Streams of air like bullets shot out from all directions. Wind style, vacuum bomb. Orochimaru looked at Yang Tai in the sky with his eyes full of his own masterpiece and thought to himself. As long as your water column is interrupted, your instant water will be ineffective. What will you do next? There is some expectation. Yang Tai in the sky has a saying MMP that should be said or not. This is driving him to death. Sure enough, there is no false person under the great reputation. It only took a simple ninjutsu to break it, his invincible Shunsui. How special, pervert. Yoda was a little anxious at this time, and quickly thought of countermeasures, while frantically shaking Tsunade who was pretending to be dead. Seeing that she was motionless. Could it be that Tsunade really lost it? Advertisement. No. You have to think of a solution quickly, otherwise people will really die. Seeing that the tails of Wind Style and 10,000 snakes are about to attack. Yang Tai's mind was racing, and he was thinking of countermeasures quickly. Suddenly I saw that my hands were covered with blood, and my eyes lit up. Suddenly a plan came to mind. Make seals with your hands quickly. Orochimaru on the ground has a strange expression on his face. This is Hai Suyu Shenwei. Spirit communication technique. Lao Zi can't do it. Yang Tai roared and slapped the void with a palm. Chakra crazily poured into the palm of his hand. The next moment, strings of runes poured out from Yang Tai's palm in all directions. Like a huge spider web. Boom. A burst of white smoke dispersed. A huge blue and white Katsuyu appears in the field. 40 to 50 meters high. As soon as it appeared, 2 long tentacles moved from left to right. Open your mouth and spit out a big ball of mucus. Orochimaru was a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that this little guy actually summoned Katsuyu. However, how was his chakra resolved? The corners of his mouth raised, and things got interesting. Thinking of this, he saw Katsuyu spitting out a huge mouthful of corrosive slime in the direction of his and Wan Shi's tails. He would feel very uncomfortable if he was hit by Katsuyu's corrosive slime. Orochimaru's solace of chakra erupted and he left immediately. Wan Snake's situation was even worse. His tail was directly connected to the corrosive slime. Suddenly the whole tail emitted green smoke. Ah! Katsuyu! Wan Shi howled miserably, quickly retracted its tail, and swung its tail wildly, trying to get rid of the corrosive mucus on its tail. 10,000 snakes! A gentle voice came, like the big sister next door. Katsuyu was a little confused. She could clearly feel that his chakra from spirit communication this time was not Tsunade. But he never expected that his opponent would be Wan Shi. Katsuyu, sister, are you sure you don't want to heal Tsunade-sama first? At this moment, a weak voice came from her head. Is this the young man from spirit communication himself? No. Tsunade-sama. What's wrong with you? As he spoke, Katsuyu had a funny face and a very anthropomorphic look of shock. Immediately, a ball of emerald green energy enveloped Tsunade. Advertisement. Tsunade pretended to wake up leisurely, slowly feeling the recovery of the wound, and looked at Yoda with the seal and said. You are very good. 100 healings mark. Solution. By how technique? Several patterns quickly covered Tsunade's face, and Tsunade jumped out and rushed towards Orochimaru in the distance. This time I didn't hold back at all. 3 punches and 2 kicks made Orochimaru doubt his life. Seeing this, Jiraiya knew it was time to take action. He bit his fingertips and began to form seals. Spirit communication technique. Frog sitting technique. Boom. The huge toad Bunta appeared on top of Wan Snake's head and used a powerful move to crush the top of the mountain. Wan Shi was pressed to the ground, unable to move. Orochimaru smiled helplessly. These 2 guys were serious about it. Forget it, I didn't really seek treatment from Tsunade in the first place. Everyone has seen it, so withdraw. Kabuto, let's go. Yakushi Kabuto hesitated and said, but Orochimaru-sama. Before he finished the rest of his words, Orochimaru naturally understood what he meant and explained. They've had enough fun, now it's time to get real. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Have you played enough? Yakushi Kabuto twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Tsunade, who was blasting all the snakes speechlessly. Suddenly I realized that they were really just playing with him. But he took it seriously. By the way, this is the strength that a 3 ninja should have. Then the 10,000 snakes were released and the 2 left. But Tsunade and Jiraiya had no intention of chasing after him. Yota, who was watching the show above Katsuyu, was thoughtful. Before the 3rd generation old man died, Jiraiya wanted Orochimaru to return to Konoha. After all, the old man from 3rd generation is Orochimaru's teacher, especially after 4th generation became popular. It should be picked up heavily and put down gently. However, Orochimaru didn't want to watch his teacher slowly decay. In the end, he died and was despised by others, so he chose a simple and crude method. Kill him personally, so that when the 3rd generation old man dies, he will die fighting for the village. He is the shadow of the village, the hero of the village, respected by thousands of people. And he bears all the evil. Maybe Jiraiya and Tsunade understand this, and coupled with the friendship between the 3 of them. You didn't really take action. After all, who would have nothing to do and foolishly go to improve other people's reputation? But he himself didn't get anything, and in the end he got a lot of infamy. Instead, he took advantage of it with his own hands. Chapter 89 Practice Forbidden Technique. The battle is over. Katsuyu and Gamabunta also left one after another. Tsunade and Jiraiya walked up to Yota, who was slumped aside, and looked at him suspiciously. Jiraiya was the first to ask, "Are you okay, kid?" "Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama, nothing's wrong. It's just that the chakra was consumed a bit too much just now." Advertisement. Yota smiled and replied, "You must know that when he spirit communication, Katsuyu not only used all of them. The tailed beast chakra, and even his own chakra, have all been used, and now he is a little out of power." Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded, then introduced to Tsunade. "This kid is the new star of Konoha this year, and he is very powerful. Don't underestimate him, he succeeded in capturing one tail Jinchuriki alive. Of course, I will also be your subordinate in the future." Take back by how technique. Tsunade heard this and was stunned for a moment. He put his hands on his hips and looked at Yota suspiciously. "You must know that since the death of his great-grandfather Senju Hashirama, she didn't believe that the ninja world had not yet succeeded in capturing Jinchuriki from another country alive." She turned to look at Jiraiya and pointed at Yota, who was suspicious. "Just him?" Yota scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's not as powerful as Master Jiraiya said. Actually, we all worked together to capture Gara." "That's right." Tsunade muttered. Jiraiya ignored the somewhat disbelieving Tsunade, pointed at Tsunade and said, "You should have guessed her identity. Tsunade Hime, one of the Sunin, will also be the 5th Hokage of Konoha." Yota nodded, smiled, and said to Tsunade, "This is our first meeting, Tsunade-sama, please give me some advice." Tsunade nodded and said proudly, "Okay, you can hang out with me from now on." Yota. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Ahem. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya quickly came out to ease the atmosphere, then looked at Yota and asked. A question in his mind said. "By the way, Yota, how did you get here?" Tsunade also cast his gaze. They are still ninjas after all. The coincidence of Yang Tai's appearance is a bit strange. I don't know if it is a real coincidence or a fake coincidence. In this regard, Yang Tai had a plan early and explained it carefully, focusing on sincerity. Advertisement. 3rd generation. After Mr. 3rd generation left, I couldn't stand the somewhat depressing atmosphere in the village, so I went out to do the mission. I just completed my mission a few days ago. I passed by the town yesterday and wanted to take a rest. I didn't expect to hear the sound of fighting early this morning, so I wanted to come over and investigate. Did not expect. That's all." The 2 of them naturally understood. Yang Tai was naturally not afraid of them investigating, because he had a good excuse. It was that group of women that Yota originally didn't want to take care of and didn't want to be a nanny. But to complete the task, there is time in the contract to complete the report. So during this period, Yang Tai wanted to understand this and return to help those women settle down. Moreover, those women were scattered in small towns by Yang Tai, and they were very grateful to Yang Tai. This can also explain what Yota was doing during those days of delay. "Konoha, why did you come to this town?" "Yota, I am one of the 3 best young men in Konoha." It was a very thorough plan. Even if Tsunade wanted to investigate in the future, he would not be able to find anything. He could only find a very upright side of Yota. Jiraiya was a little confused, but didn't ask any more questions. After all, ninja missions couldn't be inquired about blindly. What are you doing? Take out the mission report. Tsunade naturally didn't have so many worries. He stretched out his hand and asked for the scroll for free, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yoda hesitated for a moment, then handed a scroll to Tsunade very happily. There is no other way. After all, she will be her immediate boss in the future. If you don't improve your relationship, do you still want to be promoted to Jonin? Tsunade didn't have any scruples at all, he opened the scroll and read 10 lines at a glance. At this time, Jiraiya slowly came over and took a look. He couldn't help it, this kid appeared really weird. The task report is very long, and everything done every day must be summarized in detail. When he saw Yoda so early, he looked suspiciously at Yoda who was recovering his strength after completing the task. But then I was attracted by the following content, destroying the cottage. 32 women were resettled. Their names, ages, and current addresses were all clear. If you want to check, it's very easy. After taking back the scroll, the two looked at Yang Tai with a little more satisfaction and admiration. Tsunade smiled and returned the scroll to Yoda, and patted Yoda on the shoulder. You'd better put the scroll away. Yoda's shoulders sank, but he still said happily, thank you, Tsunade-sama. Yoda was really grateful to Tsunade this time. If Tsunade didn't return it to him, he would have to write a new one. Hey! Tsunade suddenly let out a surprised sound, patted his hand on Yoda's shoulder, and suddenly grabbed Yoda's wrist. Advertisement. The next moment, emerald green light flashed, and Tsunade frowned and felt Yoda's body carefully. Yoda was startled by Tsunade's sudden movement and subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand. But his hand couldn't pull it at all, as if it was tightly clamped by an iron hoop, unable to move. When he subconsciously raised his head, his vision was suddenly blocked by 2 mountain peaks. Jiraiya on the side said in confusion. Is there something wrong with him? Tsunade retracted his hand, put one hand on his hip and said. It's weird. Jiraiya and Yoda moved their wrists and Yoda looked at them together. Tsunade looked directly into Yoda's eyes and asked. Logically speaking, your body can't create a chakra as big as Katsuyu's from spirit communication. How did you do it? Jiraiya quickly pulled Tsunade and whispered. Isn't it good for you to explore a ninja's secrets like this? Tsunade waved his hand, without any scruples, and spoke openly to Jiraiya. Do you know how sick this kid is? It's just like Bai Liuhu when he was a child, at most a little better than him. His body was producing so much chakra at once. I suspect this kid has used some kind of forbidden technique, and the cost is probably life. Forbidden technique. Consumption of life. Jiraiya exclaimed, and something suddenly seemed wrong when he looked at Yoda. Compared to Yoda, he naturally trusts Tsunade's judgment more. Yoda was a little confused. He didn't know if he had used any forbidden technique. However, when he met their gazes, he opened his mouth to explain. Did Tsunade misunderstand something? I really haven't practiced any forbidden technique. Could it be that you made a mistake? Why don't you take a look? Having said that, Yoda extended his arm generously and asked Tsunade to check again. After all, he knew very well that he had not practiced any forbidden technique at all. As the saying goes, if you are upright, you are not afraid of a slanted shadow. Tsunade stretched out his hand and slowly approached Yoda. Boom! Next moment, a skull hit Yang Tai's forehead, and Yang Tai grimaced in pain. Chapter 90 Insufficient Physical Energy. Covering his forehead, he looked at Tsunade with a resentful look. Like a bullied little daughter-in-law who dares to be angry but dare not speak out. Tsunade retracted his hand, his chest trembled, pointed at Yoda's head, and said confidently. Even if you believe that you have lost your mind, you have to believe in my medical skills. Hearing this, Yoda was stunned. Although Tsunade's words were a bit loud. Advertisement. But in this world, Tsunade is the top medical ninja. In a sense, he is the one who truly pioneered the path of medical ninja. After all, before Tsunade established a medical class, there was no concept of medical ninja in the entire ninja world. The death rate of ninjas at that time was very high. He lowered his head and pondered, did he really practice some forbidden technique unintentionally? Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Yoda who was looking thoughtful and didn't say anything, just waited quietly. Tsunade wouldn't have taken the initiative to say it if it wasn't for Yoda's liking. Tsunade said this, which must mean that he failed to use some ninjutsu, and it unknowingly put a certain burden on his body. But what ninjutsu is used to create a large amount of chakra? Chakra absorption technique? Wrong. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yang Tai's mind, and he said to Tsunade and the others. Two adults, do you think shadow clone counts as forbidden technique? Shadow clone? Jiraiya rubbed his chin and said, shadow clone shouldn't be considered a forbidden technique, right? When Tsunade heard this, he looked at Yang Tai thoughtfully and said. Shadow clone is indeed forbidden technique in a sense. Hey! Jiraiya scratched his head. Could it be that they were not taught by the same teacher? Tsunade, I remember that multiple shadow clone technique is forbidden. At this point, Jiraiya seemed to have thought clearly and was speechless. After all, he is also a disciple of the ninjutsu doctor. Yang Tai was speechless as he watched the two of them playing riddles, and he couldn't help but say. Tsunade-sama, isn't shadow clone really a forbidden technique? Tsunade nodded and explained, shadow clone is a forbidden technique in a sense. Now shadow clone technique, born out of the S-class forbidden technique multiple shadow clone technique. There is no essential difference between the two, it's just different in quantity. At this point Tsunade continued with interest. Speaking of which, I'm curious as to how you can use a B-level ninjutsu to produce forbidden technique level side effects. Advertisement. Sure enough, it was the same idea as he had vaguely guessed. It seems that he is clever but his cleverness misleads him. This is Yelang's arrogance. Now that things have happened, Yang Tai honestly said. Tsunade-sama, actually, because there was too little chakra, I distributed the chakra to the shadow clone in advance and sealed it. Use it at the critical moment, so you can quickly restore chakra. So. I see. Tsunade and Jiraiya suddenly realized that this method was novel. Hey, the method is a good one, but you use it too often. In fact, Yang Tai's method works like a simplified version of her 100 healings mark. But the concept is completely different. 100 healings mark is about not harming the body. Absorb the excess chakra, which in a sense can feed itself back. And if the balcony is used very frequently, it's like killing the goose that lays the eggs. Tsunade shook his head and said seriously to Yoda. You should ban this method from now on, and try not to use it except in emergencies. It's not that your method is bad, it's that your body is inherently weak and the chakra you produce is pitiful. You have to know that the so-called chakra is actually the product of the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. You are making chakra without restraint, let alone whether your spiritual energy can withstand it. However, your physical energy is consumed a lot. At worst, you may be hospitalized for recuperation, or at worst, you may die from exhaustion of vitality. Gudong. Yoda swallowed hard, feeling frightened. If Tsunade hadn't reminded him. I have always been complacent, which is a bit ridiculous now that I think about it. What's the difference between this and killing the goose to obtain the eggs? However, thinking that the person in front of me was the top medical expert in the ninja world, I immediately humbly asked for advice. Then. Tsunade-sama, is there any way to improve or enhance my physical condition in my situation? Tsunade thought for a while and gave some advice. In your case, you can usually only take good care of yourself and take some medicine. By the way, let me give you a suggestion. After returning to the village, slowly disperse the chakra. This helps the body regulate itself. Yoda immediately wrote it down and continued to wait for Tsunade's words. So he wondered, is this the end? Tsunade nodded happily, but seeing Yoda's speechless expression. Advertisement. He curled his lips and said. We medical ninjas are not sage of six paths. There is no way we can change people's bodies so quickly. Besides, even if there is a potion that can instantly change a person's physique. Having said this, Tsunade looked at Yoda with a serious face. Kid, remember, if someone says they can change your physique immediately, you're going to give them a hard punch. Do you understand? Yang Tai nodded very obediently, and then asked doubtfully. But why? Seeing that he was still unwilling to give up, Tsunade explained in detail. The so-called immediate physical change is nothing more than adding some weird things into your body. Although you can temporarily gain great power, you will also become a strange monster. For example, it has a horn or multiple eyes. For it? Yoda nodded in agreement. Orochimaru performed various strange experiments on people. Without exception, they all gained great power, but the results turned out to be strange. However, Tsunade's words seemed to irritate him. Could it be that Tsunade thought he would defect to Orochimaru and vaccinated him in advance? Yang Tai was speechless for a moment, but he still cast his name and said. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, I don't want to be weird. Haha, okay. Let's go back and rest for a while. After all, Naruto and Shizune really deserve some treatment. At this time, Jiraiya picked up Naruto and said. The two nodded and decided to take the two patients back first. After a while, the three of them arrived at the hotel. After settling down, Yoda lay on the bed and thought carefully about Tsunade's words today. These words inspired Yang Tai a lot. In the past, Yang Tai always thought that he was his chakra master. Now it seems that he simply lacks physical energy. In other words, this body is too weak to produce much chakra at all. Do we need to transplant Hashirama cells? Yoda immediately shook his head, not to mention whether this body could withstand the power of Hashirama cells. Even if it works, who can I find to transplant it? There are only 3.5 people in the entire ninja world who can understand Hashirama cells. Uchiha Madara counts as 1, Orochimaru counts as 1, late stages Yakushi Kabuto counts as 1, and Uchiha Obito counts as half. Chapter 91 Raise Nan. As for training Yangtai, I have never thought about it. First of all, it's definitely not possible to exercise like Xiao Li, because that way you will die faster. Then you can only learn about past lives, such as medicated diet, medicated baths, and Tai Chi. This method will definitely be effective, but it will take time. I guess my health will get better by the time the 4th Ninja War is over. Advertisement. In short, nothing I eat will be as hot as it is when the time comes. Forget it, there must be a road to the mountain. Think about it slowly. This matter cannot be rushed. Yang Tai put his hand on his forehead and muttered to himself. The next day. Since Konoha is still leaderless, the group set off early and rushed back to Konoha. Noon. Beside the path, several people stopped. Shizuan put down the piglet in his hand and said to everyone. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, you guys take a rest first, I'll prepare lunch. Tsunade nodded, took out a deck of cards, and led a few people to play cards under the shade of a tree. The gameplay is a guessing game, played in pairs. Tsunade is in a group with Naruto, Yoda is in a group with Jiraiya. As you can imagine, Tsunade lost miserably and was painted into 2 giant pandas. Naruto now realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately found a reason to rub balls next to him. His attitude was very firm, saying that he could not indulge in games and that he wanted to exercise. Tsunade had no intention of throwing away the cards and said in disappointment, this kid really has no gambling products. Jiraiya still said, aren't you going to play anymore? Tsunade said angrily, play? How can 3 people play? Yoda thought for a while and whispered, 2 adults, I have an interesting way to play here. Can you try it? Oh? Tell me. Tsunade said impatiently. She is the god of gambling in the gambling world. There are other ways to play that she doesn't know. Jiraiya also looked over curiously. Yangtai picked up the playing cards and began to explain the rules. This game is called landlord fighting. Yangtai explained the rules of landlord clearly, and tried a few games with the 2 of them. The 2 got started quickly. After Yangtai dealt the cards, he took a look, oh, good guy, 3 cards, 2 kings, and said with a smile. Robbing the landowner. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, wondering if his luck had returned. The 2 exploded and laughed immediately. I robbed the landlord. Jiraiya looked at the deck of cards and shook his head helplessly, no. Advertisement. Yangtai continued to rob the landlord, I robbed the landlord. Okay, come on. Tsunade gritted his teeth. Yangtai smiled and took 3 trump cards, Ichiraku. 4 twos. 2 kings. Straight. Damn it. There is a black hand. Tsunade was petrified on the spot. This was so shameless. At this time, Shizuan's voice came, Tsunade-sama is ready for dinner. Tsunade and Jiraiya mixed the cards together in a tacit understanding, play later, eat first. Yoda nodded and did not pursue the issue of punishment for the 2. Just don't let go when facing these 2 people. As for the punishment, that subordinate would do this kind of thing with the leader, that is, Tsunade has a bad temper, otherwise Yang would have been ready to let go. There are vegetables and meat, very rich. As expected of Tsunade's nanny, there is no one else for outdoor meals. At this time, Naruto also wiped his sweat and came over and sat next to Yoda. Yoda, on the other hand, was envious and jealous, looking at Naruto who had no fatigue on his face. This guy made at least a dozen balls during this period. He still looks calm now. Be born. Damn, it was born. Yangtai was speechless, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. He wanted to turn his anger into food intake. Naruto, who was showing off his rice with a big mouthful of food, suddenly stopped moving. Looking at Yangtai who was eating, he seemed to have remembered something, and immediately said with great joy. By the way, Yoda, do you know Raise Nan? I've seen you use it during exams. Upon hearing this, Lord Tsunade and the 3 of them turned to look at Yoda. Tsunade poked Jiraiya and whispered, you taught me this. Jiraiya had the most complicated expression and shook his head. Catching the gazes of several people, Yoda awkwardly licked the rice at the corner of his mouth, nodded and said. Yes, but this ninjutsu is not suitable for me. I rarely use it. Jiraiya picked up a piece of meat and asked casually. Oh, who taught you this technique? No one taught me. After thinking for a while, Yoda scratched his head and explained. Actually my idol is the 4th Hokage because he saved Konoha. I admired the 4th Hokage very much since I was a child, so I asked a lot about the 4th Hokage's deeds. And this Raise Nan was also made by me based on my grandfather's description. However, this technique consumes too much chakra and is not suitable for me. I rarely use it. Everyone was stunned. Except for Naruto. Advertisement. Tsunade and the three of them looked surprised. Tsunade was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he thought Yoda's meatballs must be imperfect. After all, this is a ninjutsu with difficulty level A. Jiraiya felt the same way, so he said. Then how far have you practiced this ninjutsu? Maybe I can give you some pointers. At this time, Naruto jumped out and echoed. Yes. Yes. Yota, please use it and see. Pervy Sage also taught me this move. It's just that I'm not tall enough in some of them. We learn from each other. Yang Tai thought for a while, stretched out his hand and said to several people. Well, with Master Jiraiya's guidance, maybe my Raise Nan can go further. Of course, Yoda's words are just what he said. If he didn't have insufficient chakra, he would have made the big ball Raise Nan in minutes. Believe it or not. Seeing this, everyone also focused their attention on Yang Tai's palm. Yoda slowly urged the chakra to gather in his hands. In the palm of my hand, a swirling chakra slowly appeared. At this time Yoda explained to Naruto. Raise Nan I think has 4 stages. Naruto was stunned, scratched his head and asked, isn't there 3? Jiraiya and Tsunade were also stunned, then smiled, and said. After all, this ninjutsu was developed by 4th generation for 3 years. How could it be so easily studied by others? Jiraiya thought about waiting for Yoda to finish speaking before teaching him a lesson. Yang Tai naturally knew that Raise Nan had 3 stages, and the so-called 4th stage was also added temporarily by him. This is also something he has gained from practicing chi refining Yuan Zhan these days. Yoda smiled and said to Naruto, it's not wrong to say there are 3 stages. I came up with the 4th stage recently. Look, this is the first stage, spin. As he closed his mouth, countless silk-like chakras, as big as a basketball, were spinning rapidly. Tsunade wondered, why is it different from yours? Jiraiya thought for a while and said. There's nothing essentially different, he just zoomed in so Naruto could see it more clearly. Tsunade is a little bit easy to understand. While Naruto was looking fascinated, Yoda continued. This is rank 2, breakout. The chakra silk ball on the hand quickly shrank and became the size of an ordinary rubber ball. It's like a water balloon shrinking at a very fast speed, as if it's about to explode in the next moment. Naruto looked at me very carefully. Although Yoda's method was slightly different from his. But the core is the same, compression and release. Chapter 92 Demonstration of Chi Yuan / Shizun looked at Yoda who was slowly demonstrating to Naruto, all his eyes focused on Yoda's control of chakra. Yoda's control over chakra is comparable to medical ninjutsu. Tsunade said nothing and nodded slightly. Yoda was very satisfied with his performance and left it to Naruto without reservation. He also has selfish motives, mainly to increase his favorability in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Advertisement. Since ancient times, people's hearts cannot be retained, only routines can win them. The next step is rank 3, finalizing it. As he spoke, a thin film slowly appeared on the surface of the Raise Nan on his hand. In this process, the sun releases relatively slowly. Let Naruto, Jiraiya, and others look at it very carefully. Jiraiya couldn't help but admire, you understand Raise Nan very thoroughly. Yoda smiled slightly, thank you, Master Jiraiya, for the compliment. Naruto's next stage is rank 4, which is actually an extension of stage 3. Continue to shape it. After speaking, the Raise Nan in his hand slowly became brighter, sparkling like a crystal ball. Damn it! At this moment, Jiraiya looked at the Raise Nan in Yoda's hand solemnly. My heart is in turmoil. This. It's kind of like Big Ball Raise Nan. No, the essence of this Raise Nan is more accurate than the Big Ball Raise Nan. This is a step further based on Raise Nan. However, due to Yoda's chakra, it is not enough to use Big Ball Raise Nan. Even so, it's too exaggerated. Tsunade just nodded. She didn't have as much emotion as Jiraiya, but she just felt that the ball was more dangerous. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Yoda slowly put away Raise Nan and looked at Jiraiya very shyly. This is some of my understanding of Raise Nan. Please give me some advice, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya, look at this in human language. Looking at the crowd, Jiraiya didn't play tricks this time. He looked at Yoda and said seriously. Your understanding of Raise Nan is indeed superior to mine in some aspects. I have nothing to teach you. At this point, Jiraiya thought for a while and continued. If you insist, you should give up this ninjutsu. Don't continue to waste time on research. Just like you said, this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. Advertisement. It will do more harm than good to you. Yoda nodded. This was also the reason why he had to give up this ninjutsu after learning it. Jiraiya's words were very tricky, and he could see Yoda's reality at a glance. Ah, with such a powerful ninjutsu, it would be a pity for Yoda to give up. Naruto said regretfully. Before Jiraiya could speak, Yoda said. It's not a pity at all, Naruto, the most powerful ninjutsu doesn't mean the best, it means the most suitable. Yoda patted Naruto on the shoulder and continued, actually, when I think about this problem, I already have the next step. Naruto was confused, what's the plan? Yang Tai looked at everyone and said word by word, that's it, create my own ninjutsu. Create your own ninjutsu. Everyone was shocked. I find it incredible, considering the two adults present. When I truly created my own ninjutsu, I was still in my 20s. This is something that some ninjas will do only when they reach their peak period. How old is Yoda? Is he 18? If you dare to create ninjutsu yourself, this is a very dangerous thing. At this time, a Tsunade who did not speak looked at Yoda and said seriously. You are so eager to attack now, you have to give up this idea. Let's wait for a few years. You must know that creating ninjutsu does not happen overnight. It requires constant experimentation and improvement. You're too anxious now, it's easy for things to go wrong. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, but still advised, you might as well study for a few years, and wait until the idea is almost ready before taking action. Yoda smiled slightly. He had not felt this feeling for a long time except from the old man. Concern from elders. This also shows one thing, Tsunade and Jiraiya have slowly accepted him. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama, I've been thinking about it for a long time, and everything is going well so far. My ninjutsu has been developed and is now ready for use in combat. What? The three of them exclaimed in unison. This slap in the face came too quickly. As soon as I and others said it was impossible, they backhandedly said that it was done. What a bummer. The three of Jiraiya didn't speak, just smiled a little awkwardly. To be honest, I wanted to ask but I was embarrassed to ask. After all, this was someone else's secret and trump card. How could I ask for it at will? Naruto scratched his head. He didn't have this awareness at the moment. He opened his mouth and asked carelessly. Advertisement. What ninjutsu, Yoda, show me how to use it. Yoda originally didn't want to be exposed, but when he thought of Jiraiya and Tsunade's identities. Both of them are the successors of the third generation old man, and they definitely have their own opinions on ninjutsu. Maybe it can help with the development of Kiwan/. Besides, Yang Tai doesn't have any thoughts of keeping to himself. With a thought in his mind, he took advantage of the situation and said. Well, I happen to have some imperfections in my ninjutsu. Let the two adults give me some pointers. Jiraiya waved his hand this time, fearing that he would fall over again. Haha, you use it first, Tsunade, and I will take a look. Well, if I get embarrassed later, I have to drag Tsunade along. Tsunade didn't know Jiraiya's little thoughts, so he quietly raised his leg and stepped on his feet hard. Click. Jiraiya's face suddenly turned red, he looked at Tsunade and whispered, break it. Tsunade curled his lips and twisted his lips again before giving up. Jiraiya's face was red and purple, and Naruto turned around and looked at him, wondering. Pervy sage, why are you so blushing? Jiraiya quickly waved his hands in embarrassment, the weather is too hot, the weather is too hot. Go on. Yoda nodded, glanced at Tsunade and felt clear. This ninjutsu is called Kijin/Kiwan/. Everyone. This ninjutsu is a concept I got from Rei's Nan. It also has 3 stages, stability, rotation, and rotation. A few people click on it, it is easy to understand and easy to understand. Yang Tai stretched out his palm and slowly condensed chakra, and soon a blue disc appeared in his palm. The disc is so thin that it appears to be a solid object at first glance. That's it. Nothing? This is rank 1, finalized. This ninjutsu has no power at this time. After finishing speaking, the Chi Yuan slash in his hand slowly started to rotate. Faster and faster, and after a while, the buzzing sound became louder and louder. The air around Chi Yuan Zhan surged, causing Yang Tai's hair to fly around. This is the rank 2 stage, spin. It has good destructive power at this time, and the most important thing is that it suits me very well. Special savings chakra. Speaking of which, Yang Tai suddenly appeared next to a huge rock. Chopping it down hard. Chapter 93 Rank 3. The clanging sound sounded for a moment. Rebels were flying in front of Yang Tai's eyes, and the big rock had been split into 2 halves. The cut surface appears uneven. Everyone was shocked, it was so destructive. At this time, Tsunade and Jiraiya also remembered that Yoda used this move to seize Orochimaru's weapon. Advertisement. Yang Tai stopped his hand and returned to the dining table and said. This is the power of rank 2 of Kiwan/. Having said this, Yang Tai sighed, however, this 3rd stage is stumping me. So far, there has been no progress. Naruto patted Yoda on the shoulder and praised. Yoda, you are already very powerful. I believe you will be able to perfect this ninjutsu in the future. Yoda just nodded, but looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. The meaning is very clear, Please give me some advice. Jiraiya pondered for a while and said. Can you tell me more about the problems you encountered? It would be better if we demonstrated it. After all, just look at it, you know. Upon hearing this, Yang Tai immediately agreed, separated a shadow clone and ran not far away. Recondensing a Chi Yuan slash. Actually, what I encountered in rank 3 was speed, it was too fast. Everyone is full of questions, is too fast a problem? That's right, even if the speed is too fast, Yang Tai Chi Yuan slash will be out of control and lose control. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Yang Tai's shadow clone in the distance, which was cut into 2 sections by the out-of-control Chi Yuan slash and disappeared with a bang. That's what you two adults are like. Do you have any good ideas? Tsunade lowered his head and thought for a moment. You obviously turned to one side too fast and lost control. To be honest, I don't have any good solution at the moment, unless there is some way to offset the rotating force. Yang Tai had already expected this situation, but he still seemed a little disappointed. I have a way to try. At this moment, Jiraiya, who had been thinking about it, suddenly spoke. Yang Tai was shocked and said, as a disciple of the ninjutsu doctor, how could he not have 2 brushes? Yoda asked hurriedly, Jiraiya-sama, is there anything you can do? Jiraiya smiled and said, is this a method, and it may not be successful. Yang Tai waved his hands and said excitedly. Advertisement. It's okay. Sir Jiraiya, please tell me. It would be good if you can give me another idea. Jiraiya, actually, it's not a sophisticated method. Isn't your Chi Yuan slash the power of Xionju? Yoda nodded. Then just make a Chi Yuan slash and turn to the left to offset the force, wouldn't it? Of course I'm just saying that this is too difficult, so you can just use it as a reference. Yang Tai was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. This method is okay, at least there is an idea. You must know that before, he had no idea at all. Immediately separate a shadow clone, run to the side and try. After a while, everyone had finished eating. There is still no progress on Yang Tai's side. Just like Jiraiya said, you can try it, but it is too difficult. Not to mention anything else, it's the simplest, condensing 2 Chi Yuan slashes at the same time on one palm. Yoda is a bit difficult to do, but this can be overcome, it's just a lack of proficiency. But having the 2 Chi Yuan slashes rotate in different directions puts Yang Tai in a difficult position. Yoda, how are you? Naruto came over and asked at this time. Yoda shook his head, no, I can't spin 2 Chi Yuan slashes at the same time by myself. Hey, what am I talking about? This is simple, I know it. Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly patted his chest and said boldly. Just when Yoda was speechless, the prince performed a wave of shadow clone balls for him. Yang Tai was suddenly enlightened, and then he slapped his forehead, it was exactly that kind of brain. I have forgotten such a simple method. Thinking that Yoda is imitating Naruto's methods in a decent way. Each of the 2 shadow clone controls one, and chi gathering starts to condense at the same time. But Yoda thought for a moment, and pulled Naruto back some distance for safety reasons. If something unexpected happens then, you can avoid it in time. Buzzing. The hands of the 2 shadow clone began to spin faster and faster, and soon broke the previous critical value. It was still spinning at a faster speed, and gradually a small whirlwind was set off with the 2 clones of Yang and Tai as the center. Slowly, the whirlwind became stronger and stronger, picking up 4 dry grass branches and leaves. Soon the movement here attracted Jiraiya and Tsunade. Yoda boy, did you succeed? Jiraiya looked at the scene in front of him and said in surprise. As soon as these words came out, even Tsunade and the 3 people looked at him. Yang Tai nodded first, then shook his head and said. Advertisement. At present, this idea is indeed feasible, but the technique is still unstable. Only after the incident, shadow clone feedbacks the specific situation, will we know. At this moment, the 2 Chi Yuan slashes in shadow clone's hands suddenly began to swing from side to side. Gradually the floating capital began to grow. The next moment, the 2 Chi Yuan slashes dispersed with a hiss at the same time. One shadow clone was unlucky enough to be cut in half and disappeared, while the other survived. Buzzing. The 2 Chi Yuan slashes were slashed to both sides, straight into the woods. Trees fell straight down one after another, and every cut surface was smooth. Just a little blemish. Is this a success or a failure? Naruto asked in confusion. At this time, Yang Tai's face couldn't hide the joy. It's successful, but I'm not very skilled yet. That's great. Congratulations to you Yoda. Naruto also said happily. Yang Tai smiled, Tongzi, isn't this with your help? I'll treat you to a big dinner later. You can choose the place. Naruto was instantly overjoyed, it's agreed, no regrets. Yoda nodded, and then thanked Jiraiya and Tsunade. I am also very grateful to the 2 adults for their guidance this time. Tsunade said bluntly, I didn't help you much either. Jiraiya waved his hand and said politely, keep a low profile. If you have any problems in the future that you can't solve, you can come to me. Just as Yoda was about to decline, he suddenly thought that he really had something to ask Jiraiya for help. He simply shamelessly pretended to be happy and said, really? It just so happens that I have one more thing I need Master Jiraiya to help me with. Damn it. Zhen, you are serious. Jiraiya never expected that Yoda would actually agree to his casual politeness. This is really causing trouble for him. Tsunade just laughed out loud while watching the show without caring about Jiraiya's feelings. Let you show off. Now you're shooting yourself in the foot. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and said to Yoda. Tell me the story. There was no way he could pretend to be cool, and he had to finish it with tears in his eyes. Chapter 94 Enbu? Yang Tai quickly took out a scroll and said. Inside this is the weapon of the rebel ninja Orochimaru. Having said this, Yang Tai deliberately turned his eyes a little gloomy and said in a low tone. I also asked for some information about Lord Third Generation and his battle, and there is a description of this sword. When I took the sword away, I sealed him immediately. Advertisement. Because I'm afraid, he has ways like spirit communication to recall the sword. So, I would like to ask Jiraiya-sama if there is any way to cut off the spirit communication of this sword. After Yoda finished speaking, Jiraiya and Tsunade fell into silence at the same time. I don't know if it's because of the third generation old man or because of Orochimaru. Maybe both. Soon Jiraiya came back to his senses, immediately showed his normal appearance, took Yoda's scroll, and said with a smile. This is simple, I can settle it with the contract seal. With that said, Jiraiya took out the Kusanagi sword, started to form seals, and then slapped the sword with his palm. Contract seal. Suddenly, dense runes appeared on the long sword, and the next moment these runes seemed to seep into the sword and disappear. Jiraiya stood up and played with the long sword, and said with some meaning, it's a very good sword. You should use it well in the future. After saying that, he threw it back to Yoda. Yang Tai was overjoyed and naturally understood what Jiraiya meant, and immediately expressed his determination. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama, I will use this sword to protect my companions and protect Konoha. 100%. Full marks answer. Jiraiya nodded happily, okay, it's getting late, let's set off quickly. After everyone heard this, they immediately set off. Along the way, Yang Tai could not put down the long sword in his hand, mainly because the shape of the sword was very suitable. The swords used by heroes in Yang Tai's previous life on TV. In addition, this sword can be long or short, and is extremely sharp. It can be said that it is really like cutting iron into clay. There is also this length-changing feature. When facing an enemy, once Chakra is injected into it, it can kill the opponent unexpectedly. All in all, Yoda's trip was worth it. Not only were the ninjutsu and weapons updated. He even figured out the root cause of his own body. The most important thing is that I can barely hold on to Tsunade's thigh, and I will be considered a real Hokage series from now on. 7 days later. Konoha village. Yang Tai delivers the task, gets paid and returns home. At home, Xiao Xianglan and the old man are not here. It seems that they have gone out. Advertisement. First of all, don't think about anything, just have a good sleep. However, before going to bed, Yoda still listened to Tsunade's suggestion and took the initiative to disperse the chakra. This will help your body recover. I don't know if it was because of the dispersion of chakra, but Yang Tai slept very deeply this night. It wasn't until 10 o'clock the next day that I woke up from peeing. Cool. Yang Tai's body shook a few times and he pressed the flush button. After washing up, I went downstairs. Brother Yang Tai, get up. The little girl watching TV stood up immediately. As soon as Yang Tai came down, he heard Xiao Xianglan's somewhat joyful voice. Brother Yang Tai, please wait and I will bring out the food for you. Xiao Xianglan ran over in a few steps and took Yang Tai's hand, asking him to sit on the chair. After a while of busy work, the little girl came out with a few dishes in turn. Grandpa did all this. He didn't call you this morning when he saw you were sleeping soundly. Yang Tai picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew, it still smells like the same craftsmanship. As he spoke, he quickly swept away the food on the table. Patting his belly with satisfaction, Yang Tai suddenly remembered something, that is, he didn't bring a gift to the little girl. Thinking of this, Yang Tai took out the old longsword and handed it to the little girl in the doubtful eyes. I forgot to bring you a gift when I went out this time. I won't be able to use this sword now. I'll give it to you. Xiao Xianglian was happy at first when he took it, then quickly shook his head and refused. No, this is too expensive. Yang Tai smiled, of course he had some selfish intentions in giving such an expensive gift to the little girl. Just accept it. You are my sister now. Isn't it natural for a brother to give a gift to his sister? The little girl was immediately moved and burst into tears. Yang Tai quickly comforted her and took the little girl out to go shopping. The little girl seemed very active along the way, and she no longer looked as cautious as when I first saw her. Yoda. At this time, a familiar voice came, and when Yoda turned around, it was Naruto. Yoda smiled and greeted, Naruto, why are you here? Naruto scratched his head, come out for a walk, what is this? This is my sister Xiang Lian. You should have seen her during the Chunin exam. Yoda introduced. Uzumaki Naruto, this is my friend Uzumaki Naruto. Xiao Xianglan nodded slightly and said obediently, hello Naruto-kun. Advertisement. Naruto thought about it for a while, but he didn't have any impression, so he quickly said hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Gilyalu. Just after he finished speaking, Naruto suddenly smiled awkwardly. He just got up and wanted to go out to eat, but he didn't expect to meet Yoda. Yoda took a look at Naruto's embarrassed expression, and immediately Ichiraku put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said. Remember what I said. I'm treating you today. Naruto was very happy, he didn't show any coyness, he immediately laughed happily. Okay, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. Yoda smiled and said, no problem. After that, the three of them went to Ichiraku ramen, which is very famous in the original book. To be honest, Ichiraku ramen tastes okay, but not that delicious. As for the reason why Naruto likes this place, maybe he has a stronger sense of identity. When they arrived at the noodle shop, Yang Tai and Xiang Lu just ordered a small bowl of noodles. After all, they were full when they came out. Invite Naruto to dinner, don't just watch, that would be embarrassing. So I ordered a small bowl of noodles for fun. After eating, the two chatted for a while and continued shopping with Xiao Xianglan. Now Konoha village is full of vitality again, without the depressing atmosphere when the third-generation old man died. To be honest, Yang Tai still likes this feeling very much. However, this good feeling did not last long before it was interrupted. Yoda looked warily at the three masked ninjas in front of him. You three are looking for me. Anbu. Could it be that Tsunade is looking for me? Just when Yoda was thinking wildly, the cat-faced Anbu ninja across from him said coldly. By order of Lord Tsunade, please come with us. Yang Tai's heart moved, and he was immediately sure that these three people were definitely not Anbu. If Anbu wants to invite someone, he will definitely show one of his IDs in advance. Identify yourself as an Anbu person. And these three people had no intention of showing any documents. Instead, he just wanted to take him away. Yang Tai instantly confirmed the identities of these three people. Root Ninja, a unit belonging to Danzo alone. The problem is that my chakra has not recovered yet and I don't dare to take risks. Yang Tai's heart sank, but his face did not change at all, and he said to the three people. Tsunade-sama called me, no problem. I would like to ask you three to wait a moment. Chapter 95 Fight. Cat, horse, wild boar, the three root ninjas nodded slightly. The main reason is that there is a large flow of people here, so they don't dare to act rashly. It would be best if the target could be deceived. Seeing this, Yang Tai pretended to take out a handful of money, stuffed it into Xiao Xianglan, and said with a smile. Girl, take this money and buy some fresh beef from Uncle Sanlang and his family. Advertisement. Tsunade-sama has something to do with me now. You go back to buy groceries and go home. Xiao Xianglan nodded strangely. If he knew that he would have to wait in a long line to buy Uncle Sanlang's meat. However, the little girl did not refuse. She agreed obediently and left slowly. Okay. Yang Tai waved his hand and watched the little girl go away, then turned to the three of them and smiled. I'd like you three to lead the way. Upon hearing this, the three of them turned around and started to lead the way, followed closely by Yoda. Yoda didn't just surrender, he had already secretly grabbed the tailed beast chakra scroll in his sleeve to absorb the chakra. But now comes the problem. Danzo, the old silver coin, is looking for him. He probably wants him to join the root group, subdue him, and use him for his own purposes. As for the method, Yoda probably uses the same old method. First use force to deter, and then talk about ideas and beliefs. The third generation talks about the will of fire. Danzo, we should take the root as the concept. Tell him nonsense about how there are roots under the leaves, and where there is light, there is darkness. Obviously Yoda doesn't want to join the roots, or to be precise, he doesn't want to come into contact with Danzo. I don't want to be stamped with the curse of tongue. Now he has two choices. The first one, reject Danzo. But this way he will probably be remembered by this old silver coin. Second, run immediately to find Tsunade now. But this way, the old silver coin would also be remembered at that time. Yoda thought about it, chose the third one, tied up these three guys, and met Tsunade. Kicked the ball to Tsunade and Danzo. He himself hid far away. After a while, the four of them passed a street with relatively sparse traffic. Yang Tai took the initiative to stop and look at the three of them without saying a word. The three root ninjas also stopped. Both sides were speechless for a while, then the cat-faced ninja spoke in a hoarse voice. Why did you stop? Yoda looked directly into the sharp eyes of the cat-faced ninja, pointed at his forehead protector, and said coldly. You three, have you forgotten that I am also a ninja? The cat-faced ninja was very calm and showed no signs of panic. Are you going to disobey Tsunade-sama's order? Hee hee. Yang Tai chuckled lightly and asked in response to the unkind gazes of the three people. Let's not talk about where this direction is going. Advertisement. Are the three really Anbu members? Is this really Tsunade-sama's order? After speaking, the three of them didn't panic at all, as if they were indeed Anbu members and it was Yoda who made a mistake. Yang Tai secretly smacked his tongue. Danzo, an old silver coin, really knows how to train people. Any other Konoha shinobi would have been frightened by this time. But they were unlucky, this time they encountered Yang Tai, the transmigrator. Yoda took out 2 kunao from the ninja bag on his waist and asked loudly, fearing that the villagers who looked over would not hear the same thing. Who the hell are you? Do you know that impersonating Hokage Anbu is a capital offense? Or are you spy ninjas sent by other countries? When Yoda said the last part, his voice was particularly loud. Some people who were joining in the fun immediately ran away, including people in the surrounding houses. After all, Sand Shinobi invaded just yesterday, during which many villagers were killed and injured. Trouble. The 3 root ninjas never expected that Yoda would not follow the routine. At this moment, his 2 subordinates finally couldn't hold it any longer. The ninja in the wild boar mask took a step forward and said, Captain, launch the arrest plan. I'm afraid I'll actually recruit Anbu personnel later. The cat-faced masked ninja pondered for a moment, then reminded. Remember to catch him alive, this is the person Lord Danzo asked for by name. And be careful with his water teleportation. Quick victory. The horse masked ninja nodded slightly. The boar masked ninja took out several shurikens. Captain, don't worry, we have carefully studied the other party's information. The opponent's water column is nothing more than those changes. Just use the shuriken to fly it away in advance. Okay, let's start. As the cat-faced masked ninja shouted softly, the 2 of them took action simultaneously. The horse masked ninja raised his hand and threw out a large sheet of 1,000 books. These densely packed 1,000 books were roughly formed in 5 directions, blocking Yang Tai's retreat. Lightning style, lightning strike. Another boar masked ninja is a lightning style ninja. He quickly formed seals to coordinate with the horse masked ninja's attack, hitting Yoda's vitals directly. Yoda didn't panic at all when he saw this. He threw the 3-pronged kunao back in his hand and prepared to use shunsui to distance himself. Ding-chiong. In an instant, a kunao arrived first and directly knocked Yoda's kunao away. Good guy, these 3 people have definitely analyzed his fighting style. Burst. Yoda didn't care about using Shun Shui and quickly formed a defensive seal. Water style, water barrier. Advertisement. The water flow rotates rapidly and rises to a height of 3 meters. Defeat all 3 attacks. The cat-faced masked ninja frowned when he saw this. There was no record of the opponent using water style in the intelligence. However, he still made arrangements in an instant. Plan C. The 2 root ninjas immediately formed seals upon hearing this. The horse masked ninja was the first to use ninjutsu. Wind style wind cut. An extremely sharp wind blade, with a stabbing sound, easily cut a 1-meter-sized hole in the Yang Tai water barrier. However, it was obvious that Yoda was not hit. Earth style, multiple bombs. Fire style fire dragon fire bomb. Combination ninjutsu multiple flame bullets. In an instant, the cat masked ninja and the boar masked ninja used a combination of skills. Suddenly, 7 or 8 earth balls burning with fierce flames rushed towards the gap. He is worthy of being a root ninja, his fighting skills are really high. But if you are hit by this kind of ninjutsu, you probably won't die but will be disabled. He was a little confused. It was clear that these 3 people wanted to capture him alive, but why did they use this method? He couldn't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Since they are ruthless. Then don't blame him, Yang Tai, for making ruthless moves. Yang Tai quickly formed seals and clapped his hands. Water style water waves. A large amount of water flow gathered under Yang Tai's feet, lifting Yang Tai's entire body to a height of about 5 meters, and slapped the 3 of them fiercely. How come? Such a wide range of water style. We can't hide away at all, come here. Although the 3 of them were shocked, they cooperated very well. Whoosh whoosh. They appeared together, nodded slightly to each other, and immediately understood what the other person meant. Earth style, triple rock technique. The 3 people quickly formed seals and slapped the ground. Chakra outputted wildly, the ground squirmed, and 3 rocks quickly rose up. Wrap 3 people into a rock ball. Mom. Where are you? At this moment, a sudden voice appeared from below. Yang Tai at the highest point noticed it immediately. A little boy of about 3 years old was slowly leaning half of his body from the side of the street. He was not aware of the water waves that were about to be captured above him. Chapter 96 The Little Kid Can't Die. Yang Tai suddenly looked like a BCH. He shouted so loudly just now in vain. Whose parent is this? He is so careless. This is not the point. The point is that this little kid must not die under his own ninjutsu. Even if it is accidental injury or accidental killing, it will not work. Advertisement. Otherwise he would be in big trouble. In just a moment, Yang Tai had already figured out the pros and cons. The kunao in front of him exploded in an instant, and the water column twisted around and reached the little kid. Just when the little kid was confused, Yang Tai's figure appeared in front of him with a swipe. Without saying anything, Yoda picked up the little guy, immediately used the body flicker technique, and ran away. Because Shunsui couldn't run away with anyone at all. Boom. Boom boom. A large number of houses were washed away by the waves. Fortunately, Yoda scared all the people nearby away. Otherwise, the casualties this time would have been very high. What happened? In the distance, Kakashi and several Jonin appeared on the roof at the same time, looking not far away. Everyone! Let's hurry up and provide support. Kakashi immediately set off and ran away. Okay. Everyone rushed towards the distance quickly. At this time, Tsunade and the others who were handing over work suddenly looked into the distance. Such a tall water style can still be seen by a few people. Tsunade frowned. Is this a warning to himself, the incoming Hokage? No wonder Tsunade thought so and said something like this was going to happen at such a juncture. He spoke to the cold voices around him. What happened? Whoosh. An Anbu suddenly appeared, knelt down on one knee and replied. Master Tsunade, I have arranged 3 teams to investigate. Do not worry. Haha, don't worry. Tsunade sneered and turned back to the 2 advisors. What do you think? Is this how you take care of Konoha? The 2 consultants frowned and wanted to refute, but the facts were there and they couldn't refute it at all. The last good thing Yuta and Koharu said. Tsunade, try your best to take over the position of Hokage. This way Konoha has a backbone, and the clowns in other countries will be honest and peaceful. Mitokado Homura nodded and agreed, yes, the interrogation department has caught a lot of spies recently. Only if you take over the position of Hokage as soon as possible can other countries be able to calm down. Advertisement. Tsunade's face was expressionless. How could she not understand this kind of thing? She just wanted to be angry. Okay, make arrangements as soon as possible. And you, this matter must be investigated clearly, do you understand? Anbu lowered his head and replied, I understand. Tsunade waved his hands boredly and looked into the distance, mainly because he wanted to be lazy. You know, as soon as she arrived, these 2 old guys blocked the door with documents as high as a mountain. I really didn't even have time to drink water. As people mature with age, the 2 of them naturally understood that Tsunade was being lazy. However, Yuta and Koharu still waved his hand to let this girl rest for a while. Mitokado Homura didn't say anything, and continued to correct the documents in his hand, marking the important ones for Tsunade to make a decision. Far away. Yoda was hit hard by his own water shock, and he was slapped to the side while holding the child in his arms. Now the whole vest of Yang Tai is burning and hurting, and there is severe pain in the chest and internal organs. At first glance, it was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. And the whole right hand temporarily lost feeling. Yang Tai reluctantly suppressed the sweetness in his throat. Looking down at the little kid in his arms, he was frightened but not injured. Yang Tai was immediately furious. He raised his hand and slapped the little guy on the butt. Pop! You unlucky boy, I told you to be disobedient. Disobedient? Pop! Little brat, why am I disobedient? Then he realized that he had been bullied by the bad uncle in front of him. He pouted and burst into tears. Wow wow wow, Mom, woo. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief, everything was fine. Isn't that why he cried so hard? However, now was not the time to tease him. He immediately pulled over a long piece of cloth that looked like a door curtain. The little kid was tied up and carried behind his back. Because he was not sure whether the root ninja would take action against children. Anyway, if I made such a big noise today, this child will definitely not die. It's no use whoever comes, this is what Yang Tai said. Bang bang bang. There were 3 loud noises, and 3 daoist figures rushed out quickly. The leader of the cat-face masked ninja said coldly, get him quickly, otherwise even if you go back, you won't be punished. Upon hearing the punishment, the 2 root ninjas suddenly trembled. Looking at Yang Tai, his eyes were white and sharp, and he made a gesture. The 2 attacked from both sides. Yoda didn't dare to be careless. Not only was he seriously injured, but his entire right arm was also unconscious. He quickly took out the Kusanagi sword and stood ready. Advertisement. The wild boar masked ninja quickly ran to Yoda's right side and threw out a shuriken. He quickly opened his mouth and spit out a fireball, which attached to the shuriken. Fire-style Fengxian gets popular. In Yang Tai's current situation, naturally he can't be stubborn, and the chakra on the soles of his feet explodes. He jumped behind him. Good chance. The horse-masked ninja's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly drew out his sword. After casting the body flicker technique, the next moment he appeared not far away from Yoda, stabbing towards Yoda's waist with a knife. When Yoda saw this, the corner of his mouth rose, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was pointed at his heart. After thinking about it, he moved it down a few inches. Chakra is madly injected into the Kusanagi sword. Long. Swish. A cold light instantly exploded in front of the horse-masked ninja. The next second, he felt a pain in his heart, followed by numbness. Lightning flashed all over his body, and his vision suddenly turned black and he fainted. Horse. The two-person cat-faced masked ninja exclaimed and immediately formed a seal and slapped it on the ground. In an instant, the spider web-like runes spread out. Spirit communication. Bang. 3 giant wolves with grey hair and a few white marks on their faces appeared, each at least half a meter tall. Superior. Lightning style, lightning strike. When the wild boar masked ninja saw this, his eyes were about to burst, and he raised his hand with a spear shining like lightning. Straight into Yang Tai's waist. Yoda showed no stage fright at all, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand quickly stretched out. He defeated the incoming thunder spear with one sword, and rushed towards the wild boar masked ninja without losing power. Be careful. At this moment, the cat-faced masked ninja rushed over and warned loudly. Along the way, he threw a few kunao in the direction of Yang Tai. Boom. Gravel splashing. The long sword grazed the boar masked ninja's waist and penetrated straight into the ground. The wild boar masked ninja quickly distanced himself, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time he had to dodge quickly, otherwise he would probably end up like the horse. Everything happens in a matter of seconds. At this time, the cat-faced masked ninja came over with 3 giant wolves. Don't use it remotely. Look carefully, his right hand is injured. He can't use ninjutsu, and he has to pay attention to the children behind him. These are his weaknesses. So we take him down in close combat. Chapter 97. You are guaranteed to eat in prison today. Good. The boar masked ninja nodded, drew out the sword from his back, and quickly rushed towards Yoda. The cat-face masked ninja didn't stop moving, and waved his hand. The 3 giant wolves ran quickly, jumping in front of Yang Tai in a few leaps. He opened his mouth full of fangs and bit it down in one bite. Advertisement. Waves of fishy smell rushed towards him, Yang Tai subconsciously held his breath, and the hand holding the sword gradually flashed with lightning. Wow 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 wow. Frowning his brows, Yoda ignored the little kid's bitterness. He raised his sword and swept away thousands of troops with one strike. The long sword wrapped in thunder and lightning suddenly became 2 meters long. He glanced at the 3 wolves who were coming over. The 2 of them had despised Yoda from the beginning to become serious now, so naturally they were always paying attention to Yoda's attacks. Especially Yang Tai's weird long sword. Chakra erupted from the soles of his feet, and he was easily dodged. Ouch! The remaining 3 giant wolves were not so lucky. The first one was directly split in half, dripping with blood, and died in a miserable way. The second front leg was cut off, and with a miserable howl, the spirit communication spell was released and disappeared. The third giant wolf dodged the dazzling lightning sword by turning over. The huge wolf looked at Yang Tai with fear in his eyes. Wild boar, you are the main attack, Ching, you are the assist, I will attack. The cat-faced masked ninja quickly made another plan and threw a few shurikens in his backhand. Yoda turned sideways to avoid the shuriken, and saw a cold light hitting his face. Clang! Yoda raised his hand to block with his side sword, and an iron bridge blocked the river to block the sword of the wild boar masked ninja. Click! Oops! The roof under Yang Tai's feet couldn't bear it. With such great force, a sword sank directly. Good chance! The cat-face masked ninja's eyes flashed with joy, and he pulled back hard with his hands. Several invisible steel wires wrapped around the shuriken thrown just now and struck at Yoda's back. To be precise, it was the little brat who was still crying behind Chow Yang Tai who attacked. It's over. Advertisement. It seems like this little brat can't be saved today. Just when Yoda was about to give up on this little kid, several Daoist figures suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and others. Just for a moment, Yang Tai's mind was full of thoughts, and he made a new decision. The next moment, Yang Tai's eyes were as bright as a torch, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. If he suffers a little injury today, he can get a bigger reward tomorrow. With this thought in his mind, Yang Tai shouted and forced the boar-masked ninja back with a sword. The Kusanagi sword in his hand quickly grew longer, and he turned around and swept 360 degrees to force him back again, with the wild boar mask and giant wolf. At this point, Yota faced dozens of shurikens head-on, and he was unprepared. You can only cross your hands in front of you to protect your important head. Puff puff. The sound of more than a dozen shurikens entering flesh could be heard. Yota groaned, holding back the pain. At this moment, a cold light penetrated Yang Tai's throat, vowing to kill him with one blow. At this time, Yang Tai reluctantly raised his sword to block it. Clang! Sparks fly. He barely blocked the sword, but at this moment Yang Tai's left hand was shaking. Obviously one hand cannot defeat the opponent's two hands. You're troublesome, but that's the end of it. As soon as Yang Tai heard these words, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong and wanted to hide immediately, but it was too late. Suddenly a strong force came from his waist, and his whole body flew into the air uncontrollably. What followed was a heartbreaking pain, and it felt like half of his body no longer belonged to him. Hurry, wild boar! The cat-faced masked ninja quickly urged, because Kakashi and the others were already here. The wild boar masked ninja didn't say anything. He raised his hand and a special string appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and swung it towards Yang Tai in the air. The man in the air barely managed to control his body, but he was too seriously injured and had no leverage at all to control it. I can only watch the rope getting closer and closer. Clang, clang, clang. At the critical moment, three Kunao quickly attacked and fastened the string to the roof. This all happens in seconds. In midair, Yang Tai glanced at Kakashi and others who had already rushed towards them. Advertisement. Reinforcements finally arrived. At this time, a rare smile appeared on Yoda's lips, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was pointed downwards. Chakra was injected, and the Kusanagi sword quickly grew in length and hit the ground. Yoda took advantage of this and quickly arrived in front of Kakashi and the others, landing perfectly. At this time, Kakashi and others stopped in front of Yoda, blocking the eyes of the three root ninjas. At this moment, several people who saw the situation clearly were covered in blood involuntarily, holding several shurikens, and carrying Yoda who was crying on their backs. Kakashi and the others secretly praised this young man for being extraordinary. He single-handedly dealt with three special ninjas who were obviously Chunin or above. It's not easy to kill one of them. In fact, this is nothing. The most important thing is to ensure that the child behind him is okay. Okay, Yang Tai is safe. Please tell me what happened. Kakashi looked at the two people on guard and asked thoughtfully. Yang Tai's face was covered with blood, and he put a hand on his right arm with a green light. He met the curious eyes of everyone and said, Kakashi-senpai, these people came to me out of nowhere and said it was Master Tsunade's order to let me go. I didn't pay attention at first, but no matter how stupid I was to come here, I still noticed something was wrong with the other party. Those three people were exposed by me as pretending to be Enbu, and the next moment they attacked me without any explanation. And they also attacked the villagers. I suspect that the other party is a spy ninja from another country. Kakashi didn't say anything, just listened quietly. When he heard that three root ninjas actually took action against the villagers, the eyes instantly became cold, and the three people looking into the distance no longer had any emotion at all. The same is true for several other Jonin. They actually know some basic things. He also knows that Konoha's darkness is at its root, and he used to be a troublemaker in various countries to give Konoha a chance to breathe. It is no exaggeration to say that he has great military exploits. However, since the end of the war, everyone feels that this department has gradually changed, and it is no longer the department that was dedicated to Konoha like before. Captain, let's retreat. The wild boar masked ninja looked at the opposing lineup and said to the cat-faced masked ninja. The cat-faced masked ninja slowly shook his head. He was also a perceptive ninja. Now, there are ninjas appearing all around them. In other words, they were surrounded. We're surrounded. Prepare to spontaneously ignite technique. What? At this time, the wild boar masked ninja's tone became a little anxious. Although they were not afraid of death, it was obviously better to live, so they asked. Captain, we can find the weakest subordinate and try to break through. The cat-faced masked ninja met his gaze with sharp eyes. He originally wanted to say something cruel, but